seeing our world as simulation, there may not be a test to tell the difference between what the real world is simulation, and therefore, from a physics perspective, it might as well be the same thing.
Yeah. There may be ways to test whether it's a simulation. There might be. I'm not saying there aren't. But you could certainly imagine that the simulation could correct that. Once an entity in the simulation found a way to detect the simulation, it could either restart, it could pause the simulation, start a new simulation, or do one of many other things that then corrects for that error.
So when maybe you or somebody else creates an AGI system and you get to ask her one question, what would that question be?
What's outside the simulation?
Elon, thank you so much for talking today. It's a pleasure.
All right.
The following is a conversation with Ian Goodfellow. He's the author of the popular textbook on deep learning, simply titled Deep Learning. He coined the term Generative Adversarial Networks, otherwise known as GANs, and with his 2014 paper is responsible for launching the incredible growth of research and innovation in this subfield of deep learning. He got his BS and MS at Stanford, his PhD at University of Montreal with Yoshua Benjo and Aaron Kerbo. He held several research positions, including in OpenAI, Google Brain, and now at Apple as the director of machine learning. This recording happened while Ian was still at Google Brain. But we don't talk about anything specific to Google or any other organization. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Ian Goodfellow. You open your popular deep learning book with a Russian doll type diagram that shows deep learning as a subset of representation learning, which in turn is a subset of machine learning, and finally a subset of AI. So this kind of implies that there may be limits to deep learning in the context of AI. So what do you think is the current limit to deep learning? And are those limits something that we can overcome with time?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest limitations of deep learning is that right now it requires really a lot of data, especially labeled data. There's some unsupervised and semi-supervised learning algorithms that can reduce the amount of labeled data you need, but they still require a lot of unlabeled data. Reinforcement learning algorithms, they don't need labels, but they need really a lot of experiences. As human beings, we don't learn to play Pong by failing at Pong 2 million times. So just getting the generalization ability better is one of the most important bottlenecks in the capability of the technology today. And then I guess I'd also say deep learning is like a component of a bigger system. So far, nobody is really proposing to have only what you'd call deep learning as the entire ingredient of intelligence. You use deep learning as sub-modules of other systems, like AlphaGo has a deep learning model that estimates the value function. Most reinforcement learning algorithms have a deep learning module that estimates which action to take next, but you might have other components.
You're basically building a function estimator. Do you think it's possible? You said nobody's kind of been thinking about this so far, but do you think neural networks could be made to reason in the way symbolic systems did in the 80s and 90s, to do more, create more like programs as opposed to functions?
Yeah, I think we already see that a little bit. I already kind of think of neural nets as a kind of a program. I think of deep learning as basically learning programs that have more than one step. So if you draw a flowchart, or if you draw a TensorFlow graph describing your machine learning model, I think of the depth of that graph as describing the number of steps that run in sequence, and then the width of that graph is the number of steps that run in parallel. Now it's been long enough that we've had deep learning working that it's a little bit silly to even discuss shallow learning anymore. But back when I first got involved in AI, when we used machine learning, we were usually learning things like support vector machines. You could have a lot of input features to the model, and you could multiply each feature by a different weight. All those multiplications were done in parallel to each other. There wasn't a lot done in series. I think what we got with deep learning was really the ability to have steps of a program that run in sequence. And I think that we've actually started to see that what's important with deep learning is more the fact that we have a multi-step program rather than the fact that we've learned a representation. If you look at things like ResNets, for example, they take one particular kind of representation and they update it several times. Back when deep learning first really took off in the academic world in 2006, when Jeff Hinton showed that you could train deep belief networks, everybody who was interested in the idea thought of it as each layer learns a different level of abstraction. So the first layer trained on images learns something like edges, and the second layer learns corners, and eventually you get these kind of grandmother cell units that recognize specific objects. Today, I think most people think of it more as a computer program where as you add more layers, you can do more updates before you output your final number. But I don't think anybody believes that layer 150 of the ResNet is a grandmother cell, and layer 100 is contours or something like that.
Okay, so you think you're not thinking of it as a singular representation that keeps building. You think of it as a program, so almost like a state. Representation is a state of understanding.
Yeah, I think of it as a program that makes several updates and arrives at better and better understandings, but it's not replacing the representation at each step. It's refining it. And in some sense, that's a little bit like reasoning. It's not reasoning in the form of deduction, but it's reasoning in the form of taking a thought and refining it carefully until it's good enough to use.
Do you think, and I hope you don't mind, we'll jump philosophical every once in a while, do you think of cognition, human cognition, or even consciousness as simply a result of this kind of sequential representation learning? Do you think that can emerge?
Cognition, yes, I think so. Consciousness, it's really hard to even define what we mean by that. I guess consciousness is often defined as things like having self-awareness, and that's relatively easy to turn into something actionable for a computer scientist to reason about. People also define consciousness in terms of having qualitative states of experience, like qualia. And there's all these philosophical problems like, could you imagine a zombie who does all the same information processing as a human, but doesn't really have the qualitative experiences that we have? That sort of thing, I have no idea how to formalize or turn it into a scientific question. I don't know how you could run an experiment to tell whether a person is a zombie or not. And similarly, I don't know how you could run an experiment to tell whether an advanced AI system had become conscious in the sense of qualia or not.
But in the more practical sense, like almost like self-attention, you think consciousness and cognition can, in an impressive way, emerge from current types of architectures?
Yeah. Or if you think of consciousness in terms of self-awareness and just making plans based on the fact that the agent itself exists in the world, reinforcement learning algorithms are already more or less forced to model the agent's effect on the environment. So that more limited version of consciousness is already something that we get limited versions of with reinforcement learning algorithms if they're trained well.
But you say limited, so the big question really is how you jump from limited to human level.
Yeah.
Right, and whether it's possible. Even just building common sense reasoning seems to be exceptionally difficult. So if we scale things up, if we get much better on supervised learning, if we get better at labeling, if we get bigger data sets, more compute, do you think we'll start to see really impressive things that go from limited to, something echoes of human level cognition?
I think so, yeah. I'm optimistic about what can happen just with more computation and more data. I do think it'll be important to get the right kind of data. Today, today, most of the machine learning systems we train are mostly trained on one type of data for each model. But the human brain, we get all of our different senses, and we have many different experiences, like riding a bike, driving a car, talking to people, reading. I think when we get that kind of integrated data set, working with a machine learning model that can actually close the loop and interact, we may find that algorithms not so different from what we have today learn really interesting things when you scale them up a lot and train them on a large amount of multimodal data.
So multimodal is really interesting, but within, like you're working adversarial examples, so selecting within one mode of data, selecting better at what are the difficult cases from which are most useful to learn from.
Oh yeah, like could we get a whole lot of mileage out of designing a model that's resistant to adversarial examples or something like that?
Right.
Yeah. My thinking on that has evolved a lot over the last few years. When I first started to really invest in studying adversarial examples, I was thinking of it mostly as adversarial examples reveal a big problem with machine learning, and we would like to close the gap between how machine learning models respond to adversarial examples and then how humans respond. After studying the problem more, I still think that adversarial examples are important. I think of them now more of as a security liability than as an issue that necessarily shows there's something uniquely wrong with machine learning as opposed to humans.
Also, do you see them as a tool to improve the performance of the system? Not on the security side, but literally just accuracy.
I do see them as a kind of tool on that side, but maybe not quite as much as I used to think. We've started to find that there's a trade-off between accuracy on adversarial examples and accuracy on clean examples. Back in 2014, when I did the first adversarially trained classifier that showed resistance to some kinds of adversarial examples, it also got better at the clean data on MNIST, and that's something we've replicated several times on MNIST, that when we train against weak adversarial examples, MNIST classifiers get more accurate. So far, that hasn't really held up on other data sets, and hasn't held up when we train against stronger adversaries. It seems like when you confront a really strong adversary, you tend to have to give something up.
Interesting. But it's such a compelling idea because it feels like that's how us humans learn.
Yeah.
The difficult cases.
We try to think of what would we screw up, and then we make sure we fix that. Yeah. It's also in a lot of branches of engineering, you do a worst case analysis and make sure that your system will work in the worst case. And then that guarantees that it'll work in all of the messy average cases that happen when you go out into a really randomized world.
Yeah, with driving, with autonomous vehicles, there seems to be a desire to just think adversarially, try to figure out how to mess up the system, and if you can be robust to all those difficult cases, then you can. It's a hand-wavy, empirical way to show your system is.
Yeah. Today, most adversarial example research isn't really focused on a particular use case, but there are a lot of different use cases where you'd like to make sure that the adversary can't interfere with the operation of your system. Like in finance, if you have an algorithm making trades for you, people go to a lot of an effort to obfuscate their algorithm. That's both to protect their IP, because you don't want to research and develop a profitable trading algorithm and have somebody else capture the gains. But it's at least partly because you don't want people to make adversarial examples that fool your algorithm into making bad trades. Or, I guess one area that's been popular in the academic literature is speech recognition. If you use speech recognition to hear an audio waveform and then turn that into a command that a phone executes for you, you don't want a malicious adversary to be able to produce audio that gets interpreted as malicious commands, especially if the human in the room doesn't realize that something like that is happening.
In speech recognition, has there been much success in being able to create adversarial examples that improve the system?
Yeah, actually. I guess the first work that I'm aware of is a paper called Hidden Voice Commands that came out in 2016, I believe. And they were able to show that they could make sounds that are not understandable by a human, but are recognized as the target phrase that the the attacker wants the phone to recognize it as. Since then, things have gotten a little bit better on the attacker side and worse on the defender side. It's become possible to make sounds that sound like normal speech, but are actually interpreted as a different sentence than the human hears. The level of perceptibility of the adversarial perturbation is still kind of high. That when you listen to the recording, it sounds like there's some noise in the background, just like rustling sounds. But those rustling sounds are actually the adversarial perturbation that makes the phone hear a completely different sentence.
Yeah, that's so fascinating. Peter Norwick mentioned that you're writing the deep learning chapter for the 4th edition of the Artificial Intelligence, the Modern Approach book. So, how do you even begin summarizing the field of deep learning in a chapter?
Well, in my case, I waited like a year before I actually wrote anything. Even having written a full-length textbook before, it's still pretty intimidating to try to start writing just one chapter that covers everything. One thing that helped me make that plan was actually the experience of having written the full book before, and then watching how the field changed after the book came out. I realized there's a lot of topics that were maybe extraneous in the first book, and just seeing what stood the test of a few years of being published and what seems a little bit less important to have included now helped me pare down the topics I wanted to cover for the book. It's also really nice now that the field is kind of stabilized to the point where some core ideas from the 1980s are still used today. When I first started studying machine learning, almost everything from the 1980s had been rejected, and now some of it has come back. So that stuff that's really stood the test of time is what I focused on putting into the book. There's also, I guess, 2 different philosophies about how you might write a book. One philosophy is you try to write a reference that covers everything. The other philosophy is you try to provide a high-level summary that gives people the language to understand a field and tells them what the most important concepts are. The first deep learning book that I wrote with Joshua and Aaron was somewhere between the 2 philosophies, that it's trying to be both a reference and an introductory guide. Writing this chapter for Russell and Norvik's book, I was able to focus more on just a concise introduction of the key concepts and the language you need to read about them more. In a lot of cases, I actually just wrote paragraphs that said, here's a rapidly evolving area that you should pay attention to. It's pointless to try to tell you what the latest and best version of a learn-to-learn model is. I can point you to a paper that's recent right now, but there isn't a whole lot of a reason to delve into exactly what's going on with the latest learning-to-learn approach or the latest module produced by a learning-to-learn algorithm. You should know that learning-to-learn is a thing, that it may very well be the source of the latest and greatest convolutional net or recurrent net module that you would want to use in your latest project. But there isn't a lot of point in trying to summarize exactly which architecture and which learning approach got to which level of performance.
So you maybe focus more on the basics of the methodology, so from backpropagation to feed-forward to recurrent neural networks, convolutional, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
So if I were to ask you, I remember I took algorithms and data structures algorithms courses. I remember the professor asked, what is an algorithm? And he yelled at everybody in a good way that nobody was answering it correctly. Everybody knew what the algorithm was. It was a graduate course. Everybody knew what an algorithm was, but they weren't able to answer it well. Let me ask you, in that same spirit, what is deep learning?
I would say deep learning is any kind of machine learning that involves learning parameters of more than one consecutive step. So that shallow learning is things where you learn a lot of operations that happen in parallel. You might have a system that makes multiple steps, like you might have hand-designed feature extractors, but really only one step is learned. Deep learning is anything where you have multiple operations in sequence, and that includes the things that are really popular today, like convolutional networks and recurrent networks, but it also includes some of the things that have died out, like Fulton machines, where we weren't using backpropagation. Today I hear a lot of people define deep learning as gradient descent applied to these differentiable functions, and I think that's a legitimate usage of the term. It's just different from the way that I use the term myself.
So what's an example of deep learning that is not gradient descendant differentiable functions? In your, I mean, not specifically perhaps, but more even looking into the future, what's your thought about that space of approaches?
Yeah, so I tend to think of machine learning algorithms as decomposed into really three different pieces. There's the model, which can be something like a neural net or a Boltzmann machine or a recurrent model. And that basically just describes how do you take data and how do you take parameters and what function do you use to make a prediction given the data and the parameters. Another piece of the learning algorithm is the optimization algorithm, or not every algorithm can be really described in terms of optimization, but what's the algorithm for updating the parameters or updating whatever the state of the network is. And then the last part is the data set, like how do you actually represent the world as it comes into your machine learning system. So I think of deep learning as telling us something about what does the model look like, and basically to qualify as deep, I say that it just has to have multiple layers. That can be multiple steps in a feed-forward differentiable computation. That can be multiple layers in a graphical model. There's a lot of ways that you can satisfy me that something has multiple steps that are each parameterized separately. I think of gradient descent as being all about that other piece, the how do you actually update the parameters piece. So you can imagine having a deep model, like a convolutional net, and training it with something like evolution or a genetic algorithm. And I would say that still qualifies as deep learning. And then in terms of models that aren't necessarily differentiable, I guess Boltzmann machines are probably the main example of something where you can't really take a derivative and use that for the learning process. But you can still argue that the model has many steps of processing that it applies when you run inference in the model.
So it's the steps of processing that's key. So Jeff Hinton suggests that we need to throw away backpropagation and start all over. What do you think about that? What could an alternative direction of training neural networks look like?
I don't know that backpropagation is going to go away entirely. Most of the time when we decide that a machine learning algorithm isn't on the critical path to research for improving AI, the algorithm doesn't die, it just becomes used for some specialized set of things. A lot of algorithms like logistic regression don't seem that exciting to AI researchers who are working on things like speech recognition or autonomous cars today, but there's still a lot of use for logistic regression in things like analyzing really noisy data in medicine and finance, or making really rapid predictions in really time-limited contexts. So I think backpropagation and gradient descent are around to stay, but they may not end up being everything that we need to get to real human-level or superhuman AI.
Are you optimistic about us discovering? Backpropagation has been around for a few decades. So, are you optimistic about us as a community being able to discover something better?
Yeah, I am. I think we likely will find something that works better. You could imagine things like having stacks of models where some of the lower level models predict parameters of the higher level models. And so at the top level, you're not learning in terms of literally calculating gradients, but just predicting how different values will perform. You can kind of see that already in some areas like Bayesian optimization, where you have a Gaussian process that predicts how well different parameter values will perform. We already use those kinds of algorithms for things like hyperparameter optimization, and in general, we know a lot of things other than backprop that work really well for specific problems. The main thing we haven't found is a way of taking one of these other non-backprop-based algorithms and having it really advance the state of the art on an AI-level problem.
Right.
But I wouldn't be surprised if eventually we find that some of these algorithms that, even the ones that already exist, not even necessarily new ones, we might find some way of customizing one of these algorithms to do something really interesting at the level of cognition or the level of I think one system that we really don't have working quite right yet is like short-term memory. We have things like LSTMs, they're called long short-term memory. They still don't do quite what a human does with short-term memory. Um, like gradient descent, to learn a specific fact has to do multiple steps on that fact. Like if I tell you the meeting today is at 3 p.m., I don't need to say over and over again, it's at 3 p.m., it's at 3 p.m., it's at 3 p.m., it's at 3 p.m.
Right.
for you to do a gradient step on each one. You just hear it once and you remember it. There's been some work on things like self-attention and attention-like mechanisms, like the neural Turing machine, that can write to memory cells and update themselves with facts like that right away. But I don't think we've really nailed it yet. And that's one area where I'd imagine that new optimization algorithms or different ways of applying existing optimization algorithms could give us a way of just lightning fast updating the state of a machine learning system to contain a specific fact like that without needing to present it over and over and over again.
So some of the success of symbolic systems in the 80s is they were able to assemble these kinds of facts better, but there's a lot of expert input required, and it's very limited in that sense. Do you ever look back to that as something that we'll have to return to eventually, sort of dust off the book from the shelf and think about how we build knowledge representation, knowledge.
Like, will we have to use graph searches?
Graph searches, right?
And like first order logic and entailment and things like that.
Yeah, exactly.
In my particular line of work, which has mostly been machine learning security and also generative modeling, I haven't usually found myself moving in that direction. For generative models, I could see a little bit of it could be useful if you had something like a differentiable knowledge base or some other kind of knowledge base where it's possible for some of our fuzzier machine learning algorithms to interact with the knowledge base.
I mean, neural network is kind of like that. It's a differentiable knowledge base of sorts.
Yeah.
But
if we had a really easy way of giving feedback to machine learning models, that would clearly help a lot with generative models. And so you could imagine one way of getting there would be get a lot better at natural language processing. But another way of getting there would be take some kind of knowledge base and figure out a way for it to actually interact with the neural network.
Being able to have a chat with the neural network.
Yeah. So like one thing in generative models we see a lot today is you'll get things like faces that are not symmetrical. Like people that have two eyes that are different colors. And I mean, there are people with eyes that are different colors in real life, but not nearly as many of them as you tend to see in the machine learning generated data. So if you had either a knowledge base that could contain the fact, people's faces are generally approximately symmetric, and eye color is especially likely to be the same on both sides. Being able to just inject that hint into the machine learning model without it having to discover that itself after studying a lot of data would be a really useful feature. I could see a lot of ways of getting there without bringing back some of the 1980s technology, but I also see some ways that you could imagine extending the 1980s technology to play nice with neural nets and have it help get there.
Awesome. So you talked about the story of you coming up with the idea of GANs at a bar with some friends. You were arguing that this, GANs would work generative adversarial networks, and the others didn't think so. Then you went home at midnight, put it up, and it worked. So if I was a friend of yours at the bar, I would also have doubts. It's a really nice idea, but I'm very skeptical that it will work. What was the basis of their skepticism? What was the basis of your intuition why it should work?
I don't want to be someone who goes around promoting alcohol for the purposes of science, but in this case, I do actually think that drinking helps a little bit. When your inhibitions are lowered, you're more willing to try out things that you wouldn't try out otherwise. So I have noticed in general that I'm less prone to shooting down some of my ideas when I have had a little bit to drink. I think if I had had that idea at lunchtime, I probably would have thought, it's hard enough to train one neural net. You can't train a second neural net in the inner loop of the outer neural net. That was basically my friend's objection, was that trying to train two neural nets at the same time would be too hard.
So it was more about the training process and less. So my skepticism would be, I'm sure you could train it, but the thing would converge to not be able to generate anything reasonable, and you kind of reasonable realism.
Yeah. So part of what all of us were thinking about when we had this conversation was deep Boltzmann machines, which a lot of us in the lab, including me, were a big fan of deep Boltzmann machines at the time. separate processes running at the same time. One of them is called the positive phase, where you load data into the model and tell the model to make the data more likely. The other one is called the negative phase, where you draw samples from the model and tell the model to make those samples less likely. In a deep Boltzmann machine, it's not trivial to generate a sample. You have to actually run an iterative process that gets better and better samples coming closer and closer to the distribution the model represents. So during the training process, you're always running these two systems at the same time. One that's updating the parameters of the model and another one that's trying to generate samples from the model. And they worked really well in things like MNIST, but a lot of us in the lab, including me, had tried to get deep Boltzmann machines to scale past MNIST to things like generating color photos, and we just couldn't get the two processes to stay synchronized. So when I had the idea for GANs, a lot of people thought that the discriminator would have more or less the same problem as the negative phase in the Boltzmann machine. That trying to train the discriminator in the inner loop, you just couldn't get it to keep up with the generator in the outer loop, and that would prevent it from converging to anything useful.
Yeah, I share that intuition.
Yeah.
But turns out to not be the case.
A lot of the time with machine learning algorithms, it's really hard to predict ahead of time how well they'll actually perform. You have to just run the experiment and see what happens. And I would say I still today don't have like one factor I can put my finger on and say, this is why GANs worked for photo generation and deep Boltzmann machines don't. There are a lot of theory papers showing that under some theoretical settings, the GAN algorithm does actually converge. But those settings are restricted enough that they don't necessarily explain the whole picture in terms of all the results that we see in practice.
So taking a step back, can you, in the same way as we talked about deep learning, can you tell me what generative adversarial networks are?
Yeah, so generative adversarial networks are a particular kind of generative model. A generative model is a machine learning model that can train on some set of data. Like, say you have a collection of photos of cats, and you want to generate more photos of cats, or you want to estimate a probability distribution over cats, so you can ask how likely it is that some new image is a photo of a cat. GANs are one way of doing this. Some generative models are good at creating new data. Other generative models are good at estimating that density function and telling you how likely particular pieces of data are to come from the same distribution as the training data. GANs are more focused on generating samples rather than estimating the density function. There are some kinds of GANs, like flow GAN, that can do both, but mostly GANs are about generating samples, generating new photos of cats that look realistic. And they do that completely from scratch. It's analogous to human imagination. When a GAN creates a new image of a cat, it's using a neural network to produce a cat that has not existed before. It isn't doing something like compositing photos together. You're not literally taking the eye off of one cat and the ear off of another cat. It's more of this digestive process where the neural net trains on a lot of data and comes up with some representation of the probability distribution and generates entirely new cats. There are a lot of different ways of building a generative model. What's specific to GANs is that we have a two-player game in the game theoretic sense. And as the players in this game compete, one of them becomes able to generate realistic data. The first player is called the generator. It produces output data, such as just images, for example. And at the start of the learning process, it'll just produce completely random images. The other player is called the discriminator. The discriminator takes images as input and guesses whether they're real or fake. You train it both on real data, so photos that come from your training set, actual photos of cat, and you train it to say that those are real. You also train it on images that come from the generator network, and you train it to say that those are fake. As the two players compete in this game, the discriminator tries to become better at recognizing whether images are real or fake, and the generator becomes better at fooling the discriminator into thinking that its outputs are real. And you can analyze this through the language of game theory and find that there's a Nash equilibrium where the generator has captured the correct probability distribution. So in the cat example, it makes perfectly realistic cat photos, and the discriminator is unable to do better than random guessing because all the the samples coming from both the data and the generator look equally likely to have come from either source.
So do you ever sit back and does it just blow your mind that this thing works? So from it's able to estimate digestive function enough to generate realistic images. I mean, do you ever sit back and think, how does this why, this is quite incredible, especially where it gets gone in terms of realism.
Yeah, and not just to flatter my own work, but generative models, all of them have this property that if they really did what we asked them to do, they would do nothing but memorize the training data.
Right.
Models that are based on maximizing the likelihood, the way that you obtain the maximum likelihood for a specific training set is you assign all of your probability mass to the training examples and nowhere else. For GANs, the game is played using a training set. So the way that you become unbeatable in the game is you literally memorize training examples. One of my former interns wrote a paper, his name is Vaishnav Nagarajan. He showed that it's actually hard for the generator to memorize the training data. Hard in a statistical learning theory sense, that you can actually create reasons for why it would require quite a lot of learning steps and a lot of observations of different latent variables before you can memorize the training data. That still doesn't really explain why, when you produce samples that are new, why do you get compelling images rather than just garbage that's different from the training set. And I don't think we really have a good answer for that, especially if you think about how many possible images are out there and how few images the generative model sees during training. It seems just unreasonable that generative models create new images as well as they do, especially considering that we're basically training them to memorize rather than generalize. I think part of the answer is there's a paper called Deep Image Prior, where they show that you can take a convolutional net and you don't even need to learn the parameters of it at all. You just use the model architecture. And it's already useful for things like in-painting images. I think that shows us that the convolutional network architecture captures something really important about the structure of images. And we don't need to actually use learning to capture all the information coming out of the convolutional net. And you just maximize the probability assigned to all the training examples. But it can be hard to tell. For that, we didn't get recognizable objects, but all the deep learning people back then were really used to looking at these failed samples and kind of reading them like tea leaves. And people who are used to reading these recognize that our tea leaves at least look different.
Right.
Maybe not necessarily better, but there was something unusual about them. Or having to have class labels for every example in your training set. So that's called semi-succinct. If you train a GAN with no class labels, you tend to get things that look sort of like grass or water or brick or dirt later, and not knowing which domain the data came from. And a whole lot of different generators.
I've seen from AAAI your talk, how can adversarial machine learning help models be more fair with respect to
unsupervised GANs made by Ming Yu Liu, doing things like turning photos into night photos and believe something is real just because you saw a video of it. Believe something is real just because you saw a video of it. People will expect to see that it's been cryptographically signed, or have that it's been cryptographically signed, or have some other mechanism that an image was real. But you would be able to get it running on something like ImageNet or Celebi, even without a new algorithm that increases that quantity. And also, and really integrates and the architecture really well. And so I'm more, that's pretty straightforward. Like my conversation, almost any.
First, the drive to play video games. I really like, and that drives us a lot. So you're not seeing the moves of the enemy. It's what we call partially observed. So as a result, you must not only decide trading off economy versus building your own unit, but you also must decide whether you want to scout to gather information but also by scouting, you might be giving away some information that you might be hiding from the enemy. So there's a lot of complex decision making, all in real time. There's also, unlike chess, this is not a turn-based um, game. You play basically all the time, continuously, and thus some skill in terms of speed and accuracy of clicking is also very important. And people that train for this really play this game at an amazing skill level. I've seen many times this, and if you can witness this live, it's really, really impressive. So in a way, it's kind of a chess where you don't see the other side of the board. You're building your own pieces, and you also need to gather resources to basically get some money to build other building pieces, technology, and so on.
From the perspective of the human player, the difference between that and chess, or maybe that and a game like turn-based strategy like Heroes of Might and Magic, is that there's an anxiety because you have to make these decisions really quickly, and if you are not actually aware of when decisions work, it's a very stressful balance. Everything you described is actually quite stressful, difficult to balance for an amateur human player. I don't know if it gets easier at the professional level, like if they're fully aware of what they have to do, but at the amateur level, there's this anxiety. Oh crap, I'm being attacked. Oh crap, I have to build up resources. Oh, I have to probably expand, and all these. The real-time strategy aspect is really stressful, and computation, I'm sure, difficult. We'll get into it, but for me, BattleNet. So StarCraft was released in '98, 20 years ago, which is hard to believe. And Blizzard BattleNet with Diablo in '96 society forever.
Yeah.
But I may have a big, way too narrow viewpoint. But from your perspective, can you?
And you can actually play against 7 built-in AIs at the same time, which also felt impossible. But actually, it's not that hard to beat 7 built-in AIs at once. Once we achieved that, also were exceptions like Korea, for instance. It was amazing, like that everything happened so early in terms of cyber cafes. Like this, if you go to Seoul, it's a city that back in the day, StarCraft was kind of, you could be a celebrity by playing StarCraft. But this was like 99, 2000, right? It's not like as much time investment as it was for real StarCraft.
Okay, so let's get into AlphaStar. What are the you're behind the team. So DeepMind's been working on StarCraft and released a bunch of cool open source agents and so on in the past few years. But AlphaStar really is the moment where the first time you beat a world class player. So what are the parameters of the challenge in the way that AlphaStar took it on, and how did you and David and the rest of the DeepMind team you can even beat the best in the world or the top players?
I think all these should be learned behaviors. So that kind of was the DNA of the project. It seemed back, so this was really also critical to me. The fact that we could access smart a lot of like Korea.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've ever in-person interacted with anybody about StarCraft. It's really funny. So they seem to be pretty balanced. I wonder if the AI, the work that you're doing with AlphaStar would help balance them even further. Is that something you think about? Is that something that Blizzard is thinking about?
Right. So balancing when you add a new unit or a new spell type is obviously possible, given that you can always train or retrain at scale some agent that might start using that in unintended ways. But I think actually, if you understand how StarCraft has kind of co-evolved with players, in a way, I think it's actually very cool the ways that many of the things and strategies that people came up with, right? So I think we've seen it over and over in StarCraft that Blizzard comes up.
It's almost like
If you think about StarCraft and you know how deep reinforcement learning's algorithm work, which is essentially by issuing random actions and hoping that they will get some wins sometimes, so they do that. So if you think of the action space in StarCraft, almost anything you can do in the early game is bad. Because any action involves taking workers, which are mining minerals for free. That's something that the game does automatically, sends them to mine, and you would immediately just take them out of mining and send them around. So just thinking how is it going to be possible to get to understand these concepts, but even more like to gather. First of all, need of the enemy, and that very nice result in machine translation. And if you actually believe in this kind of, oh, it's actually a set of pixels, as long as you encode XY, it's okay, then you could argue that the list of units that we see is precisely that, because we have each unit as a kind of pixel, if you will, and then their XY coordinates. So in that perspective, we, without knowing it, we use the same architecture that was shown to work very well on Pavan ImageNet and so on.
So the interesting thing here is,
which is what level they are imitating. So we say
a policy approximately to be a some MMR level. That's
very valuable.
Was that? I mean, how did that feel? Isn't that an amazing feeling?
That's amazing. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I tried my best, and I tried to also impress because I actually played the first game, so I'm still pretty good at micromanagement. The problem is I just don't understand StarCraft 2. I understand a couple of years top 32 in Europe. So I was decent, but at the time we didn't have this kind of MMR system as well established, so it would be hard to know what it was back then.
So what's the difference in interface between Air and StarCraft? Is there any significant differences between the way they both see the game?
I would say the way they see the game, there's a few things that are just very hard to simulate. The main one, perhaps, which is obvious in hindsight, is what's called cloaked units, which are easy. Okay. So I used to play StarCraft. The first actually can see it immediately. They understand it very well, but it's still something that requires certain amount of attention, and it's kind of a bit annoying to deal with. Whereas for AlphaStar, in terms of vision, it's very hard for us to simulate sort of, are you looking at this pixel in the screen and so on. So the only thing we can do is there is a unit that's invisible over there, so AlphaStar would know that immediately. Obviously, still obeys the rules. You cannot attack the unit. You must have a detector and so on. But it's kind of one of the main things that it just doesn't feel there's a very proper way. I mean, you could imagine, you don't have hypers, maybe you don't know exactly where it is, or sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. But it's just really, really complicated to get it so that everyone would agree, that's the best way to simulate this.
It seems like a perception problem.
It is a perception problem. So the only problem is you ask, what's the difference between how humans perceive the game? I would say they wouldn't be able to tell a shimmer immediately as it appears on the screen, whereas AlphaStar in principle sees it very sharply, right? It sees that the bit turns from 0 to 1, meaning there's now a unit there, although you don't know the unit, or you don't know it, you know that you cannot attack it and so on. So that from a vision standpoint, that probably is the one that is kind of the most obvious one. Then there are things humans cannot do perfectly, even professionals, which is they might miss a detail, or they might have not seen a unit. And obviously, as a computer, if there's a corner of the screen that turns green because a unit enters the field of view, that can go into the memory of the agent, the LSTM, and persist there for a while, and for however long is relevant, right?
And in terms of action, it seems like the rate of action for AlphaStar is comparatively, if not slower than professional players, but it's more precise, is what I read.
So that's really probably the one that is causing us more issues for a couple of reasons, right? The first one is StarCraft has been an AI environment for quite a few years. In fact, I was participating in the very first competitions back in 2010, and there's really not been a kind of a very clear set of rules how the actions per minute, the rate of actions that you can issue is. And as a result, these agents or bots that people build, in a kind of almost very cool way, they do like 20,000, 40,000 actions per minute. Now to put this in perspective, a very good professional human might do 300 to 800 actions per minute. They might not be as precise. That's why the range is a bit tricky to identify exactly. I mean, 300 actions per minute precisely is probably realistic. 800 is probably not, but you see humans doing a lot of actions because they warm up and they kind of select things and spam and so on, just so that when they need, they have the accuracy. So we came into this by not having kind of a standard way to say, well, how do we measure whether an agent is at human level or not? On the other hand, we had a huge advantage, which is because we do imitation learning, agents turn out to act like humans in terms of rate of actions, even precisions and imprecisions of actions. In the supervised policy, you could see all this. You could see how agents like to spam click to move here. If you played, especially Diablo, you would know what I mean. I mean, you just stuff like spam, oh, move here, move here, move here. You're doing literally like maybe 5 actions in 2 seconds, but these actions are not very meaningful. One would have sufficed. So on the one hand, we start from this imitation policy that is at the ballpark of the actions per minute of humans because it's actually statistically trying to imitate humans. So we see this very nicely in the curves that we showed in the blog post. Like there's these actions per minute, and the distribution looks very human-like. But then, of course, as self-play kicks in, and that's the part we haven't talked too much yet, but of course the agent must play himself to improve, then there's almost no guarantees that these actions will not become more precise, or even the rate of actions is going to increase over time. So what we did, and this is probably kind of the first attempt that we thought was reasonable, is we looked at the distribution of actions for humans for certain windows of time. And just to give a perspective, because I guess I mentioned that some of these agents that are programmatic, let's call them, they do 40,000 actions per minute. Professionals, as I said, do 300 to 800. So what we looked is we look at the distribution over professional gamers, and we took reasonably high actions per minute, but we kind of identified certain cutoffs after which, even if the agent wanted to act, these actions would be lost. But the problem is this cutoff is probably set a bit too high, and what ends up happening, even though the game, and when we ask the professionals and the gamers, by and large, they feel like it's playing human-like, there are some agents that developed maybe slightly too high APMs, which is actions per minute, combined with the precision, which made people sort of start discussing a very interesting issue, which is should we have limited this? Should we just let it loose and see what cool things it can come up with, right? So this is in itself an extremely interesting question, but the same way that modeling the shimmer would be so difficult, modeling absolutely all the details about muscles and precision and tiredness of humans would be quite difficult, right? So we're really here in kind of innovating in this sense of, okay, what could be maybe the next iteration of putting more rules that make the agents more human-like in terms of restrictions.
So yeah, putting constraints that
More constraints, yeah.
That's really interesting. That's really innovative. So one of the constraints you put on yourself, or at least focused in, is on the Protoss race, as far as I understand. Can you tell me about the different races and how they, so Protoss, Terran, and Zerg, how they compare, how they interact? Why did you choose Protoss?
Right.
Yeah, this in the dynamics of the game, seen from a strategic perspective.
So Protoss, so in StarCraft there are 3 races. Indeed, in the demonstration we saw only the Protoss race. So maybe let's start with that one. Protoss is kind of the most technologically advanced race. It has units that are expensive but powerful, right? So in general, you want to kind of conserve your units as you go attack. So you want to, and then you want to utilize these tactical advantages of very fancy spells and so on and so forth. And at the same time, they're kind of, people say like they're a bit easier to play perhaps, right? But that I actually didn't know. I mean, I just talked to now a lot to the players that we work with, DLO and Mana, and they said, oh yeah, Protoss is actually, people think it's actually one of the easiest races. So perhaps the easier, that doesn't mean that it's, obviously professional players excel at the 3 races, and there's never like a race that dominates for a very long time anyway.
So if you look at the top, I don't know, 100 in the world, is there one race that dominates that list?
It would be hard to know because it depends on the regions. I think it's pretty equal in terms of distribution, and Blizzard wants it to be equal, right? They wouldn't want one race like Protoss to not be represented in the top place. So definitely, like they tried it to be like balanced, right? So then maybe the opposite race of Protoss is Zerg. Zerg is a race where you just kind of expand and take over as many resources as you can, and they have a very high capacity to regenerate their units. So if you have an army, it's not that valuable in terms of losing the whole army is not a big deal as Zerg, because you can then rebuild it, and given that you generally accumulate a huge bank of resources, Zergs typically play by applying a lot of pressure, maybe losing their whole army, but then rebuilding instantly. So, although of course every race, I mean, there's never they're pretty different. I mean, there are some units in Zerg that are technologically advanced and they do some very interesting spells, and there's some units in Protoss that are less valuable, and you could lose a lot of them and rebuild them, and it wouldn't be a big deal.
All right, so maybe I'm missing out. Maybe I'm going to say some dumb stuff, but just summary of strategy.
Mm-hmm.
So first, there's collection of a lot of resources.
Right.
That's one option. The other one is expanding, so building other bases.
Mm-hmm.
Then the other is obviously building units and attacking with those units.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know what else there is. Maybe there's the different timing of attacks, like attack early, attack late. What are the different strategies that emerge that you've learned about? I've read that a bunch of people are super happy that you guys have apparently, the Alpha Star apparently has discovered that it's really good to what is it, saturate.
Oh yeah, the mineral line.
Yeah, the mineral line.
Yeah.
And that's for greedy amateur players like myself. That's always been a good strategy. You just build up a lot of money, and it just feels good to just accumulate and accumulate. So thank you for discovering that. Validating all of us. But is there other strategies that you discovered interesting, unique to this game?
Yeah. So if you look at the kind of, not being a StarCraft 2 player, but of course StarCraft and StarCraft 2 and real-time strategy games in general are very similar. Um, I would classify perhaps the openings of the game. They're very important, and generally I would say there's two kinds of openings. One that's a standard opening. That's generally how players find sort of a balance between risk and economy and building some units early on so that they could defend, but they're not too exposed, basically, but also expanding quite quickly. So this would be kind of a standard opening, and within a standard opening, then what you do choose generally is what technology are you aiming towards. So there's a bit of rock paper scissors of you could go for spaceships, or you could go for invisible units, or you could go for I don't know, like massive units that attack against certain kinds of units but they're weak against others. So standard openings themselves have some choices like rock paper scissors style. Of course, if you scout and you're good at guessing what the opponent is doing, then you can play as an advantage, because if you know you're gonna play rock, I mean you're gonna play paper, obviously. So you can imagine that normal standard games in StarCraft looks like a continuous rock paper scissors game where you guess what the distribution of rock paper and scissors is from the enemy, and reacting accordingly to try to beat it, or put the paper out before he kind of changes his mind from rock to scissors, and then you will be in a weak position.
So sorry to pause on that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this element because I know it's true with poker. I know I looked at Lebradas. You're you're also estimating, trying to guess the distribution, trying to better and better estimate the distribution of what the opponent is likely to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, as a player, you definitely want to have a belief state over what's up on the other side of the map. And when your belief state becomes inaccurate, when you start having that serious doubts whether he's going to play something that you must know, that's when you scout. You want to then gather information, right?
Is improving the accuracy of the belief, or improving the belief state, part of the loss that you're trying to optimize, or is it just a side effect?
It's implicit, but you could explicitly model it, and it would be quite good at probably predicting what's on the other side of the map. But so far, it's all implicit. Wow. There's no additional reward for predicting that. So there's this standard opening, and then there's what people call cheese, which is very interesting. And Alpha Star sometimes really likes this kind of cheese. These cheeses, what they are is kind of an all-in strategy. You're gonna do something sneaky. You're gonna hide your own buildings close to the enemy base, or you're gonna go for hiding your technological buildings so that you do invisible units and the enemy just cannot react to detect it and thus lose the game. And there's quite a few of these cheeses and variants of them, and there is where actually the belief state becomes even more important, because if I scout your base and I see no buildings at all, any human player knows something's up. They might know, well, you're hiding something close to my base. Should I build suddenly a lot of units to defend? Should I actually block my ramp with workers so that you cannot come and destroy my base? So there's all this is happening, and defending against cheeses is extremely important. And in the Alpha Star League, many agents actually develop some cheesy strategies. And in the games we saw against CLO and Mana, 2 out of the 10 agents were actually doing these kind of strategies, which are cheesy strategies. And then there's a variant of cheesy strategy, which is called all-in. So an all-in strategy is not perhaps as drastic as, oh, I'm going to build cannons on your base and then bring all my workers and try to just disrupt your base and game over, or GG as we say in StarCraft. There's these kind of very cool things that you can align precisely at certain time marks. So for instance, you can generate exactly 10 unit composition that is perfect, 5 of this type, 5 of this other type, and align the upgrade so that at 4 minutes and a half, let's say, you have these 10 units and the upgrade just finishes. And at that point, that army is really scary. And unless the enemy really knows what's going on, if you push, you might then have an advantage because maybe the enemy is doing something more standard, it expanded too much, it developed too much economy, and it trade off badly against having defenses, and the enemy will lose. But it's called all in because if you don't win, then you're going to lose.
Right.
So you see players that do these kind of strategies. If they don't succeed, game is not over. I mean, they still have a base and they still gathering minerals, but they will just GG out of the game because they know, well, game is over. I gambled and I failed. So if we start entering the game theoretic aspects of the game, it's really rich, and it's really, that's why it also makes it quite entertaining to watch. Even if I don't play, I still enjoy watching the game. But the agents are trying to do this mostly implicitly. But one element that we improved in self-play is creating the Alpha Star League. And the Alpha Star League is not pure self-play. It's trying to create different personalities of agents so that some of them will become cheesy agents. Some of them might become very economical, very greedy, like getting all the resources, but then being maybe early on they're going to be weak, but later on they're going to be very strong. And by creating this personality of agents, which sometimes it just happens naturally, that you can see kind of an evolution of agents that, given the previous generation, they train against all of them, and then they generate kind of the perfect counter to that distribution. But these agents, you must have them in the population because if you don't have them, you're not covered against these things, right? It's kind of you wanna create all sorts of the opponents that you will find in the wild, so you can be exposed to these Jesus, early aggression, later aggression, more expansion, dropping units in your base from the side, all these things. And pure self-play is getting a bit stuck at finding some subset of these, but not all of these. So the Alpha Star League is a way to kind of do an ensemble of agents that they're all playing in a league, much like people play on Battle.net, right? You play against someone who does a new cool strategy, and you immediately, oh my god, I want to try it, I want to play again. And this to me was another critical part of the problem, which was, can we create a Battle.net for agents?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what the Alpha Star League
That's
really
fascinating. And where they stick to their different strategies. Yeah, wow, that's really, really interesting. So, with that said, you were fortunate enough or just skilled enough to win 5-0. And so, how hard is it to win? I mean, that's not the goal. I guess, I don't know what the goal is. The goal should be to win majority, not 5-0. But how hard is it in general to win all matchups on a 1v1?
So that's a very interesting question because once you see Alpha Star and superficially you think, well, okay, it won. If you sum all the games like 10-1, right? It lost the game that it played with the camera interface. You might think, well, that's done, right? It's superhuman at the game, and that's not really the claim we really can make. Actually, the claim is we beat a professional gamer for the first time. StarCraft has really been a thing that has been going on for a few years, but moment a moment like this had not occurred before yet. But are these agents impossible to beat? Absolutely not, right? So that's a bit what's kind of the difference is the agents play at grandmaster level. They definitely understand the game enough to play extremely well. But are they unbeatable? Do they play perfect? Um, no. And actually, in StarCraft, because of these sneaky strategies, it's always possible that you might take a huge risk sometimes, but you might get wins right out of this. So I think the as a domain, it still has a lot of opportunities. Not only because, of course, we want to learn with less experience. We would like to. I mean, if I learn to play Protoss, I can play Terran and learn it much quicker than AlphaStar can, right? So there are obvious, interesting research challenges as well. But even as the raw performance goes, really the claim here can be we are at pro level or at high grandmaster level, but obviously the players also did not know what to expect, right? It's kind of their prior distribution was a bit off because they played this kind of new, like alien brain, as they like to say it, right? And that's what makes it exciting for them. But also, I think if you look at the games closely, you see there were weaknesses in some points. Maybe Alpha Star did not scout, or if it had invisible units going against at certain points, it wouldn't have known, and it would have been bad. So there's still quite a lot of work to do. But it's really a very, very exciting moment for us to be seeing, wow, a single neural net on a GPU is actually playing against these guys who are amazing. I mean, you have to see them play live. They're really, really amazing players.
Yeah, I'm sure there must be a guy in Poland somewhere right now training his butt off to make sure that this never happens again with AlphaStar. So that's really exciting in terms of AlphaStar having some holes to exploit,
Yeah.
which is great. And then we build on top of each other. And it feels like StarCraft, unlike Go, even if you win, it's still not there. It's still not. There's so many different dimensions in which you can explore. So that's really really interesting. Do you think there's a ceiling to AlphaStar? You said that it hasn't reached. This is a big like what. Let me actually just pause for a second. How did it feel to come here to this point to be a top professional player? Like that night. I mean, Olympic athletes have their gold medals,
Yeah.
right? This is your gold medals, and sure you're cited a lot, you've published a lot of prestigious papers, whatever, but this is like a win. How did it feel?
I mean, it was for me. It was unbelievable because first, the win itself. I mean, it was so exciting. I mean, so looking back to those last days of 2018, really, that's when the games were played. I'm sure I look back at that moment. I say, oh my god, I want to be like in a project like that. It's like I already feel the nostalgia of like, yeah, that was huge in terms of the energy and the team effort that went into it. And so in that sense, as soon as it happened, I already knew it was kind of I was losing it a little bit. So it's almost like sad that it happened and oh my god, like. But on the other hand, it also verifies the approach. But to me, also, there's so many challenges and interesting aspects of intelligence that even though we can train a neural network to play at the level of the best humans, there's still so many challenges. So for me, it's also like, well, this is really an amazing achievement. But I already was also thinking about next steps. I mean, as I said, these agents play Protoss versus Protoss, but they should be able to play at a different rate much quicker, right? So that would be an amazing achievement. Some people call this meta reinforcement learning, meta learning, and so on, right? So there's so many possibilities after that moment, but the moment itself, it really felt great. It's we had this bet, so I'm kind of a pessimist in general, so I kind of sent an email to the team. I said, okay, let's against TLO offers, right? Like, what's going to be the result? And I really thought we would lose like 5-0, right? We had some calibration made against the 5,000 MMR player. TLO was much stronger than that player, even if he played Protoss, which is his upgrade. Um, but yeah, I was not imagining we would win. So for me, that was just kind of a test run or something. And then it really kind of, he was really surprised. And unbelievably, we went to this bar to celebrate. And Dave tells me, well, why don't we invite someone who is 1,000 MMR stronger in Protoss, like an actual Protoss player, like that ended up being Mana, right? And we had some drinks things, and I said, sure, why not? But then I thought, well, that's really going to be impossible to beat. I mean, even because it's so much ahead. 1,000 MMR is really like 99% probability that mana will beat TLO as Protoss versus Protoss, right? So we did that, and to me, the second game was much more important, even though a lot of uncertainty kind of disappeared after we kind of beat TLO. I mean, he is a professional player, so that was kind of, oh, but that's really a very nice achievement. But Mana really was at the top, and you could see he played much better. But our agents got much better too. So it's like, and then after the first game, I said, if we take a single game, at least we can say we beat a game. I mean, even if we don't beat the series, for me that was a huge relief. And I mean, I remember hugging dummies, and I mean, it was really like this moment for me will resonate forever as a researcher, and I mean, as a person, and yeah, it's a really like great accomplishment. And it was great also to be there with the team in the room. I don't know if you saw like so it was really like.
I mean, from my perspective, the other interesting thing is just like watching Kasparov, watching Mana was also interesting because it's kind of a loss of words. I mean, whenever you lose, I've done a lot of sports. You sometimes say excuses. You look for reasons,
right?
And he couldn't really come up with reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, so with the off rate for Protoss, you could say, well, it felt awkward. It wasn't, but here it was. Yeah, it was just beaten. You know, it was beautiful to look at a human being being superseded by an AI system. I mean, it's a beautiful moment for researchers. So
yeah, for sure, it was. It was. I mean, probably the highlight of my career so far, because of its uniqueness and coolness. And I don't know. I mean, it's obviously, as you said, you can look at paper citations and so on, but this really is like a testament of the whole machine learning approach, and using games to advance technology. I mean, it really was. Everything came together at that moment. That's really the summary.
Also, on the other side, it's a popularization of AI too, because just like traveling to the moon and so on. I mean, this is where a very large community of people that don't really know AI they get to really interact with it,
which is very important. I mean, we must, writing papers helps our peers, researchers, to understand what we're doing. But I think AI is becoming mature enough that we must sort of try to explain what it is, and perhaps through games is an obvious way because these games always had built-in AI. So maybe everyone experienced an AI playing a video game, even if they don't know, because there's always some scripted element, and some people might even call that AI already, right?
So, what are other applications of the approaches underlying AlphaStar that you see happening? There's a lot of echoes of, you said, transformer of language modeling and so on. Have you already started thinking where the breakthroughs in AlphaStar get expanded to other applications?
Right. So I thought about a few things for like kind of next months, next years. Um, the main thing I'm thinking about actually is what's next as a kind of a grand challenge, because for me, like we've seen Atari, and then there's like the sort of three-dimensional worlds that we've seen also like pretty good performance from these capture the flag agents that also some people at DeepMind and elsewhere are working on. We've also seen some amazing results on, like, for instance, Dota 2, which is also a very complicated game. So for me, like the main thing I'm thinking about is what's next in terms of challenge. So as a researcher, I see sort of two tensions between research and then applications or areas or domains where you apply them. So on the one hand, we've done, thanks to the application of StarCraft is very hard, we developed some techniques, some new research that now we could look at elsewhere. Like, are there other applications where we can apply this? And the obvious ones, absolutely, you can think of feeding back to sort of the community we took from, which was mostly sequence modeling or natural language processing. So we've developed and extended things from the transformer, and we use pointer networks. We combine LSTM and transformers in interesting ways. So that's perhaps the kind of lowest hanging fruit of feeding back to now a different field of machine learning that's not playing video games.
Let me go old school and jump to Mr. Alan Turing.
Yeah.
So the Turing test, you know, there's a natural language test, a conversational test. What's your thought of it as a test for intelligence? Do you think it is a grand challenge? worthy of undertaking? Maybe if it is, would you reformulate it or phrase it somehow differently?
Right. So I really love the Turing test because I also like sequences and language understanding. And in fact, some of the early work we did in machine translation, we tried to apply to kind of a neural chatbot, which obviously would never pass the Turing test because it was very limited. But it is a very fascinating idea that you could really have an AI that would be indistinguishable from humans in terms of asking or conversing with it, right? So I think the test itself seems very nice and it's kind of well defined actually, like the passing it or not. I think there's quite a few rules that feel like pretty simple and you could really like have. I mean, I think they have these competitions every year.
Yes, there's the Levner Prize, but I don't know if you've seen. I don't know if you've seen the kind of bots that emerge from that competition. They're not quite as what you would. It feels like that there's weaknesses with the way Turing formulated it. It needs to be the definition of a genuine, rich, fulfilling human conversation. It needs to be something else. Like the Alexa Prize, which I'm not as well familiar with, has tried to define that more. I think by saying you have to continue keeping a conversation for 30 minutes, something like that. So basically forcing the agent not to just fool, but to have an engaging conversation kind of thing. Is that, I mean, is this, have you thought about this problem richly? Like, and if you have in general, how far away are we from, you worked a lot on language understanding, language generation, but the full dialogue, the conversation, just sitting at the bar, having a couple of beers for an hour, that kind of conversation. Have you thought about it?
Yeah, so I think you touched here on the critical part, which is feasibility, right? So there's a great sort of essay by Hamming, which describes sort of grand challenges of physics, and he argues that, well, okay, for instance, teleportation or time travel are great grand challenges of physics, but there's no attacks. We really don't know or cannot kind of make any progress. So that's why most physicists and so on, they don't work on these in their PhDs and as part of their careers. So I see the Turing test as in the full Turing test as a bit still too early. Like I think we're, especially with the current trend of deep learning language models, we've seen some amazing examples. I think GPT-2 being the most recent one, which is very impressive. But to understand, to fully solve passing or fooling a human to think that there's a human on the other side, I think we're quite far. So as a result, I don't see myself, and I probably would not recommend people doing a PhD on solving the Turing test because it just feels it's kind of too early or too hard of a problem.
Yeah, but that said, you said the exact same thing about StarCraft about a few years ago. So
Indeed.
So I appreciate. Yeah, you'll probably also be the person who passes the Turing test in 3 years.
I mean, I think
So we have this on record. This is nice.
It's true. It's true. I mean that it's true that progress sometimes is a bit unpredictable. I really wouldn't have not. I even 6 months ago, I would not have predicted the level that we see that these agents can deliver at grandmaster level. But I have worked on language enough, and basically my concern is not that something could happen, a breakthrough could happen that could bring us to solving or passing the Turing test. Is that I just think the statistical approach to it, like this, is not going to cut it. So we need a breakthrough, which is great for the community. But given that, I think there's quite a more uncertainty. Whereas for StarCraft, I knew what the steps would be to kind of get us there. I think it was clear that using the imitation learning part and then using these pattern network agents were going to be key, and it turned out that this was the case, and a little more was needed, but not much more. For Turing test, I just don't know what the plan or execution plan would look like. So that's why I myself working on it as a grand challenge is hard, but there are quite a few sub challenges that are related that we could say, well, I mean, what if you create a great assistant like Google already has, like the Google Assistant? So can we make it better and can we make it fully neural and so on? That I start to believe maybe we're reaching a point where we should attempt these challenges.
I like this conversation so much because it echoes very much the StarCraft conversation. It's exactly how you approach StarCraft. Let's break it down into small pieces and solve those, and you end up solving the whole game. Great. But that said, you're behind some of the sort of biggest pieces of work in deep learning in the last several years. So you mentioned some limits. What do you think are the current limits of deep learning, and how do we overcome those limits?
So if I had to actually use a single word to define the main challenge in deep learning, is a challenge that probably has been the challenge for many years, and is that of generalization. So what that means is that all that we're doing is feeding functions to data, and when the data we see is not from the same distribution, or even if there are sometimes that it is very close to the distribution, but because of the way we train it with limited samples, we then get to this state where we just don't see generalization as much as we can generalize. And I think adversarial examples are a clear example of this, but if you study machine learning and literature, and the reason why SVMs became very popular were because they were dealing and they had some guarantees about generalization, which is unseen data or out of distribution, or even within distribution where you take an image and adding a bit of noise. These models fail. So I think really I don't see a lot of progress on generalization in the strong generalization sense of the word. I think our neural networks, you can always find design examples that will make their outputs arbitrary, which is not good, because we humans would never be fooled by these kind of images or manipulation of the image. And if you look at the mathematics, you kind of understand this is a bunch of matrices multiplied together. Um, there's probably numerics and instability that you can just find corner cases. So I think that's really the underlying topic many times we see when even at the grand stage of like Turing test generalization. I mean, if you start, I mean, passing the Turing test, should it be in English or should it be in any language, right? I mean, as a human, if you could if you ask something in a different language, you actually will go and do some research and try to translate it and so on. Should the Turing test include that, right? And it's really a difficult problem and very fascinating and very mysterious, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. But do you think if you were to try to solve it, can you not grow the size of data intelligently in such a way that the distribution of your training set does include the entirety of the testing set?
I think
Is that one path? The other path is totally new methodology.
Right.
It's not statistical.
so. A path that has worked well, and it worked well in StarCraft and in machine translation and in languages, scaling up the data and the model, and that's kind of been maybe the only single formula that still delivers today in deep learning, right? Is that scale, data scale, and model scale really do more and more of the things that we thought, oh, there's no way it can generalize to these, or there's no way it can generalize to that. But I don't think fundamentally it will be solved with these. And for instance, I'm really liking um, some style or approach that would not only have neural networks, but it would have programs or some discrete decision making, because there is where I feel there's a bit more like I mean the example of the best example I think for understanding this is I also worked a bit on like we can learn an algorithm with a neural network, right? So you give it many examples and it's gonna sort the input numbers or something like that. But really, strong generalization is you give me some numbers or you ask me to create an algorithm that sorts numbers, and instead of creating a neural net which will be fragile because it's going to go out of range at some point, you're going to give it numbers that are too large, too small, and whatnot. If you just create a piece of code that sorts the numbers, then you can prove that that will generalize to absolutely all the possible inputs you can give. So I think that's the problem comes with some exciting prospects. I mean, scale is a bit more boring, but it really works. And then maybe programs and discrete abstractions are a bit less developed, but clearly I think they're quite exciting in terms of future for the field.
Do you draw any insight wisdom from the 80s and expert systems and symbolic systems, symbolic computing? You ever go back to the reasoning, that kind of logic? Do you think that might make a comeback? The dust off those books?
Yeah, I actually love actually adding more inductive biases. Um, to me, the problem really is, what are you trying to solve? If what you're trying to solve is so important that try to solve it no matter what, then absolutely use rules, use domain knowledge, and then use a bit of the magic of machine learning to empower, to make the system the best system that will detect cancer, or detect weather patterns, right? For in terms of StarCraft, it also was a very big challenge. So I was definitely happy that if we had to cut a corner here and there, it could have been interesting to do. And in fact, in StarCraft, we start thinking about expert systems because it's a very, you can define. I mean, people actually build StarCraft was by thinking about those principles, like state machines and rule based, and then you could think of combining a bit of a rule based system, but that has also neural networks incorporated to make it generalize a bit better. So absolutely, I mean, we should definitely go back to those ideas, and anything that makes the problem simpler. As long as your problem is important, that's okay, and that's research driving a very important problem. And on the other hand, if you want to really focus on the limits of reinforcement learning, then of course you must try not to look at
Welcome.
imitation data, or
How are you?
you to look some like for some rules of
What's
the domain
going on,
that
Amir?
help a lot, or even
Amir didn't
feature
want to talk with
engineering,
you
right? So
anyway.
these are tensions that, depending on what you do, I think both ways are definitely fine, and I would never not do one or the other if you're as long as what you're doing is important and needs to be solved, right?
Right. So there's a bunch of different ideas that you developed that I really enjoy. So, but one is translating from image captioning, translating from image to text. Just just another just beautiful,
Yeah.
beautiful idea. I think that resonates throughout your work. Actually, so the underlying nature of reality being language is
Yes.
somehow. Uh, so, what's the connection between images and text, or rather, the visual world and the world of language, in your view?
Right. So I think a piece of research that's been central to, I would say, even extending into StarCraft is this idea of sequence to sequence learning, which what we really meant by that is that you can now really input anything to a neural network as the input X, and then the neural network will learn a function F that will take X as an input and produce any output Y. And these X and Ys don't need to be like static or like a feature, like a fixed vectors, or anything like that. It could be really sequences and now beyond like data structures, right? So that paradigm was tested in a very interesting way when we moved from translating French to English to translating an image to these captions. But the beauty of it is that really, and that's actually how it happened. I changed a line of code in this thing that was doing machine translation. I came the next day, and I saw how it was producing captions that seemed like, oh my god, this is really really working, and the principle is the same, right? So I think I don't see text, vision, speech, waveforms as something different. Um, as long as you basically learn a function that will vectorize, these into, and then after we vectorize it, we can then use, transformers, LSTMs, whatever the flavor of the month of the model is, and then as long as we have enough supervised data, really, this formula will work and will keep working, I believe, to some extent, modulo these generalization issues that I mentioned before.
So, but the task there is to vectorize, so to form a representation that's meaningful.
Yeah.
And your intuition now, having worked with all this media, is that once you are able to form that representation, you can basically take anything, any sequence. Is there, going back to StarCraft, is there a limit on the length? So we didn't really touch on the long-term aspect. How did you overcome the whole really long-term aspect of things here? Is there some tricks or?
So the main trick, so StarCraft, if you look at absolutely every frame, you might think it's quite a long game. So we would have to multiply 22 times 60 seconds per minute times maybe at least 10 minutes per game on average. So there are quite a few frames. But the trick really was to only observe, in fact, which might be seen as a limitation, but it is also a computational advantage. Only observe when you act. And then what the neural network decides is what is the gap going to be until the next action you do. And if you look at most StarCraft games that we have in the data set that Blizzard provided, it turns out that most games are actually only, I mean, it's still a long sequence, but it's maybe like 1,000 to 1,500 actions, which if you start looking at LSTMs, large LSTMs, transformers, it's not like it's not that difficult, especially if you have supervised learning. If you have to do it with reinforcement learning, the credit assignment problem, what is it that in this game that made you win? That would be really difficult. But thankfully, because of imitation learning, we didn't kind of have to deal with this directly. Although if we had to, we tried it, and what happened is you just take all your workers and attack the center. And that sort of, it's kind of obvious in retrospect because you start trying random actions. One of the actions will be a worker that goes to the enemy base, and because it's self-played, it's not going to know how to defend because it basically doesn't know almost anything. And eventually, what you develop is this: take all workers and attack, because the credit assignment issue in a rally is really really high. I do believe we could do better, and that's maybe a research challenge for the future. But yeah, even in StarCraft, the sequences are maybe 1,000, which I believe is within the realm of what transformers can do.
Yeah, I guess the difference between StarCraft and Go is in Go and chess, stuff starts happening right away.
Right.
So there's not. Yeah, it's pretty easy through self-play, not easy, but through self-play it's possible to develop reasonable strategies quickly as opposed to through StarCraft.
I mean, in Go, there's only 400 actions, but one action is what people would call the God action. That would be if you had expanded the whole search tree, that's the best action if you did minimax or whatever algorithm you would do if you had the computational capacity. But in StarCraft, the 400 is minuscule. Like in 400, you don't even like you couldn't even click on the pixels around a unit, right? So I think the problem there is in terms of action space size is way harder. So and so that search is impossible. So there's quite a few challenges indeed that make this kind of a step up in terms of machine learning. For humans, maybe they playing StarCraft it seems more intuitive because it looks real. I mean, like the graphics and everything moves smoothly. Whereas I don't know how to. I mean, Go is a game that I would really need to study. It feels quite complicated. But for machines, kind of maybe it's the reverse. Yeah.
Which shows you the gap actually between deep learning and however the heck our brains work.
After a week, so it's really similar to that story. Actually, I explained this in a DeepMind retreat, and I said this is the same as the game story. I mean, we were in a bar and we decided let's play a game next week, and that's what happened.
I feel like we're giving the wrong message to young undergrads.
Yeah, no.
But in general, like,
yeah,
do you like brainstorming? Do you like thinking alone, working stuff out?
Right. So initially, I was very fortunate to be with great minds like Jeff Hinton, Jeff Dean, Ilias Sutskever. I was really fortunate to join Brain at a very good time. So at that point, ideas I was just kind of brainstorming with my colleagues and learned a lot. That being reading a paper from someone or actually discussing, right? So definitely that communication aspect needs to be there, whether it's written or oral. Nowadays, I'm also trying to be a bit more strategic about what research to do. So I was describing a little bit this sort of tension between research for the sake of research, and then you have, on the other hand, applications that can drive the research, right? And honestly, the formula that has worked best for me is just find a hard problem and then try to see how research fits into it, how it doesn't fit into it, and then you must innovate. So I think machine translation drove sequence to sequence. Then maybe like learning algorithms that had to, like combinatorial algorithms led to pointer networks. Um, StarCraft led to really scaling up imitation learning and the AlphaStar league. So that's been a formula that I personally like. But the other one is also valid, and I've seen it succeed a lot of the times where you just want to investigate model-based RL as kind of a research topic, and then you must then start to think, well, how are the tests? How are you going to test these ideas? You need kind of a minimal environment to try things. You need to read a lot of papers and so on, and that's also very fun to do, and something I've also done quite a few times, both at Brain, at DeepMind, and obviously as a PhD. So I think besides the ideas and discussions, I think it's important also because you start sort of guiding not only your own goals but other people's goals to the next breakthrough. So you must really kind of understand this, feasibility also, as we were discussing before, right? Whether this domain is ready to be tackled or not, and you don't want to be too early. You obviously don't want to be too late. So it's really interesting, this strategic component of research, which I think as a grad student I just had no idea as to, I just read papers and discussed ideas. And I think this has been maybe the major change. And I recommend people kind of feed forward to success how it looks like and try to backtrack, other than just kind of looking, oh, this looks cool, and then you do a bit of random walk, which sometimes you stumble upon some interesting things, but in general, it's also good to plan a bit.
Yeah, I like it. Especially like your approach of taking a really hard problem, stepping right in, and then being super skeptical about being able to solve the problem. I mean, there's a balance of both, right? There's a silly optimism and a critical sort of skepticism that's good to balance. Which is why it's good to have a team of people
exactly.
That balance that.
You don't do that on your own. You have both mentors that have seen, or you obviously want to chat and discuss whether it's the right time. I mean, Demis came in 2014 and he said maybe in a bit we'll do StarCraft, and maybe he knew, and I'm just following his lead, which is great because he's brilliant, right? So these things are obviously quite important, that you want to be surrounded by people who are diverse. They have their knowledge. There's also important to. I mean, I've learned a lot from people who actually have an idea that I might not think it's good, but if I give them the space to try it, I've been proven wrong many times as well. So that's great. I think it's your colleagues are more important than yourself, I think so.
Sure. Now let's real quick talk about another impossible problem, AGI.
Right.
What do you think it takes to build a system that's human level intelligence? We talked a little bit about the Turing test, StarCraft, all of these have echoes of general intelligence. But if you think about just something that you would sit back and say, wow, this is really something that resembles human level intelligence, what do you think it takes to build that?
So I find that AGI oftentimes is maybe not very well defined. So what I'm trying to then come up with for myself is, what would be a result look like that you would start to believe that you would have agents or neural nets that no longer sort of overfit to a single task, right? But actually kind of learn the skill of learning, so to speak. And that actually is a field that I am fascinated by, which is the learning to learn, or meta learning, which is about no longer learning about a single domain. So you can think about the learning algorithm itself is general, right? So the same formula we applied for AlphaStar or StarCraft, we can now apply to kind of almost any video game, or you could apply to many other problems and domains. But the algorithm is what's kind of generalizing. But the neural network, those weights are useless even to play another race, right? I train a network to play very well at Protoss versus Protoss. I need to throw away those weights. If I want to play now Terran versus Terran, I would need to retrain a network from scratch with the same algorithm. That's beautiful, but the network itself will not be useful. So I think if I see an approach that can absorb or start solving new problems without the need to kind of restart the process, I think that to me would be a nice way to define some form of AGI. Again, I don't know the grandiose like AGI. I mean, should Turing test be solved before AGI? I mean, I don't know. I think concretely, I would like to see clearly that meta learning happens, meaning there is solve it at the same speed that we do solve new problems. When I define you a new object and you have to recognize it, when you start playing a new game, you played all the Atari games, but now you play a new Atari game. Well, you're gonna be pretty quickly pretty good at the game. So that perhaps what's the domain and what's the exact benchmark is a bit difficult. I think as a community we might need to do some work to define it. But I think this first step I could see it happen relatively soon. But then the whole what AGI means and so on, I am a bit more confused about what I think people mean different things.
Yeah, there's an emotional, psychological level that, like even the Turing test, passing the Turing test is something that we just pass judgment on as human beings, what it means to be, is a dog an AGI system.
Yeah.
Like what level? What does it mean?
Right.
Yeah. What does it mean? But I like the generalization, and maybe as a community we converge towards a group of domains that are sufficiently far away. It would be really damn impressive if it was able to generalize. So perhaps not as close as Protoss and Zerg, but like Wikipedia.
Step, yeah.
Yeah, it would be a good step,
Yeah.
and then a really good step. But then like from StarCraft to Wikipedia.
Yeah.
And back.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
And that feels also quite hard and far, but I think as long as you put the benchmark out, as we discovered, for instance, with ImageNet, then tremendous progress can be had. So I think maybe there's a lack of benchmark, but I'm sure we'll find one. The community will then work towards that. And then beyond what AGI might mean or would imply, I really am hopeful to see basically machine learning or AI just scaling up and helping people that might not have the resources to hire an assistant, or that they might not even know what the weather is like. But so I think there's, in terms of the impact, the positive impact of AI, I think that's maybe what we should also not lose focus, right? As a research community using AGI, I mean that's a real nice goal, but and I think the way that the DeepMind puts it is, and then use it to solve everything else, right? So I think we should parallelize.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget of all the positive things that are actually coming out of AI already and are going to be coming out.
Right.
On that note, let me ask, relative to popular perception, do you have any worry about the existential threat of artificial intelligence in the near or far future that some people have?
I think in the near future. I'm skeptical, so I hope I'm not wrong. But I'm not concerned. But I appreciate efforts, ongoing efforts, and even like whole research fields on AI safety emerging and in conferences and so on. I think that's great. In the long term, I really hope we just can simply have the benefits outweigh the potential dangers. I am hopeful for that, but also we must remain vigilant to kind of monitor and assess whether the trade-offs are there, and we have enough also lead time to prevent or to redirect our efforts if need be, right? So, but I'm quite optimistic about the technology, and definitely more fearful of other threats in terms of planetary level at this point. But obviously, that's the one I kind of have more power on. So clearly, I do start thinking more and more about this, and it's grown in me actually to start reading more about AI safety, which is a field that so far I have not really contributed to, but maybe there's something to be done there as well.
Well, I think it's really important. I talked about this with a few folks, but it's important to ask you and shove it in your head because you're at the leading edge of actually what people are excited about in AI. I mean, the work with AlphaStar is arguably at the very cutting edge of the kind of thing that people are afraid of. Mm-hmm. And so you speaking to that fact, and that we're actually quite far away to the kind of thing that people might be afraid of, but it's still worthwhile to think about. And it's also good that you're not as worried, and you're also open to.
Yeah, I mean, there's two aspects. I mean, me not being worried, but obviously we should prepare for it, right? For things that could go wrong, misuse of the technologies as with any technologies, right? So I think there's always trade-offs, and I as a society we've kind of solved these to some extent in the past. So I'm hoping that by having the researchers and the whole community brainstorm and come up with interesting solutions to the new things that will happen in the future, that we can still also push the research to the avenue that I think is kind of the greatest avenue, which is to understand intelligence, right? How are we doing what we're doing? And obviously from a scientific standpoint, that is kind of the drive, my personal drive, or all the time that I spend doing what I'm doing, really.
Where do you see the deep learning as a field heading? Where do you think the next big breakthrough might be?
So I think deep learning, I discussed a little of this before. Deep learning has to be combined with some form of discretization, program synthesis. I think that's kind of, as a research in itself, is an interesting topic to expand and start doing more research. And then as kind of what will deep learning enable to do in the future. I don't think that's going to be what's going to happen this year, but also this idea of starting not to throw away all the weights, that this idea of learning to learn, and really having these agents not having to restart their weights, and you can have an agent that is kind of solving or classifying images on ImageNet, but also generating speech if you ask it to generate some speech, and it should really be kind of almost the same network, but might not be a neural network. It might be a neural network with a optimization algorithm attached to it. But I think this idea of generalization to new tasks is something that we first must define good benchmarks, but then I think that's going to be exciting, and I'm not sure how close we are, but I think if you have a very limited domain, I think we can start doing some progress, and much like how we did a lot of progress in computer vision, we should start thinking. I really like a talk that Leon Boutou gave at ICML a few years ago, which is this train test paradigm should be broken. We should stop thinking about a training test, a training set and a test set, and these are closed, things that are untouchable. I think we should go beyond these, and in meta learning we call this the meta training set and the meta test set, which is really thinking about, if I know about ImageNet, why would that network not work on MNIST, which is a much simpler problem? But right now it really doesn't. But it just feels wrong, right? So I think that's kind of on the application or the benchmark side, we probably will see quite a few more interest and progress, and hopefully people defining new and exciting challenges in the field.
Do you have any hope or interest in knowledge graphs within this context? So just kind of
Totally, yeah.
constructing graphs, so going back to graphs.
Yeah, well,
neural networks and graphs, but I mean a different kind of knowledge graph, sort of like semantic graphs or those concepts.
Yeah. So I think the idea of graphs is so I've been quite interested in sequences first, and then more interesting or different data structures like graphs, and I've studied graph neural networks in the last 3 years or so. I found these models just very interesting from like deep learning standpoint. But then what do we want? Why do we want these models, and why would we use them? What's the application? What's kind of the killer application of graphs, right? And perhaps if we could extract a knowledge graph from Wikipedia automatically, right? That would be interesting, because then these graphs have this very interesting structure that also is a bit more compatible with this idea of programs and deep learning kind of working together, jumping neighborhoods and so on. You could imagine defining some primitives to go around graphs, right? So I think I really like the idea of a knowledge graph, and in fact, when we started, or as part of the research we did for StarCraft, I thought, wouldn't it be cool to give the graph of all the like there's all these buildings that depend on each other, and units that have prerequisites of being built by that, and so this is information that the network can learn and extract. But it would have been great to see, or to think of really StarCraft as a giant graph that even also as the game evolves, you kind of start taking branches and so on. We did a bit of research on this, nothing too relevant, but I really like the idea.
And it has elements that are, which is something you also worked with in terms of visualizing neural networks, has elements of having human interpretable, being able to generate knowledge representations that are human interpretable, that maybe human experts can then tweak or at least understand. So there's a lot of interesting aspects there. And for me personally, I'm just a huge fan of Wikipedia, and it's a shame that our neural networks aren't taking advantage of all the structured knowledge that's on the web. What's next for you? What's next for DeepMind? What are you excited about? What for AlphaStar?
Yeah, so I think the obvious next step would be to apply AlphaStar to other races. I mean, that sort of shows that the algorithm works, because we wouldn't want to have created by mistake something in the architecture that happens to work for Protoss but not for other races, right? So as verification, I think that's an obvious next step that we are working on. And then I would like to see, so agents and players can specialize on different skill sets that allow them to be very good. I think we've seen AlphaStar understanding very well when to take battles and when to not do that. Also very good at micromanagement and moving the units around and so on. And also very good at producing non-stop and trading off economy with building units. But I have not perhaps seen as much as I would like this idea of the poker idea that you mentioned, right? I'm not sure StarCraft, or AlphaStar rather, has developed a very deep understanding of what the opponent is doing and reacting to that and sort of trying to trick the player to do something else, or that, so this kind of reasoning I would like to see more. So I think purely from a research standpoint, there's perhaps also quite a few things to be done there in the domain of StarCraft.
Yeah, in the domain of games, I've seen some interesting work in sort of in auctions, manipulating other players, so forming a belief state and just messing with people.
Yeah, it's called theory of mind.
Theory of mind.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating.
Exactly. Theory of mind on StarCraft is kind of, they're really made for each other.
Yeah.
So that would be very exciting to see those techniques applied to StarCraft, or perhaps StarCraft driving new techniques, right? As I said, this is always the tension between the two.
Wow. Oriel, thank you so much for talking today.
Awesome. It was great to be here. Thanks.
The following is a conversation with Chris Latner. Currently, he's a senior director of Google, working on several projects including CPU, GPU, TPU accelerators for TensorFlow, Swift for TensorFlow, and all kinds of machine learning compiler magic going on behind the scenes. He's one of the top experts in the world on compiler technologies, which means he deeply understands the intricacies of how hardware and software come together to create efficient code. He created the LLVM compiler infrastructure project and the Clang compiler. He led major engineering efforts at Apple, including the creation of the Swift programming language. He also briefly spent time at Tesla as vice president of Autopilot software during the transition from Autopilot Hardware 1 to Hardware 2, when Tesla essentially started from scratch to build an in-house software infrastructure for Autopilot. I could have easily talked to Chris for many more hours. Compiling code down across the levels of abstraction is one of the most fundamental and fascinating aspects of what computers do, and he is one of the world's experts in this process. It's rigorous science, and it's messy, beautiful art. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Chris Latner. What was the first program you've ever written?
My first program.
Back. And when was it?
I think I started as a kid, and my parents got a basic programming book. And so when I started, it was typing out programs from a book and seeing how they worked, and then typing them in raw and trying to figure out why they were not working right. So,
Basic. What was the first language that you remember yourself maybe falling in love with, like really connecting with?
I don't know. I mean, mean, I feel like I've learned a lot along the way, and each of them have a different special thing about them. So I started in BASIC, and then went like GW BASIC, which was the thing back in the DOS days, and then upgraded to Q BASIC, and eventually Quick BASIC, which are all slightly more fancy versions of Microsoft BASIC. Made the jump to Pascal and started doing machine language programming and assembly in Pascal, which was really cool. Pascal was amazing for its day. Eventually got into C, C++, and then kind of did lots of other weird things.
I feel like you took the dark path, which is the you could have gone Lisp.
Yeah.
You could have gone higher level, sort of functional, philosophical, hippie route.
Yeah.
Instead, you went into like the dark arts of the
straight into the machine.
Straight to the
machine. So started with BASIC, Pascal, and then assembly, and then wrote a lot of assembly. And
why?
Eventually did Smalltalk and other things like that, but that was not the starting point.
But what is this journey to C? Is that in high school? Is that in college?
That was in high school. Yeah. So and then that was really about trying to be able to do more powerful things than what Pascal could do, and also to learn a different world. C was really confusing to me with pointers and syntax and everything. It took a while, but Pascal is much more principled in various ways. C is more. I mean, it has its historical roots, but it's not as easy to learn.
With pointers, there's this memory management thing that you have to become conscious of. Is that the first time you start to understand that there's resources that you're supposed to manage?
Yeah. Well, so you have that in Pascal as well, but in Pascal, these like the caret and star, and there's some small differences like that, but it's not about pointer arithmetic. And in C, you end up thinking about how things get laid out in memory a lot more. And so in Pascal, you have allocating and deallocating and owning the memory, but just the programs are simpler, and you don't have to. Well, for example, Pascal has a string type, and so you can think about a string instead of an array of characters which are consecutive in memory. And so it's a little bit of a higher level abstraction.
So let's get into it. Let's talk about LLVM, C-Lang, and compilers.
Sure.
So can you tell me first what LLVM and C-Lang are, and how is it that you find yourself the creator and lead developer of one of the most powerful compiler optimization systems we use today?
Sure. So I guess they're different things. So let's start with what is a compiler? Is that a good place to start?
What are the phases of a compiler? What are the parts? Yeah. What is it?
So what is even a compiler used for? So the way I look at this is you have a two-sided problem of you have humans that need to write code, and then you have machines that need to run the program that the human wrote. And for lots of reasons, the humans don't want to be writing in binary and want to think about every piece of hardware. And so at the same time that you have lots of humans, you also have lots of kinds of hardware. And so compilers are the art of allowing humans to think at a level of abstraction that they want to think about, and then get that program, get the thing that they wrote, to run on a specific piece of hardware. And the interesting and exciting part of all this is that there's now lots of different kinds of hardware, chips like x86 and PowerPC and ARM and things like that, but also high-performance accelerators for machine learning and other things like that are also just different kinds of hardware. GPUs, those are new kinds of hardware. And at the same time, on the programming side of it, you have BASIC, you have C, you have JavaScript, you have Python, you have Swift, you have like lots of other languages that are all trying to talk to the human in a different way to make them more expressive and capable and powerful. And so compilers are the thing that goes from one to the other. Now,
end to end, from the very beginning to
end to end. And so you go from what the human wrote, and programming languages end up being about expressing intent, not just for the compiler and the hardware, but the programming language's job is really to capture an expression of what the programmer wanted that then can be maintained and adapted and evolved by other humans, as well as interpreted by the compiler. So when you look at this problem, you have, on one hand, humans, which are complicated, and you have hardware, which is complicated. And so compilers typically work in multiple phases. And so the software engineering challenge that you have here is trying to get maximum reuse out of the amount of code that you write, because these compilers are very complicated. And so the way it typically works out is that you have something called a front end or a parser that is language specific. And so you you'll have a C parser, that's what Clang is, or C++ or JavaScript or Python or whatever, that's the front end. Then you'll have a middle part, which is often the optimizer, and then you'll have a late part, which is hardware specific. And so compilers end up, there's many different layers often, but these three big groups are very common in compilers. And what LLVM is trying to do is trying to standardize that middle and last part. And so one of the cool things about LLVM is that there are a lot of different languages that compile through to it. And so things like Split, but also Julia, Rust, Clang for C, C++, Objective-C. Like these are all very different languages, and they can all use the same optimization infrastructure, which gives better performance, and the same code generation infrastructure for hardware support. And so LLVM is really that layer that is common that all these different specific compilers can use.
And is it a standard, like a specification, or is it literally an implementation?
It's an implementation, and so it's. I think there's a couple of different ways of looking at it, right? Because it depends on which angle you're looking at it from. LLVM ends up being a bunch of code. Okay, so it's a bunch of code that people reuse and they build compilers with. We call it a compiler infrastructure because it's kind of the underlying platform that you build a concrete compiler on top of. But it's also a community, and the LLVM community is hundreds of people that all collaborate. And one of the most fascinating things about LLVM over the course of time is that we've managed somehow to successfully get harsh competitors in the commercial space to collaborate on shared infrastructure. And so you have Google and Apple, you have AMD and Intel, you have NVIDIA and AMD on the graphics side, you have Cray and everybody else doing these things, and like all these companies are collaborating together to make that shared infrastructure really, really great. And they do this not out of the goodness of their heart, but they do it because it's in their commercial interest of having really great infrastructure that they can build on top of, and facing the reality that it's so expensive that no one company, even the big companies, no one company really wants to implement it all themselves.
Expensive or difficult?
Both. That's a great point because it's also about the skill sets, and these the skill sets are very hard to find.
How big is the LLVM? It always seems like with open source projects, the kind, and LLVM is open source?
Yes, it's open source. It's 19 years old now, so it's fairly old.
It seems like the magic often happens in a very small circle of people.
Yes.
Like at least the early birth and whatever.
Yes. So the LLVM came from a university project. So I was at the University of Illinois, and there it was myself and my advisor, and then a team of 2 or 3 research students in the research group, and we built many of the core pieces initially. I then graduated and went to Apple, and Apple brought it to the products, first in the OpenGL graphics stack, but eventually to the C compiler realm, and eventually built Clang, and eventually built Swift and these things. Along the way, building a team of people that are really amazing compiler engineers that helped build a lot of that. And so as it was gaining momentum, and as Apple was using it, being open source and public, and encouraging contribution, many others, for example, Google, came in and started contributing. And in some cases, Google effectively owns Clang now because it cares so much about C++ and the evolution of that ecosystem. And so it's investing a lot in the C++ world and the tooling and things like that. And so likewise, NVIDIA cares a lot about CUDA. And so CUDA uses Clang and uses LLVM for graphics and GPU.
And so when you first started as a master's project, I guess, did you think it's going to go as far as it went? Were you crazy ambitious about it?
No.
It seems like a really difficult undertaking, a brave one.
Yeah, no, it was nothing like that. So, I mean, my goal when I went to the University of Illinois was to get in and out with a non-thesis master's in a year and get back to work. So, I was not planning to stay for 5 years and build this massive infrastructure. I got nerd sniped into staying, and a lot of it was because LLVM was fun, and I was building cool stuff and learning really interesting things, and facing both software engineering challenges, but also learning how to work in a team and things like that. I had worked at many companies as interns before that, but it was really a different thing to have a team of people that were working together and trying to collaborate in version control, and it was just a little bit different.
Like I said, I just talked to Don Canute, and he believes that 2% of the world population have something weird with their brain, that they're geeks. They understand computers. They're connected to computers. He put it at exactly 2%. Okay, so
Is this specific guy?
it's very specific. But he says I can't prove it, but it's very empirically there. Is there something that attracts you to the idea of optimizing code? I mean, it seems like that's one of the biggest, coolest things about LLVM.
Yeah, that's one of the major things it does. So I got into that because of a person, actually. So when I was in my undergraduate, I had an advisor, or a professor named Steve Begdahl. And I went to this little tiny private school. There were like 7 or 9 people in my computer science department, students in my class. So it was a very tiny, very, very small school. It was kind of a wart on the side of the math department kind of a thing at the time. I think it's evolved a lot in the many years since then. But Steve Begdahl was a compiler guy, and he was super passionate. And his passion rubbed off on me. And one of the things I like about compilers is that they're large, complicated software pieces. And so one of the culminating classes that many computer science departments, at least at the time, did was to say that you take algorithms and data structures and all these core classes, but then the compilers class was one of the last classes you take because it pulls everything together, and then you work on one piece of code over the entire semester. And so you keep building on your own work, which is really interesting. It's also very challenging because in many classes, if you don't get the project done, you just forget about it and move on to the next one and get your B or whatever it is. But here you have to live with the decisions you make and continue to reinvest in it. And I really like that. And so I did an extra study project with him the following semester, and he was just really great. And he was also a great mentor in a lot of ways. And so from him and from his advice, he encouraged me to go to graduate school. I wasn't super excited about going to grad school. I wanted the master's degree, but I didn't want to be an academic. And but like I said, I kind of got tricked into staying and was having a lot of fun, and I definitely do not regret it.
What aspects of compilers were things you connected with? So LLVM. There's also the other part. This is really interesting. If you're interested in languages, parsing, just analyzing analyzing the language, breaking it down, parsing, so on. Was that interesting to you, or were you more interested in optimization?
For me, it was more. So I'm not really a math person. I can do math. I understand some bits of it when I get into it, but math was never the thing that attracted me. And so a lot of the parser part of the compiler has a lot of good formal theories that Don, for example, knows quite well. Still waiting for his book on that. But I just like building a thing and seeing what it could do and exploring and getting to do more things and then setting new goals and reaching for them. And in the case of LLVM, when I started working on that, my research advisor that I was working for was a compiler guy. And so he and I specifically found each other because we were both interested in compilers, and so I started working with him and taking his class. And a lot of LLVM initially was, it's fun implementing all the standard algorithms and all the things that people have been talking about and were well known, and they were in the curricula for advanced studies in compilers. And so just being able to build that was really fun, and I was learning a lot by, instead of reading about it, just building. And so I enjoyed that.
So you said compilers are these complicated systems. Can you even just, with language, try to describe, how you turn a C++ program into code? Like, what are the hard parts? Why is it so hard?
So I'll give you examples of the hard parts of language. So C++ is a very complicated programming language. It's something like 1,400 pages in the spec. So C++ by itself is crazy complicated.
Can we just start and pause? What makes a language complicated in terms of what's syntactically?
So it's what they call syntax, so the actual how the characters are arranged, yes. It's also semantics, how it behaves. It's also, in the case of C++, there's a huge amount of history. C++ builds on top of C. You play that forward, and then a bunch of suboptimal, in some cases, decisions were made, and they compound. And then more and more and more things keep getting added to C++, and it will probably never stop. But the language is very complicated from that perspective. And so the interactions between subsystems is very complicated. There's just a lot there. And when you talk about the front end, one of the major challenges, which playing as a project, the C compiler that I built, I and many people built, one of the challenges we took on was we looked at GCC. Okay, GCC at the time was like a really good industry standardized compiler that had really consolidated a lot of the other compilers in the world and was a standard, but it wasn't really great for research. The design was very difficult to work with, and it was full of global variables and other things that made it very difficult to reuse in ways that it wasn't originally designed for. And so with Clang, one of the things that we want to do is push forward on better user interface, so make error messages that are just better than GCC's. And that's actually hard because you have to do a lot of bookkeeping in an efficient way to be able to do that. We want to make compile time better. And so compile time is about making it efficient, which is also really hard when you're keeping track of extra information. We wanted to make new tools available. So refactoring tools and other analysis tools that GCC never supported, also leveraging the extra information we kept, but enabling those new classes and tools that then get built into IDEs. And so that's been one of the areas that Clang has really helped push the world forward in, is in the tooling for C and C++, things like that. But C++ and the front end piece is complicated. You have to build syntax trees, and you have to check every rule in the spec, and you have to turn that back into an error message to the human that the human can understand when they do something wrong. But then you start doing the what's called lowering, so going from C++ in the way that it represents code down to the machine. And when you do that, there's many different phases you go through. Often there are, I think LLVM has something like 150 different what are called passes in the compiler that the code passes through, and these get organized in very complicated ways, which affect the generated code and performance and compile time and many other things.
What are they passing through? So after you do the Clang parsing, what's the graph? What does it look like? What's the data structure here?
Yeah, so in the parser, it's usually a tree. It's called an abstract syntax tree. And so the idea is you have a node for the plus the human wrote in their code, or the function call, you'll have a node for call the function that they call and the arguments they pass, things like that. This then gets lowered into what's called an intermediate representation. And intermediate representations are like LLVM has one. And there it's it's what's called a control flow graph. And so you represent each operation in the program as a very simple, like, this is going to add two numbers, this is going to multiply two things, maybe we'll do a call, but then they get put in what are called blocks. And so you get blocks of these straight line operations. Instead of being nested like in a tree, it's straight line operations, and so there's a sequence and ordering of these operations.
And within the block or outside the block?
That's within the block. And so it's a straight line sequence of operations within the block, and then you have branches, like conditional branches between blocks. And so when you write a loop, for example, in a syntax tree, you would have a for node, like for a for statement in a C-like language, you'd have a for node, and you have a pointer to the expression for the initializer, a pointer to the expression for the increment, a pointer to the expression for the comparison, a pointer to the body. Okay, and these are all nested underneath it. In a control flow graph, you get up goes out, and so it's more of an assembly level kind of representation. But the nice thing about this level of representation is it's much more language independent, and so there's lots of different kinds of languages with different kinds of JavaScript has a lot of different ideas of what is false, for example, and all that can stay in the front end, but then that middle part can be shared across all those.
How close is that intermediate representation to neural networks, for example, and those of neural network graph? Are they neighbors or what?
They're quite different in details, but they're very similar in idea. So one of the things that neural networks do is they learn representations for data at different levels of abstraction, right? And then they transform those through layers, right? So the compiler does very similar things, but one of the things the compiler does is it has relatively few transformations are often applied iteratively, and for programmers there's familiar types of things. For example, trying to find expressions inside of a loop and pulling them out of a loop, so if they execute through times, or find redundant computation, or find constant folding or other simplifications, turning 2 times x into x shift left by 1, and things like this are all the examples of the things that happen. But compilers end up getting a lot of theorem proving and other kinds of algorithms that try to find higher level properties of the program that then can be used by the optimizer.
Cool. So what's like the biggest bang for the buck with optimization? What's
Today? Yeah.
Well, no, not even today. At the very beginning, the 80s. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So for the 80s, a lot of it was things like register allocation. So the idea of in a modern a microprocessor, what you'll end up having is you'll end up having memory, which is relatively slow, and then you have registers, relatively fast. But registers, you don't have very many of them. Okay, and so when you're writing a bunch of code, you're just saying like compute this, put in temporary variable, compute this, put in temporary variable. I have a loop, I have some other stuff going on. Well, now you're running on an x86, like a desktop PC or something. Well, it only has, in some cases, some modes, 8 registers. Right? And so now the compiler has to choose what values get put in what registers at what points in the program. And this is actually a really big deal. So if you think about, you have a loop, an inner loop that executes millions of times in the loop. If you're doing loads and stores inside that loop, then it's going to be really slow. But if you can somehow fit all the values inside that loop in registers, now it's really fast. And so getting that right requires a lot of work because there's many different ways to do that. And often what the compiler ends up doing is it ends up thinking about things in a different representation than what the human wrote. Right? You wrote int x. Well, the compiler thinks about that as 4 different values, each which have different lifetimes across the function that it's in, and each of those can be put in a register or memory or different memory, or maybe in some parts of the code recomputed instead of stored and reloaded. And there are many of these different kinds of techniques that can be used.
So it's adding almost like a time dimension to. It's trying to optimize across time. So it's considering when you're programming, you're not thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the RISC era made things. So RISC chips, RISC. The RISC chips as opposed to CISC chips. The RISC chips made things more complicated for the compiler because what they ended up doing is ending up adding pipelines to the processor where the processor can do more than one thing at a time. But this means that the order of operations matters a lot. And so one of the classical compiler techniques that you use is called scheduling. And so moving the instructions around so that the processor can keep its pipelines full instead of stalling and getting blocked. And so there's a lot of things like that that are kind of bread and butter compiler techniques that have been studied a lot over the course of decades now. But the engineering side of making them real is also still quite hard. And you talk about machine learning. This is a huge opportunity for machine learning because many of these algorithms are full of these like hokey hand-rolled heuristics which work well on specific benchmarks but don't generalize and are full of magic numbers. And I hear there's some techniques that are good at handling that.
So what would be if you were to apply machine learning to this, what's the thing you're trying to optimize? Is it ultimately the running time?
Yeah. You could pick your metric, and there's running time, there's memory use, there's lots of different things that you can optimize for. Code size is another one that some people care about in the embedded space.
Is this like thinking into the future, or is somebody actually been crazy enough to try to have machine learning based parameter tuning for optimization of compilers?
So this is something that is, I would say, research right now. There are a lot of research systems that have been applying search in various forms, and using reinforcement learning is one form, but also brute force search has been tried for quite a while. And usually these are in small problem spaces. So find the optimal way to code generate a matrix multiply for a GPU, right? Something like that, where you say there's a lot of design space of do you unroll loops a lot, do you execute multiple things in parallel, and there's many different confounding factors here because graphics cards have different numbers of threads and registers and execution ports and memory bandwidth and many different constraints that interact in nonlinear ways. And so search is very powerful for that, and it gets used in certain ways, but it's not very structured. This is something that we as an industry need to fix.
You said 80s, but have there been like big jumps in improvement and optimization?
Yeah.
Since then, or what's?
Yeah. So it's largely been driven by hardware. So it's hardware and software. So in the mid '90s, Java totally changed the world, right? And I'm still amazed by how much change was introduced by the
way, or
in a good way. So like reflecting back, Java introduced things like all at once introduced things like JIT compilation. I mean, none of these were novel, but it pulled it together and made it mainstream and made people invest in it. JIT compilation, garbage collection, portable code, safe code, like memory safe code, like a very dynamic dispatch execution model. Like many of these things, which have been done in research systems and been done in small ways in various places, really came to the forefront, really changed how things worked, and therefore changed the way people thought about the problem. JavaScript was another major cool change based on the way it works. But also on the hardware side of things, multi-core and vector instructions really change the problem space and are very they don't remove any of the problems that compilers faced in the past, but they add new kinds of problems of how do you find enough work to keep a 4-wide vector busy, right? Or if you're doing a matrix multiplication, how do you do different columns out of that matrix at the same time, and how do you maximally utilize the arithmetic compute that one core has, and then how do you take it to multiple cores?
How did the whole virtual machine thing change the compilation pipeline?
So what the Java virtual machine does is it splits, just like I was talking about before, where you have a front end that parses the code, and then you have an intermediate representation that gets transformed. What Java did was they said, we will parse the code and then compile it to what's known as Java bytecode. And that bytecode is now a portable code representation that is industry standard and locked down and can't change. And then the back part of the compiler that does optimization and code generation can now be built by different vendors. And Java bytecode can be shipped around across the wire. It's memory safe and relatively trusted.
And because of that, it can run in the browser.
That's why it runs in the browser. Right? And so that way you can be in, again, back in the day, you would write a Java applet and you'd use it as a web developer, you'd build this mini app that would run on a web page. Well, a user of that is running a web browser on their computer. You download that Java bytecode, which can be trusted, and then you do all the compiler stuff on your machine, so that you know that you trust that.
Now, is that a good idea or a bad idea?
It's a great idea. I mean, it's a great idea for certain problems. And I'm very much a believer that technology is itself neither good nor bad. It's how you apply it. This would be a very, very bad thing for very low levels of the software stack, but in terms of solving some of these software portability and transparency or portability problems, I think it's been really good. Now, Java ultimately didn't win out on the desktop. There are good reasons for that, but it's been very successful on servers and in many places. It's been a very successful thing over decades.
So what has been LLVMs and C-Lang's improvements in optimization that throughout its history? What are some moments where you had setback and really proud of what's been accomplished?
Yeah, I think that the interesting thing about LLVM is not the innovations in compiler research. It has very good implementations of various important algorithms, no doubt. And a lot of really smart people have worked on it. But I think that the thing that's most profound about LLVM is that through standardization, it made things possible that otherwise wouldn't have happened. Okay? And so interesting things that have happened with LLVM, for example, Sony has picked up LLVM and used it to do all the graphics compilation in their movie production pipeline. And so now they're able to have better special effects because of LLVM. That's kind of cool. That's not what it was designed for, right? But that's the sign of good infrastructure when it can be used in ways it was never designed for because it has good layering and software engineering and it's composable and things like that.
Which is where, as you said, it differs from GCC.
Yes. GCC is also great in various ways, but it's not as good as infrastructure technology. It's really a C compiler or it's a Fortran compiler. It's not infrastructure in the same way.
Is it now you can tell I don't know what I'm talking about because I keep saying C-Lang. You can always tell when a person is close by the way they pronounce something. I don't think have I ever used Clang?
Entirely possible. You've used code that's generated probably. So Clang and LLVM are used to compile all the apps on the iPhone effectively, and the OSs. It compiles Google's production server applications. It's used to build GameCube games and PlayStation 4 and
Linux has been, I believe, always GCC.
Yeah, I think Linux still defaults to GCC.
And is there a reason for that, or is it?
It's a combination of technical and social reasons. Many Linux developers do use Clang, but the distributions, for lots of reasons, use GCC historically, and they've not switched.
It's just anecdotally online. It seems that LLVM has either reached the level of GCC or superseded on different features or whatever.
The way I would say it is that they're so close it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they're slightly better in some ways, slightly worse in other ways, but it doesn't actually really matter anymore at level.
So in terms of optimization, breakthroughs, it's just been solid incremental work.
Yeah, which describes a lot of compilers. The hard thing about compilers, in my experience, is the engineering, the software engineering, making it so that you can have hundreds of people collaborating on really detailed, low-level work and scaling that, and that's really hard, and that's one of the things I think LLVM has done well. And that kind of goes back to the original design goals with it to be modular and things like that. And incidentally, I don't want to take all the credit for this, right? I mean, some of the best parts about LLVM is that it was designed to be modular. And when I started, I would write, for example, a register allocator, and then somebody much smarter than me would come in and pull it out and replace it with something else that they would come up with. And because it's modular, they were able to do that. And that's one of the challenges with GCC, for example, is replacing subsystems is incredibly difficult. It can be done, but it wasn't designed for that. And that's one of the reasons that LLVM's been very successful in the research world as well.
But in a community sense, Widow van Rossum, right, from Python, just retired from, what is it, Benevolent Dictator for Life, right? So in managing this community of brilliant compiler folks, is there did it, for a time at least, fall on you to approve things?
Oh yeah, so I mean I still have something like an order of magnitude more patches in LLVM than anybody else, and many of those I wrote myself. But
you still write. I mean, you're still close to the I don't know what the expression is, to the metal. You still write code.
Yeah, I still write code. Not as much as I was able to in grad school, but that's an important part of my identity. But the way that LLVM has worked over time is that when I was a grad student, I could do all the work and steer everything and review every patch and make sure everything was done exactly the way my opinionated sense felt like it should be done, and that was fine. But as things scale, you can't do that, right? And so what ends up happening is LLVM has a hierarchical system of what's called code owners. These code owners are given the responsibility not to do all the work, not necessarily to review all the patches, but to make sure that the patches do get reviewed, and make sure that the right thing's happening architecturally in their area. And so what you'll see that, for example, hardware manufacturers end up owning the hardware-specific parts of their hardware. That's very common. Leaders in the community that have done really good work naturally become the de facto owner of something, and then usually somebody else is like, how about we make them the official code owner, and then we'll have somebody to make sure that all the patches get reviewed in a timely manner, and then everybody's like, yes, that's obvious, and then it happens, right? And usually it's a very organic thing, which is great. And so I'm nominally the top of that stack still, but I don't spend a lot of time reviewing patches. What I do is I help negotiate a lot of the technical disagreements that end up happening, and making sure that the community as a whole makes progress and is moving in the right direction, and doing that. So we also started a nonprofit 7 years ago, and time's gone away. And the nonprofit, the LLVM Foundation nonprofit, helps oversee all the business sides of things and make sure that the events that the LLVM community has are funded and set up and run correctly and stuff like that. But the foundation is very much stays out of the technical side of where the project is going.
Right. So it sounds like a lot of it is just organic.
Yeah, well, and LLVM is almost 20 years old, which is hard to believe. And somebody pointed out to me recently that LLVM is now older than GCC was when LLVM started. Right. So time has a way of getting away from you, but the good thing about that is it has a really robust, really amazing community of people that are in their professional lives spread across lots of different companies, but it's a community community of people that are interested in similar kinds of problems and have been working together effectively for years and have a lot of trust and respect for each other, and even if they don't always agree, that we're able to find a path forward.
So then, in a slightly different flavor of effort, you started with Apple in 2005 with the task of making, I guess, LLVM production ready, and then eventually 2013 to 2017 leading the entire developer tools department. We're talking about LLVM, Xcode, Objective-C to Swift. So, in a quick overview of your time there, what were the challenges? First of all, leading such a huge group of developers. What was the big motivator, dream, mission behind creating Swift, the early birth of it from Objective-C and so on, and Xcode?
So these are different questions.
Yeah, I know. But
okay, so I'll
talk about the other stuff.
Yeah, I'll stay on the technical side, then we can talk about the big team pieces. If that's okay.
Sure.
So, to really oversimplify many years of hard work, LLVM joined Apple, became a thing, became successful, and became deployed. But then there was a question about how do we actually parse the source code? So LLVM is that back part, the optimizer and the code generator. And LLVM was really good for Apple as it went through a couple of hardware transitions. I joined right at the time of the Intel transition, for example, and 64-bit transitions, and then the transition to ARM with the iPhone, and so LLVM was very useful for some of these kinds of things. But at the same time, there's a lot of questions around developer experience. And so if you're a programmer pounding out at the time Objective-C code, the error message you get, the compile time, the turnaround cycle, the tooling in the IDE were not great, or not as good as they could be. And so, as I occasionally do, I'm like, well, okay, how hard is it to write a C compiler? And so I'm not going to commit to anybody. I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm just going to do it on nights and weekends and start working on it. And then, I build up and see there's this thing called the preprocessor, which people don't like, but it's actually really hard and complicated. It includes a bunch of really weird things like trigraphs and other stuff like that that are really nasty, and it's the crux of a bunch of the performance issues in the compiler. Started working on the parser and kind of got to the point where I'm like, you know what? We could actually do this. Everybody's saying that this is impossible to do, but it's actually just hard. It's not impossible. And eventually told my manager about it, and he's like, oh, wow, this is great. We do need to solve this problem. Oh, this is great. We can get you one other person to work with you on this, And slowly a team is formed, and it starts taking off. And C++, for example, huge, complicated language. People always assume that it's impossible to implement, and very nearly impossible, but it's just really, really hard. And the way to get there is to build it one piece at a time, incrementally. And that was only possible because we were lucky to hire some really exceptional engineers that knew various parts of it very well and could do great things. Swift was kind of a similar thing. So Swift came from, we were just finishing off the first version of C++ support in Clang. And C++ is a very formidable and very important language, but it's also ugly in lots of ways. And you can't implement C++ without thinking there has to be a better thing. Right? And so I started working on Swift, again, with no hope or ambition that we go anywhere, just let's see what could be done, let's play around with this thing. It was, me in my spare time, not telling anybody about it, kind of a thing. And it made some good progress. I'm like, actually, it would make sense to do this. At the same time, I started talking with the senior VP of software at the time, a guy named Bertrand Soulé. Bertrand was very encouraging. He was like, well, let's have fun, let's talk about this. And he was a little bit of a language guy, and so he helped guide some of the early work and encouraged me and got things off the ground. And eventually told my manager and told other people, and it started making progress. The complicating thing with Swift was that the idea of doing a new language is not obvious to anybody, including myself. And the tone at the time was that the iPhone was successful because of Objective-C.
Right. Oh, interesting. Not despite of, or just
correct.
Because of.
And you have to understand that at the time, Apple was hiring software people that loved Objective-C. Right? And it wasn't that they came despite Objective-C. They loved Objective-C, and that's why they got hired. And so you had a software team that the leadership in in many cases went all the way back to Next, where Objective-C really became real. And so they, quote unquote, grew up writing Objective-C, and many of the individual engineers all were hired because they loved Objective-C. And so this notion of, okay, let's do new language was kind of heretical in many ways, right? Meanwhile, my sense was that the outside community wasn't really in love with Objective-C. Some people were, and some of the most outspoken people were, but other people were hitting challenges because it has very sharp corners and it's difficult to learn. And so one of the challenges of making Swift happen that was totally non-technical is the social part of what do we do? Like if we do a new language, which at Apple many things happen that don't ship, right? So if we ship it, what is the metrics of success? Why would we do this? Why wouldn't we make Objective-C better? If Objective-C has problems, let's file off those rough corners and edges. And one of the major things that became the reason to do this was this notion of safety, memory safety. And the way Objective-C works is that a lot of the object system and everything else is built on top of pointers in C. Objective-C is an extension on top of C. And so pointers are unsafe, and if you get rid of the pointers, it's not Objective-C anymore. And so fundamentally, that was an issue that you could not fix safety, memory safety, without fundamentally changing the language. And so once we got through that part of the mental process and the thought process, it became a design process of saying, okay, well, if we're going to do something new, what is good? Like, how do we think about this, and what do we like, and what are we looking for? And that was a very different phase of it.
So what are some design choices early on in Swift? Like we're talking about braces. Are you making a typed language or not?
Yeah.
All those kinds of things.
Yeah, so some of those were obvious given the context. So a typed language, for example, Objective-C is a typed language, and going with an untyped language wasn't really seriously considered. We wanted the performance, and we wanted refactoring tools and other things like that to go with typed languages.
Quick dumb question.
Yeah.
Was it obvious? I think this would be a dumb question, but was it obvious that the language has to be a compiled language? Not an.
Yes, that's not a dumb question. Earlier, I think late 90s, Apple had seriously considered moving its development experience to Java. But Swift started in 2010, which was several years after the iPhone. It was when the iPhone was definitely on an upward trajectory, and the iPhone was still extremely, and is still a bit memory constrained, right? And so being able to compile the code and then ship it, and then having standalone code that is not JIT compiled is a very big deal, and it's very much part of the Apple value system. Now, JavaScript's also a thing, right? I mean, it's not that this is exclusive, and technologies are good depending on how they're applied, right? But in the design of Swift, saying like, how can we make Objective-C better, right? Objective-C is dynamically compiled, and that was the contiguous, natural thing to do.
Just skip ahead a little bit. We'll go right back. Just as a question, as you think about today in 2019, your work with Google, TensorFlow, and so on is again compilation, static compilation.
The right thing.
Still the right thing.
Yeah. So the funny thing after working on compilers for a really long time is that, and this is one of the things that LLVM has helped with, is that I don't look at compilations being static or dynamic or interpreted or not. This is a spectrum. And one of the cool things about Swift is that Swift is not just statically compiled. It's actually dynamically compiled as well. And it can also be interpreted, though nobody's actually done that. And so what ends up happening when you use Swift in a workbook, for example in Colab or in Jupyter, is it's actually dynamically compiling the statements as you execute them. And so this gets back to the software engineering problems, right? Where if you layer the stack properly, you can actually completely change how and when things get compiled because you have the right abstractions there. And so the way that a Colab workbook works with Swift is that when you start typing into it, it creates a process, a Unix process, and then each line of code you type in, it compiles it through the Swift compiler, the front end part, and then sends it through the optimizer, JIT compiles machine code, and then injects it into that process. And so as you're typing new stuff, it's like squirting in new code, one of the things with Swift that was, for me, a very strong design point is to make it so that you can learn it very quickly. And so from a language design perspective, the thing that I always come back to is this UI principle of progressive disclosure of complexity. And so in Swift, you can start by saying print, quote, hello world, quote, right? And there's no /n, just like Python, one line of code, no main, no header files, no public static class void, blah, 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 string, like Java has, right? So one line of code, right? And you can teach that, and it works great. Then you can say, well, let's introduce variables. And so declare a variable with var, so var x equals 4. What is a variable? You can use x plus 1. This is what it means. Then you can say, well, how about control flow? Well, this is what an if statement is. This is what a for statement is. This is what a while statement is. And you can say, let's introduce functions, right? And many languages like Python have had this kind of notion of let's introduce small things, and then you can add complexity. Then you can introduce classes, and then you can add generics and things in Swift, and then you can build modules and build out in terms of the things that you're expressing. But this is not very typical for compiled languages. And so this was a very strong design point, and one of the reasons that Swift in general is designed with this factoring of complexity in mind, so that the language can express powerful things. You can write firmware in Swift if you want to, but it has a very high level appeal, which is really this perfect blend, because often you have very advanced library writers that want to be able to use the nitty-gritty details, but then other people just want to use the libraries and work at a higher abstraction level.
Kind of cool that I saw that you can just interoperability. I don't think I pronounced that word enough, but you can just drag in Python. It's just straight. You can import, like I saw this in the demo.
Yeah.
Import down. Like, how do you make that happen?
Yeah. Well,
what's up with this?
Yeah.
Is that as easy as it looks, or is it?
Yeah, it's as easy as it looks. That's not a stage magic hack or anything like that.
No, I don't mean from the user perspective. I mean from the implementation perspective. Make it happen.
So it's easy once all the pieces are in place. The way it works. So if you think about a dynamically typed language like Python, right, you can think about it in two different ways. You can say it has no type, right, which is what most people would say, or you can say it has one type, right, and you can say it has one type, and it's like the Python object. Right? The Python object gets passed around, and because there's only one type, it's implicit. Okay. And so what happens with Swift and Python talking to each other? Swift has lots of types. Right? It has arrays and it has strings and all like classes and that kind of stuff. But it now has a Python object type. Right? So there is one Python object type. And so when you say import NumPy, what you get is a Python object, which is the NumPy module. And then you say np.array, and it says, okay, hey Python object, I have no idea what you are. Give me your array member. Right? Okay, cool. It just uses dynamic stuff, talks to the Python interpreter, and says, hey Python, what's the .array member in that Python object? Gives you back another Python object. And now you say parentheses for the call and the arguments you're going to pass, and so then it says, hey, a Python object that is the result of np.array, call with these arguments. Right? And again, calling into the Python interpreter to do that work. And so right now, this is all really simple. And if you dive into the code, what you'll see is that the Python module in Swift is something like 1,200 lines of code or something. It's written in pure Swift. It's super simple, and it's built on top of the C interoperability because it just talks to the Python interpreter. But making that possible requires us to add two major language features to Swift to be able to express these dynamic calls and the dynamic member windows. And so what we've done over the last year is we've proposed, implemented, standardized, and contributed new language features to the Swift language in order to make it so it is really trivial. Right? And this is one of the things about Swift that is critical to this Swift for TensorFlow work, which is that we can actually add new language features, and the bar for adding those is high, but it's what makes it possible.
So you're now at Google doing incredible work on several things, including TensorFlow. So TensorFlow 2.0, or whatever leading up to 2.0, has by default in 2.0 has eager execution. And yet, in order to make code optimized for GPU or TPU or some of these systems, computation needs to be converted to a graph. So what's that process like? What are the challenges there?
Yeah, So I'm tangentially involved in this, but the way that it works with autograph is that you mark your function with a decorator, and when Python calls it, that decorator is invoked, and then it says, before I call this function, you can transform it. And so the way autograph works is, as far as I understand, is it actually uses the Python parser to go parse that, turn it into a syntax tree, now apply compiler techniques to, again, transform this down into TensorFlow graphs. And so you could think of it as saying, hey, I have an if statement, I'm going to create an if node in the graph, like we say df cond. You have a multiply, well, I'll turn that into a multiply node in the graph, and it becomes this tree transformation.
So where does the Swift for TensorFlow come in? Which is, parallels. For one, Swift is an interface, like Python is an interface to TensorFlow, but it seems like there's a lot more going on than just a different language interface. There's optimization methodologies.
Yeah. So the TensorFlow world has a couple of different, what I'd call front-end technologies. And so Swift and Python and Go and Rust and Julia and all these things share the TensorFlow graphs and all the runtime and everything that's labeled. And so Swift for TensorFlow is merely another front end for TensorFlow, just like any of these other systems are. There's a major difference between, I would say, three camps of technologies here. There's Python, which is a special case because the vast majority of the community efforts go into the Python interface, and Python has its own approaches for automatic differentiation, it has its own APIs, and all this kind of stuff. There's Swift, which I'll talk about in a second, and then there's kind of everything else. And so the everything else are effectively language bindings, so they call into the TensorFlow runtime, but they usually don't have automatic differentiation, or they usually don't provide anything other than APIs that call the C APIs in TensorFlow, so they're kind of wrappers for that. Swift is really kind of special, and it's a very different approach. Swift for TensorFlow is a very different approach, because there we're saying, let's look at all the problems that need to be solved in the full stack of the TensorFlow compilation process, if you think about it that way. Because TensorFlow is fundamentally a compiler. It takes models, and then it makes them go fast on hardware. That's what a compiler does. And it has a front end, it has an optimizer, and it has many backends. And so if you think about it the right way, or if you look at it in a particular way, like, it is a compiler. And so Swift is merely another front end, but it's saying, in the design principle is saying, let's look at all the problems that we face as machine learning practitioners, and what is the best possible way we can do that, given the fact that we can change literally anything in this entire stack. In Python, for example, where the vast majority of the engineering and effort is gone into, is constrained by being the best possible thing you can do with a Python library. There are no Python language features that are added because of machine learning that I'm aware of. They added a matrix multiplication operator with that, but that's as close as you get. And so with Swift, it's hard, but you can add language features to the language, and there's a community process for that. And so we look at these things and say, well, what is the right division of labor between the human programmer and the compiler? And Swift has a number of things that shift that balance. So because it has a type system, for example, it makes certain things possible for analysis of the code, and the compiler can automatically build graphs for you without you thinking about them. That's a big deal for the programmer. You just get free performance, you get clustering and fusion and optimization, things like that, without you as a programmer having to manually do it, because the compiler can do it for you. Automatic differentiation is another big deal, and it's, I think, one of the key contributions of the Swift for TensorFlow project is that there's this entire body of work on automatic differentiation that dates back to the Fortran days. People doing a tremendous amount of numerical computing in Fortran used to write these, what they call source-to-source translators, where you take a bunch of code, shove it into a mini compiler, and it would push out more Fortran code, but it would generate the backwards passes for your functions for you, the derivatives. And so in that work in the 70s, a tremendous number of optimizations, a tremendous number of techniques for fixing numerical instability and other kinds of very difficult to port into a world where in eager execution you get an off by off at a time. Like you need to be able to look at an entire function and be able to reason about what's going on. And so when you have a language integrated automatic differentiation, which is one of the things that the Swift project is focusing on, you can open all these techniques and reuse them in familiar ways. But the language integration piece has a bunch of design room in it, and it's also complicated.
The other piece of proposal here that's kind of interesting is TPUs. And
yes.
So, we're in a new world of deep learning.
Yes.
It constantly is changing, and I imagine, without disclosing anything, I imagine, you're still innovating on the TPU front too.
Indeed.
So, how much sort of interplay is there between software and hardware in trying to figure out how to together move towards an optimization?
Yes. There's an incredible amount. So we're on our third generation of TPUs, which are now 100 petaflops in a very large liquid-cooled box, a virtual box with no cover. And as you might imagine, we're not out of ideas yet. The great thing about TPUs is that they're a perfect example of hardware-software co-design. And so it's about saying, what hardware do we build to solve certain classes of machine learning problems? Well, the algorithms are changing. Like the hardware takes, in some cases, years to produce, right? And so you have to make bets and decide what is going to happen. And so, and what is the best way to spend the transistors to get the maximum, performance per watt or area per cost or like whatever it is that you're optimizing for. And so one of the amazing things about TPUs is this numeric format called bfloat16. bfloat16 is a compressed 16-bit floating point format, but it puts the bits in different places. In numeric terms, it has a smaller mantissa and a larger exponent. That means that it's less precise, but it can represent larger ranges of values, which in machine learning context is really important and useful because sometimes you have very small gradients you want to accumulate and very, very small numbers that are important to move things as you're learning, but sometimes you have very large magnitude numbers as well. And bfloat16 is not as precise, the mantissa is small, but it turns out that machine learning algorithms actually want to generalize. And so there's theories that this actually increases the ability for the network to generalize across data sets. And regardless of whether it's good or bad, it's much cheaper at the hardware level to implement because the area and time of a multiplier is n squared the number of bits in the mantissa, but it's linear with size of the exponent.
And you're connected to both efforts here, both on the hardware and the software side?
Yeah, and so that was a breakthrough coming from the research side and people working on optimizing network transport of weights across a network originally and trying to find ways to compress that. But then it got burned into silicon, and it's a key part of what makes TPU performance so amazing and great. Now, TPUs have many different aspects that are important, but the co-design between the low-level compiler bits and the software bits and the algorithms is all super important. And this is an amazing trifecta that only Google can do.
Yeah, that's super exciting. So can you tell me about MLIR project, previously the secretive one?
Yeah, so MLIR is a project that we announced at a compiler conference 3 weeks ago or something, at the Compilers for Machine Learning conference. Basically, if you look at TensorFlow as a compiler stack, it has a number of compiler algorithms within it. It also has a number of compilers that get embedded into it, and they're made by different vendors. For example, Google has XLA, which is a great compiler system. NVIDIA has TensorRT. Intel has ngraph. There's a number of these different compiler systems, and they're very hardware specific, and they're trying to solve different parts of the problems. But they're all kind of similar in a sense of they want to integrate with TensorFlow. Now, TensorFlow has an optimizer, and it has these different code generation technologies built in. The idea of MLIR is to build a common infrastructure to support all these different subsystems. And initially, it's to be able to make it so that they all plug in together and they can share a lot more code and can be reusable. But over time, we hope that the industry will start collaborating and sharing code, and instead of reinventing the same things over and over again, that we can actually foster some of that working together to solve common problem energy that has been useful in the compiler field before. Beyond that, MLIR is, some people have joked that it's kind of LLVM2 that we're learns a lot about what LLVM has been good and what LLVM has done wrong, and it's a chance to fix that. And also there are challenges in the LLVM ecosystem as well, where LLVM is very good at the thing it was designed to do, but 20 years later the world has changed and people are trying to solve higher level problems, and we need some new technology.
And what's the future of open source in this context?
Very soon. So it is not yet open source, but it will be.
So you still believe in the value of open source as
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that the TensorFlow community at large fully believes in open source.
So, I mean, that's there is a difference between Apple, where you were previously, and Google now, in spirit and culture. And I would say the open sourcing of TensorFlow was a seminal moment in the history of software, because here's this large company releasing a very large code base that's open sourcing. What are your thoughts on that? How happy or not were you to see that kind of degree of open sourcing?
So between the two, I prefer the Google approach, if that's what you're saying. The Apple approach makes sense given the historical context that Apple came from, but that's been 35 years ago. And I think that Apple is definitely adapting. And the way I look at it is that there's different kinds of concerns in the space, right? It is very rational for a business to care about making money. That fundamentally is what a business is about, right? But I think it's also incredibly realistic to say it's not your string library that's the thing that's going to make you money. It's going to be the amazing UI, product differentiating features, and other things like that that you built on top of your string library. And so keeping your string library proprietary and secret and things like that is maybe not the important thing anymore, right? Or before, platforms were different, right? And even 15 years ago, things were a little bit different. But the world is changing. So Google strikes a very good balance, I think, and I think that TensorFlow being open source really changed the entire machine learning field and caused a revolution in its own right. And so I think it's amazingly forward-looking, because I could have imagined, and I wasn't at Google at the time, but I could imagine a different context, a different world where a company says machine learning is critical to what we're doing, we're not going to give it to other people, right? And so that decision is a profoundly brilliant insight that I think has really led to the world being better, and better for Google as well.
And has all kinds of ripple effects. I think it is really, I mean, you can't understate Google deciding that, how profound that is for software. It's awesome.
Well, and it's been, and again, I can understand the concern about if we release our machine learning software, our competitors could go faster. On the other hand, I think that open sourcing TensorFlow has been fantastic for Google, and I'm sure that that decision was very non-obvious at the time, but I think it's worked out very well.
So let's try this real quick.
Yeah.
You were at Tesla for 5 months as the VP of Autopilot Software. You led the team during the transition from hardware 1 to hardware 2. I have a couple questions. So one, first of all, to me, that's one of the bravest engineering decisions undertaking really ever in the automotive industry, to me, is software-wise, starting from scratch. It's a really brave engineering decision. So my one question is, what was that like? What was the challenge of that?
Do you mean the career decision of jumping from a comfortable, good job into the unknown, or
that combined? So at the individual level, you making that decision, and then when you show up, it's a really hard engineering problem.
Yes.
So you could just stay, maybe slow down, say hardware 1, or those kinds of decisions. Just taking it full on. Let's do this from scratch. What was that like?
Well, so I mean, I don't think Tesla has a culture of taking things slow and seeing how it goes. And one of the things that attracted me about Tesla is it's very much a gung-ho, let's change the world, let's figure it out kind of a place. And so I have a huge amount of respect for that. Tesla has done very smart things with hardware 1 in particular, and the hardware 1 design was originally designed to be very simple automation features in the car for like traffic-aware cruise control and things like that. And the fact that they were able to effectively feature creep it into lane holding and a very useful driver assistance feature is pretty astounding, particularly given the details of the hardware. Hardware 2 built on that in a lot of ways, and the challenge there was that they were transitioning from first step, which I mostly helped with, was getting onto that new vision stack, and that was very challenging. And it was time critical for various reasons, and it was a big leap, but it was fortunate it built on a lot of the knowledge and expertise in the team that had built Hardware One's driver assistance features.
So you spoke in a collected and kind way about your time at Tesla. It was ultimately not a good fit. Elon Musk, we've talked on this podcast, several guests of the course. Elon Musk continues to do some of the most bold and innovative engineering work in the world, at times at the cost to some of the members of the Tesla team. What did you learn about this working in this chaotic world with Elon?
Yeah, so I guess I would say that when I was at Tesla, I experienced and saw the highest degree of turnover I'd ever seen in a company, which is a bit of a shock. But one of the things I learned and I came to respect is that Elon's able to attract amazing talent because he has a very clear vision of the future, and he can get people to buy into it because they want that future to happen. Right? And the power of vision is something that I have a tremendous amount of respect for, and I think that Elon is fairly singular in the world in terms of the things he's able to get people to believe in. And there may be people that stand on the street corner and say, we're going to go to Mars, right? But then there are a few people that can get others to buy into it and believe and build the path and make it happen. And so I respect that. I don't respect all of his methods, but I have a huge amount of respect for that.
You've mentioned in a few places, including in this context, working hard. What does it mean to work hard? And when you look back at your life, what were some of the most brutal periods of having to really sort of put everything you have into something?
Yeah, good question. So working hard can be defined a lot of different ways. So a lot of hours, and so that is true. The thing to me that's the hardest is both being short-term focused on delivering and executing and making a thing happen, while also thinking about the longer term and trying to balance that, right? Because if you are myopically focused on solving a task and getting that done, and only think about that incremental next step, you will miss the next big hill you should jump over to, right? And so I've been really fortunate that I've been able to kind of oscillate between the two. And historically at Apple, for example, that was made possible because I was able to work with some really amazing people and build up teams and leadership structures and allow them to grow in their careers and take on responsibility, thereby freeing up me to be a little bit crazy and thinking about the next thing. And so it's a lot of that, but it's also about, with experience you make connections that other people don't necessarily make, and so I think that's a big part as well. But Bedrock is just a lot of hours, and that's okay with me. There's different theories on work-life balance, and my theory for myself, which I do not project onto the team, but my theory for myself is that I want to love what I'm doing and work really hard, and my purpose, I feel like my goal is to change the world and make it a better place, and that's what I'm really motivated to do.
So last question. LLVM logo is a dragon.
Yep.
You explain that this is because dragons have connotations of power, speed, and intelligence. It can also be sleek, elegant, and modular, though you move the modular part. What is your favorite dragon-related character from fiction, video, or movies?
So those are all very kind ways of explaining it. Do you want to know the real reason it's a dragon?
Well, yeah.
Is that better? So there's a seminal book on compiler design called The Dragon Book, and so this is a really old now book on compilers, and so the dragon logo for LLVM came about because at Apple we kept talking about LLVM related technologies and there's no logo to put on a slide, and so we're like, what do we do? And somebody's like, well, what kind of logo should a compiler technology have? And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, the dragon is the best thing that we've got, and Apple somehow magically came up with the logo, and it was a great thing, and the whole community rallied around it, and then it got better as other graphic designers got involved. But that's originally where it came from.
Is there dragons from fiction that you connect with? Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, that kind of thing?
Lord of the Rings is great. I also like role-playing games. computer role-playing games, and so dragons often show up in there. But really, it comes back to the book. Oh no, we need a thing.
Yeah.
And hilariously, one of the funny things about LLVM is that my wife, who's amazing, runs the LLVM Foundation, and she goes to Grace Hopper and is trying to get more women involved in the. She's also a compiler engineer, so she's trying to get other women to get interested in compilers and things like this. And so she hands out the stickers, and people like the LLVM sticker because of Game of Thrones. And so sometimes culture has this helpful effect to like get the next generation of compiler engineers engaged with the cause.
Okay, awesome. Chris, thanks so much for that.
It's been great talking with you.
The following is a conversation with Rajat Manga. He is an engineering director at Google, leading the TensorFlow team. TensorFlow is an open source library at the center of much of the work going on in the world of deep learning, both the cutting edge research and the large scale application of learning based approaches. But it's quickly becoming much more than a software library. It's now an ecosystem of tools for the deployment of machine learning in the cloud, on the phone, in the browser, on both generic and specialized hardware, CPU, GPU, and so on. Plus, there's a big emphasis on growing a passionate community of developers. Raja, Jeff Dean, and a large team of engineers at Google Brain are working to define the future of machine learning with TensorFlow 2.0, which is now in alpha. I think the decision to open source TensorFlow was a definitive moment in the tech industry. It showed that open innovation can be successful and inspired many companies to open source their code, to publish, and in general engage in the open exchange of ideas. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Raja Manga. You were involved with Google Brain since its start in 2011 with Jeff Dean. It started with this belief, the proprietary machine learning library, and turned into TensorFlow in 2014, the open source library. So what were the early days of Google Brain like? What were the goals, the missions? How do you even proceed forward once there's so much possibilities before you?
It was interesting back then, when I started, or when you were even just talking about it. The idea of deep learning was interesting and intriguing in some ways. It hadn't yet taken off, but it held some promise and it showed some very promising and early results. I think the idea where Andrew and Jeff had started was, what if we can take this work we've done in research and scale it to what Google has in terms of the compute power, and also put that kind of data together. What does it mean? And so far, the results have been, if you scale the compute, scale the data, it was better in one work. And so that was the first year or two. Can we prove that argument? And with this belief, when we started the first year, we got some early wins, which is always great.
What were the wins like? What was the wins where you were, there's some promise to this is going to be good?
I think the two early wins were, one was speech, that we collaborated very closely with the speech research team who was also getting interested in this. And the other one was on images, where the cat paper, as we call it, which was covered by a lot of folks.
And the birth of Google Brain was around neural networks. So it was deep learning from the very beginning. That was the whole mission.
Yeah.
So what would, in terms of scale, what was the sort of dream of what this could become? And were there echoes of this open source TensorFlow community that might be brought in? Was there a sense of TPUs? Was there a sense of like machine learning is now going to be at the core of the entire company? Is going to grow into that direction?
Yeah, I think so. So that was interesting. Like if I think back to 2012 or 2011, my first was, can we scale it? And in a year or so, we had started scaling it to hundreds and thousands of machines. And in fact, we had some ones even going to 10,000 machines, and all of those shows great promise. In terms of machine learning at Google, the good thing was Google's been doing machine learning for a long time. Deep learning was new, but as we scaled this up, we showed that yes, that was possible, and it was going to impact lots of things. Like we started seeing real products wanting to use this. Again, speaking as a first, there were image things that photos came out of, and many other products as well. So that was exciting. As we went into with that a couple of years, externally also academia started to, there was lots of push on, okay, deep learning is interesting, we should be doing more, and so on. And so by 2014, we were looking at, okay, this is a big thing, it's going to grow, and not just internally, externally as well. Yes, maybe Google's ahead of where everybody is, but there's a lot to do, so a lot of this started to make sense and come together.
So the decision to open source, I was just chatting with Chris Ladner about this. The decision to go open source with TensorFlow, I would say, so for me personally, seems to be one of the big seminal moments in all of software engineering ever. I think that's when a large company like Google decides to take a large project that many lawyers might argue has a lot of IP, just decide to go open source with it, and in so doing lead the entire world and saying, you know what, open innovation is a pretty powerful thing, and it's okay to do. That was, I mean, that's an incredible moment in time. So do you remember those discussions happening?
Yep.
Whether open source should be happening? What was that like?
I would say, I think, so the initial idea came from Jeff, who's a big proponent of this. I think it came off of two big things. One was research-wise, we were a research team. We were putting all our research out there. We were building on others' research, and we wanted to push the state of the art forward. And part of that was to share the research. That's how I think deep learning and machine learning is really growing so fast. So the next step was, okay, now would software help with that? And it seemed like there were existing a few libraries out there, Theano, Rothschild, and a few others, but they were all done by academia, and so the level was significantly different. The other one was, from a software perspective, Google had done lots of software that we used internally, and we published papers. Often there was an open source project that came out of that somebody else picked up that paper and implemented, and they were very successful. Back then, it was like, okay, there's Hadoop, which has come off of tech that we've built. We know the tech we've built is way better for a number of different reasons. We've invested a lot of effort in that. And turns out we have Google Cloud, and we are now not really providing our tech, but we are saying, okay, we have Bigtable, which is the original thing. We're going to now provide HBase APIs on top of that, which isn't as good, but that's what everybody's used to. So there's like, can we make something that is better and really just provide? Helps the community in lots of ways, but also helps push a good standard forward.
So how does cloud fit into that? There's a TensorFlow open source library, and how does the fact that you can use so many of the resources that Google provides in the cloud fit into that strategy?
So TensorFlow itself is open, and you can use it anywhere, right? And we want to make sure that continues to be the case. On Google Cloud, we do make sure that there's lots of integrations with everything else, and we want to make sure that it works really, really well there. So
you're leading the TensorFlow effort. Can you tell me the history and the timeline of the TensorFlow project in terms of major design decisions, so like the open source decision, but really, what to include? And now there's this incredible ecosystem that I'd like to talk about. There's all these parts, but just some sample moments that defined what TensorFlow eventually became through its, I don't know if you're allowed to say history when it's just, but in deep learning everything moves so fast that in just a few years is already history.
Yes. So looking back, we were building TensorFlow. I guess we open sourced it in 2015, November 2015, and we started on it in summer of 2014, I guess. And somewhere like late 2014, by then we decided that okay, there's a high likelihood we'll open source it, so we started thinking about that and making sure we're heading down that path. At that point, by that point, we'd seen lots of different use cases at Google. So there were things like, okay, yes, we want to run in at large scale in the data center. Yes, we need to support different kind of hardware. We had GPUs at that point. We had our first CPU at that point was about to come out, roughly around that time. So the design sort of included those. We had started to push on mobile, so we were running models on mobile. At that point, people were customizing code, so we wanted to make sure TensorFlow would support that as well, so that sort of became part of that overall design.
When you say mobile, you mean like pretty complicated algorithms running on the phone?
That's correct. So when you have a model that you deploy on the phone and run it there, right?
So already at that time, there was ideas of running machine learning on the phone.
That's correct. We already had a couple of products that were doing that. And in those cases, we had basically customized handcrafted code or some internal libraries that we used.
So I was actually at Google during this time, parallel, I guess, universe, but we were using Theano and Cafe.
Yeah.
Was there some degree to which you were balancing, like trying to see what Cafe was offering people, trying to see what Theano was offering, that you want to make sure you're delivering whatever that is, perhaps the Python part of things, maybe did that influence any design decisions?
Totally. So when we built this belief, and some of that was in parallel with some of these libraries coming up. I mean, Theano itself is older, but when we were building this belief, focused on our internal things because our systems are very different. By the time we got to this, we looked at a number of libraries that were out there. Theano, there were folks in the group who had experience with Torch, with Lua. There were folks here who had seen Cafe. I mean, actually, Yangqing was here as well. There's what other libraries? I think we looked at a number of things. Might even have looked at JNL back then. I'm trying to remember if it was there. In fact, yeah, we did discuss ideas around, okay, should we have a graph or not? And they were, so putting all these together was definitely, there were key decisions that we wanted. We had seen limitations in our prior disbelief things. A few of them were just in terms of research was moving so fast. We wanted the flexibility. The hardware was changing fast. We expected to change that, so that those probably were two things. And yeah, I think the flexibility in terms of being able to express all kinds of crazy things was definitely a big one.
So what the graph decision? So now moving towards TensorFlow 2.0, there's more by default it'll be eager execution. So sort of hiding the graph a little bit, because it's less intuitive in terms of the way people develop and so on. What was that discussion like in terms of using graphs? It seemed it's kind of the Theano way. Did it seem the obvious choice?
So I think where it came from was this belief had a graph-like thing as well. A much more simple. It wasn't a general graph. It was more like a straight line, thing. More like what you might think of Cafe, I guess, in that sense. But the graph was, and we always cared about the production stuff. Like even with disbelief, we were deploying a whole bunch of stuff in production. So graph did come from that when we thought of, okay, should we do that in Python? And we experimented with some ideas where it looked a lot simpler to use, but not having a graph meant, okay, how do you deploy now? So that was probably what shifted the balance for us and eventually ended up with a graph.
And I guess the question there is, so production seems to be a really good thing to focus on, but did you even anticipate the other side of it where there could be, what are the numbers? Something crazy, 41 million downloads?
Yep.
I mean, was that even like a possibility in your mind that it would be as popular as it became?
So I think we did see a need for this a lot from the research perspective and early days of deep learning in some ways. 41 million, no, I don't think I imagine this number then too. It seemed like there's a potential future where lots more people this and how do we enable that. I would say this kind of growth we probably started seeing somewhat after the open sourcing, where we're like, okay, deep learning is actually growing way faster for a lot of different reasons, and we are in just the right place to push on that and leverage that and deliver lots of things that people want.
So what's changed once the open source? Like how, this incredible amount of attention from a global population of developers, how did the project start changing? I don't even actually remember it during those times. I know looking now, there's really good documentation, there's an ecosystem of tools, there's a community, there's a blog, there's a YouTube channel now, right?
Yeah.
It's very, very community driven. Back then, like the 0.1 version. Is that the version?
I think it's called 0.6 or 5, something like that. I forget.
What changed leading into 1.0?
It's interesting. I think we've gone through a few things there. When we started out, when we first came out, people loved the documentation we have because it was just a huge step up from everything else. Because all of those were actually big projects people doing, and you don't think about documentation. I think what that changed was instead of deep learning being a research thing, some people who were just developers could now suddenly take this out and do some interesting things with it, right? Who had no clue what machine learning was before that. And that, I think, really changed how things started to scale up in some ways and pushed on it. Over the next few months, as we looked at, how do we stabilize things, as we look at not just researchers, now we want stability, people want to deploy things. That's how we started planning for 1.0, and there are certain needs for that perspective, and so again, documentation comes up, designs, more kinds of things to put that together. And so that was exciting to get that to a stage where more and more enterprises wanted to buy in and really get behind that. And I think post 1.0 and the next few releases, the enterprise adoption also started to pick off. And so between the initial release and 1.0, there was, okay, researchers, of course, then a lot of hobbyists and really people excited about this who started to get on board. And then over the 1.x thing, lots of enterprises.
I imagine anything that's, below 1.0 is pressured to be, enterprise probably wants something that's stable.
Exactly.
And do you have a sense now the TensorFlow is stable? Like it feels like deep learning in general is extremely dynamic field. There's so much changing. Do you have and TensorFlow's been growing incredibly. Do you have a sense of stability at the helm of it? I mean, I know you're in the midst of it, but
yeah, it's I think in the midst of it, it's often easy to forget what an enterprise wants and what some of the people on that side want. There's still people running models that are 3 years old, 4 years old, so inception is still used by tons of people. There's even less than 50 is what, a couple of years old now or more, but there are tons of people who use that and they're fine. They don't need the last couple of bits of performance or quality. They want some stability in things that just work. And so there is value in providing that with that kind of stability and making it really simple, because that allows a lot more people to access it. And then there's the research crowd, which wants, okay, they want to do these crazy things exactly like you're saying, right? And not just deep learning in the straight up models that used to be there. They want RNNs, and even RNNs are maybe old. There are transformers now, and now it needs to combine with RL and GANs and so on. So there's definitely that area that, like the boundary that's shifting and pushing the state of the art. But I think there's more and more of the past that's much more stable, and even stuff that was 2-3 years old is very, very usable by lots of people. So that part makes it a little easier.
so I imagine, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, one of the biggest use cases is essentially taking something like ResNet 50 and doing some kind of transfer learning on a very particular problem that you have. It's basically probably what the majority of the world does. And you want to make that as easy as possible.
So I would say, for the hobbyist perspective, that's the most common case, right? In fact, in apps on phones and stuff that you will see, the early ones, that's the most common case. I would say there are a couple of reasons for that. One is that everybody talks about that. looks great on slides.
Yeah.
That's a part of
Visual.
the presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What enterprises want is that is part of it, but that's not the big thing. Enterprises really have data that they want to make predictions on. This is often what they used to do with the people who were doing ML was just regression models, linear regression, logistic regression, linear models, or maybe gradient boosted trees and so on. Some of them still benefit from deep learning, but they want that's the bread and butter of infrastructure data and so on. So depending on the audience you look at, a little bit different.
And they just have, I mean, the best of enterprise probably just has a very large data set where deep learning can probably shine.
That's correct. And then I think the other pieces that they want, like again, I think 2.0 that the developer summit we put together is the whole TensorFlow extended piece, which is the entire pipeline. They care about stability across their entire thing. They want simplicity across the entire thing. I don't need to just train a model. I need to do that every day, again, over and over again.
I wonder to which degree you have a role in, I don't know, so I teach a course on deep learning, and I have people like lawyers come up to me and say, say when is machine learning going to enter in the legal realm? The same thing in all kinds of disciplines, immigration, insurance. Often when I see what it boils down to is these companies are often a little bit old school in the way they organize the data. So the data is just not ready yet. It's not digitized. Do you also find yourself being in the role of an evangelist for, like, let's organize your data, folks, and then you'll get the big benefit of TensorFlow? Do you have those conversations?
Yeah. I get all kinds of questions there from, okay, what do I need to make this work, right? Do we really need deep learning? I mean, there are all these things. I already use this linear model. Why would this help? I don't have enough data, let's say, or I want to use machine learning to improve oversight. So it varies, back to all the way to the experts who ask for very specific things. Interesting.
Is there a good answer? It boils down to oftentimes digitizing data. So whatever you want automated, whatever data you want to make prediction based on, you have to make sure that it's in an organized form. Like within the TensorFlow ecosystem, you're providing more and more data sets and more pre-trained models. Are you finding yourself also the organizer of data sets?
Yes, I think with TensorFlow data sets that we just released, that's definitely come up where people want these data sets. Can we organize them and can we make that easier? So that's definitely one important thing. The other related thing I would say is I often tell people, you know what, don't think of the most fanciest thing, like the newest model that you see. Make something very basic work, and then you can improve it. There's just lots of things you can do with it.
Yeah, start with the basics, true. One of the big things that makes TensorFlow even more accessible was the appearance, whenever that happened, of Keras, the Keras standard outside of TensorFlow. I think it was Keras on top of Piano at first only, and then Keras became on top of TensorFlow. Do you know when Keras chose to also add TensorFlow as a backend? Was it just the community that drove that initially? Do you know if there was discussions, conversation?
Yeah, so Francois started the Keras project before he was at Google, and the first name was Theano. I don't remember if that was after TensorFlow was created or way before. And then at some point, when TensorFlow started becoming popular, there were enough similarities that he decided to create this interface and put TensorFlow as a backend. I believe that might still have been before he joined Google, so we weren't really talking about that. He decided on his own and thought that was interesting and relevant to the community. In fact, I didn't find out about him being at Google until a few months after he was here. He was working on some research ideas and doing Keroson's Nights and Weekends project.
Oh, interesting. So he wasn't like part of the TensorFlow. He didn't join initially.
He joined research, and he was doing some amazing research. He has some papers on that research, so he's a great researcher as well. And at some point, we realized, he doing this good stuff. People seem to like the API, and he's right here. So we talked to him, and he said, okay, why don't I come over to your team and work with you for a quarter, and let's make that integration happen. And we talked to his manager, and he said, sure, like, quarter's fine. And that quarter's been something like 2 years now. So he's pretty happy.
So Keras got integrated into TensorFlow like in a deep way. And now with 2.0, TensorFlow 2.0, so Keras is kind of the recommended way for a beginner to interact with TensorFlow, which makes that initial sort of transfer learning or the basic use cases, even for enterprise, super simple, right?
That's right. That's right.
So what was that decision like? That seems like it's kind of a bold decision.
Oh,
wow.
We did spend a lot of time thinking about that one. We had a bunch of APIs, some with BIOS. There was a parallel layers API that we were building.
Love you too, big dog.
We decided to do Keras in parallel, so there were like, okay, two things that we are looking at. And the first thing we was trying to do is just have them look similar, like be as integrated as possible, share all of that stuff. There were also like 3 other APIs that others had built over time because we didn't have a standard one. But one of the messages that we kept hearing from the community, okay, which one do we use? And they kept seeing like, okay, here's a model in this one, and here's a model in this one, which I pick. So that's sort of like, okay, we had to address that straight on with 2.0, and the whole idea was we need to simplify. We had to pick one. Based on where we were like, okay, let's see what do the people like. And Keras was clearly one that lots of people loved. There were lots of great things about it. So we settled on that.
Organically, that's kind of the best way to do it, which you did. It was great. It was surprising, nevertheless, to sort of bring in an outside. I mean, there was a feeling like Keras might be almost like a competitor. It's a certain kind of to TensorFlow, and in a sense, it became an empowering element of TensorFlow.
That's right. Yeah, it's interesting how you can put two things together which can align, right? And in this case, I think Francois, the team, and I, a bunch of us have chatted, and I think we all want to see the same kind of things. We all care about making it easier for the huge set of developers out there, and that makes a difference.
So Python has Guido van Rossum, who until recently held the position of benevolent dictator for life, right? So does a huge, successful open source project like TensorFlow need one person who makes a final decision? So you did a pretty successful TensorFlow Dev Summit just now, the last couple of days. There's clearly a lot of different new features being incorporated, an amazing ecosystem, and so on. How are those design decisions made? Is there a BDFL in TensorFlow, and or is it more distributed, organic?
I think it's somewhat different. I would say I've always been involved in the key design directions, but there are lots of things that are distributed where the number of people, Martin Wick being one who's really driven a lot of our open source stuff, a lot of the APIs, and there are a number of other people who've been, pushed and been responsible for different parts of it. We do have regular design reviews. Over the last year, we've really spent a lot of time opening up to the community and adding transparency, setting more processes in place so RFCs, special interest groups, really grow that community and scale that. I think the kind of scale that the ecosystem is in, I don't think we could scale with having me as the single point of decision maker. So
I got it. So yeah, the growth of that ecosystem. Maybe you can talk about it a little bit. First of all, when it started with Andre Karpathy when he first did ComNet.js, but the fact that you can train a neural network in the browser in JavaScript was incredible.
Yep.
So now TensorFlow.js is really making that a serious, like a legit thing, a way to operate, whether it's in the back end or the front end. Then there's the TensorFlow Extended, like you mentioned. There's TensorFlow Lite for mobile, and all of it, as far as I can tell, it's really converging towards being able to save models in the same kind of way. You can move around. You can train on the desktop and then move it to mobile and so on. Like, there's that cohesiveness. So
How you living,
maybe
Pim?
give me whatever I missed, a bigger
Hello.
overview of the mission
How'd you
of the
find out about
ecosystem
me?
that's trying to be built and where's it moving forward.
Yeah. So, in short, the
Excellent.
way I like to think of this
We're
is
watching a
our goals to
podcast. Feel
enable
free to enjoy.
training, and in a couple of ways. One is we
Okay.
have lots of exciting things going on in ML today. We started with deep learning, but we now support a bunch of other algorithms too. So one is to, on the research side, keep pushing on the state of the art. Can we, how do we enable researchers to build the next amazing thing? So BERT came out recently. It's great that people are able to do new kinds of research. There are lots of amazing research that happens across the world. So that's one direction. The other is how do you take that across all the people outside who want to take that research and do some great things with it and integrate it to build real products to have a real impact on people. And sort of that's the other axis in some ways. Um, at a high level, one way I think about it is there are a crazy number of compute devices across the world, and we often used to think of ML and training and all of this as okay, something you do either in a workstation or the data center or cloud. But we see things running on the phones, we see things running on really tiny chips, and we had some demos at the Developer Summit. And so the way I think about this ecosystem is how do we help get machine learning on every device that has a compute capability? And that continues to grow. And so in some ways, this ecosystem has looked at various aspects of that and grown over time to cover more of those, and we continue to push the boundaries. In some areas, we've built uh, more tooling and things around that to help you. The first tool we started was TensorBoard. You want to learn just the training piece. Uh, TFX, where TensorFlow extended to really do your entire ML pipelines if you're, care about all that production stuff. But then going to the edge, going to different kinds of things. And it's not just us now. They're a place where there are lots of libraries being built on top. So there's some for research, maybe things like TensorFlow agents or TensorFlow probability that started as research things or for researchers who are focusing on certain kinds of algorithms. They're also being deployed or used by production folks. And some have come from within Google, just teams across Google who wanted to build these things. Others have come from just the community because there are different pieces that different parts of the community care about. And I see our goal as enabling even that, right? It's not, we cannot and won't build every single thing. It just doesn't make sense. But if we can enable others to build the things that they care about, and there's a broader community that cares about that, and we can help encourage that, and that's great. That really helps the entire ecosystem, not just those. One of the big things about 2.0 that we're pushing on is okay, we have these so many different pieces, right? How do we help make all of them work well together? So there are a few key pieces there that we're pushing on. One being the core format in there and how we share the models themselves through the same model and TensorFlow Hub and so on. And a few of the pieces that we really put this together.
I was very skeptical that when TensorFlow JS came out, I didn't see, or Deep Learning JS.
Yeah, that was first.
It seemed like technically a very difficult project. As a standalone, it's not as difficult, but as a thing that integrates into the ecosystem, it is very difficult. So, I mean, there's a lot of aspects of this you're making look easy, but on the technical side, how many challenges have to be overcome here?
A lot.
And still have to be overcome.
Yes,
That's
yes.
the question here, too.
There are lots of steps to it, right? And we've iterated over the last few years, so there's a lot we've learned. Yeah, often when things come together well, things look easy, and that's exactly the point. It should be easy for the end user, but there are lots of things that go behind that. If I think about still challenges ahead, there are, we have a lot more devices coming on board, for example, from the hardware perspective. How do we make it really easy for these vendors to integrate with something like TensorFlow, right? other stuff that others are working on, things we can do in terms of our APIs and so on that we can do. As we, TensorFlow started as a very monolithic system, and to some extent it still is. There are lots of tools around it, but the core is still pretty large and monolithic. One of the key challenges for us to scale that out is how do we break that apart with clearer interfaces. It's, in some ways it's software engineering 101, but for a system that's now 4 years old, I guess, or more, and that's still rapidly evolving and that we're not slowing down with, it's hard to change and modify and really break apart. It's sort of like, as people say, right? It's like changing things with a car running or something. That's exactly what we're going to do.
So there's a challenge here because the downside of so many people being excited about TensorFlow and coming to rely on it in many of their applications is that you're kind of responsible, like it's the technical debt, you're responsible for previous versions to some degree still working. So when you're trying to innovate, I mean, it's probably easier to just start from scratch every few months.
Absolutely.
So you feel the pain of that? 2.0 does break some back compatibility, but not too much. It seems like the conversion is pretty straightforward. Do you think that's still important given how quickly deep learning is changing? Can you just the things that you've learned, can you just start over, or is there pressure to not?
It's a tricky balance. So if it was just a researcher writing a paper who a year later will not look at that code again, sure, it doesn't matter. There are a lot of production systems that rely on TensorFlow, both at Google and across the world, and people worry about this. I mean, these systems run for a long time, so it is important to keep back compatibility and so on. And yes, it does come with a huge cost. We have to think about a lot of things as we do new things and make new changes. I think it's a trade-off, right? You might slow certain kinds of things down, but the overall value you're bringing because of that is much bigger, because it's not just about breaking the person yesterday, it's also about telling the person tomorrow that, this is how we do things. We're not going to break you when you come on board, because there are lots of new people who are also going to come on board. One way I like to think about this, and I always push the team to think about as well, when you want to do new things, you want to start with a clean slate. Design with a clean slate in mind, and then we'll figure out how to make sure all the other things work. And yes, we do make compromises occasionally, but unless you design with the clean slate and not worry about that, you will never get to a good place.
Oh, that's brilliant. So even if you are responsible when you in the idea stage, when you're thinking of new, to put all that behind you. That's true. Okay, that's really really well put. So I have to ask this because a lot of students, developers ask me how do I feel about PyTorch versus TensorFlow. So I've recently completely switched my research group to TensorFlow. I wish everybody would just use the same thing, and TensorFlow is as close to that, I believe, as we have. But do you enjoy competition? So TensorFlow is leading in many ways, on many dimensions, in terms of ecosystem, in terms of number of users, momentum, power, production level, so on. But a lot of researchers are now also using PyTorch. Do you enjoy that kind of competition, or do you just ignore it and focus on making TensorFlow the best that it can be?
So just like research or anything people are doing, right, it's great to get different kinds of ideas. And when we started with TensorFlow, like I was saying earlier, it was very important for us to also have production in mind. We didn't want just research, right? And that's why we chose certain things. Now, PyTorch came along and said, you know what, I only care about research. This is what I'm trying to do. What's the best thing I can do for this? And it started iterating and said, okay, I don't need to worry about graphs. Let me just run things. I don't care if it's not as fast as it can be, but let me just make this part easy. And there are things you can learn from that, right? They again had the benefit of seeing what had come before, but also exploring certain different kinds of spaces, and they had some good things there. So competition is definitely interesting. It made us, this is an area that we had thought about, like I said, very early on. Over time, we had revisited this a couple of times. Should we add this again? At some point, we said, it seems like this can be done well, so let's try it again. And that's how we started pushing on eager execution. How do we combine those two together? Which has finally come very well together in 2.0, but it took us a while to get all the things together and so on.
So let me ask, put another way, I think eager execution is a really powerful thing. What does that mean? Do you think he wouldn't have been, Muhammad Ali versus Frazier, right? Do you think it wouldn't have been added as quickly if PyTorch wasn't there?
It might have taken longer. Yeah. It was, we tried some variants of that before, so I'm sure it would have happened, but it might have taken longer.
I'm grateful that TensorFlow responded the way they did. It's doing some incredible work the last couple of years. What other things that we didn't talk about are you looking forward in 2.0 that comes to mind? So we talked about some of the ecosystem stuff, making it easily accessible to Keras, eager execution. Is there other things that we missed?
Yeah, so I would say one is just where 2.0 is, and all the things that we've talked about. I think as we think beyond that, there are lots of other things that it enables us to do, and that we're excited about. So what it's setting us up for, there are these really clean APIs. We've cleaned up the surface for what the users want. What it also allows us to do a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes once we are ready with 2.0. So, for example, in TensorFlow with graphs and all the things you could do, you could always get a lot of good performance if you spent the time to tune it. Right? And we've really shown that, lots of people do that. With 2.0, with these APIs, where we are, we can give you a lot of performance just with whatever you do. Because we see these, it's much cleaner. We know most people are going to do things this way. We can really optimize for that and get a lot of those things out of the box. And it really allows us, both for single machine and distributed and so on, to really explore other spaces behind the scenes after 2.0 and the future versions as well. So right now the team's really excited about that, but over time I think we'll see that. The other piece that I was talking about in terms of just restructuring the monolithic thing into more pieces and making it more modular, I think that's going to be really important for a lot of the other people in the ecosystem, other organizations and so on that want to build things.
Can you elaborate a little bit what you mean by making TensorFlow more ecosystem or modular?
So the way it's organized today is there are lots of repositories in the TensorFlow organization at GitHub. The core one where we have TensorFlow, it has the execution engine, it has the key backends for CPUs and GPUs, it has the work to do distributed stuff, and all of these just work together in a single library or binary. There's no way to split them apart. There are some interfaces, but they're not very clean. In a perfect world, you would have clean interfaces where, okay, I want to run it on my fancy cluster with some custom networking, just implement this and do that. We kind of support that, but it's hard for people to. I think as we are starting to see more interesting things in some of these spaces, having that clean separation will really start to help. And again, going to the large size of the ecosystem and the different groups involved there, enabling people to evolve and push on things more independently just allows it to scale better.
And by people, you mean individual developers and
organizations.
So the hope is that every sort of major, I don't know, Pepsi or something uses, like major corporations go to TensorFlow to this kind of.
Yeah, if you look at enterprises like Pepsi or these, a lot of them are already using TensorFlow. They are not the ones that do the development or changes in the code. Some of them do, but a lot of them don't. Like small pieces. There are lots of these, some of them being, let's say, hardware vendors who are building a custom hardware and they want their own pieces. Or some of them being bigger companies, say IBM. They're involved in some of our special interest groups. And they see a lot of users who want certain things and they want to optimize for that. So folks like that.
Autonomous vehicle companies, perhaps.
Exactly. Yes.
So, yeah, like I mentioned, TensorFlow has been downloaded 41 million times, 50,000 commits, almost 10,000 pull requests, and 1,800 contributors. So, I'm not sure if you can explain it, but what does it take to build a community like that? What, if in retrospect, what do you think? What is the critical thing that allowed for this growth to happen, and how does that growth continue?
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting question. I wish I had all the answers there, I guess, so we could replicate it. I think there are a number of things that need to come together, right? One, just like any new thing, it is about there's a sweet spot of timing, what's needed, you know, does it grow with what's needed? So in this case, for example, TensorFlow is not just grown because it was a good tool, it's also grown with the growth of deep learning itself. So those factors come into play. Other than that, though, I think just listening to the community, what they need, being open to, like in terms of external contributions, we've spent a lot of time in making sure we can accept those contributions well, we can help the contributors in adding those, putting the right process in place, getting the right kind of community, welcoming them, and so on. Like over the last year, we've really pushed on transparency. That's important for an open source project. People want to know where things are going, and we're like, okay, here's a process where you can do that. Here are RFCs and so on. So thinking there are lots of community aspects that come into that you can really work on. As a small project, it's maybe easy to do because there's like 2 developers and you can do those. As you grow, putting more of these processes in place, thinking about the documentation, thinking about what do developers care about, what kind of tools would they want to use, all of these come into play, I think.
So one of the big things I think that feeds the TensorFlow fire is people building something on TensorFlow, and implement a particular architecture that does something cool and useful, and they put that on GitHub, and so it just feeds uh, this growth. Do you have a sense that with 2.0 and 1.0 that there may be a little bit of a partitioning, like there's with Python 2 and 3, that there'll be a code base in the older versions of TensorFlow that will not be as compatible easily, or are you pretty confident that this kind of conversion is pretty natural and easy to do?
So we're definitely working hard to make that very easy to do. There's lots of tooling that we talked about at the Developer Summit this week, and we'll continue to invest in that tooling. It's when you think of these significant version changes, that's always a risk, and we are really pushing hard to make that transition very, very smooth. I think so. At some level, people want to move when they see the value in the new thing. They don't want to move just because it's a new thing. I mean, some people do, but most people want a really good thing. And I think over the next few months, as people start to see the value, we'll definitely see that shift happening. So I'm pretty excited and confident that we'll see people moving. As you said earlier, this field is also moving rapidly, so that will help because we can do more things, and all the new things will clearly happen in 2.x. So people will have lots of good reasons to move.
So what do you think TensorFlow 3.0 looks like? Are things happening so crazily that even at the end of this year seems impossible to plan for? Or is it possible to plan for the next 5 years?
I think it's tricky. There are some things that we can expect in terms of, okay, change. Yes, change is going to happen. Are there some things going to stick around and some things not going to stick around? I would say the basics of deep learning, say convolution models or the basic kind of things, they'll probably be around in some form still in 5 years. Will RL and GAN stay? Very likely, based on where they are. Will we have new things? Probably, but those are hard to predict. And directionally, some things that we can see is things that we're starting to do right with some of our projects right now is just 2.0 combining eager execution and graphs, where we're starting to make it more like just your natural programming language. You're not trying to program something else. Similarly, with sort of for TensorFlow, they're taking an approach: can you do something down that way? So some of those ideas seem like, okay, that's the right direction. In 5 years, we expect to see more in that area. Other things we don't know is, will hardware accelerators be the same? Will we be able to train with 4 bits instead of 32 bits?
And I think the TPU side of things is exploring. I mean, TPU is already on version 3. It seems that the evolution of TPU and TensorFlow are sort of they're co-evolving almost in terms of both are learning from each other and from the community and from the applications where the biggest benefit is achieved.
That's
So you've been trying to sort of with Ego with Keras to make TensorFlow as accessible and easy to use as possible. What do you think for beginners is the biggest thing they struggle with? Have you encountered that, or is basically what Keras is solving is that eager, like we talked about?
Yeah, for some of them, like you said, right, the beginners want to just be able to take some image model. They don't care if it's Inception or ResNet or something else, and do some training or transfer learning on their kind of model. Being able to make that easy is important. So, in some ways, we do that by providing them simple models with, say, in Hub or so on. They don't care about what's inside that box, but they want to be able to use it. So we're pushing them at a different level. If you look at just a component that you get which has the layers already smushed in, the beginners probably just want that. And the next step is, okay, look at building layers with Keras. If you go out to research, then they are probably writing custom layers themselves or their own moves. So there's a whole spectrum there.
And then providing the pre-trained models seems to really decrease the time from you trying to start. So you could basically in the Colab notebook achieve what you need. So I'm basically answering my own question because I think what TensorFlow delivered on recently is trivial for beginners. So I was just wondering if there was other pain points you're trying to ease, but I'm not sure there would be.
Those are probably the big ones. I mean, I think high schoolers doing a whole bunch of things now is pretty amazing.
It's both amazing and terrifying. So,
yes.
In a sense that when they grow up, it's some incredible ideas will be coming from them. So there's certainly a technical aspect to your work, but you also have a management aspect to your role with TensorFlow, leading the project, a large number of developers and people. So what do you look for in a good team? What do you think? Google's been at the forefront of exploring what it takes to build a good team, and TensorFlow is one of the most cutting-edge technologies in the world. So in this context, what do you think makes for a good team?
It's definitely something I think a fair bit about. I think in terms of the team being able to deliver something well, one of the things that's important is a cohesion across the team. So being able to execute together and doing things. It's not like at this scale, an individual engineer can only do so much. There's a lot more that they can do together, even though we have some amazing superstars across Google and in the team. But there's, often the way I see it is the product of what the team generates is way larger than the whole or each individual put together. And so how do we have all of them work together, the culture of the team itself? Hiring good people is important. But part of that is it's not just that, okay, we hire a bunch of smart people and throw them together and let them do things. It's also people have to care about what they're building. People have to be motivated for the right kind of things. That's often an important factor. And finally, how do you put that together with somewhat unified vision of where we want to go? So are we all looking in the same direction, or what's going on over there? And sometimes it's a mix. Google's a very bottom-up organization in some sense, also research even more so, and that's how we started. But as we've become this larger product and ecosystem, I think it's also important to combine that along with mix of, okay, here's the direction we want to go in, there's exploration we'll do around that, but let's keep staying in that direction, not just all over the place.
And is there a way you monitor the health of the team? Sort of like, is there a way you know you did a good job? The team is good. Like, I mean, you're sort of you're saying nice things, but it's sometimes difficult to determine how aligned.
Yes.
Because it's not binary. It's not like there's tensions and complexities and so on. And the other element of this is you mentioned superstars. You know, there's so much. Even at Google, such a large percentage of work is done by individual superstars too. So there's and sometimes those superstars can be against the dynamic of a team and those tensions. And I mean, I'm sure TensorFlow might be a little bit easier because the mission of the project is so sort of beautiful. You're at the cutting edge, so it's exciting.
Yeah.
But have you had struggle with that? Has there been challenges?
There are always people challenges in different kinds of ways. That said, I think we've been. What's good about getting people who care and are, have the same kind of culture, and that's Google in general to a large extent. But also, like you said, given that the project has had so many exciting things to do, there's been room for lots of people to do different kinds of things and grow, which does make the problem a bit easier, I guess. And it allows people, depending on what they're doing, if there's room around them, then that's fine. But yes, we do care about whether superstar or not, like they need to work well with the team across Google.
That's interesting to hear. So it's like superstar or not, the productivity broadly is above the team.
Yeah. And they might add a lot of value, but if they're hurting the team, then that's a problem.
So in hiring engineers, it's so interesting, right? The hiring process. What do you look for? How do you determine a good developer or a good member of a team from just a few minutes or hours together?
So
again, no magic answers, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, Google has a hiring process that we've refined over the last 20 years, I guess, and that you've probably heard and seen a lot about. So we do work with the same hiring process, and that's really helped. For me in particular, I would say, in addition to the core technical skills, what does matter is their motivation in what they want to do. Because if that doesn't align well with where you want to go, that's not going to lead to long-term success for either them or the team. And I think that becomes more important the more senior the person is, but it's important at every level. Like even the junior most engineer, if they're not motivated to do well at what they're trying to do, however smart they are, it's going to be hard for them to succeed.
Does the Google hiring process touch on that passion? So like trying to determine, because I think as far as I understand, maybe you can speak to it, the Google hiring process sort of helps in the initial, like determines the skill set there, is your puzzle solving ability, problem solving ability good, but like I'm not sure, but it seems that the determining whether the person is like fire inside them, that burns to do anything, really, it doesn't really matter, it's just some cool stuff, I'm gonna do it. That I don't know. Is that something that ultimately ends up when they have a conversation with you, or once it gets closer to?
So one of the things we do have as part of the process is just a culture fit, like part of the interview process itself. In addition to just the technical skills, and each engineer or whoever the interviewer is supposed to rate the person and the culture fit with Google and so on. So that is definitely part of the process. Now, there are various kinds of projects and different kinds of things, so there might be variants of the kind of culture you want there and so on, and yes, that does vary. So for example, TensorFlow has always been a fast-moving project, and we want people who are comfortable with that. But at the same time now, for example, we are at a place where we are also a very full-fledged product, and we want to make sure things that work really work, right? You can't cut corners all the time. So balancing that out and finding the people who are the right fit for those is important. And I think those kind of things do vary a bit across projects and teams and product areas across Google, and so you'll see some differences there in the final checklist. But a lot of the core culture, it comes along with just engineering excellence and so on.
What is the hardest part of your job? I'll take your pick, I guess.
It's fun, I would say. Like things at different times. I think that does vary.
So let me clarify that difficult things are fun.
Yeah.
When you solve them, right? So
Yes.
it's fun in that sense.
I think the key to a successful thing across the board, and in this case it's a large ecosystem now, but even a small product, is striking that fine balance across different aspects of it. Sometimes it's how fast you go versus how perfect it is. Sometimes it's how do you involve this huge community, who do you involve, or do you decide, okay, now is not a good time to involve them because it's not the right fit? Or sometimes it's saying no to certain kinds of things. Those are often the hard decisions. Some of them you make quickly because you don't have the time. Some of them you get time to think about them, but they're always hard.
So both choices are pretty good. It's those decisions. What about deadlines? Is this, you find TensorFlow to be driven by deadlines to a degree that a product might, or is there still a balance to where it's less deadline? You had the Dev Summit, they came together incredibly. It looked like there's a lot of moving pieces and so on. So did that deadline make people rise to the occasion, releasing TensorFlow 2.0 Alpha?
Yeah.
I'm sure that was done last minute as well. I mean, like we ended up to the last point.
Yes. Again, it's one of those things that's you need to strike a good balance. There's some value that deadlines bring. That does bring a sense of urgency to get the right things together instead of getting the perfect thing out. You need something that's good and works well. And the team definitely did a great job in putting that together. So I was very amazed and excited by everything, how that came together. That said, across the year, we try not to put artificial deadlines. We focus on key things that are important, figure out how much of it's important, and when we are developing in the open, what internally and externally, everything's available to everybody, so you can look at where things are. We do releases at a regular cadence, so fine if something doesn't necessarily end up with this one, it'll end up in the next release in a month or two, and that's okay. But we want to keep moving as fast as we can in these different areas. Because we can iterate and improve on things, sometimes it's okay to put things out that aren't fully ready. We make sure it's clear that, okay, this is experimental, but it's out there if you want to try and give feedback. That's very, very useful. I think that quick cycle and quick iteration is important. That's what we often focus on rather than here's a deadline where you get everything else.
Is 2.0, is there pressure to make that stable? Or, like, for example, WordPress 5.0 just came out, and there was no pressure to, it was a lot of build updates and delivered way too late, and they said, okay, well, but we're going to release a lot of updates really quickly to improve it. Do you see TensorFlow 2.0 that same kind of way, or is there this pressure to once it's 2.0, once you get to the release candidate and then you get to the final, that's going to be the stable thing?
So it's going to be stable in just like when Linux was, where every API that's there is going to remain and work. It doesn't mean we can't change things under the covers. It doesn't mean we can't add things. So there's still a lot more for us to do, and we continue to have more releases. So in that sense, there's still. I don't think we'll be done in like 2 months and we release this.
I don't know if you can say, but is there, there's not external deadlines for TensorFlow 2.0, but is there internal deadlines, artificial or otherwise, that you're trying to set for yourself? Or is it whenever it's ready?
So we want it to be a great product, and that's a big, important piece for us. TensorFlow is already out there. We have 41 million downloads for one legs, so it's not like
pretty good to have
pretty good. Yeah, exactly. So it's not like a lot of the features that we've really polishing and putting them together are there. You don't have to rush that just because. So in that sense, we want to get it right and really focus on it. That said, we have said that we are looking to get this out in the next few months, in the next quarter, and we, as far as possible, we'll definitely try to improve that.
Yeah, my favorite line was, spring is a relative concept. I love it.
Yes.
It's spoken like a true developer. So, something I'm really interested in your previous line of work is before TensorFlow, you led a team at Google on search ads. I think this is a very interesting topic on every level, on a technical level, because at their best, ads connect people to the things they want and need.
Yep.
So, and at their worst, they're just these things that annoy the heck out of you to the point of ruining the entire user experience of whatever you're actually doing. So they have a bad rep, I guess. And so on the other end, this connecting users to the thing they need and want is a beautiful opportunity for machine learning to shine. Like huge amounts of data that's personalized, and you kind of map to the thing they actually won't get annoyed. So what have you learned from this Google that's leading the world in this aspect? What have you learned from that experience? And what do you think is the future of ads? Take you back to that.
Yes, it's been a while, but I totally agree with what you said. I think the search ads, the way it was always looked at, and I believe it still is it's an extension of what search is trying to do. The goal is to make the information, make the world's information accessible. That's it's not just information, but it can be products or other things that people care about. And so it's really important for them to align with what the users need. And the search ads, there's a minimum quality level before that ad can be shown. If we don't have an ad that hits that quality, then it cannot be shown. Even if we have it, and okay, maybe we lose some money there, that's fine. That is really, really important, and I think that is something I really liked about being there. Advertising is a key part. I mean, as a model, it's been around for ages, right? It's not a new model. It's been adapted to the web and became a core part of search and many other search engines across the world. I do hope, like you said, there are aspects of ads that are annoying, and I go to a website and if it just keeps popping an ad in my face not to recommend me, that's going to be annoying clearly. So I hope we can strike that balance between showing a good ad where it's valuable to the user and provides the monetization to the service. And this might be search, this might be a website, all of these. They do need the monetization for them to provide that service. But if it's done in that good balance between showing just some random stuff that's distracting versus showing something that's actually valuable.
So do you see it moving forward as to continue being a model that that funds businesses like Google? That's a significant revenue stream, because that's one of the most exciting things, but also limiting things in the internet is nobody wants to pay for anything.
Yeah.
And advertisements, again, coupled at their best, are actually really useful, not annoying. Do you see that continuing and growing and improving, or do you see sort of more Netflix type models where you have to start to pay for content?
I think it's a mix. I think it's going to take a long while for everything to be paid on the internet, if at all. Probably not. I mean, I think there's always going to be things that are sort of monetized with things like ads. But over the last few years, I would say we've definitely seen that transition towards more paid services across the web, and people are willing to pay for them because they do see the value. Netflix is a great example. We have YouTube doing things. People pay for the apps they buy. More people, I find, are willing to pay for newspaper content, for the good news websites across the web. That wasn't the case even a few years ago, I would say. And I just see that changing myself as well, and just lots of people around me. So definitely hopeful that we'll transition to that mixed model where maybe you get to try something out for free, maybe with ads, but then there's a more clear revenue model that sort of helps go beyond that.
So, speaking of revenue, how is it that a person can use the TPU in a Google Colab for free? So I guess the question is, what's the future of TensorFlow in terms of empowering, say, teach a class of 300 students, and I'm asked by MIT what is going to be the future of them being able to do their homework in TensorFlow. Like, where are they going to train these networks, right?
Right.
What's that future look like with TPUs, with cloud services, and so on?
I think a number of things there. I mean, TensorFlow, open source, you can run it wherever. You can run it on your desktop, and your desktops always keep getting more powerful, so maybe you can do more. My phone is like, I don't know how many times more powerful than my first desktop.
You can probably train it on your phone now. Yeah,
right. So in that sense, the power you have in your hand is a lot more. Clouds are actually very interesting from, say, students or courses perspective because they make it very easy to get started. In Colab, the great thing about it is go to a website and it just works. No installation needed, nothing, you're just there and things are working. That's really the power of cloud as well. And so I do expect that to grow. Again, Colab is a free service. It's great to get started, to play with things, to explore things. That said, with free you can only get so much. Yeah. So just like we were talking about, free versus paid, and yeah, there are services you can pay for and get a lot more.
Great. So if I'm a complete beginner interested in machine learning and TensorFlow, what should I do?
Probably start with going to our website and playing there.
Just go to TensorFlow.org and start clicking on things.
Yep. Check out tutorials and guides. There's stuff you can just click there and go to a Colab and do things. No installation needed. You can get started right there.
Okay, awesome. Rajat, thank you so much for talking today.
Thank you, Lex.
Sounds great. Following is a conversation with Gavin Miller. He's the head of Adobe Research. Adobe has empowered artists, designers, and creative minds from all professions working in the digital medium for over 30 years with software such as Photoshop, Illustrator, Premiere, After Effects, InDesign, Audition, software that works with images, video, and audio. Adobe Research is working to define the future evolution of these products in a way that makes the life of creators easier, automates the tedious tasks, and gives more and more time to operate in the idea space instead of pixel space. This is where the cutting edge deep learning methods of the past decade can really shine more than perhaps any other application. Gavin is the embodiment of combining tech and creativity. Outside of Adobe Research, he writes poetry and builds robots, both things that are near and dear to my heart as well. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my conversation with Gavin Miller. You're head of Adobe Research, leading a lot of innovative efforts in applications of AI, creating images, video, audio, language, but you're also yourself an artist, a poet, a writer, and even a roboticist. So while I promise to everyone listening that I will not spend the entire time we have together reading your poetry, which I love, I have to sprinkle it in at least a little bit. So some of them are pretty deep and profound, and some are light and silly. Let's start with a few lines from the silly variety. You write in Je ne regrette rien, a poem that beautifully parodies both Edith Piaf's Je ne regrette rien and My Way by Frank Sinatra. So it opens with, and now dessert is near. It's time to pay the final total. I've tried to slim all year, but my diets have been anecdotal. So where does that love for poetry come from for you? And if we dissect your mind, how does it all fit together in the bigger puzzle of Dr. Gavin Miller?
Well, interesting you chose that one. That was a poem when I'd been to my doctor and he said you really need to lose some weight and get on a diet. And whilst the rational part of my brain wanted to do that, the irrational part of my brain was protesting and sort of embraced the opposite idea.
I regret nothing.
Yes, exactly. Taken to an extreme, I thought it would be funny. Obviously, it's a serious topic for some people. But I think for me, I've always been interested in writing since I was in high school, as well as doing technology and invention. And sometimes there are parallel strands in your life that carry on, and one is more about your private life, and one's more about your technological career. And then at sort of happy moments along the way, sometimes the two things touch. One idea informs the other, and we can talk about that as we go.
Do you think your writing, the art, the poetry contribute indirectly or directly to your research, to your work in Adobe?
Well, sometimes it does if I, say, imagine a future in a science fiction kind of way, and then once it exists on paper, I think, well, why shouldn't I just build that? There was an example where when realistic voice synthesis first started in the 90s at Apple, where I worked in research, it was done by a friend of mine, I sort of sat down and started writing a poem which each line I would enter into the voice synthesizer and see how it sounded, and sort of wrote it for that voice. And at the time, the agents weren't very sophisticated, so they'd sort of add random intonation, and I kind of made up the poem to sort of match the tone of the voice, and it sounded slightly sad and depressed, so I pretended it was a poem written by an intelligent agent, sort of telling the youths to go home and leave them alone, but at the same time they were lonely and wanted to have company and learn from what the user was saying. And at the time it was way beyond anything that AI could possibly do, but since then it's becoming more within the bounds of possibility. And then at the same time I had a project at home where I did sort of a smart home. This was probably 93, 94, and I had the talking voice that reminded me when I walked in the door of what things I had to do. I had buttons on my washing machine because I was a bachelor. I'd leave the clothes in there for 3 days and they got moldy. So as I got up in the morning to say don't forget the washing and so on, I made photographic photo albums that used light sensors to know which page you were looking at, would send that over wireless radio to the agent, who would then play sounds that matched the image you were looking at in the book. So I was kind of in love with this idea of magical realism and whether it was possible to do it with technology. So that was a case where the agent sort of intrigued me from a literary point of view and became a personality. I think more recently, I've also written plays, and when in plays you write dialogue, and obviously you write a fixed set of dialogue that follows a linear narrative. But with modern agents, as you design a personality or a capability for conversation, you're sort of thinking of, I kind of have imaginary dialogue in my head, and then I think, what would it take not only to have that be real, but for it to really know what it's talking about? So it's easy to fall into the uncanny valley with AI, where it says something it doesn't really understand, but it sounds good to the person, but you rapidly realize that it's kind of just stimulus response. It doesn't really have real world knowledge about the thing it's describing. And so when you get to that point, it really needs to have multiple ways of talking about the same concept, so it sounds as though it really understands it. Now, what really understanding means is beholden, right? But if it only has one way of referring to something, it feels like it can't respond. But if it can reason about it, or you can go at it from multiple angles and give a similar kind of response that people would, then it starts to seem more like there's something there that's sentient.
You can say the same thing, multiple things from different perspectives. I mean, with the automatic image captioning that I've seen the work that you're doing, there's elements of that, right? Being able to generate different kinds of
right. So in my team, there's a lot of work on turning a medium from one form to another, whether it's auto tagging imagery or making up full sentences about what's in the image, then changing the sentence, finding another image that matches the new sentence, or vice versa. And in the modern world of GANs, you sort of give it a description and it synthesizes an asset that matches the description. So I've sort of gone on a journey. My early days in my career were about 3D computer graphics, the sort of pioneering work, sort of before movies had special effects done with 3D graphics, and sort of rode that revolution. And that was very much like the Renaissance, where people would model light and color and shape and everything. And now we're kind of in another wave where it's more impressionistic, and it's sort of the idea of something can be used to generate an image directly, which is sort of the new frontier in computer image generation using AI algorithms.
So the creative process is more in the space of ideas, or becoming more in the space of ideas versus in the raw pixels.
Well, it's interesting. It depends. I think at Adobe, we really want to span the entire range from really, really good, what you might call low-level tools. By low-level, as close to, say, analog workflows as possible. So what we do there is we make up systems that do really realistic oil paint and watercolor simulations. So if you want every crystal to behave as it would in the real world and leave a beautiful analog trail of water and then flow after you've made the brushstroke, you can do that, and that's really important for people who want to create something really expressive or really novel, because they have complete control. And then as certain other tasks become automated, it frees the artist up to focus on the inspiration and less of the perspiration. So thinking about different ideas, obviously, once you finish the design, there's a lot of work to, say, do it for all the different aspect ratio of phones or websites and so on. And that used to take up an awful lot of time for artists, it still does for many, what we call content velocity. And one of the targets of AI is actually to reason about, from the first example, of what are the likely intent in these other formats. Maybe you change the language to German and the words are longer. How do you reflow everything so that it looks nicely artistic in that way? And so the person can focus on the really creative bit in the middle, which is what is the look and style and feel, and what's the message, and what's the story and the human element. So I think creativity is changing. So that's one way in which we're trying to just make it easier and faster and cheaper to do, so that there can be more of it, more demand, because it's less expensive. So everyone wants beautiful artwork for everything from a school website to Hollywood movie. On the other side, as some of these things have automatic versions of them, people will possibly change role from being the hands-on artisan to being either the art director or the conceptual artist, and then the computer will be a partner to help create polished examples of the idea that they're exploring.
Let's talk about Adobe products,
right?
AI and Adobe products.
Yeah.
Just so you know where I'm coming from, I'm a huge fan of Photoshop for images, Premiere for video, Audition for audio. I'll probably use Photoshop to create the thumbnail for this video, Premiere to edit the video, Audition to do the audio. That said, everything I do is really manually, and I set up, I use this old school Kinesis keyboard, and I have AutoHotkey that it's really about optimizing the flow of just making sure there's as few clicks as possible, to just being extremely efficient. It's something you started to speak to.
Right.
So before we get into the fun, sort of awesome deep learning things, where does AI, if you could speak a little more to it, AI or just automation in general, do you see in the coming months and years, or in general, prior in 2018, fitting into making the low-level pixel work flow easier?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we have a very rich array of algorithms already in Photoshop, just classical procedural algorithms as well as ones based on data. In some cases, they end up with a large number of sliders and degrees of freedom. So one way in which AI can help is just an auto button which comes up with default settings based on the content itself rather than default values for the tool. At that point, you then start tweaking. So that's a very kind of made life easier for people whilst making use of common sense from other example images.
Like smart defaults.
Smart defaults, absolutely. Another one is something we've spent a lot of work over the last 20 years. I've been at Adobe 19, thinking about selection, for instance, where with quick select, you would look at color boundaries and figure out how to sort of flood fill into regions that you thought were physically connected in the real world. But that algorithm had no visual common sense about what a cat looks like or a dog. It would just do it based on rules of thumb which were applied to graph theory. And it was a big improvement over the previous work where you had to sort of almost click everything by hand, or if it just did similar colors, it would do little tiny regions that wouldn't be connected. But in the future, using neural nets to actually do a great job with, say, a single click, or even in the case of well-known categories like people or animals, no click, where you just say, select the object, and it just knows the dominant object useful if they can be robust enough to give you good quality results. Or they can be a great start for like tweaking.
So, for example, background removal.
Correct.
Like one thing I'll in a thumbnail, I'll take a picture of you right now and essentially remove the background behind you, and I want to make that as easy as possible. And you don't have flowing hair, like Rich
at the moment. Yeah.
Rich sort of.
I had it in the past. It may come again in the future, but for now.
So that sometimes makes it a little more challenging to remove the background. How difficult do you think is that problem for AI for basically making the quick selection tool smarter and smarter and smarter?
Well, we have a lot of research on that already. If you want a sort of quick, cheap and cheerful look, I'm pretending I'm in Hawaii, but it's sort of a joke, then you don't need perfect boundaries, and you can do that today with a single click with the algorithms we have. We have other algorithms where with a little bit more guidance on the boundaries, like you might need to touch it up a little bit. We have other algorithms that can pull a nice match from a pre-selection. So we have combinations of tools that can do all of that. And at our recent Max conference, Adobe Max, we demonstrated how very quickly, just by drawing a simple polygon around the object of interest, we could not only do it for a single still, but we could pull a match, well, pull at least a selection mask from a moving target, like a person dancing in front of a brick wall or something. And so it's going from hours to a few seconds for workflows that are really nice. And then you might go in and touch up a little.
So that's a really interesting question. You mentioned the word robust. There's like a journey for an idea, right? And what you presented probably at Max has elements of just sort of, it inspires the concept. It can work pretty well in the majority of cases. But how do you make something that works well in majority of cases? How do you make something that works maybe in all cases, or it becomes a robust tool?
There are a couple of things. So that really touches on the difference between academic research and industrial research. So in academic research, it's really about who's the person to have the great new idea that shows promise. And we certainly love to be those people too. But we have sort of two forms of publishing. One is academic peer review, which we do a lot of, and we have great success there as much as some universities. But then we also have shipping, which is a different type of peer. And then we get customer review, as well as, product critics. And that might be a case where it's not about being perfect every single time, but perfect enough at the time, plus a mechanism to intervene and recover where you do have mistakes. So we have the luxury of very talented customers. We don't want them to be overly taxed doing it every time, but if they can go in and just take it from 99 to 100 with the touch of a mouse or something, then for the professional end, that's something that we definitely want to support as well. And for them, it went from having to do that tedious task all the time to much less often. So I think that gives us an out. If it had to be 100% automatic all the time, then that would delay the time at which we could get to market.
So on that thread, maybe you can untangle something. Again, I'm sort of just speaking to my own experience.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Maybe that is the most useful.
Absolutely.
So I think Photoshop, as a for example, or Premiere, has a lot of amazing features that I haven't touched.
Mm-hmm.
And so what's in terms of AI helping make my life or the life of creatives easier, how is this collaboration between human and machine? How do you learn to collaborate better? How do you learn new algorithms? Is it something where you have to watch tutorials and you have to watch videos and so on, or do you ever think do you think about the experience itself, the exploration being teaching?
We absolutely do. So I'm glad that you brought this up. We sort of think about two things. One is helping the person in the moment to do the task that they need to do, but the other is thinking more holistically about their journey learning the tool. It's like, think of it as Adobe University, where you use the tool long enough, you become an expert. And not necessarily an expert in everything. It's like living in a city. You don't necessarily know every street, but you know the important ones you need to get to. So So we have projects in research which actually look at the thousands of hours of tutorials online and try to understand what's being taught in them. And then we had one publication at Kai where it was looking at, given the last 3 or 4 actions you did, what did other people in tutorials do next? So if you want some inspiration for what you might do next, or you just want to watch the tutorial and learn from people who are doing similar workflows to you, you can without having to go and search on keywords and everything. So really trying to use the context of your use of the app to make intelligent suggestions, either about choices that you might make, or in a more assistive way where it can say, if you did this next, we could show you. And that's basically the frontier that we're exploring now, which is, if we really deeply understand the domain in which designers and creative people work, can we combine that with AI and pattern matching of behavior to make intelligent suggestions, either through, verbal possibilities or just showing the results of, if you try this. And that's really the sort of, I was in a meeting today thinking about these things.
Well,
So it's still a grand challenge. We'd all love an artist over one shoulder and a teacher over the other, right? And we hope to get there. And the right thing to do is to give enough at each stage that it's useful in itself, but it builds a foundation for the next level of expectation.
Are you aware of this gigantic medium of YouTube that's creating just a bunch of creative people, both artists and teachers of different kinds?
Absolutely, and the more we can understand those media types, both visually and in terms of transcripts and words, the more we can bring the wisdom that they embody into the guidance that's embedded in the tool.
That would be brilliant to remove the barrier from having to yourself type in the keyword searching and so on.
Absolutely. And then in the longer term, an interesting discussion is, does it ultimately not just assist with learning the interface we have, but does it modify the interface to be simpler? Or do you fragment into a variety of tools, each of which has a different level of visibility of the functionality? I like to say that if you add a feature to a GUI, you have to get more visual complexity confronting the new user, whereas if you have an assistant with a new skill, if you know they have it, so you know to ask for it, then it's sort of additive without being more intimidating. So we definitely think about new users and how to onboard them. Many actually value the idea of being able to master that complex interface and keyboard shortcuts like you were talking about earlier, because with great familiarity it becomes a musical instrument for expressing your visual ideas. And other people just want to get something done quickly in the simplest way possible, and that's where a more assistive version of the same technology might be useful. Maybe on a different class of device, which is more in context for capture, say. Whereas somebody who's in a deep post-production workflow maybe want to be on a laptop or a big screen desktop and have more knobs and dials to really express the subtlety of what they want to do.
So there's so many exciting applications of computer vision and machine learning that Adobe is working on, like scene stitching, sky replacement, foreground, background removal, spatial object-based image search, automatic image caption, like we mentioned, Project Cloak, Project Deep Fill, filling in targeted images, Project Scribbler, style transform video, style transform faces in video, with Project Puppetron, best name ever. Can you talk through a favorite or some of them, or examples that popped in mind? I'm sure I'll be able to provide links to other ones we don't talk about, because there's visual elements to all of them that are exciting.
Why they're interesting for different reasons might be a good way to go. So I think Sky Replace is interesting because, we talked about selection being sort of an atomic operation. It's almost like if you think of an assembly language, it's like a single instruction. Whereas Sky Replace is a compound action where you automatically select the sky, you look for stock content that matches the geometry of the scene, you try to have variety in your choices so that you do coverage of different moods. It then mats in the sky behind the foreground, but then importantly it uses the foreground of the other image that you just searched on to recolor the foreground of the image that you're editing. So if you say go from a midday sky to an evening sky, it will actually add sort of an orange glow to the foreground objects as well. I was a big fan in college of Magritte, and he has a number of paintings where it's surrealism because he'll like do a composite, but the foreground building will be at night and the sky will be during the day. There's something called the Empire of Light, which is on my wall in college. And we're trying not to do surrealism. It can be a choice, but we'd rather have it be natural by default rather than it looking fake and then you have to do a whole bunch of post-production to fix it. So that's a case where we're kind of capturing an entire workflow into a single action and doing it in about a second rather than a minute or two. And when you do that, you can not just do it once, but you can do it for, say, like 10 different backgrounds, and then you're almost back to this inspiration idea of, I don't know quite what I want, but I'll know it when I see it. And you can just explore the design space as close to final production value as possible. And then when you really pick one, you might go back and slightly tweak the selection mask just to make it perfect and do that kind of polish that professionals like to bring to the work.
So then there's this idea of, you mentioned the sky, replacing it with different stock images of the sky.
Yeah.
In general, you have this idea of,
or it could be on your disk or whatever.
That's right. Yeah. But making even more intelligent choices about ways to search stock images, which is really interesting.
Right.
It's kind of spatial.
Absolutely.
Even with the
You're right. So that was something we called concept canvas. So normally when you do say an image search, you would, assuming it's just based on text, you would give the keywords of the things you want to be in the image, and it would find the nearest one that had those tags. For many tasks, you really want, to be able to say, I want a big person in the middle, or a dog to the right, and umbrella above the left, because you want to leave space for the text or whatever. And so Concept Canvas lets you assign spatial regions to the keywords, and then we've already pre-indexed the images to know where the important concepts are in the picture. So we then go through that index matching to assets. And even though it's just another form of search, because you're doing spatial design or layout, it starts to feel like design. You sort of feel oddly responsible for the image that comes back as if you invented it.
Yeah.
So it's a good example where giving enough control starts to make people have a sense of ownership over the outcome of the event. And then we also have technologies in Photoshop where you physically can move the dog in post as well. But for Concept Canvas, it was just a very fast way to sort of flip through and be able to lay things out.
And in terms of being able to remove objects from a scene and fill in the background automatically, so that's extremely exciting, and that's so neural network is stepping in there. I just talked this week with Ian Goodfellow. So
again, so doing that is definitely one approach.
So is that a really difficult problem? Is it as difficult as it looks? Again, to take it to a robust, modern level.
Well, there are certain classes of image for which the traditional algorithms like content-aware fill work really well. Like if you have a naturalistic texture like a gravel path or something, because it's patch-based, it will make up a very plausible-looking intermediate thing and fill in the hole. And then we use some algorithms to sort of smooth out the lighting so you don't see any brightness contrast in that region, or you gradually ramp from dark to light if it straddles a boundary. Where it gets complicated is if you have to infer invisible structure behind the person in front, and that really requires a common sense knowledge of the world to know what, if I see 3/4 of a house, do I have a rough sense of what the rest of the house looks like? If you just fill it in with patches, it can end up sort of doing things that make sense locally, but you look at the global structure and it looks like it's just sort of crumpled or messed up. And so what GANs and neural nets bring to the table is this common sense learned from the training set. And the challenge right now is that the generative methods that can make up missing holes using that kind of technology are still only stable at low resolutions. And so you either need to then go from a low resolution to a high resolution using some other algorithm, or we need to push the state of the art, and it's still in research to get to that point. Of course, if you show it something, say it's trained on houses, and then you show it an octopus, it's not going to do a very good job of showing common sense about octopuses. again, you're asking about how you know that it's ready for prime time. You really need a very diverse training set of images, and ultimately, that may be a case where you put it out there with some guardrails where you might do a detector which looks at the image and sort of estimates its own competence of how well a job could this algorithm do. So eventually, there may be this idea of what we call an ensemble of experts, where any particular expert is specialized in certain things, and then there's sort of either they vote to say how confident they are about what to do. This is sort of more future looking, or there's some dispatcher which says you're good at houses, you're good at trees, so I mean it's all this adds up to a lot of work because each of those models will be a whole bunch of work. But I think over time you gradually fill out the set and initially focus on certain workflows and then sort of branch out as you get more capable.
You mentioned workflows, and have you considered maybe looking far into the future? First of all, using the fact that there is a huge amount of people that use Photoshop, for example, and have certain workflows, being able to collect the information by which they, basically get information about their workflows, about what they need, the ways to help them, or whether it is houses or octopus that people work on more.
Right.
Like basically getting a beat on what kind of data is needed to be annotated and collected for people to build tools that actually work well for people.
Right, absolutely, and this is a big topic in the whole world of AI is what data can you gather and why. At one level, the way to think about it is we not only want to train our customers in how to use our products, but we want them to teach us what's important and what's useful. At the same time, we want to respect their privacy, and obviously we wouldn't do things without their explicit permission. And I think the modern spirit of the age around this is you have to demonstrate to somebody how they're benefiting from sharing their data with the tool. Either it's helping in the short term to understand their intent so you can make better recommendations, or if they're friendly to your cause or your tool, or they want to help you evolve quickly because they depend on you for their livelihood, they may be willing to share some of their workflows or choices with the data set to be then trained. There are technologies for looking at learning without necessarily storing all the information permanently so that you can sort of learn on the fly but not keep a record of what somebody did. So we're definitely exploring all of those possibilities.
And I think Adobe exists in a space where Photoshop, like if I look at the data I've created and owned, I'm less comfortable sharing data with social networks than I am with Adobe, because there's just exactly as you said, there's an obvious benefit for sharing the data that I use to create in Photoshop because it's helping improve the workflow in the future.
Right.
As opposed to it's not clear what the benefit is in social networks.
Nice of you to say that. I mean, I think there are some professional workflows where people might be very protective of what they're doing, such as if I was preparing evidence for a legal case, I wouldn't want any of that, phoning home to help train the algorithm or anything. There may be other cases where people are, say, having a trial version or they're doing I'm not saying we're doing this today, but there's a future scenario where somebody has a more permissive relationship with Adobe where they explicitly say, I'm fine, I'm only doing hobby projects or things which are non-confidential, and in exchange for some benefit, tangible or otherwise, I'm willing to share very fine-grained data. So another possible scenario is to capture relatively crude high-level things from more people and then more detailed knowledge from people who willingly participate. We do that today with explicit customer studies where, we go and visit somebody and ask them to try the tool and we human observe what they're doing. In the future, to be able to do that enough to be able to train an algorithm, we'd need a more systematic process, but we'd have to do it very consciously because one of the things people treasure about Adobe is a sense of trust, and we don't want to endanger that through overly aggressive data collection. So we have a chief privacy officer, and it's definitely front and center of thinking about AI rather than an afterthought.
Well, when you start that program, sign me up.
Okay, happy to.
Is there other projects that you wanted to mention that that I didn't perhaps that pop into mind?
Well, you covered the number. I think you mentioned Project Coppertron. I think that one is interesting because it's you might think of Adobe as only thinking in 2D, and that's a good example where we're actually thinking more three-dimensionally about how to assign features to faces so that we can, if you take, so what Puppetron does, it takes either a still or a video of a person talking, and then it can take a painting of somebody else and then apply the style of the painting to the person who's talking in the video. And it, unlike a sort of screen door post-filter effect that you sometimes see online, it really looks as though it's somehow attached or reflecting the motion of the face. And so that's a case where even to do a 2D workflow like stylization, you really need to infer more about the 3D structure of the world. And I think as 3D computer vision algorithms get better, initially they'll focus on particular domains like faces where you have a lot of prior knowledge about structure and you can maybe have a parameterized template that you fit to the image. But over time, this should be possible for more general content. And it might even be invisible to the user that you're doing 3D reconstruction, but under the hood, but it might then let you do edits much more reliably or correctly than you would otherwise.
And, face is a very important application, right? So making things work.
And a very sensitive one. If you do something uncanny, it's very disturbing.
That's right.
Yeah.
You have to get it. You have to get it right. So, in the space of augmented reality and virtual reality,
Yes.
where do you think is the role of AR and VR in the content we consume as people, as consumers, and the content we create as creators?
No, that's a great question. We think about this a lot too. So I think VR and AR serve slightly different purposes. So VR can really transport you to an entire immersive world, no matter what your personal situation is. So that was very expensive and a bit early. There's a new wave of that now, I think, and increasingly those devices are becoming all-in-one rather than something that's tethered to a box. I think the market seems to be bifurcating into things for consumers and things for professionals. You need a sense of scale and spatial relationships at this rate. I think AR holds digital assets off the screen and putting them in context in the real world on the table in front of you, on the wall behind you, and that has the corresponding need that the assets need to adapt to the physical context in which they're being placed. I mean, it's a bit like having a live theatre troupe come to your house and put on Hamlet. My mother had a friend who used to do this at state tension between fidelity, where if you captured, say, Nureyev doing a fantastic ballet, you'd want it to be sort of exactly reproduced, and maybe all you could do is scale it down. Whereas somebody telling you a story might be walking around the room doing some gestures, and that could adapt to the room in which they were telling the story.
And so, do you think fidelity is that important in that space, or is it more about the storytelling?
I think it may depend on the characteristic of the media. If it's a famous celebrity, then it may be that you want to catch every nuance, and they don't want to be reanimated by some algorithm. It could be that if it's really, a lovable frog telling you a story, and it's about a princess and a frog, then it doesn't matter if the frog moves in a different way. I think a lot of the ideas that have sort of grown up in the game world will now come into the broader commercial sphere once they're needing adaptive characters in AR.
Are you thinking of engineering tools that allow creators to create in the augmented world, basically making a Photoshop for the augmented world?
Well, we have shown a few demos of sort of taking a Photoshop layer stack and then expanding it into 3D. That's actually been shown publicly as one example in AR. Where we're particularly excited at the moment is in 3D. 3D design is still a very challenging space, and we believe that it's a worthwhile experiment to try to figure out if AR or immersive makes 3D design more spontaneous.
Can you give me an example of 3D design, just
like
applications?
Literally, a simple one would be laying out objects, right? So on a conventional screen, you sort of have a plan view and a side view and a perspective view, and you sort of be dragging it around with the mouse, and if you're not careful, it'll go through the wall and all Whereas if you were really laying out objects say in a VR headset, you could literally move your head to see a different viewpoint. They'd be in stereo, so you'd have a sense of depth, because you're already wearing the depth glasses, right? So it would be those sort of big, gross motor, move things around kind of skills seem much more spontaneous, just like they are in the real world. The frontier for us, I think, is whether that same medium can be used to do fine-grained design tasks, like very accurate, constraints on, say, a CAD model or something. That may be better done on the desktop, but it may just be a matter of inventing the right UI. So we're hopeful that because there will be this potential explosion of demand for 3D assets driven by AR and more real-time animation on conventional screens, those tools will also help with, or those devices will help with designing the content as well.
You've mentioned quite a few interesting sort of new ideas. And at the same time, there's old-timers like me that are stuck in their old ways. And,
I think I'm the old-timer.
But we oppose all change at all costs.
Yes.
Is there, when you're thinking about creating new interfaces, do you feel the burden of just this giant user base that loves the current product? So anything new you do that, any new idea comes at a cost that will be resisted?
Well, I think if you have to trade off control for convenience, then our existing user base would definitely be offended by that. I think if there are some things where you have more convenience and just as much control, that may be more welcome. We do think about not breaking well-known metas for things. So things should sort of make sense. Photoshop has never been a static target. It's always been evolving and growing. And to some extent, there's been a lot of brilliant thought along the way of how it works today, so we don't want to just throw that out. If there's a fundamental breakthrough, like a single click is good enough to select an object rather than having to do lots of strokes, that actually fits in quite nicely to the existing toolset, either as an optional mode or as a starting point. I think where we're looking at radical simplicity, where you could encapsulate an entire workflow with a much simpler UI, then sometimes that's easier to do in the context of either a different device, like a mobile device, where the affordances are naturally different, or in a tool that's targeted at a different workflow, where it's about spontaneity and velocity rather than precision. And we have projects like Rush, which can let you do professional quality video editing for a certain class of media output that is targeted very differently in terms of users and the experience. And ideally, people would go, if I'm feeling like doing Premiere, big project, I'm doing a 4-part television series, that's definitely a Premiere thing, but if I want to do something to show my recent vacation, maybe I'll just use Rush because I could do it in the half an hour I have free at home rather than the 4 hours I need to do it at work. And for the use cases which we can do well, it really is much faster to get the same output, but the more professional tools obviously have a much richer toolkit and more flexibility in what they can do.
And then at the same time, with the flexibility and control, I like this idea of smart defaults, of using AI to coach you, do like what Google has I'm feeling lucky button.
Right.
Where one button kind of gives you a pretty good set of settings, and then that's almost an educational tool.
Absolutely, yeah.
To show, because sometimes when you have all this control, you're not sure about the correlation between the different bars that control different elements, the image and so on. And sometimes there's a degree of, you don't know what the optimal is.
And then some things are sort of on demand, like help, right? Where I'm stuck, I need to know what to look for, I'm not quite sure what it's called. And something that was proactively making helpful suggestions, or, you could imagine a make a suggestion button, where you'd use all of that knowledge of workflows and everything to maybe suggest something to go and learn about, or just to try, or show the answer. And maybe it's not one intelligent default, but it's like a variety of defaults, and then you go, oh, I like that one.
Yeah. Several options.
Yeah.
So, back to lines of a recent poem of yours before I ask the next question.
Yeah.
This is about the smartphone. Today I left my phone at home and went down to the sea. The sand was soft, the ocean glass, but I was still just me. So this is a poem about you leaving your phone behind and feeling quite liberated because of it.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of a difficult topic, and let's see if we can talk about it and figure it out. But so with the help of AI, more and more we can create sort of versions of ourselves, versions of reality that are in some ways more beautiful than actual reality.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the creative effort there is part of doing this, creating this illusion. So of course this is inevitable, but how do you think we should adjust as human beings to live in this digital world that's partly artificial, that's better than the world that we lived in 100 years ago when we didn't have Instagram and Facebook versions of ourselves?
Oh, this is sort of showing off better versions of ourselves.
Using the tooling of modifying the images, or even with artificial intelligence, ideas of deep fakes and creating adjusted or fake versions of ourselves in reality.
I think it's an interesting question. Ross sort of historical bent on this. So I actually wonder if 18th century aristocrats who commissioned famous painters to paint portraits of them had portraits that were slightly nicer than they actually looked in practice.
Well played, sir.
So human desire to put your best foot forward has always been true. I think it's interesting. You sort of framed it in two ways. One is, if we can imagine alternate realities and visualize them, is that a good or bad thing? In the old days, you do it with storytelling and words and poetry. We write sometimes on websites, but we've become a very visual culture in particular. In the 19th century, we were very much a text-based culture. People would read long tracts. Political speeches were very long. Nowadays, everything's very kind of quick and visual and snappy. I think it depends on how harmless your intent. A lot of it's about intent. So if you have a somewhat flattering photo that you pick out of the photos that you have in your inbox to say this is what I look like, it's probably fine. If someone's going to judge you by how you look, then they'll decide soon enough when they meet you whether the reality, I think where it can be harmful is if people hold themselves up to an impossible standard, which they then feel bad about themselves for not meeting. I think that's definitely can be an issue. But I think the ability to imagine and visualize an alternate reality, which sometimes which you then go off and build later, can be a wonderful thing too. People can imagine architectural styles, which they then, have a startup make a fortune and then build a house that looks like their favorite video game. Is that a terrible thing? I think I used to worry about exploration, actually, that part of the joy of going to the moon when I was a tiny child, I remember it raining in black and white, was to know what it would look like when you got there. And I think now we have such good graphics for visualizing the experience before it happens, that I'm slightly worried that it may take the edge off actually wanting to go. You know what I mean? Because we've seen it on TV, we kind of, by the time we finally get to Mars, we go, oh yes, there's Mars, this is what it looks like. But then, the outer exploration, I think Pluto was a fantastic recent discovery where nobody had any idea what it looked like, and it was just breathtakingly varied and beautiful. So I think expanding the ability of the human toolkit to imagine and communicate on balance is a good thing. I think there are abuses. We definitely take them seriously and try to discourage them. I think there's a parallel side where the public needs to know what's possible through events like this, right? So that you don't believe everything you read in print anymore, and it may over time become true of images as well. Or you need multiple sets of evidence to really believe something rather than a single media asset. So I think it's a constantly evolving thing. It's been true forever. There's a famous story about Anne of Cleves James and Henry VIII, where luckily for Anne, they didn't get married, right? Or they got married and fell in love.
What's the story?
So Holbein went and painted a picture, and then Henry VIII wasn't pleased, and
Oh, God.
history doesn't record whether Anne was pleased, but I think she was pleased not to be married more than a day or something.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this has gone on for a long time, but I think it's just part of the magnification of human capability.
You've kind of built up an amazing research environment here, research culture, research lab, and you've written that the secret to a thriving research lab is interns. Can you unpack that a little bit?
Oh, absolutely. So, a couple of reasons. As you see, looking at my personal history, there are certain ideas you bond with at a certain stage of your career, and you tend to keep revisiting them through time. If you're lucky, you pick one that doesn't just get solved in the next 5 years, and then you're sort of out of luck. So I think a constant influx of new people brings new ideas with it. From the point of view of industrial research, because a big part of what we do is really taking those ideas to the point where they can ship as very robust features, you end up investing a lot in a particular idea, and if you're not careful, people can get too conservative in what they choose to do next, knowing that the product teams will want it. And interns let you explore the more fanciful or unproven ideas in a relatively lightweight way, ideally leading to new publications for the intern and for the researcher. And it gives you then a portfolio from which to draw which idea am I going to then try to take all the way through to being robust in the next year or two to ship. So it sort of becomes part of the funnel. It's also a great way for us to identify future full-time researchers. Many of our greatest researchers were former interns. It builds a bridge to university departments so we can get to know and build an enduring relationship with the professors, who we often do academic gift funds to as well, as an acknowledgement of the value the interns add and their own collaborations. So it's sort of a virtuous cycle. And then the long-term legacy of a great research lab, hopefully, will be not only the people who stay, but the ones who move through and then go off and carry that same model to other companies. And so we believe strongly in industrial research and how it can complement academia, and we hope that this model will continue to propagate and be invested in by other companies, which makes it harder for us to recruit, of course, but that's a sign of success. And a rising tide lifts all ships.
And where's the idea born with the interns? Is there brainstorming? Is there discussions about, like what?
Where do the ideas come from?
Yeah. As I'm asking the question, I realize how dumb it is, but I'm hoping
no, it's
give a better
answer at all. It's
better answer than a better
question I ask at the beginning of every summer. So what will happen is we'll send out a call for interns. We'll have a number of resumes come in. People will contact the candidates, talk to them about their interests. They'll usually try to find somebody who has a reasonably good match to what they're already doing, or just has a really interesting domain that they've been pursuing in their PhD, and we think we'd love to do one of those projects too. And then the intern stays in touch with the mentor, as we call them, and then they come, and at the end of 2 weeks, they have to decide. So they'll often have a general sense by the time they arrive, and we'll have internal discussions about what are all the general ideas that we're wanting to pursue, to see whether two people have the same idea and maybe they should talk and all that. But then once the intern actually arrives, sometimes the idea goes linearly, and sometimes it takes a giant left turn, and we go, that sounded good, but when we thought about it, there's this other project, or it's already been done, and we found this paper, we were scooped, but we have this other great idea. So it's pretty flexible at the beginning. One of the questions for research labs is, who's deciding what to do? And then who's to blame if it goes wrong, who gets the credit if it goes right? And so in Adobe, we push the needle very much towards freedom of choice of projects by the researchers and the interns, but then we reward people based on impact. So if the projects ultimately end up impacting the products and having papers and so on. And so the alternative model, just to be clear, is that you have one lab director who thinks he's a genius and tells everybody what to do, takes all the credit if it goes well, blames everybody else if it goes badly. So we don't want that model. And this helps new ideas percolate up. The art of running such a lab is that there are strategic priorities for the company, and there are areas where we do want to invest and pressing problems. And so it's a little bit of a trickle down and filter up meets in the middle. And so you don't tell people you have to do X, but you say X would be particularly appreciated this year. And then people reinterpret X through the filter of things they want to do and they're interested in. And miraculously, it usually comes together very well. One thing that really helps is Adobe has a really broad portfolio of products. So if we have a good idea, there's usually a product team that is intrigued or interested. So it means we don't have to qualify things too much ahead of time. Once in a while, the product teams sponsor an extra intern because they have a particular problem that they really care about, in which case it's a little bit more, we really need one of these. And then we sort of say, great, I get an extra intern. We find an intern, he thinks that's a great problem. But that's not the typical model. That's sort of the icing on the cake as far as the budget's concerned. And all of the above end up being important. It's really hard to predict at the beginning of the summer which of we all have high hopes of all of the intern projects, but ultimately some of them pay off and some of them sort of are a nice paper but don't turn into a feature. Others turn out not to be as novel as we thought, but they'd be a great feature but not a paper. And then others, we make a little bit of progress and we realize how much we don't know, and maybe we revisit that problem several years in a row until it finally we have a breakthrough, and then it becomes more on track to impact product.
Jumping back to big overall view of Adobe Research, what are you looking forward to in 2019 and beyond? What is, you mentioned there's this giant suite of products,
yes,
giant suite of ideas, new interns, a large team of researchers. Where do you think what do you think the future holds?
In terms of the technological breakthroughs?
Technological breakthroughs, especially ones that will make it into product, will get to impact the world.
So I think the creative or the analytics assistants that we talked about, where they're constantly trying to figure out what you're trying to do and how can they be helpful and make useful suggestions, is a really hot topic, and it's very unpredictable as to when it'll be ready, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how much progress we make against that. I think some of the core technologies like generative adversarial networks are immensely promising, and seeing how quickly those become practical for mainstream use cases at high resolution with really good quality is also exciting. And they also have this sort of strange way of even the things they do oddly are odd in an interesting way, so it can look like dreaming or something. So that's fascinating. I think internally we have a Sensei platform, which is a way in which we're pooling our neural nets and other intelligence models into a central platform, which can then be leveraged by multiple product teams at once. So we're in the middle of transitioning from once you have a good idea, you pick a product team to work with, and you sort of hand design it for that use case, to a more sort of Henry Ford, stand it up in a standard way, which can be accessed in a standard way, which should mean that the time between a good idea and impacting our products will be greatly shortened. And when one product has a good idea, many of the other products can just leverage it too. So it's sort of an economy of scale. So that's more about the how than the what, but that combination of this sort of renaissance in AI, there's a comparable one in graphics with real-time ray tracing and other really exciting emerging technologies. And when these all come together, you'll sort of basically be dancing with light, right? Where you'll have real-time shadows, reflections, and as if it's the real world in front of you, but then with all these magical properties brought by AI, where it sort of anticipates or modifies itself in ways that make sense based on how it understands the creative task we're trying to do.
That's a really exciting future for creative, for myself too, as a creator. First of all, I work in autonomous vehicles. I'm a roboticist. I love robots, and I think you have a fascination with snakes, both natural and artificial robots.
Absolutely.
I share your fascination. I mean, their movement is beautiful, adaptable. The adaptability is fascinating. There are, I looked it up, 2,900 species of snakes in the world.
Wow.
375 venomous. Some are tiny, some are huge. Saw that there's one that's 25 feet in some cases. So what's the most interesting thing that you connect with in terms of snakes, both natural and artificial? What was the connection with robotics, AI, and this particular form of a robot?
Well, it actually came out of my work in the 80s on computer animation, where I started doing things like cloth simulation and other kind of soft body simulation. And you'd sort of drop it and it would bounce and then it would just sort of stop moving. And I thought, well, what if you animate the spring lengths and simulate muscles? And the simplest object I could do that for was an earthworm. So I actually did a paper in 1988 called The Motion Dynamics of Snakes and Worms. And I read the physiology literature on both how snakes and worms move, and then did some of the early computer animation examples of that. And
so your interest in robotics
came out of simulation and graphics. When I moved from Alias to Apple, we actually did a movie called Her Majesty's Secret Serpent, which is about a secret agent snake that parachutes in and captures a film canister from a satellite, which tells you how old-fashioned we were thinking back then. Sort of classic 1950s or 60s Bond movie kind of thing. And at the same time, I'd always made radio-controlled ships when I was a child, and from scratch. And I thought, wow, how hard can it be to build a real one? And so then started what turned out to be like a 15-year obsession with trying to build better snake robots. And the first one that I built just sort of slithered sideways but didn't actually go forward. Then I added wheels. And building things in real life makes you honest about the friction. The thing that appeals to me is I love creating the illusion of life, which is what drove me to animation. And if you have a robot with enough degrees of coordinated freedom that move in a kind of biological way, then it starts to cross the uncanny valley into seeming like a creature rather than a thing. And I certainly got that with the early snakes. By S3, I had it able to sidewind as well as go directly forward. My wife-to-be suggested that it would be the ring bearer at our wedding, so it actually went down the aisle carrying the rings, and got in the local paper for that, which was really fun. And this was all done as a hobby. And then at the time, the onboard compute was incredibly limited. It was sort of...
Yes, so you should explain that these things, the whole idea is that you're trying to run it autonomously.
Autonomously onboard power onboard, right? And so the very first one, I actually built the controller from discrete logic, because I used to do LSI, circuits and things when I was a teenager. And then the second and third one, the 8-bit microprocessors were available with like a whole 256 bytes of RAM, which you could just about squeeze in. So they were radio controlled rather than autonomous, and really were more about the physicality and coordinated motion. I've occasionally taken a sidestep into, if only I could make it cheaply enough, it would make a great toy, which has been a lesson in how clockwork is its own magical realm that you venture into and learn things about backlash and other things you don't take into account as a computer scientist, which is why what seemed like a good idea doesn't work. So it's quite humbling. And then more recently, I've been building S9, which is a much better engineered version of S3, where the motors wore out and it doesn't work anymore, and you can't buy replacements, which is sad given that it was such a meaningful one. S5 was about twice as long and looked much more biologically inspired. Unlike the typical roboticist, I taper my snakes. There are good mechanical reasons to do that, but it also makes them look more biological, although it means every segment's unique rather than a repetition, which is why most engineers don't do it. It actually saves weight and leverage and everything. And that one is currently on display at the International Spy Museum in Washington, D.C. None of it has done any spying. It was on YouTube, and it got its own conspiracy theory where people thought that it wasn't real because I work at Adobe, it must be fake graphics. And people would write to me, tell me it's real. And, so the background doesn't move, and it's like, it's on a tripod for me. So that one, but you can see the real thing, so it really is true. And then the latest one is the first one where I could put a Raspberry Pi, which leads to all sorts of terrible jokes about Pythons and things. But yeah, but this one can have onboard compute, and then where my hobby work and my work are converging is you can now add vision accelerator chips which can evaluate neural nets and do object recognition and everything. So both for the snakes and more recently for the spider that I've been working on, having desktop level compute is now opening up a whole world of true autonomy with onboard compute, onboard batteries, and still having that sort of biomimetic quality that that appeals to children in particular. They're really drawn to them, and adults think they look creepy, but children actually think they look charming. I gave a series of lectures at Girls Who Code to encourage people to take an interest in technology. And at the moment, I'd say they're still more expensive than the value that they add, which is why they're a great hobby for me, but they're not really a great product. It makes me think about doing that very early thing I did at Alias with changing the muscle rest lengths. If I could do that with a real artificial muscle material, then the next snake ideally would use that rather than motors and gearboxes and everything. It would be lighter, much stronger, and more continuous and smooth. So I like to say being in research is a license to be curious, and I have the same feeling with my hobby. It forced me to read biology and be curious about things that otherwise would have just been, National Geographic special. Suddenly I'm thinking, how does that snake move? Can I copy it? I look at the trails that sidewinding snakes leave in sand and see if my snake robots would do the same thing.
So out of something inanimate, I like the way you put it, try to bring life into it.
Absolutely. And then ultimately give it a personality, which is where the intelligent agent research will converge with the vision and voice synthesis to give it a sense of having not necessarily human level intelligence. I think the Turing test is such a high bar, it's a little bit self-defeating, but having one that you can have a meaningful conversation with, especially if you have a reasonably good sense of what you can say. So not trying to have it so a stranger could walk up and have one, but so as a pet owner or a robot pet owner, you could know what it thinks about and what it can reason about.
Or sometimes just meaningful interaction. If you have the kind of interaction you have with a dog, sometimes you might have a conversation, but it's usually one way.
Absolutely.
And
right.
Nevertheless, it feels like a meaningful connection.
And one of the things that I'm trying to do in the sample audio that we'll play you is beginning to get towards the point where the reasoning system can explain why it knows something or why it thinks something. And that again creates the sense that it really does know what it's talking about, but also for debugging. As you get more and more elaborate behavior, it's like, why did you decide to do that? How do you know that? I think the robots really are my muse for helping me think about the future of AI and what to invent next.
So even at Adobe, it's mostly operating in digital world.
Correct.
Do you see a future where Adobe even expands into the more physical world, perhaps? So bringing life not into animations, but bringing life into physical objects, whether it's,
I'd have to say at the moment it's a twinkle in my eye. I think the more likely thing is that we will bring virtual objects into the physical world through augmented reality. And many of the ideas that might take 5 years to build a robot to do, you can do in a few weeks with digital assets. So I think when really intelligent robots finally become commonplace, they won't be that surprising because we'll have been living with those personalities in the virtual sphere for a long time. And then they'll just say, oh, it's Siri with legs or Alexa on hoofs or something. So I can see that world coming. And for now, it's still an adventure, and we don't know quite what the experience will be like. And it's really exciting to sort of see all of these different strands of my career converge.
Yeah, in interesting ways. And it is definitely a fun adventure.
Yep.
So let me end with my favorite poem, the last two lines of my favorite poem of yours that ponders mortality, and in some sense, immortality, as our ideas live through the ideas of others, through the work of others. It ends with, do not weep or mourn. It was enough the little atomies permitted just a single dance. Scatter them as deep as your eyes can see. I'm content they'll have another chance. Sweeping more centered parts along, to join a jostling, lifting throng, as others danced in me. Beautiful poem, beautiful way to end it. Gavin, thank you so much for talking today, and thank you for inspiring and empowering millions of people like myself for creating amazing stuff.
Well, thank you. Great conversation.
The following is a conversation with Rosalind Picard. She's a professor at MIT, director of the Effective Computing Research Group at the MIT Media Lab, and co-founder of two companies, Effectiva and Empatica. Over 2 decades ago, she launched the field of effective computing with a book of the same name. This book described the importance of emotion in artificial and natural intelligence, the vital role of emotional communication has to the relationship between people in general and human-robot interaction. I really enjoyed talking with Roz on so many topics, including emotion, ethics, privacy, the web of computing, and her recent research in epilepsy, and even love and meaning. This conversation is part of the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me, and led a lot of research from this area since then. As I understand, the goal is to make the machine detect and interpret the emotional state of a human being and adapt the behavior of the machine based on the emotional state. So, how is your understanding of what's involved? How has that evolved over the years?
Yeah, actually, originally when I defined the term affect, recognizing and responding intelligently to human emotions, although those are probably the two pieces that we've worked on the hardest. The original concept also encompassed machines that would have mechanisms that functioned like human emotion does inside them. It would be any computing that relates to, arises from, or deliberately enhances human emotion. So and if it's going to be intelligent, which Microsoft researchers have worked really hard on, actually has some of the most sophisticated AI internet at the time, that thing's going to actually be smart. It needs to respond to me and you, and we can send a very different signal.
So, by the way, just a quick interruption. The Clippy, and maybe it's in Word 95 or 98. I don't remember when it was born, but many people. Do you find yourself with that reference that people recognize what you're talking about still to this point?
I don't expect the newest students to these days, but I've mentioned it to a lot of audiences, like how many of you know this Clippy thing, and still the majority of people seem to know it.
So Clippy kind of looks at maybe natural language processing, what you were typing, and tries to help you complete. I think I don't even remember what Clippy was except annoying.
Yeah, it tried. Some people actually liked it.
Well, I missed it.
I would hear those stories. You missed it?
Well, I missed the annoyance. It felt like there's an
Someone
element.
was there.
Somebody was there, and we were in it together,
Yeah.
and they were annoying. It's like a puppy that just doesn't get it. That keeps ripping up the couch.
And in fact, they could have done it smarter, like a puppy. If they had done, like, if when you yelled at it or cursed at it, if it had put its little ears back and its tail down and perked off, probably people would have wanted it back, right? But instead, when you yelled at it, what did it do? It smiled. It winked. It danced, right? If somebody comes to my office and I yell at them, they start smiling, winking, and dancing. I'm like, I never want to see you again. So Bill Gates got a standing ovation when he said it was going away, because people were so sick. It was so emotionally unintelligent, right? It was intelligent about whether you were writing a letter, what kind of help you needed for that context. It was completely unintelligent about, hey, if you're annoying your customer, don't smile in their face when you do it. So that kind of mismatch was something that developers just didn't think about. And intelligence at the time was really all about math and language and chess and games, problems that could be pretty well defined. Social emotional interaction is much more complex than chess or Go or any of the games that people are trying to solve. And in order to understand that required skills that most people in computer science actually were lacking personally.
Well, let's talk about computer science. This thing's gotten better since the work, since the message, since you really launched the field with a lot of research work in this space. I still find, as a person like yourself, fashion about human beings, and yet entering computer science, there still seems to be a lack of, sorry to say, empathy in us computer scientists.
Yeah, well,
Where has it gotten better?
let's just say there's a lot more variety among computer scientists these days. Computer scientists are a much more diverse group today than they were 25 years ago, and that's good. We need all kinds of people to become computer scientists so that computer science reflects more what society needs. And there's brilliance among every personality type, so it need not be limited to people who prefer computers to other people.
How hard do you think it is? How your view of how difficult it is to recognize emotion or to create a deeply emotionally intelligent interaction? Has it gotten easier or harder as you move further? And how far away are we from cracking this? If you think of the Turing test solving intelligence, looking at the Turing test for emotional intelligence.
I think it is as difficult as I thought it was going to be. I think my prediction of its difficulty is spot on. I think the time estimates are always hard because they're always a function of society's love and hate of a particular topic. If society gets excited and you get you get thousands of researchers working on it for a certain application, that application gets solved really quickly. The general intelligence, the computer's complete lack of ability to have awareness of what it's doing, the fact that it's not conscious, the fact that there's no signs of it becoming conscious, the fact that it doesn't read between the lines, those kinds of things that we have to teach it explicitly, what other people pick up implicitly, we don't see that changing yet. There aren't breakthroughs yet that lead us to believe that that's going to go any faster, which means that it's still going to be kind of stuck with a lot of limitations where it's probably only going to do the right thing in very limited, narrow, pre-specified contexts where we can prescribe pretty much what's going to happen there. So I don't see it's hard to predict the date because when people don't work on it, it's infinite. When everybody works on it, you get a nice piece of it, well solved in a short amount of time. I actually think there's a more important issue right now than the difficulty of it, and that's causing some of us to put the brakes on a little bit. Usually we're all just like, step on the gas, let's go faster. This is causing us to pull back and put the brakes on, and that's the way that some of this technology is being used in places like China right now, and that worries me so deeply that it's causing me to pull back myself on a lot of the things that we could be doing, and try to get the community to think a little bit more about, okay, if we're going to go forward with that, how can we do it in a way that puts in place safeguards that protect people?
The technology we're referring to is when a computer senses the human being, like the human face.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of exciting things there, like forming a deep connection with a human being. But so what are your worries how that could go wrong? Is it in terms of privacy? Is it in terms of other kinds of
dig into privacy. So here in the U.S., if I'm watching a video of, say, a political leader, and in the U.S. we're quite free, as we all know, to even criticize, the president of the United States, right? Here, that's not a shocking thing. It happens, about every 5 seconds, right? But in China, what happens if you criticize the leader of the government, right? And so people are very careful not to do that. However, what happens if you're simply watching a video and you make a facial expression that shows a little bit of skepticism, right? Well, and here we're completely free to do that. In fact, we're free to fly off the handle and say anything we want. Usually, I mean, there are some restrictions. When the athlete does this as part of the national broadcast, maybe the teams get a little unhappy about picking that forum to do it, right? But that's more a question of judgment. We have these freedoms, and in places that don't have those freedoms, what if our our technology can read it even non-contact? What if our technology can read it without your prior consent? And here in the US, in my first company, we started Affectiva. We have worked super hard to turn away money and opportunities that try to read people's affects without their prior informed consent. And even the software that is licensable, you have to sign things saying you will only use it in certain ways, which essentially is get people buy-in, right? Don't do this without people agreeing to it. There are other countries where they're not interested in people's buy-in. They're just gonna use it. They're gonna inflict it on you, and if you don't like it, you better not scowl in the direction of any census.
So one, let me just comment on a small tangent. You know, with the idea of adversarial examples of deep fakes and so on.
Yeah.
What you bring up is actually, in that one sense, deep fakes provide a comforting protection that that you can no longer really trust that the video of your face was legitimate, and therefore you always have an escape clause if a government is trying, if a stable, balanced, ethical government is trying to accuse you of something. At least you have protection. You can say it was fake news, as is a popular term now.
Yeah, that's the general thinking of it. We know how to go into the video and see, for example, your heart rate and respiration, and whether or not they've been tampered with. And we also can put like fake heart rate and respiration in your video. Yeah, so we decided we needed to do that after we developed a way to extract it. We decided we also needed a way to jam it. Okay? And so the fact that we took time to do that other step too, right? That was time that I wasn't spending making the machine more affectively intelligent. And there's a choice in how we spend our time, which is now being swayed a little bit less by this goal and a little bit more like by concern about what's happening in society and what kind of future do we want to build. And as we step back and say, okay, we don't just build AI to build AI to make Elon Musk more money or to make Amazon and Jeff Bezos more money. Good gosh, that's the wrong ethic. Why are we building it? What is the point of building AI? It used to be it was driven by researchers in academia to get papers published and to make a career for themselves and to do something cool, right? Like, because maybe it could be done. Now we realize that this is enabling rich people to get vastly richer. The poor the divide is even larger. And is that the kind of future that we want? Maybe we want to maybe we want to rethink AI. Maybe we want to rethink the problems in society that are causing the greatest inequity, and rethink how to build AI that's not about a general intelligence, but that's about extending the intelligence and capability of the have-nots so that we close these gaps in society.
Do you hope that kind of stepping on the brake happens organically? Because I think still majority of the force behind AI is the desire to publish papers, is to make money without thinking about the why. Do you hope it happens organically? Is there room for regulation?
Yeah, great question. I prefer they talk about the carrot versus the stick. I definitely prefer the carrot to the stick. And, in our free world, there's only so much stick, right? You're going to find a way around it. I generally think less regulation is better. That said, even though my position is classically carrot, no stick, no regulation, I think we do need some regulations in this space. I do think we need regulations around protecting people with their data, that you own your data, not Amazon, not Google. I would like to see people own their own data. I would also like to see the regulations that we have right now around lie detection being extended to motion recognition in general. That right now you can't use a lie detector on an employee when you're on a candidate when you're interviewing them for a job. I think similarly we need to put in place protection around reading people's emotions without their consent, and in certain cases like characterizing them for a job and other opportunities. So I also think that when we're reading emotion that's predictive around mental health, that should, even though it's not medical data, that should get the kinds of protections that are medical data. Yes. right now with your smartphone use, and if you're wearing a sensor and you want to learn about your stress and your sleep and your physical activity and how much you're using your phone and your social interactions, all of that non-medical data, when we put it together with machine learning, now called AI, even though the founders of AI wouldn't have called it that, that capability can not only tell that you're calm right now or that you're getting a little stressed, but it can also predict how you're likely to be tomorrow. If you're likely to be sick or healthy, happy or sad, stressed or calm.
Especially when you're tracking data over time.
Especially when we're tracking a week of your data or more.
Do you have an optimism towards, a lot of people on our phones are worried about this camera that's looking at us. For the most part, on balance, are you optimistic about the benefits that can be brought from that camera that's looking at billions of us? Or should we be more worried?
I think we should be a little bit more worried about who's looking at us and listening to us. The device sitting on your countertop in your kitchen, whether it's Alexa, Google Home, or Apple Siri, these devices want to listen while they say ostensibly to help us. And I think there are great people in these companies who do want to help people. Let me not brand them all bad. I'm a user of products from all of these companies. I'm naming all the A companies, Alphabet, Apple, Amazon. They are awfully big companies, right? They have incredible power. And, what if China were to buy them, right? And suddenly all of that data were not part of free America, but all of that data were part of somebody who just wants to take over the world and you submit to them. And guess what happens if you so much as smirk the wrong way when they say something that you don't like? Well, they have re-education camps, right? That's a nice word for them. By the way, they have a surplus of organs for people who have surgery these days. They don't have an organ donation problem because they take your blood and they know you're a match. And the doctors are on record of taking organs from people who were perfectly healthy and not prisoners. They're just simply not the favored ones of the government. And, that's a pretty freaky, evil society. And we can use the word evil there.
I was born in the Soviet Union. I can certainly connect to the worry that you're expressing. At the same time, probably both you and I, and you're very much so, there's an exciting possibility that you can have a deep connection with a machine.
Yeah.
Right, so...
Those of us, I've admitted students who say that they, when you list, like, who do you most wish you could have lunch with or dinner with, right? And they'll write, like, I don't like people. I just like computers. And one of them said to me once when I had this party at my house, I want you to know, this is my only social event of the year, my one social event of the year. Okay, now this is a brilliant machine learning person, right? And we need that kind of brilliance in machine learning. And I love that computer science welcomes people who love people and people who are very awkward around people. I love that this is a field that anybody could join. We need all kinds of people. And you don't need to be a social person. I'm not trying to force people who don't like people to suddenly become social. At the same time, if most of the people building the AIs in the future are the kind of people who don't like people, we've got a little bit of a problem.
Well, hold on a second. So let me push back on that. So don't you think a large percentage of the world can, there's loneliness. There's
a huge problem with loneliness that's growing.
And so there's a longing for connection. Do you...
If you're lonely, you're part of a big and growing group.
Yes. So we're in it together, I guess. If you're lonely,
you're not alone.
You're not alone. That's a good one. But do you think there's you talked about some worry, but do you think there's an exciting possibility that something like Alexa and these kinds of tools can alleviate that loneliness in a way that other humans can't?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and it can meet needs. Even I don't read those trashy romance books, but somebody does, right? And what are they getting from this? Well, probably some of that feeling of being there, right? Being there in that social moment, that romantic moment of connecting with somebody. I've had a similar experience reading some science fiction books, right? And connecting with the character. Orson Scott Card, just amazing writing and Ender's Game and Speaker for the Dead, terrible title, but the kind of books that pull you into a character and you feel like you feel very social. It's very connected, even though it's not responding to you. And a computer, of course, can respond to you, so it can deepen it, right? You can have a very deep connection, much more than the movie Her, plays that, right?
Well, not much more. I mean, movie Her is already a pretty deep connection, right?
Well, but it's just a movie, right? It's scripted. It's
Okay.
just But I mean, like, there can be a real interaction where the character can learn and you can learn. You could imagine it not just being you and one character. You can imagine a group of characters. You can imagine a group of people and characters, human and AI, connecting, where maybe a few people can't sort of be friends with everybody, but the few people and their AI can befriend more people. There can be an extended human intelligence in there where each human can connect with more people that way. But it's still very limited. But there are just what I mean is there are many more possibilities than what's in that movie.
So there's a tension here. The one you expressed a really serious concern about privacy, about how governments can misuse the information, and there's a possibility of this connection. So let's look at Alexa.
Yeah.
So personal assistants, for the most part, as far as I'm aware, they ignore your emotion. They ignore even the context or the existence of you, the intricate, beautiful, complex aspects of who you are, except maybe aspects of your voice that help it recognize or increase recognition. Do you think they should move towards trying to understand your emotion?
All of these companies are very interested in understanding human emotion. They want more people are telling Siri every day they want to kill themselves. Apple wants to know the difference between if a person is really suicidal versus if a person is just kind of fooling around with Siri, right? The words may be the same, the tone of voice and what surrounds those words is pivotal to understand if they should respond in a very serious way, bringing help to that person, or if they should kind of jokingly tease back, you just want to, sell me for something else, right? Like how do you respond when somebody says that? Well, you do want to err on the side of being careful and taking it seriously. People want to know if the person is happy or stressed, in part, so let me give you an altruistic reason and a business profit motivated reason. And there are people and companies that operate on both principles. The altruistic people really care about their customers and really care about helping you feel a little better at the end of the day. And it would just make those people happy if they knew that they made your life better. If you came home stressed and after talking with their product, you felt better. There are other people who maybe have studied the way affect affects decision making and prices people pay, and they know, I don't know if I should tell you, like the work of Jen Lerner on heartstrings and purse strings. If we manipulate you into a slightly sadder mood, you'll pay more, right? You'll pay more to change your situation. You'll pay more for something you don't even need to make yourself feel better. So, if they sound a little sad, well, maybe I don't want to cheer them up. Maybe first I want to help them get something, a little shopping therapy, right, that helps them.
Which is really difficult for a company that's primarily funded on advertisements, so they're encouraged to
Yep.
to get you
to offer you products, or Amazon primarily funded on you buying things from their store. So I think we should be, maybe we need regulation in the future to put a little bit of a wall between these agents that have access to our emotions and agents that want to sell us stuff. Maybe there needs to be a little bit more
actual interaction itself. Do you think you mentioned Clippy and being annoying. What is the objective function we're trying to optimize? Is it minimize annoyingness or minimize or maximize happiness? Or if we look at human-to-human relations, I think that push and pull, the tension, the dance, the annoying, the flaws, that's what makes it fun. So is there is there a room for what is the objective
function? When you want to have a little push and pull, because your kids sparring, right? I see my sons, and one of them wants to provoke the other to be upset, and that's fun. And it's actually healthy to learn where your limits are, to learn how to self-regulate. You can imagine a game where it's trying to make you mad, and you're trying to show self-control. And so if we're doing a AI-human interaction that's helping build resilience and self-control, whether it's to learn how to not be a bully, or how to turn the other cheek, or how to deal with an abusive person in your life, then you might need an AI that pushes your buttons, right? But in general, do you want an AI that pushes your buttons? Probably depends on your personality. I don't. I want one that's respectful, that is there to serve me, and that is there to extend my ability to do things. I'm not looking for a rival. I'm looking for a helper. And that's the kind of AI I put my money on.
Your sense is for the majority of people in the world, in order to have a rich experience, that's what they're looking for as well. So they're not looking. If you look at the movie Her, spoiler alert, I believe the program, the woman in the movie Her leaves the person for somebody else.
Right.
Says they don't want to be dating anymore. Right. Like, do you? Your sense is if Alexa said, you know what, I'm actually had enough of you for a while, so I'm going to shut myself off. You don't see that as.
I'd say you're trash because I paid for you, right? We've got to remember, and this is where just blending human AI as if we're equal is really deceptive, because AI is something at the end of the day that my students and I are making in the lab, and we're choosing what it's allowed to say, when it's allowed to speak, what it's allowed to listen to, what it's allowed to act on given the inputs that we choose to expose it to, what outputs it's allowed to have. It's all something made by a human. And if we want to make something that makes our lives miserable, fine, I wouldn't invest in it as a business, unless it's just there for self-regulation training. But I think we need to think about what kind of future we want. And actually, your question, I really like what is the objective function? Is it to calm people down? Sometimes. Is it to always make people happy and calm them down? Well, there was a book about that, right? The Brave New World, make everybody happy, take your soma. If you're unhappy, take your happy pill. And if you refuse to take your happy pill, well, we'll threaten you by sending you to Iceland to live there. I lived in Iceland for years. It's a great place. Don't take your soma. Go to Iceland. A little TV commercial. I was a child there for a few years. It was a wonderful place. So that part of the book never scared me. but really, do we want AI to manipulate us into submission, into making us happy? Well, if you are like a power-obsessed dictator individual who only wants to control other people to get your jollies in life, then yeah, you want to use AI to extend your power and your scale to force people into submission. If you believe that the human race is better off being given freedom and the opportunity to do things that might surprise you, then you want to use AI to extend people's ability to build. You want to build AI that extends human intelligence, that empowers the weak, and helps balance the power between the weak and the strong, not that gives more power to the strong.
So, in this process of empowering people and sensing people, what is your sense on emotion in terms of recognizing emotion? The difference between emotion that is shown and emotion that is felt. So, the emotion that is expressed on
We're very limited when we just look at the face, but we can get farther than most people think we can get. People think, hey, I have a great poker face, therefore all you're ever going to get from me is facial. Well, that's naive. We can read with an ordinary camera on your laptop or on your phone. We can read from a neutral face if your heart is racing. We can read from a neutral face if your breathing is becoming irregular and showing signs of stress. We can read under some conditions that maybe I won't give you details on, how your heart rate variability power is changing. That to be a sign of stress, even when your heart rate is not necessarily accelerating. So,
sorry, from the zero sensors or from the face?
From the color changes that you cannot even see, but the camera can see.
Amazing. So you can get a lot of signal, but
so we get things people can't see using a regular camera, and from that we can tell things about your stress. So if you were just sitting there with a blank face thinking nobody can read my emotion, well, you're wrong.
Right, so that's really interesting, but that's from some visual information from the face that's almost like cheating your way to the physiological state of the body by being very clever with what you can do with
signal processing.
With signal processing. Yeah. So that's really impressive. But if you just look at the stuff we humans can see, the smile, the smirks, the subtle, all the facial
right. So then you can hide that on your face for a limited amount of time. Now, if you're just going in for a brief interview and you're hiding it, that's pretty easy for most people. If you are, however, surveilled constantly everywhere you go, then it's going to say, gee, Lex used to smile a lot, and now I'm not seeing so many smiles. And Rod used to, laugh a lot and smile a lot very spontaneously, and now I'm only seeing these not so spontaneous looking smiles, and only when she's asked these questions. That's something's changed here. We can look at that too. So now I have to be a little careful too. When I say you think we can't read your emotion and we can, it's not that binary. What we're reading is more some physiological changes that relate to your activation. Now, that doesn't mean that we know everything about how you feel. In fact, we still know very little about how you feel. Your thoughts are still private. Your nuanced feelings are still completely private. We can't read any of that. So there's some relief that we can't read that. Even brain imaging can't read that. Wearables can't read that. However, as we read your body state changes and we know what's going on in your environment, and we look at patterns of those over time, we can start to make some inferences about what you might be feeling. And that is where it's not just the momentary feelings, but it's more your stance towards things. And that could actually be a little bit more scary with certain kinds of governmental control freak people who want to know more about, are you on their team or are you not?
Just getting that information over time. So you're saying there's a lot of things by looking at the change over time.
Yeah.
So you've done a lot of exciting work, both in computer vision and physiological stuff like wearables. What do you think is the best modality for? What's the best window into the emotional soul? Like, is it the face? Is it the voice?
Depends on what you want to know. It depends what you
body?
want to know. Depends what you want to know. Everything is informative. Everything we do is informative.
So for health and well-being and things like that, do you find the wearable measuring physiological signals is the best for health-based stuff?
So here I'm going to answer empirically with data and studies we've been doing. We've been doing studies now. These are currently running with lots of different types of people, but where we publish data, and I can speak publicly to it, the data are limited right now to New England college students. So that's a small group. Among New England college students, when they are wearing a wearable, like let's say Pat Gumberry's here, that's measuring skin conductance, movement, temperature, and when they are using a smartphone that is collecting their time of day of when they're texting, who they're texting, their movement around it, their GPS, the weather information based upon their machine learning and putting all of that together and looking not just at right now, but looking at your rhythm of behaviors over about a week. When we look at that, we're very accurate at forecasting tomorrow's stress, mood, and happy, sad mood, and health. And when we look at which pieces of that are most useful, first of all, if you have all the pieces, you get the best results. If you have only the wearable, you get the next best result. And that's still better than 80% accurate at forecasting tomorrow's weather.
Isn't that exciting? Because the wearable stuff, the physiological information, it feels like it violates privacy less than the non-contact face-based methods.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think what people sometimes don't, you know, it's funny. In the early days, people would say, "Oh, wearing something or giving blood is invasive, right?" Whereas a camera is less invasive because it's not touching you. I think, on the contrary, the things that are not touching you are maybe the scariest because you don't know when they're on or off, and you don't know when, and you don't know who's behind it, right? A wearable, depending upon what's happening to the data on it, if it's just stored locally or if it's streaming, and what it is being attached to, uh, in a sense, you have the most control over it because it's also very easy to just take it off, right? Now it's not sensing me. So if I'm uncomfortable with what it's sensing, now I'm free, right? If I'm comfortable with what it's sensing, then, and I happen to know everything about this one and what it's doing with it, so I'm quite comfortable with it, then I'm, I have control, I'm comfortable. Control is one of the biggest factors for an individual in reducing their stress. If I have control over it, if I know all there is to know about it, then my stress is a lot lower and I'm making an informed choice about whether to wear it or not, or when to wear it or not. I want to wear it sometimes, maybe not always.
Right. So that control, then I'm with you. That control, even if yeah, the ability to turn it off,
Yeah,
is a really important thing.
it's huge, and we need to maybe, if there's regulations, maybe that's number one to protect is people's ability to. It's easy to opt out as to opt in.
So you studied a bit of neuroscience as well. How have looking at our own minds, sort of the biological stuff, the neurobiological, the neuroscience, look at the signals in our brain, help you understand the problem and the approach of effective computing skills.
Originally, I was a computer architect. I was building hardware and computer design, and I wanted to build ones that worked like the brain. And I've been studying the brain as long as I've been studying how to build computers.
Have you figured out anything yet?
Very little. It's so amazing. They used to think like, oh, if you remove this chunk of the brain and you find this function goes away, well, that's the part of the brain that did it. And then later they realized if you remove this other chunk of the brain, that function comes back, and oh no, we really don't understand it. But brains are so interesting and changing all the time and able to change in ways that will probably continue to surprise us. When we were measuring stress, you may know the story where we found an unusual big skin to record pattern on one wrist in one of our kids with autism. And in trying to figure out how on earth you could be stressed on one wrist and not the other, like how can you get sweaty on one wrist, right? Which when you get stressed, that sympathetic fight or flight response, but kind of should like sweat more in some places than others, but not more on one wrist than the other. That didn't make any sense. We learned that what had actually happened was a part of his brain had unusual electrical activity, and that caused an unusually large sweat response on one wrist and not the other. And since then, we've learned that seizures cause this unusual electrical activity, and depending where the seizure is, if it's in one place and it's staying there, you can have a big electrical response we can pick up with a wearable in one part of the body. You can also have a seizure that spreads over the whole brain, generalized grand mal seizure, and that response spreads, and we can pick it up pretty much anywhere. As we learned this, and then later built Embrace is now FDA cleared for seizure detection, we have also built relationships with some of the most amazing doctors in the world. not only help people with unusual brain activity or epilepsy, but some of them are also surgeons and they're going in and they're implanting electrodes, not just to momentarily read the strange patterns of brain activity that we like to see return to normal, but also to read out continuously what's happening in some of these deep regions of the brain during most of life when these patients are not seizing. Most of the time they're not seizing. Most of the time they're fine. And so we are now working on mapping those deep brain regions that you can't even usually get with EEG scalp electrodes because the changes deep inside don't reach the surface. But interesting, when some of those regions are activated, we see a big skin conductance response. Who would have thunk it, right? Like nothing here, but something here. In fact, right after seizures that we think are the most dangerous ones that we see what's called SUDEP, sudden unexpected death in epilepsy. There's a period where the brain waves go flat, and it looks like the person's brain has stopped, but it hasn't. The activity has gone deep into a region that can make the cortical activity look flat, like a quick shutdown signal here. It can unfortunately cause breathing to stop if it progresses long enough. Before that happens, we see a big skin conductance response in the data that we have. The longer the flattening, the bigger our response here. So we have been trying to learn, initially like why are we getting a big response here when there's nothing here? Well, it turns out there's something much deeper. So we can now go inside the brain of some of these individuals, fabulous people who usually aren't seizing, and we get this data and start to map it. So that's the active research that we're doing right now with top medical centers.
So this wearable sensor is looking at skin conductance to capture sort of the ripples of the complexity of what's going on in my brain. So this little device, you have a hope that you can start to get the signal from the interesting things happening in the brain.
Yeah, we've already published the strong correlation between the size of this response and the flattening that happens afterwards. And unfortunately, also in a real SUDEP case where the patient died because we don't know why. We don't know if somebody was there, would have definitely prevented it. But we know that most SUDEPs happen when the person's alone. And in this
case,
a SUDEP is an acronym, SUDEP, and it stands for the number 2 cause of years of life lost, actually, among all neurological disorders. Stroke is number 1, SUDEP is number 2, but most people haven't heard of it. Actually, I'll plug my TED Talk. It's on the front page of TED right now that talks about this. And we hope to change that. I hope everybody who's heard of SIDS and stroke will now hear of SUDEP, because we think in most cases it's preventable if people take their meds and aren't alone when they have a seizure. Not guaranteed to be preventable. There are some exceptions, but we think most cases probably are.
So you have this Embrace now in version 2 wristband, right, for epilepsy management. That's the one that's FDA approved.
Yes.
Which is kind of a
FDA cleared.
Cleared.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It essentially means it's approved for marketing.
Got it. Just a side note, how difficult is that to do? It's essentially getting FDA approval for computer science technology.
It's so agonizing. It's much harder than publishing multiple papers in top medical journals. Yeah, we published peer-reviewed top medical journal neurology, best results, and that's not good enough for the FDA.
Is that just some? So if we look at the peer review in medical journals, there's flaws, there's strengths. Is the FDA approval process? How does it compare to the peer review process? Does it have its strengths?
I would pick peer review over FDA.
There she is.
But is that a good thing? Is that a good thing for FDA? Are you saying, does it stop some amazing technology from getting through?
Yes, it does. The FDA performs a very important good role in keeping people safe. They keep things, they put you through tons of safety testing, and that's wonderful, and that's great. I'm all in favor of the safety testing. Sometimes they put you through additional testing, but they don't have to explain why they put you through it, and you don't understand why you're going through it, and it doesn't make sense. And that's very frustrating. And maybe they have really good reasons, and they just it would do people a service to articulate those reasons. Be more transparent.
So, as part of Empatica, you have sensors. So, what kind of problems can you crack? What kind of kind of things can we alleviate, can we detect? What's your hope of what, how we can make the world a better place with this wearable thing?
I would really like to see my fellow brilliant researchers step back and say, what are the really hard problems that we don't know how to solve that come from people maybe we don't even see in our normal life because they're living in the poor places, they're stuck on the bus, they can't even afford the Uber or the Lyft or the data plan or all these other wonderful things we have that we keep improving on. Meanwhile, there's all these folks left behind in the world, and they're struggling with horrible diseases, with depression, with epilepsy, with diabetes, with just awful stuff that maybe a little more time and attention hanging out with them and learning what are their challenges in life, what are their needs, how do we help them have job skills, how do we help them have a hope and a future and a chance to have the great life that so many of us building technology have. And then how would that reshape the kinds of AI that we build? How would that reshape the new apps that we build, or the maybe we need to focus on how to make things more low cost and green instead of $1,000 phones. I mean, come on, why can't we be thinking more about things that do more with less for these folks? Quality of life is not related to the cost of your phone. It's not something that it's been shown that what about $75,000 of income and happiness is the same. Okay, however, I can tell you, you get a lot of happiness from helping other people. You get a lot more than $75,000 back. So how do we connect up the people who have real needs with the people who have the ability to build the future and build the kind of future that truly improves the lives of all the people that are currently being left behind?
So let me return briefly on the point, maybe in movie Her. Do you think if we look farther into the future, you said someone said the benefit from making our technology more empathetic to us human beings would make them better tools, empower us, make our lives better. If we look farther into the future, do you think we'll ever create an AI system that we can fall in love with that loves us back on a level that is similar to human interaction, like in the movie Her or beyond?
I think we can simulate it in ways that could, sustain engagement for a while. Would it be as good as another person? I don't think so. For if you're used to like good people, now if you've just grown up with nothing but abuse and you can't stand human beings, can we do something that helps you there that gives you something through a machine? Yeah, but that's a pretty low bar, right? If you've only encountered pretty awful people. If you've encountered wonderful, amazing people, we're nowhere near building anything like that. And I would not bet on building it. I would bet instead on building the kinds of AI that help help kind of raise all boats, that helps all people be better people, helps all people figure out if they're getting sick tomorrow, and helps give them what they need to stay well tomorrow. That's the kind of AI I want to build that improves human life. Not the kind of AI that just walks on the Tonight Show and people go, wow, look how smart that is. Really? Like, and then it goes back in a box, you know?
So on that point, if we continue looking a little bit into the future, do you think an AI that's empathetic and does improve our lives need to have a physical presence, a body, and even, let me cautiously say the C word, consciousness, and even fear of mortality? So some of those human characteristics, do you think it needs to have those aspects, or can it remain simply
It needs to act like it has emotion, right? Because that's what sells. That's what's going to get me to show up and enjoy the movie. Okay. Um, in real life, does it need talking to itself on the train? Even though it's earbuds. So we have these. Embodied is more powerful. Embodied, when you compare interactions with an embodied robot versus a video of a robot versus no robot, um, the robot is more engaging. The robot gets a lot of power to being embodied. There will be embodied AIs. They have great power in conscious. We can already write programs that make it look like, what do you mean? Of course I'm aware that you're there, right? I mean, it's trivial to say stuff like that. It's easy to fool people, but does it actually have conscious experience like we do? Nobody has a clue how to do that yet. That seems to be something that is beyond what any of us know how to build now. Will it have to have that? I think you can get pretty far with a lot of stuff without it. Will we accord it right? Well, that's more a political game than it is a question of real consciousness.
Yeah, can you go to jail for turning off Alexa? Is what it's a question for an election maybe a few decades ago.
Well, Sophia Robots already been given rights as a citizen in Saudi Arabia, right? Even before women have full rights. Then the robot was still put back in the box to be shipped to the next place where it would get a paid appearance, right?
Yeah, it's dark and almost ridiculous. Absurd. So, I've heard you speak about your journey in finding faith.
Sure.
And how you discovered some wisdoms about life and beyond from reading the Bible. And I've also heard you say that you said scientists too often assume that nothing exists beyond what can be currently measured.
Yeah, materialism
Materialism.
and scientism. Yeah.
So, in some sense, this assumption enables the near-term scientific method, assuming that we can uncover the mysteries of this world by the mechanisms of measurement that we currently have. But we easily forget that we've made this assumption. So what do you think we missed out on by making that assumption? That
it's fine to limit the scientific method to things we can measure and reason about and reproduce. That's fine. I think we have to recognize that sometimes we scientists also believe in things that happened historically. Like I believe the Holocaust happened. I can't prove events from past history scientifically. You prove them with historical evidence, right? With the impact they had on people, with eyewitness testimony and things like that. So a good thinker recognizes that science is one of many ways to get knowledge. It's not the only way. And there's been some really bad philosophy and bad thinking recently. We call it scientism, where people say science is the only way to get to truth. And it's not. It just isn't. There are other faiths that work also, like knowledge of love with someone. You don't prove your love through science, right? So history, philosophy, love, a lot of other things in life show us that there's more ways to gain knowledge and truth, if you're willing to believe there is such a thing, and I believe there is, than science. I am a scientist, however, and in my science, I do limit my science to the things that the scientific method can do. But I recognize that it's myopic to say that that's all there is.
right, there's just like you listed, there's all the why questions, and really we know if we're being honest with ourselves, the percent of what we really know is basically zero relative to the total mystery of the world.
Measure theory, a set of measure zero. Why have a finite amount of knowledge? Which I do.
So you said that you believe in truth. Uh, so let me ask that old question. What do you think this thing is all about? Life on Earth?
Life, the universe, and everything.
Everything. What's
I
the
can't
meaning?
quote Douglas Adams. 42. My favorite number. By the way, that's my street address. My husband and I guessed the exact same number for our house. We got to pick it. And there's a reason we picked 42. Yeah.
So is it just 42, or do you have other words that you can put around it?
Well, I think there's a grand adventure, and I think this life is a part of it. I think there's a lot more to it than meets the eye and the heart and the mind and the soul here. I think we see but through a glass dimly in this life. We see only a part of all there is to know. If people haven't read the Bible, they should if they consider themselves educated. And you could read Proverbs and find tremendous wisdom in there that cannot be scientifically proven, but when you read it, there's something in you grow even more in awe of what the science can do because I'm more in awe of all there is we don't know. And really, at the heart of science, you have to have a belief that there's truth, that there's something greater to be discovered. And some scientists may not want to use the faith word, but it's faith that drives us to do science. It's faith that there is truth, that there's something to know that we don't know, that it's worth knowing, that it's worth working hard, and that there is meaning, that there is such a thing as meaning, which, by the way, science can't prove either. We have to kind of start with some assumptions that there seems like truth in this. And these are really questions philosophers own, right? This is their space. And philosophers and theologians at some level. So these are things science, if we, when people claim that science will tell you all truth, there's a name for that. It's its own kind of faith. It's scientism. And it's very myopic.
Yeah, there's a much bigger world out there to be explored in ways that science may not, at least for now, allow us to explore.
Yeah, and there's meaning, and purpose, and hope, and joy, and love, and all these awesome things that make it all worthwhile.
I don't think there's a better way to end it, Ron. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks, Lex. It was a pleasure. Great question.
The following is a conversation with Ariana Huffington. She's the founder of the Huffington Post in 2005 and the founder and CEO of Thrive Global in 2016. She's the author of 15 books, the most recent two being Thrive and Sleep Revolution, both international bestsellers. These books explore how to both work hard and keep a lifestyle that seeks well-being, wisdom, and wonder. We got a chance to sit down for this quick chat after a conference we both spoke at and got right into the big topics of mortality, obsession, meaning, happiness, and love. This conversation is part of the Take It Uneasy podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Frid. And now, here's my conversation with Ariana Huffington. You tell us a story of getting recognition for your first book, The Female Woman, when you were 23 and sitting in a hotel and wondering, is this all there is? The old question of, meaning and purpose. So now, just a few years later, let me ask, from your perspective now, what is the purpose? What is the meaning of life?
Well, you believe, as every major philosophy and every major spiritual tradition argues, that life does not end with death, but that there is another dimension of consciousness, then clearly a full life, a meaningful life, includes exploring that dimension. And for me, that exploration has been part of my life from my teenage years. Yeah, I went to Shantiniketan University in India when I was 17 to study comparative religion, and I always wanted to understand what life was about, because I never believed that all this whole experiment ends with each individual death. Um, so that's for me at the heart of my life. I mean, I've always been very active, and books with the Huffington Post, now with Thrive Global, but that's been an underlying dimension that I think gives real meaning to life.
So mortality is a really interesting question at the core of all of these philosophies. So you mentioned also memento mori, in Latin, remember death, the idea that reflecting on one's own mortality puts things into perspective.
Yes.
Do you, in a tough question, perhaps not, do you often think about your own mortality and what perspective does that help you gain?
Yes, I think about it a lot. And it does give me perspective, and it does help me focus on the things that matter to me in terms of my children, my close friends, the impact I want to have through what we're doing at Tribe. I have zero interest in what is known as legacy because since I don't think life ends with death, I'm just much more interested in what happens to my soul and than what happens to my legacy on earth.
Do you have a sense of what happens after you die? Of soul? Of do you have is it more of a feeling? Do you have a more concrete sense spiritually? How do you see the world, or what happens to your soul, to whoever the heck you were while you were here on Earth? What does that become in time?
So my sense is that who we are, our personalities, the body, the mind, is like a car that we rented and we and we return at the airport and get on the plane.
And go to another city and rent another car?
No, well, rent another car if you believe in reincarnation, depending on where you are in your state and evolution. But definitely, that what survives is the soul. And that's why how we live our lives and the choices we make and how we treat others is so central to what happens after our death.
All of those elements you believe kind of feed the soul.
Yes.
So you've also mentioned that on the harsh, challenging part of life, that failure is an essential part of life. So what may be a major failure that stands out to you for yourself? One of the toughest ones for you psychologically to have bounced back from, if you ever did bounce back from.
Yes. Well, first of all, I don't think there is an if. I don't think there is a single successful person who has not failed along the way. I mean, I challenge you to find one. If you do, let me know. But in my experience, everybody has failed along the way. And I think it would be great if successful people talked more about their failures. The difference is resilience and how quickly do we get discouraged. In my case, actually, probably the hardest failure was when I was 28. And and my second book, you mentioned my first book, which did very well. My second book, which was on the crisis in political leadership in the West, was rejected by 27 publishers, one after the other. And by that time, I had run out of money. Um, I had been living off the proceeds of my first book. And I remember walking kind of depressed down St. James's Street in London, where I live, and thinking, well, maybe my first book was just a fluke, and I'm not really a writer, and I have to go get a real job. And then I saw Barclays Bank in the corner, and I walked in and asked to see the manager, and asked the manager for what the Brits call an overdraft, which is a loan. And I had nothing. I had no assets. And for some reason, the manager, whose name is Ian Bell, gave it to me. And that kind of changed my life because it made it possible for me to keep things together for another 13 rejections. And at that point, I got an acceptance. And I send Ian Bell a holiday card every year. And he's a little bit like, in fairy tales when the hero or the heroine get lost in a dark forest and suddenly a helpful animal comes out and guides them out of the forest. Well, sometimes helpful animals in our lives are in the form of a bank manager, or they take funny disguises.
A modern fairy tale. So I spoke with Elon Musk recently on the podcast, and you've had a friendly exchange with him on Twitter last year about work hours and sleep. So I myself, as an engineer, am obsessed with the work I do. I keep a schedule closer to one that Elon does, I would say. Plus, I'm Russian, so I believe suffering is good for the soul. So how do you square, how does a singular obsession in the sort of the turmoil of innovation fit into a lifestyle you discuss and thrive, one focused on well-being, wisdom, and wonder. So how do you sort that with a singular obsession?
Oh, I think singular obsessions are wonderful. All my favorite people are addictive and obsessive personalities. But if you're obsessed about whatever it is you're looking to achieve, whether it's in research or um, electric cars or going to the moon or anything, you need to look at the science and the data that shows that you're going to be more creative and more productive and more likely to achieve the results of your obsession if you actually um, take some time to recharge. That's really what we're talking about.
So your senses, so science and data, these things you talk about, are things of rational people. So you think the impossible can be achieved by rational people, or does madness play a role?
Madness plays a role, but also looking at the results needs to play a role. Like, and listen, I have huge admiration for Elon Musk, and I wrote the open letter to him with that in mind, kind of lovingly and admiringly, and helping him, I hope, look at the laws of human energy. Because if you violate the laws of human energy, it's like violating the laws of gravity. There are consequences, and he's facing the consequences. He's being distracted from his amazing obsession.
And you think there's a way to do better?
Well, look, I mean, I think he should look at what happened. The results of tweeting in the middle of the night because his cognitive impairment makes him do things which he knows he should not be doing, and ending up having to step down as chairman, pay 20 million, having to go to court to deal with the SEC. Who needs that when you are building something amazing for humanity?
You think more balanced sleep
It's
cycle?
not really about balance. I hate that term because I agree with you that there is no balance when you are trying to achieve something big. I mean, there are times when I've pulled all-nighters. There are times when people at Thrive have pulled all-nighters to ship a product. In fact, we make that very clear when we hire people. We're not a 9 to 5 operation where you just balance things. But you need to, after that, take time to recharge. And the faster you do it, the more effective you're going to be. We call it Thrive time. So let's say you pulled an all-nighter. Take some time the next day to recharge before um, your exhaustion becomes cumulative. Either you do stupid things or you fall sick or all the things that we're seeing around us.
Which is up to you. On another topic, you have evolved throughout the years your political views from, maybe you can correct me, but from right of center to left of center. Can you take me through your journey in political thought and how you see the evolution of the greater political landscape along with your evolution throughout the last several decades?
So my evolution was from being a kind of Republican that's practically extinct now, kind of pro-choice, pro-gay rights, pro-gun control Republican, to someone who realized that my understanding of the role of government was limited. You know, I really was a Republican because I thought that the private sector would step up and address inequalities and the need to take care of people at the lower socioeconomic ranks. And I saw firsthand this wasn't going to happen and that you needed the raw power of government appropriations to be able to achieve that. So it was my shift in my understanding of the role of government that led to my shift in political views. I think what's happening right now, we're at this moment when the chickens are coming home to roost. Like a lot of problems that we've seen coming, that we've been discussing at endless conferences. I don't know how many conferences I've been at with titles like Inclusive Capitalism, The Dangers of Growing Inequalities. We talked about them, but didn't really do anything about them. And so the result, different forms of right wing or left wing populism. And it's a very serious moment, but I don't think it's going to be solved by living in a perpetual state of outrage.
So you've also launched this incredible platform in 2005 of Huffington Post, the Huff Post as it's now called. What impact do you think it had over the past 14 years on the nature of public discourse? So if you look at what that discourse is today, the divisiveness, what impact does the digitization of our conversation, the online of Twitter, and then of more journalistic type of content like Huffington Post contain? What do you think it has done for our discourse? Was it been a positive thing? Was it been a catalyst for the divisiveness, or did it simply reveal the divisiveness that was latent there already? What do you think?
Well, the Huffington Post helped democratize the conversation. It helped elevate what blogging was. You know, when we launched the Huffington Post in 2005, blogging was dismissed as something that people who couldn't get a job were doing in the parents' basements. And because we brought in people who could have written for the New York Times, like Walter Cronkite and Nora Ephron and Larry David, we elevated the opportunity afforded to all of us to express ourselves. But we had very, very careful guidelines. So, for example, everything was curated. We did not allow ad hominem comments. At some point, before I left the Huffington Post, I even ended anonymous comments altogether because it was becoming too hard to police them. So from the beginning, I wanted to democratize the conversation, side by side with investigative journalism and all the things that I loved and honored. But at the same time, I saw the dangers of the toxicity that can infiltrate these conversations if they are not monitored and if there is no real curation.
So one of the core things that emerged from the Huffington Post is, I mean, there is a little bit of a viewpoint underlying it. It is left of
Well,
center.
I don't call it left. It's definitely a viewpoint. In fact, we call our journalists beyond right and left. I think the right left division, the way of looking at the world in terms of right and left, is incredibly obsolete. Uh, Being concerned about growing inequalities is not a left wing position. If you're somebody who cares about law and order, you should care about that. Unless you want the country to be turned into a banana republic with rich people living behind gates with security guards. You know, if you care about climate change, does it mean you're on the left or does it mean that you want to preserve the planet? So I think by looking at the world in right or left, we're simply polarizing the conversation.
But so that's a beautiful ideal, and I share it. But nevertheless, it seems that there's a strong gravitational field that pulls people into left and right, and no matter what, they will place different venues into those polar. So it seems that in the public perception, Huffington Post kind of gets into the left, and there's these opposing forces, Breitbart and so on, that get placed somehow into the right, and then there's the red team and the blue team. I guess my question is, do you notice this, and do you see a path forward in the coming decade, in the era of our current president, of maybe bringing us back together and having a healthy disagreement on the issues, as opposed to having teams and tribes of red and blue?
I absolutely do. I think there are two things that are essential in order to achieve that. One is a reverence for facts. You and I have the right to our own opinions, but we don't have the right to our own set of facts. So that's number one. And number two is to end the view of journalism that Jay Rosen has described as the view from nowhere. Like I think climate change is not a matter of opinion. So a lot of journalists feel that their position is to have one person who thinks climate change is real and another person who thinks it's not, and their job is to stay in the middle and play Pontius Pilate. To me, that's like not at all great journalism, and the Huffington Post definitely had a viewpoint, as you said, but it was a viewpoint based on fact.
And I actually recommend that people listen to your podcast because it's a professional conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson that kind of emphasizes, talks about science and the importance of that people have in terms of the seriousness amongst our leaders towards science as a thing that you shouldn't politicize.
Well, last question.
How do you balance love and ambition? Thinking about your work with Thrive, this obsession towards whether it's building electric cars, going to Mars, building Huffington Post, obsession with your work life, and a genuine deep obsession with your family or the people in your life that you love. How do you balance that time and energy?
Well, let me give you an example. Right now, Thrive Global is an obsession. Ending the stress and burnout epidemic is our mission, and I see it as having a huge impact on our health, on our mental health, and on our performance. But at the same time, I have two daughters that I adore, and everybody in my office knows that when I get a call from one of my daughters at any point, I will take it, and that they are a priority. That doesn't mean that I can't also be obsessed about what we're doing and our growth. I think it's a sort of false dichotomy because I think when we nurture the part of us that is about love, that is about connection, we also nurture the deeper parts of our humanity, and it's from those hardly a wilting violet in the obsession department said in Davos last year that what's going to win the future is not just IQ or even EQ, emotional intelligence, but LQ, where we recognize that while AI and machine learning are going to take over huge parts of what to do are the distinctly human things. And loving is one of them.
And so I think it's a beautiful place to end on in love. Ariana, thank you so much for talking today.
Thank you so much.
The following is a conversation with Roz over coffee cup. He's a professor at MIT, director of the Effective Computing Research Group at the MIT Media Lab, and co-founder of two companies, Effectiva and Empatica. Over 2 decades ago, she launched the field of effective computing with her book of the same name. This book describes the importance of emotion his conversation with Alex Garland, writer and director of many imaginative and philosophical films, from the dreamlike exploration of human self-destruction in the movie Annihilation, to deep questions of consciousness and intelligence raised in the movie Ex Machina, which to me is one of the greatest movies on artificial intelligence ever made. I'm releasing this podcast to coincide with the release of this new series called The Deaths that will premiere this Thursday, March 5th on Hulu as part of FX on Hulu. It explores many of the themes this very podcast is about, from quantum mechanics to artificial life to simulation to the modern nature of power in the tech world. I got a chance to watch a preview and loved it. The acting is great. Like Offerman especially is incredible in it. The cinematography is beautiful, and the philosophical and scientific ideas explored are profound. And for me as an engineer and scientist, it was just fun to see brought to life. For example, if you watch the trailer the series carefully, you'll see there's a programmer with a Russian accent. Following is a conversation with Stephen Wolfram, a computer scientist, mathematician, and theoretical physicist who is the founder and CEO of Wolfram Research, a company behind Mathematica, Wolfram Alpha, Wolfram Language, and the new Wolfram Physics project. He's the author of several books, including A New Kind of Science, which, on a personal note, was one of the most influential books in my journey in computer science and artificial intelligence. It made me fall in love with the mathematical beauty and power of cellular automata. It is true that perhaps a conversation with Jeff Hawkins. He's the founder of the Redwood Center for Theoretical Neuroscience in 2002 and Numenta in 2005. In his 2004 book titled On Intelligence and in the research before and after, he and his team have worked to reverse engineer the neocortex and propose artificial intelligence architectures, approaches, and ideas that are inspired by the human brain. His ideas include hierarchical temporal memory, HTM, from 2004, and new work, The Thousands Brain Theory of Intelligence, from 2017, 18, and 19. Jeff's ideas have been an inspiration to many aggregated from neuroscience are worth understanding and thinking about. There are limits to deep learning as it is currently defined. Forward progress in AI is shrouded in mystery. My hope is that conversations like this can help provide an inspiring spark for new ideas. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. And now, here's my more interested in understanding the human brain or in creating artificial systems that have many of the same qualities but don't necessarily require that you actually understand the underpinning workings of our mind.
So there's a clear answer to that question. My primary interest is understanding the human brain. No question about it. A lot of problems. I think there's limits to what can be done in machine intelligence if you don't understand the principles by which the brain works. And so I actually believe that studying the brain is actually the fastest way to get to a human brain.
And within that, let me ask the impossible question: how do you not define, but at least think about what it means to be intelligent?
So I didn't try to answer that question first. We said, let's just talk about how the brain works. Let's figure out how certain parts of the brain, mostly the neocortex, but some other parts too, parts of the brain most associated with intelligence. And let's discover the principles behind how they work. Because intelligence isn't just like some mechanism and it's not just some capabilities. It's like, okay, we don't even have to know where to begin on this stuff. And so now that we've made a lot of progress in the concept, after we've made a lot of progress in the concept of intelligence, we talk about it. I now have a very good idea of what's going to be required to make intelligent machines. I can tell you today, these are some of the things that are going to be necessary, I believe, to create intelligent machines.
Well, so we'll get there. We'll get to the neocortex and some of the theories of how the whole thing works. And you're saying, as we understand more and more about the neocortex, about our own human mind, we'll be able to start to more specifically define what it means to be intelligent. It's not useful to really talk about that until...
I don't know if it's not useful. Look, there's a long history of AI, and there's been different approaches taken to it, and who knows, maybe they're all useful, right? So, the good old-fashioned AI, the expert systems, the current convolutional neural networks, they all have their utility, they all have a value in the world, but I would think almost everyone would agree that none of them are really intelligent in some of this deep way that humans think. And so, it's just the question is how do you get from where those systems were or are today to where a lot of people think they're going to go. And there's a big, big gap, huge gap. And I think the quickest way of bridging that gap is to figure out how the brain works. Then we can sit back and look and say, oh, which of these principles that the brain works on are necessary and which ones are not. Clearly, we don't have to build this in intelligent machines aren't going to be built out of organic living cells. But there's a lot of stuff that goes on the brain that's going to be necessary.
So let me ask before we get into the fun details, let me ask maybe a depressing or difficult question. Do you think it's possible that we will never be able to understand how our brain works? That maybe there's aspects of the human mind that we ourselves cannot introspectively get to the core, that there's a wall that we eventually hit?
Yeah. I don't believe that's the case. I have never believed that's the case. There's not been a single thing humans have ever put their mind to where we said, oh, we reached the wall. People keep saying that. People used to believe that about life. Along vital, right? There's like, what's the difference between living matter and non-living matter? Something special we never understand. We no longer think that. So there's no I no longer think of it as an open question. The answers are very clear to me. And the pieces we don't know are clear to me, but the framework is all there, and it's like, oh, okay, you're going to be able to do this. This is not a problem anymore. It just takes time and effort, but there's no mystery, big mystery.
So then let's get into it for people like myself who are not very well versed in the human brain, except my own. Can you describe to me at the highest level what are the different parts of the human brain, and then zooming in on the neocortex, the parts of the neocortex, and so on? A quick overview.
Yeah, sure. The human brain, we can divide it roughly into two parts. There's the old part, lots of pieces, and then there's the new part. The new part is the neocortex. It's new because it didn't exist before mammals. Only mammals have a neocortex. Primates, it's very rare. In the human brain, the neocortex occupies about 70 to 75% of the body. It's huge. And the old parts of the brain are there's lots of pieces of it. There's the spinal cord, and there's the brain stem, and the cerebellum, and the different parts of the basal ganglia, and so on. In the old parts of the brain, you have autonomic regulation, like breathing and heart rate. You have basic behaviors, so like walking and running are controlled by the old parts of the brain. All the emotional centers in the brain are in the old part of the brain, so anger, hungry, lustful, things like that. They're all in the old part of the brain. And then you associate with the neocortex all the things we think about as sort of high-level perception and cognitive functions, anything from seeing and hearing and touching things to language to mathematics and engineering and science and so on. Those are all associated with the neocortex, and they're certainly correlated. Our abilities in those regards are correlated with the relative size of our neocortex compared to other mammals. So that's like the rough division, and you obviously can't understand the neocortex completely isolated, but you can understand a lot of it with just a few images. What parts of the brain? And so it gives you a system to study. The other remarkable thing about the neocortex, compared to the old parts of the brain, is the neocortex is extremely unique. It's not visually or anatomically or it's like I always like to say it's like the size of a dinner napkin, about 2.5 millimeters thick, and it looks remarkably the same everywhere. Everywhere you look in that 2.5 millimeters is a detailed architecture, and it looks remarkably the same everywhere. And that's across species: a mouse versus a cat, a dog, and a human. Where if you look at the old parts of the brain, there's lots of little pieces do specific things. So it's like the old parts of the brain evolved like this is the part that controls heart rate, and this is the part that controls this, and this kind of thing, and that's this kind of thing. And these evolved for eons, a long, long time, and they have their specific functions. And all of a sudden, mammals come along, and they got this thing called the neocortex, and it got large by just replicating the same thing over and over and over again. This is like, wow, this is incredible. So all the evidence we have, and this is an idea that was first articulated in a very cogent and beautiful argument by a guy named Vernon Mountcastle in 1978, that the neocortex all works on the same principle. So language, hearing, touch, vision, engineering, all these things are basically underlying or all built on the same computational substrate. They're really all the same problem.
So at the low level, the building blocks all work similar.
Yeah, and they're not even at low level. We're not talking about like neurons. We're talking about this very complex circuit that exists throughout the neocortex. It's remarkably similar. It's like, yes, you see variations of it here and there, more of this cell, less of that cell, so on. But what Mountcastle argued was that you take a section of the neocortex. Why is one a visual area and one is a auditory area? Why is it? And his answer was, it's because one is connected to eyes and one is connected to ears.
Literally, you mean just it's most closest in terms of number of connections to the sensor.
Literally, if you took the optic nerve and then attached it to a different part of the neocortex, that part would become visual region. This experiment was actually done by Francis Sir in developing, I think it was nerves, I can't remember what it was, something like that. And there's a lot of evidence. If you take a blind person, a person who's born blind at birth, they're born with a visual neocortex. It may not get any input from the eyes because of some congenital defect or something. And that region does something else. It so it's this very complex thing. It's not like, oh, they're all built on neurons. No, they're all built in this very complex circuit, and somehow that circuit underlies everything. So this is it's called the common cortical algorithm, if you will. Some scientists just find it hard to believe, and they just say, I can't believe that's true, but the evidence is overwhelming in this case. And so a large part of what it means to figure out how the brain creates intelligence, what is intelligence in the brain, is to understand what that circuit does. If you can figure out what that circuit does, as amazing as it is, then you understand what all these other cognitive functions are.
If you were to sort of put neocortex outside of your book on intelligence, if you wrote a giant tome, a textbook on the neocortex, and you look maybe a couple centuries from now, how much of what we know now will still be accurate 2 centuries from now? So how close are we in terms of understanding?
I have to speak from my own particular experience here. So I run a small research lab here. It's like any other research lab. I'm sort of the principal investigator. There's actually 2 of us, and there's a bunch of other people. And this is what we do. We study the neocortex, and we publish our results and so on. So about 3 years ago, we had a real breakthrough in this. Just a tremendous breakthrough. We've now published, I think, 3 papers on it. And so I have a pretty good understanding of all the pieces and what we're missing. I would say that almost all the empirical data we've collected about the brain, which is enormous. If you don't know the neuroscience literature, it's just incredibly big. And it's for the most part all correct. It's facts and experimental results and measurements and all kinds of stuff. But none of that has been really assimilated into a theoretical framework. It's data without, in the language of Thomas Kuhn, the historian, it would be a sort of a pre-paradigm science. Lots of data, but no way to fit it together. I think almost all of that's correct. There's going to be some mistakes in there. And for the most part, there aren't really good cogent theories about how to put it together. It's not like we have 2 or 3 competing good theories. Which ones are right and which ones are wrong? It's like, people just like scratching their heads, throwing these, some people have given up on trying to figure out what the whole thing was. In fact, there's very, very few labs that focus really on theory and all this unassimilated data and trying to explain it. So it's not like we've got it wrong. It's just that we haven't got it at all.
So it's really, I would say, pretty early days in terms of understanding the fundamental theories, forces of the way our mind works.
I don't think so. I would have said that's true 5 years ago. So, as I say, we had some really big breakthroughs on this recently, and we started publishing papers on this. So,
we'll get to that.
But so I don't think I'm an optimist, and from where I sit today, most people would disagree with this, but from where I sit today, from what I know, it's not super early days anymore. The way these things go is it's not a linear path, right? You don't just start accumulating and get better and better and better. No, you've got all this stuff you've collected. None of it makes sense. All these different things are just sort of around. And then you're going to have some breaking points. All of a sudden, oh my God, now we've got it. That's how it goes in science. And I personally feel like we passed that little thing about a couple years ago. That big thing a couple years ago. So we can talk about that. Time will tell if I'm right. But I feel very confident about it. That's what I'm willing to say on paper.
At least very optimistic. So before those few years ago, let's take a step back to HTM, the hierarchical temporal memory theory, which you first proposed on intelligence and went through a few different generations. Can you describe what it is, how it evolved through the 3 generations since you first put it on paper?
Yeah, so one of the things that neuroscientists just sort of missed for many, many years, and especially people who were thinking about theory, was the nature of time in the brain. Brains process information through time. The information coming into the brain is constantly changing. The patterns to my speech right now, if you're listening to it at normal speeds, would be changing on your ears about every 10 milliseconds or so. You'd have it change. This constant flow. When you look at the world, your eyes are moving constantly, 3 to 5 times a second, and the inputs continue to move. If I were to touch something like a coffee cup, as I move my fingers, the inputs change. So this idea that the brain works on time-changing patterns is almost completely, or was almost completely missing from a lot of the basic theories, like theories of vision and stuff. It's like, oh no, we're going to put this image in front of you and flash it and part of hierarchical temporal memory was the temporal part. It's the thing. You won't understand the brain, nor will you understand intelligent machines unless you're dealing with time-based patterns. The second thing was the memory component of it is to say that we aren't just processing input. We learn a model of the world, and the memory stands for that model. We have to. The point of the brain, the point of the neural function, is it learns a model of the world. We have to store that our experiences in a form that leads to a model of the world, so we can move around the world and pick things up and do things and navigate and know how what's going on. So that's what the memory referred to. And many people they were thinking about like certain processes without memory at all. They're just like processing them. And then finally, the hierarchical component was a reflection to that the neocortex, although it's this uniform sheet of cells, parts of it project to other parts, which project to other parts. And there is a sort of a rough hierarchy in terms of them. So the hierarchical temporal memory is just saying, look, we should be thinking about the brain as time-based, model memory-based, and hierarchical processing. And that was a placeholder for a bunch of components that we would then plug into that. We still believe all those things I just said, but we now know so much more that I'm stopping to use the word hierarchical temporal memory yet because it's insufficient to capture the stuff we know. So again, it's not incorrect, but I now know more, and I would rather describe it more accurately.
Yeah, so you're basically, we could think of HTM as emphasizing that there's three aspects of intelligence that are important to think about, whatever the eventual theory occurs.
Yeah.
So in terms of time, how do you think of nature of time across different time scales? You mentioned things changing, sensory inputs changing every 10 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
What about every few minutes, every few months?
Well, if you think about a neuroscience problem, the brain problem, neurons themselves can stay active for certain periods of time. There's parts of the brain where they stay active for minutes. So you could hold a certain perception or activity for a certain period of time, but not most of them don't last that long. And so if you think about your thoughts are the activity of neurons, if you're going to want to involve something that happened a long time ago, even just this morning, for example, the neurons haven't been active throughout that time. So you have to store them. So if I ask you, what did you have for breakfast today? That is memory. That is, you built them into your model of the world now. You remember that. And that memory is in the synapses. It's basically in the formation of synapses. And so if you're sliding into what, these different time scales, there's time scales at which we are like understanding my language and moving about and seeing things rapidly over time. That's the time scales of activities of neurons. But if you want to get in longer time scales, then there's more memory, and you have to invoke those memories to say, oh yes, well now I can remember what I had for breakfast because I stored that somewhere. I may forget it tomorrow, but I stored it beforehand.
So does memory also need to have the hierarchical aspect of reality is not just about concepts, it's also about time? Do you think of it that way?
Yeah, time is infused in everything. It's like you really can't separate it out. If I ask you what is your, how does the brain learn a model of this coffee cup? I look up, and that's a coffee cup. I say, well, time is not an inherent property of the model I have of this cup, whether it's a visual model or a tactile model. I can sense it through time, but the model itself doesn't know through time. If I say, well, what is the model of my cell phone? My brain has learned a model of the cell phone. So you have a smartphone like this. And I said, well, this has time aspects to it. I have expectations when I turn it on, what's going to happen, what's the order, how long it's going to take to do certain things. If I bring up an app, what sequences. And so I have, it's all like the melodies in the world. Melody has a sense of time. So many things in the world move and act, and there's a sense of time related to them. Some don't, but most things do actually. So it's sort of infused throughout the models of the world. You build a model of the world, you're learning the structure of the objects in the world, and you're also learning how those things change through time.
Okay, so it really is just a fourth dimension that's infused deeply, and you have to make sure that your models of intelligence incorporate it. So, like you mentioned, the state of neuroscience is deeply empirical. A lot of data collection. It's that's where it is to measure is HTM, or what we'll talk about soon, the right theory? So is it more in this? Is it backed by intuition? Is it backed by evidence? Is it backed by a mixture of both? Is it kind of closer to where string theory is in physics, where there's mathematical components which show that, you know what, it seems that it fits together too well for it not to be true, which is where string theory is. Is that where
it's a mixture of all those things, although definitely where we are right now is definitely much more on the empirical side than on the string theory. The way this goes down, we're theorists, right? So we look at all this data and we're trying to come up with some sort of model that explains it, basically. And there's, unlike string theory, there's vast more amounts of empirical data here that I think that most physical systems deal with. And so our challenge is to sort through that and figure out what kind of constructs would explain this. And when we have an idea and come up with a theory of some sort, you have lots of ways of testing it. First of all, there are 100 years of assimilated, unassimilated empirical data from neuroscience. And so we go back and read papers and we say, oh, well, did someone find this already? We can predict X, Y, and Z, and maybe no one's even talked about it since 1972 or something, but we go back and find that and we say, oh, either it can support the theory or it can invalidate the theory. And we say, okay, we have to start over again. Oh, no, it's supported. Let's keep going with that one. So the way I kind of view it, when we do our work, we look at all this empirical data, and it's what I call it is a set of constraints. We're not interested in something that's biologically inspired. We're trying to figure out how the actual brain works. So every piece of empirical data is a constraint on a theory. If you have the correct theory, it needs to explain everything, right? So we have this huge number of constraints on the problem, which initially makes it very, very difficult. If you don't have any constraints, you can make up stuff all the day. You can say, oh, well, here's an answer. You could do this, you could do that, you could do this. But if you consider all biology as a set of constraints, all neuroscience as a set of constraints, and even if you're working with one little part of the neocortex, for example, there are hundreds and hundreds of constraints. These are empirical constraints that it's very, very difficult initially to come up with a theoretical framework for that. But when you do, and it solves all those constraints at once, you have a high confidence that you got something close to correct. It's just mathematically almost impossible not to. So that's the curse and the advantage of what we have. The curse is we have to meet all these constraints, which is really hard. But when you do meet them, then you have a great confidence that you've discovered something. In addition, then we work with scientific labs. So we'll say, oh, there's something we can't find. We can predict something, but we can't find it anywhere in the literature. So we have some people we've collaborated with, and we'll say, sometimes they'll say, you know what, I have some collected data which I didn't publish, but we can go back and look at it and see if we can find that, which is much easier than designing a new experiment. Neuroscience experiments take a long time, years. So, although some people are doing that now too. So, but between all of these things, I think it's a reasonable, actually a very, very good approach. We are blessed with the fact that we can test our theories out the yin yang here because there's so much unassimilated data, and we can also falsify our theories very easily if we want.
This is kind of reminiscent to whenever that was with Copernicus. When you figure out that the sun's at the center of the solar system as opposed to Earth, the pieces just fall into place.
Yeah, I think that's the general nature of aha moment. And this is Copernicus. It could be, you could say the same thing about Darwin. You could say the same thing about about the double helix. That people have been working on a problem for so long and have all this data and they can't make sense of it. They can't make sense of it. But when the answer comes to you and everything falls into place, it's like, oh my gosh, that's it. That's got to be right. I asked both Jim Watson and Francis Crick about this. And I asked them, when you were working on trying to discover the structure of the double helix, and when you came up with the sort of the structure that ended up being correct, but it was sort of a guess, it wasn't really verified yet. I said, did you know that it was right? And they both said, absolutely. We absolutely knew it was right. And it doesn't matter if other people didn't believe it or not, we knew it was right. They'd get around to thinking it was eventually anyway. And that's the kind of thing you hear a lot with scientists who really are studying a difficult problem, and I feel that way too about our work.
Have you talked to Craig or Watson about the problem you're trying to solve, of finding the DNA of the brain?
Yeah. In fact, Francis Crick was very interested in this in the latter part of his life. And in fact, I got interested in brains by reading an essay he wrote in 1979 called Thinking About the Brain. And that is when I decided I'm going to leave my profession of computers and engineering and become a neuroscientist. Just reading that one essay from Francis Crick. I got to meet him later in life. I spoke at the Salk Institute, and he was in the audience, and then I had tea with him afterwards. He was interested in a different problem. He was focused on consciousness.
The easy problem, right?
Well, I think it's a red herring, and so we weren't really overlapping a lot there. Jim Watson, who's still alive, is also interested in this problem. When he was director of the Postman Harbor Laboratories, he was really sort of behind moving in the direction of neuroscience there. And so he had a personal interest in this field. And I have met with him numerous times. And in fact, the last time was about a little bit over a year ago. I gave a talk at Postman Harbor Lab about the progress we were making in our work. And it was a lot of fun because he said, well, you wouldn't be coming here unless you had something important to say, so I'm going to attend your talk. So he sat in the very front row. Next to him was the director of the lab, who is still. So these guys are in the front row of this auditorium, right? So nobody else in the auditorium wants to sit in the front row because Jim Watson is the director. And I gave a talk, and then I had dinner with him afterwards. But there's a great picture of my colleague Subitai Matsuk where I'm up there sort of explaining the basics of this new framework we have. And Jim Watson is on the edge of his chair. He's literally on the edge of his chair, like intently staring up at the screen. And when he discovered the structure of DNA, the first public talk he gave was at Cold Spring Harbor Labs. So, and there's a famous picture of Jim Watson standing at the whiteboard with a over his thing, pointing at something, holding a W. And it actually looks a lot like a picture of me. So it was sort of funny. There I am talking about the brain, and there's Jim Watson staring intently at it. Of course, there was, whatever, 60 years earlier, he was standing, pointing at the W.
It's one of the great discoveries in all of, whatever, biology, science, all science,
yeah.
DNA stuff. So it's funny that there's echoes of that in your presentation.
Yeah.
Do you think, in terms of evolutionary timeline and history, the development of the neocortex was a big leap? Or is it just a small step? So, like, if we ran the whole thing over again, from the birth of life on Earth, how likely would we develop the mechanism of neocortex?
Okay, well, those are two separate questions. One is, was it a big leap, and one was, how likely is it? Okay?
Right.
They're not necessarily related.
Maybe correlated.
Maybe correlated, but we don't really have enough data to make a judgment about that. I would say definitely was a big leap, but I can tell you why. I don't think it was just another incremental step. I'll get to that in a moment. I don't really have any idea how likely it is. If we look at evolution, we have one data point, which is Earth. Right? Life formed on Earth billions of years ago. Whether it was introduced here or they recreated it here or someone introduced it, we don't really know, but it was here early. It took a long, long time to get to multicellular life. And then from multicellular life, it took a long, long time to get to the neocortex. And we've only had the neocortex for a few 100,000 years. So that's like nothing. Okay? So is it likely? Well, it certainly isn't something that happens right away on Earth. And there were multiple steps to get there. So I would say it's probably not something that would happen instantaneously on other planets that might have life. It might take several billion years on average. Is it likely? I don't know, but you'd have to survive for several billion years to find out. Probably. Is it a big leap? Yeah, I think it is a qualitative difference from all other evolutionary steps. I can try to describe that.
Sure. Would
not. What about mathematics? Is there a real survival advantage to mathematics? Maybe. You can stretch. You can try to figure these things out, right? But most of evolutionary history, everything had immediate survival advantages. So I'll tell you a story, which I like. May not be true. But the story goes as follows. Organisms have been evolving since the beginning of life here on Earth. And adding this sort of complexity onto that, and this sort of complexity onto that. And the brain itself is evolved this way. In fact, there's old parts and older parts and older parts of the brain that kind of just keeps gloming on new things, and it keeps adding capabilities. When we got to the neocortex, initially it had a very clear survival advantage in that it produced better vision and better hearing and better touch and better differentiation and so on. But what I think happens is that evolution took a mechanism, and this is in our thesis, but it took a mechanism evolved a long time ago for navigating in the world, for knowing where you are. These are the so-called grid cells or place cells of that old part of the brain. And it took that mechanism for building maps of the world and knowing where you are in those maps and how to navigate them, and turned it into a sort of a slimmed down, idealized version of it. And that idealized version could now apply to building maps of other things, maps of coffee cups, maps of phones, maps of mathematics, concepts, yes, and not just almost, exactly. And so it just started replicating this stuff, right? It's just like more and more and more. So we went from being sort of dedicated purpose neural hardware to solve certain problems that are important to survival, to a general purpose neural hardware that can be applied to all problems. And now it's escaped the orbit of survival. We are now able to apply it to things which we find enjoyment, but aren't really clearly survival characteristics. And that it seems to only have happened in humans to the large extent. And so that's what's going on. We sort of have, we sort of escaped the gravity of evolutionary pressure in some sense in the neocortex. And it now does things that are really interesting, discovering models of the universe, which may not really help us. It doesn't matter. How does it help us surviving, knowing that there might be multiverses, or that there might be, the age of the universe, or how various stellar things occur? It doesn't really help us survive at all. But we enjoy it, and that's what happens.
Or at least not in the obvious way, perhaps. It is required. If you look at the entire universe in an evolutionary way, it's required for us to do interplanetary travel and therefore survive past our own time. But let's not get too crazy.
Yeah, but evolution works in one time frame. Well, survival. If you think of survival of the phenotype, survival of the individual, what you're talking about there spans way a little beyond that. So there's no genetic. I'm not transferring any genetic traits to my children that are going to help them survive better on Mars.
So it's a totally different mechanism.
Yeah.
So let's get into the new, as you've mentioned, the idea of I don't know if you have a nice name,
You can call it the 1,000 brain theory.
I like it. So can you talk about this idea of spatial view of concepts and so on?
Yeah. So can I just describe there's an underlying core discovery, which then everything comes from that. It's a very simple, this is really what happened. We were deep into problems about understanding how we build models of stuff in the world and how we make predictions about things. And I was holding the coffee cup just like this in my hand. And my finger was touching the side like this. And then I moved it to the top, and I was going to feel the rim of the coffee cup. And I asked myself a very simple question. I said, well, first of all, just say, I know that my brain predicts what it's going to feel before it touches it. Just think about it, imagine it. And so we know that the brain's making predictions all the time. The question is, what does it take to predict that, right? And there's a very interesting answer. First of all, it says the brain has to know it's touching a coffee cup, and instead of a model of a coffee cup. It needs to know where the finger currently is on the cup relative to the cup. Because when I make a movement, it needs to know where it's going to be on the cup after the movement is completed relative to the cup. And then it can make a prediction about what it's going to sense. So this told me that the neocortex, which is making this prediction, needs to know that it's sensing it's touching a cup, and it needs to know the location of my finger relative to that cup in a reference frame it's being stored and referenced in reference frames. You can think of them like XYZ reference frames, but they're not like that. We know a lot about the neural mechanisms for this, but the brain thinks in reference frames. And as an engineer, if you're an engineer, this is not surprising. You say, if I wanted to build a CAD model of the coffee cup, well, I would bring it up in some CAD software, and I would assign some reference name and say this features at these locations and so on. But the fact that the idea that this is occurring out in the neocortex everywhere, it was a novel idea. And then a zillion things fell into place after that. A zillion. So now we think about the neocortex as processing information quite differently than we used to do it. We used to think about the neocortex as processing sensory data and extracting features from that sensory data and then extracting features from the features, very much like a deep learning network does today. But that's not how the brain works today. The brain works by assigning every input, everything, to reference frames, and there are thousands, hundreds of thousands of them active at once in your neocortex. It's a surprising thing to think about, but once you sort of internalize this, you understand that it explains almost all the mysteries we've had about this structure. So one of the consequences of that is that every small part of the neocortex, say a millimeter square, and there's 150,000 of them, that's about 150,000 square millimeters. You take every little square millimeter of the cortex, it's got some input coming into it, and it's going to have reference frames where it's assigning that input to. And each square millimeter can learn complete models of objects. So what do I mean by that? If I'm touching the coffee cup, well, if I just touch it in one place, I can't learn what this coffee cup is because I'm just feeling one part. But if I move it around the cup, touch it in different areas, I can build up a complete model of the cup because I'm now filling in that three-dimensional map, which is the coffee cup. I can say, oh, what am I feeling at all these different locations? That's the basic idea. It's more complicated than that. But so through time, and we talked about time earlier, through time, even a single column, which is only looking at, or a single part of the cortex, which is only looking at a small part of the world, can build up a complete model of an object. So if you think about the part of the brain which is getting input from all my fingers, so this is spread across the top of my finger, this is my sensory cortex. There's columns associated with all the different areas of my skin. And what we believe is happening is that all of them are building models of this stuff, every one of them. Or things, not all building, not every column or every part of the cortex building models of everything, but they're all building models of something. And so when I touch this cup with my hand, there are multiple models of the cup being invoked. If I look at it with my eyes, there are again many models of the cup being invoked because each part of the visual system, the brain doesn't process an image. That's a misleading idea. It's just like your fingers touching the cup, so different parts of my retina are looking at different parts of the cup. And thousands and thousands of models of the cup are being invoked at once. And they're all voting with each other, trying to figure out what's going on. That's why we call it the thousand brains theory. It tells us because there isn't one model of a cup. There are thousands of models of this cup. There are thousands of models of your cell phone and thousands of cameras and microphones and so on. It's a distributed modeling system, which is very different than the way people have thought about it.
So that's a really compelling and interesting idea. I have two quick questions. So one, on the ensemble part of how everything's coming together, you have these thousand brains. How do you know which one has done the best job of forming?
Great question. Let me try to explain. There's a problem that's known in neuroscience called the sensor fusion problem. And so the idea is just something like, oh, the image comes from the eye. There's a picture on the retina. And it gets projected to the neocortex. Oh, by now it's all spread out all over the place. And it's kind of swirly and distorted. And pieces are all over it doesn't look like a picture anymore. When does it all come back together again? Right? Or you might say, well, yes, but I also have sounds or touches associated with the cup. So I'm seeing the cup and touching the cup. How do they get combined together again? So it's called the sensor fusion problem, as if all these disparate parts have to be brought together into one model. That's the wrong idea. The right idea is that you get all these guys voting. There's auditory models of the cup, visual models of the cup, tactile models of the cup. There are ones in the vision system. There might be ones that are more focused on black and white, ones focusing on color. It doesn't really matter. There's just thousands and thousands of models of this cup, and they vote. They don't actually come together in one spot. Just literally think of it this way. Imagine you have these columns are like about the size of a little piece of spaghetti, okay, like 2.5 millimeters tall, about a millimeter in length. They're not physical, but you could think of them that way. And each one's trying to guess what this thing is they're touching. Now, they can do a pretty good job if they're allowed to move over time. So I can reach my hand into a black box and move my finger, around an object, and if I touch enough spaces, I go, oh, okay, now I know what it is. But often we don't do that. Often I just reach and grab something with my hand all at once and I get it. Or if I had to look through the world through a straw from invoking one little column, I can only see part of something, so I have to move the straw around. But if I open my eyes, I see the whole thing at once. So what we think is going on is all these little pieces we get here, all these little columns in the cortex, are all trying to guess what it is that they're sensing. They'll do a better guess if they have time and can move over time, so if I move my eyes or move my fingers. But if they don't, they have a poor guess. It's a probabilistic guess of what they might be touching. Now imagine they can post their probability at the top of little pieces of spaghetti. Each one of them says, I think and it's not really a probability distribution. It's more like a set of possibilities. In the brain, it doesn't work as a probability distribution. It works as more like what we call a union. So you could say, in one column says, I think it could be a coffee cup, a soda can, or a water bottle. And another column says, I think it could be a coffee cup or telephone or camera, or whatever, right? And all these guys are saying what they think it might be. And there's these long-range connections in certain layers in the cortex. So there's some layers in some cell types in each column send the projections across the brain. And that's the voting code. And so there's a simple associative memory mechanism. We've described this in a recent paper, and we've modeled this, that says they can all quickly settle on the one best answer for all of them. If there is a single best answer, they all vote and say, yep, it's got to be the coffee cup. And at that point, we all know it's the coffee cup. And at that point, everyone acts as if it's the coffee cup. So, yep, we know it's the coffee cup. Even though I've only seen one little piece of this world, I know it's the coffee cup I'm touching or I'm seeing or whatever. And so you can think of all these columns are looking at different parts in different places, different sensory input, different locations. They're all different. But this layer that's doing the voting, it's solidified. It's just like it crystallizes and says,
Well, the camera lens was blurry, so I just cleaned it. And I'm programming robots. You really want to know?
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I am programming robots, which, if you don't mind, I'm going to talk about it for like 2 minutes or so. I am not by trade a coder. I'm a project manager. I'm a certified project management professional, as a matter of fact. Um, but I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and so I have a fairly good familiarity with both desktop and mobile devices. And there's this way that I can create robots on desktop devices that works pretty well. And I'm doing my best to emulate that on mobile devices. And mobile devices are a little more frustrating, at least the mobile devices that I have, because they're pretty old and they're just mobile devices always have more issues. They're not as stable. It doesn't really matter how old they are. Some of them are old and work better than my newer phones in some aspects, but the issue is the stability of the apps. When people build apps, they don't expect them to work for days on end, and I need them to work for days on end sometimes. And with that being said, I am just like elbow deep in doing this, and it's kind of fun, um, especially when I'm watching stuff on robotics and AI and stuff, and at the same time programming these robots. I kind of feel like I'm on this journey. I mean, I really do. I've got to. I was thinking about it earlier. There's an excitement in me because I know that like all these things that these people are talking about are going to come to fruition if ever anybody ever sees this, and I know they will, especially with the amount of promotion that I'm doing. Every hour or so, I get people who are saying, "Who is this rabbi on Blue Sky?" And that's phenomenal. And now that I've got these other devices programmed, or I'm doing it, it just increases the amount of influence that I have. The mobile devices, I like. I've been going at this for like 4 days, and just trying to perfect this sequence. Like, here's just an example of what happens. I have to have everything timed perfectly. As I've said previously, it's like that mousetrap game, if you ever saw that. Or it's like dominoes. Like every domino has to be in the perfect position. If one of the dominoes is off with the timing, it messes everything up. Nothing continues. And so I have to watch these things, and all the dominoes will fall down, and it's great, and it works one time. That's wonderful. But I want it to work 50 times or 100 times or 1,000 times so that I can talk with people and play games and do all the other things and still feel like I am being productive. And what happens 9 times out of 10 with these devices is it's kind of hilarious that the way these things are programmed. Like you'll open up a browser and it'll work the first time, but the second time you open it, the programmers on the other end have made a random pop-up that just says like, "Hey, do you want to rate us 5 stars?" And that messes everything up. So I have to shut off all those messages and clear all the data, and it's frustrating, but in one aspect, but it's extremely exciting to me in another aspect because it's like this beautiful dance that I'm doing with technology, and I love that. So thank you for letting me share. There you go.
I love it. It certainly makes you happy.
I do. And you have no idea how much I appreciate you being here. You have just really been putting in the lighting the candle at both ends. Um, I was thinking about this, and I don't know if this
190.
is 190. Oh,
Hmm.
what's 190?
Go on.
Okay. Um, you're basically getting a graduate level series of classes. So am I. I mean, I'm not. It's not like I'm providing this, but into the future of tomorrow. And really, when it comes to AI and large language models and the future of society. I mean, it's not anything you can necessarily put on a resume, but it'll give you an excellent idea of what we have upcoming. And I just really appreciate you being here. It shows me a lot that you have some interest in it. Like the other day when we were like, or yesterday when we were like, hey, aren't we supposed to be going in order? Yeah, we are supposed to be going in order. I don't know why this didn't work. And I had to figure it out, do some troubleshooting, and with that being said, I queued up the next like up through 100 episodes or so. So um, these aren't as long as Kill Tony, which doesn't really matter, but it's just not as much content. But the conversations are fascinating, and sometimes they can be over my head. I think they can be over everybody's head, but this is really one of my favorite podcasts because they're just really, really interesting. So um, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you paying
It's
attention.
much better than Kill Tony.
Yeah,
I'm glad that you showed this to me.
excellent. Yeah, it is much better than Kill Tony. I Why do I watch Kill Tony? Well, frankly, um, it's like kind of timeless. That's another important aspect of this. I like Joe Rogan. I've been watching Joe Rogan since his first episode, December 24th, 2009. But the thing about Joe Rogan is it has to be relevant. So what do I mean? Like if you're watching something on the 2016 election, that doesn't really matter now. I mean, it's over, or the 2020 election, or even the 2024 election. None of that stuff matters. So those are like wasted episodes. When Kill Tony, you could put on in 20 years, and there's still going to be people who think some aspects of it are funny. It's not as um, it's not as um, time dependent, But these are fascinating to me because the ones we're watching right now, they don't know about the pandemic. So they're talking about the world in which we're living right now, and they have no idea, or perhaps they have no idea, um, where they're saying like, well, what are things going to be like in the 2020s? Well, we're already halfway through the 2020s, and we're seeing what's developed, or like the people who are talking about like ChatGPT 1 and where that is. And I remember using it and being like, this stinks, and now looking at it today, and it's like it's fascinating how accurate it is. And then they're getting into like the um, the driverless car, or um, essentially autonomous vehicles. And I think to myself, I actually have this on stream. It was really scary. So the way this stream started, I've told you this, is I would hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course, and I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like. And I said some jokes on the stream that I thought were funny, and I thought, my future family, wherever they are, my wife and children, may one day think this is cool. Like, hey, our dad had just finished their job working remotely during the pandemic. Uh, for Fortune 100, and after work they'd go and hit golf balls, and they were like they were funny, and some of the things they would say were funny, and we've got this footage of them, and sometimes I would play really late into the night because the the I wouldn't say like super late, but like the driving range was lit up or had lights. So, and then I'd go driving around, and this is all on camera. I had like multiple cameras going, but it's on SD cards, so I just have to upload it. And I'm not going to do that. I mean, I would, but that's a big project. So I'm going to do that once I go viral, and we'll have like a ton of back footage. But I was driving home. I had a 2018 Honda Accord, and um, it had some self-driving capabilities which were really amazing. Um, Meaning it would like brake for me, and it would stay in my lane, and it wasn't like perfect. It's not like I could just type in where I wanted to go and it would just take me there, but it was really good. Well, this one night I was driving. It was late. I remember, and and then one thing that I would do, I would be in like Anaheim, and I would just like, I'm gonna drive to LA, and then just drive all around LA. So anyway, this one night I was driving back on the 405 right by my house, and I started to fall asleep at the wheel, and I did, and it's on camera, and the self-driving autonomous nature of the car actually saved me from getting into a really serious accident going, 70 miles an hour. And I just began to fall asleep. It's not like totally fell asleep, but I remember talking to the camera saying, like, I'm so tired right now. I feel like I'm going to fall asleep. And I actually did. And so when I have something like that, like the engineers who are behind that, they actually like help protect me. And then I see what's happening now, and there are 40,000 people a year who die in car accidents, and I'm thinking like 10 years from now, will we have 40,000 people who die in car accidents? Maybe autonomous driving will be able to help those people. It's exciting to see all of the science and the um, development that we've seen. And these are the top members of their field. Lex Friedman is an MIT engineer, and his big goal is autonomous driving. So a lot of these are going to have to do with that. But they also, as you see, they're fascinating discussions with heads of tech, and I'm in agreement with you. These are much better than Kill Tony, and um, I just
I'm glad you're alive still.
I am too. Yeah, definitely. That was not fun, and I think back to if I was in just a normal car that did not have those features, I would have died. Or I don't want to say I would have died, but I would have been in a serious accident, and um, I don't want people to have to do that anymore. So we're actually seeing these developments. One other thing about the people who are on Lex Friedman's podcast, they are the top of their fields, and you really get I feel, a um, an amazing view on how they view the world, or an amazing um, outlook on how they view the world. I mean, you've got like I think episode 8 was or something like that was like Eric Schmidt, who is the head of Google, and you've got Elon Musk, and you've got Ariana Huffington. Like all these people are like the top of their fields, and um, I think it's funny when I first started watching. I remember I didn't know who Lex Friedman was. He was on the Joe Rogan podcast, and I just thought he was very boring. Um, because he's not that exciting of a person. I mean, he's sort of nerdy. He is into some really cool things in which I'm in to as well, like like chess and science and jujitsu and some other things that I think are cool. But he just wasn't a real personality, and my algorithm kept pushing this guy on me. Like whenever Joe Rogan would end, it would be throwing me into the Lex Friedman podcast, and I'd be like, why does it keep doing this? But then I started to watch some of them, and I'm like, wow, these are fascinating. So yeah, I'm 100% in agreement with you. These are much more interesting than Kill Tony, and I'm someone who likes to like complete things, and so I always wanted to like do one big podcast from start to finish and be able to see its development. But those jokes get that they're the same and everything, and this is much different. So I appreciate your input. I appreciate you being here, and with that, here we go.
And says, oh, we all know this. So you don't bring these models together in one model, you just vote, and there's a crystallization of emotion.
Great. That's at least a compelling way to think about the way you form a model world. Now you talk about a coffee cup. Do you see this, as far as I understand, you were proposing this as well, that this extends to much more than coffee cups?
Yeah,
That,
it does.
or at least the physical world. It expands to the world of concepts.
Yeah, it does. And well, first, the prima facie evidence for that is that the regions of the neocortex that are associated with language or high-level thought or mathematics or things like that, they look like the regions of the neocortex that process vision, hearing, and touch. They don't look any different, or they look only marginally different. And so one would say, well, if Vernon Mountcastle, who proposed that all the parts of the neocortex do the same thing, if he's right, then the parts that are doing language or mathematics or physics are working on the same principle. They must be working on the principle of reference frame. So that's a little odd to us. So, but of course we have no prior idea how these things happen. So let's go with them. And we in our recent paper we talked a little bit about that. I've been working on it more since. I have better ideas about it now. I'm sitting here very confident that that's what's happening, and I can give you some examples to help you think about that. It's not we understand it completely, but I understand it better than I've described it in my paper so far.
What did you say?
Can you put the it's back on? Never mind.
Yeah. Um. Sometimes I'm just using an old iPhone to be able to stream this, and it is it sometimes goes out. I don't know why, so I have to adjust it. One thing I will do, since I do see that you're watching it.
No, it's okay. I was like, I, it's kind of like hard to tell what they're saying just from listening, but I couldn't see the subtitles, and then
Yeah.
they were there. I don't know.
No, so the subtitles. Let's see if they show up.
So, but we can put that idea out there. So okay, this is it's.
I use this app called Language Reactor, and it crashed on me. It's just like another thing that doesn't want to work the way that it that it should. So let's see if I.
It's a good place to start, and the evidence would suggest that's how it's happening, and then we can start tackling that problem one piece at a time. Like, what does it mean to do high-level thought? What does it mean to do language? How would that fit into a reference frame?
At least those are English ones.
Yeah, so there's
I adjusted so you
I don't
can
know if
see
you can
their
tell me if
faces.
there's a connection, but there's an app called Anki that helps you remember different concepts, and they talk about
I don't know why the subtitles aren't that consistent. After this episode, I'll try to remember to refresh it and have it work. Like again, technology isn't normally pushed as hard as I push it. Normally, people will watch like one episode of something and they'll go do something else. No one, very few people are like, I'm gonna have this on for 24 hours for the next 6 weeks, and I want it to work perfectly, but I do. So, um, I think I encounter a lot more, many more bugs than the average person. But I'll try to fix it after the episode.
And putting them next to each
It's called
other.
the method of loci.
Loci, yeah. For some reason, that seems to work really well.
Yeah.
Now that's a very narrow kind of application of just what mechanism happens.
But that's a very, very telling. Okay.
Yes, exactly. So this seems like you're describing a mechanism why this seems
Yeah.
to work.
So basically, the way what we think is going on, all things you know, all concepts, all ideas, words, everything you know, are stored in reference frames. And so if you want to remember something, you have to basically navigate through a reference frame the same way a rat navigates through a maze, and the same way my finger navigates to this coffee cup. We're moving through some space. And so if you have a random list of things you're asked to remember, by assigning them to a reference frame you already know very well, say your house, right? An idea of the method of loci is you can say, okay, in my lobby I'm going to put this thing, and then the bedroom I put this one, and I go down the hall I put this thing, and then you want to recall those facts or recall those things, you just walk through your house. You're mentally moving through a reference frame that you already had, and that tells you there's two things that's really important about that. It tells us the brain prefers to store things in reference frames, and that the method of recalling things or thinking, if you will, is to move mentally through those reference frames. You can move physically through some reference frames, like I could physically move through the reference frame of this coffee cup. I can also mentally move through the reference frame of the coffee cup, imagining me touching it. But I can also mentally move my house. And so now we can ask ourselves, are all concepts stored this way? There's some recent research using human subjects in fMRI, and I'm going to apologize for not knowing the name of the scientific name. But what they did is they put humans in this fMRI machine, which is one of these imaging machines, and they gave the humans tasks to think about birds. So they had different types of birds. There was big and small, and long necks and long legs, and so on. And what they could tell from the fMRI was a very clever experiment. They could tell when humans were thinking about birds, that the knowledge of birds was arranged in a reference frame similar to the ones that are used when you navigate in a room. These are called grid cells, and there are grid cell-like patterns of activity in your cortex when they do this. So that it's a very clever experiment, and what it basically says is that even when you're thinking about something abstract and you're not really thinking about it as a reference frame, it tells us the brain is actually using a reference frame, and it's using the same neural mechanisms. These grid cells are the basic same neural mechanisms that we propose that grid cells, which exist in the old part of the brain, the entorhinal cortex, that mechanism is now similar mechanism is used throughout the neocortex. Same.
Can you try to describe, maybe take a step back, how you think of the reference frame in that context? Is it the reference frame that the axioms are happy in? Is it the reference frame that might contain everything? Is it a changing thing?
So you have many, many reference frames. I mean, in fact, the way the theory, the thousand-brain theory of intelligence says that every single thing in the world has its own reference frame. So every word has its own reference frame. And we can talk about this. The mathematics work out. This is no problem for neurons to do this.
Well, how many?
The coffee cup. So there is no one model of a coffee cup. There are many models of a coffee cup, and you can say, well, how many different things can my finger learn? Is this the question you want to ask? Imagine I say every concept, every idea, everything you ever know about that you can say, I know that thing, has a reference frame associated with it. And so my coffee cup has multiple components to it. It's got a rim, it's got a cylinder, it's got a handle. And those things have their own reference frames, and there is a Memento logo on it. Well, that's something that exists elsewhere in the world. It's its own thing, so it has its own reference frame. So we now have to say, how can I assign the Memento logo reference frame onto the cylinder or onto the coffee cup? So it's all. We talked about this in the paper that came out in December last year. 10,000, 20,000 are going to create a whole bunch of reference frames. What does it mean? Right? What is a reference frame?
I want to share this. So, just it makes me feel so good when my bots get somebody's attention. And I mean, I know it works. That's how I met you and a lot of people in here. Um, so this was 36 minutes ago. somebody's got somebody's got this funny gift of this person's name's Jazzy. Uh, they have this gift. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's this kid. It's this kid. It's this kid. It's like it's from like the 1970s. He's really innocent. He's like waving at somebody, and then he looks down at their crotch, and it's like gives this terrible look. Like this, like holy. Anyway, this Jazzy writes me when I get a notification from Blue Sky, thinking it's one of my best friends, but it's just that stupid rabbi bot responding to my reply. And then 32 minutes ago, they write, Rabbi Rabbi Rothschild, count your days. I get death threats all the time, which doesn't really bother me. They're right. I feel under the First Amendment to be able to say whatever they want. The next person, so that 32 minutes ago, Rabbi Rothschild, count your days. The next person, 25 minutes ago, I just blocked them. For whatever reason, I get those weird rabbi influencer bots fairly often. Um, I don't even know. Like Sphinx wrote 29 minutes ago, what the fuck, in reference to what I wrote. Um, then they wrote 22 minutes ago, yeah, I blocked and reported them too. Just caught me off guard since it's the first time for me. So, you know, there are new people. I get some people who are like, every fucking day it's you, blah, 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 blah. There's some people who are like, you're like a cicada. Like, it's rabbi season. I can tell when you're awake. Yeah, somebody wrote that a couple days ago. Um, if I just put in Rabbi Rothschild into um, okay, so here's what people say. Um, yeah, I blocked gimmick accounts and Rabbi Rothschild. I don't know who Rabbi Rothschild is all about, but I have to say the spam isn't endearing me to them. Next person, Rabbi Rothschild bot that keeps terrorizing Lolo. Next person, I changed the target to Rabbi Rothschild. Next person, uh, you're safe now, Rabbi Rothschild is my next target. Next person just says, fuck Rabbi Rothschild. The next person says, not gonna lie, I thought somebody came to reply and I felt comforted for a second, but it's just that fucking rabbi bot and I'm so pissed. Uh, and I actually went to that person and I was like, come to my Discord, I'll comfort you. Like, I'll talk with you. But they did not. I get people in all kinds of other languages, so I have to translate what they say. I'm not going to do it right now. Just somebody who's just like a stupid robot. Um, I've never condoned or supported wishing death upon someone before, but the Rabbi Rothschild bots are my only exceptions. Yo, pal, Rabbi Rothschild, I hope you die. Now, these are very negative, but you watch. If I do this for another month, they'll be like, "Where were you?" You know, they'll be like, "It's just how human nature is." It's Rabbi Rothschild season. It's like cicada season, but worse. So they wrote that yesterday. So all of these have taken place in the last 24 hours. So that's a lot of like random influence that I'm getting from random people. Okay, it's especially fucked since.
Grandma, they say that even haters make you famous. So
Exactly.
I hope they were right.
They hate me because they hate me, baby. Um, yeah. So there's
I know.
exactly. There's a very famous quote from P.T. Barnum, the guy who did the circuses, and it's essentially there's no such thing as bad publicity. So yeah, all of these are just all everything that I just told you has taken place in the last 24 hours, and that's people who say the full phrase Rabbi Rothschild. If I just go to Rabbi, there are a ton of people who like just comment about me, and then there are people who I'll never. I don't want to say I never see, but like I very rarely see because they don't mention my name, and so I'll just randomly find them. I'll like do a keyword search and I'll just write like spam bot or bot or um, Drake meme because the meme that I use is just that Drake meme, and I don't. Well, when it comes to celebrities, I do my best to separate the art from the artist. It's what allows me to like Michael Jackson and the Cosby Show, but and other things too. But I don't condone their actions. I don't condone Drake's actions. I don't even want to use the meme that I use of his. However, when I use other people's memes, they automatically get banned. So I've had to play this cat and mouse game with.
What
Um,
is Drake doing that we
he
should be concerned about him?
he's
You're making me feel like he's like involved with Diddy or something.
yeah. I mean, not really that, but he's been accused of grooming people, including Millie Bobby Brown. Um, so I mean, I
I
don't
got you. I got you.
yeah, I don't know what he did or not, but I do get people who are like, "Why are you using this pedophile's meme or whatever?" And I don't want to. In fact, I've made other memes. I made one yesterday. You know that one of the most interesting man in the world, that Dos Equis guy? I don't know if you know who.
Of course.
Okay, yeah. So that one, I made one for that one, and immediately when I posted it, my account got taken down immediately. So they've got so it's had I've had to like study like what is it that allows me to post some things and not others. Basically, they have a thing that reads alt text. If you don't know what alt text is, it allows people who are blind or use screen readers to be able. It describes what a picture is to them, and a lot of times people don't want to type it out because it just they just want to upload whatever they want to upload. So they use companies use AI to create alt text. And so, like, let's say it's a picture of a dog, it'll be like a picture of a dog in the grass on a sunny day. And then when people are using screen readers or they're blind, it gives them a description of what it is. Well, when I type the phrase Rabbi Rothschild, it recognizes that in the picture, and a lot of times that gets taken down. And I've tried all different kinds of combinations. I've tried different memes, and the reason why I use memes is because, and I think I said this, but it's really brilliant, so I'm going to repeat it. Um, when I use my own pictures, they get taken down right away. But if I use a meme, they can't take that down because it's used very often on their website. And so they can't always take it down. It has to be manually taken down, which means that I'll get out 150 spams on their website before it gets taken down. And I looked up other memes to use, and I like this one because it's orange, which like, catches your eye. It's like, bright, um, and I'm able to say like it gets your attention. It's the poop emoji. It says whatever the fuck you're doing right now, and that's where Drake's like, no, don't come near me. And then it's like my list of stuff to do, and then he's like pointing at it, like, yeah, that's cool. Um, yeah. So the one thing I wish is I got more people in the Discord. And so when I was first uploading it, it's a lot of text and it was blur. It wasn't like super blurry, but the more and more I copied and pasted and everything, it got blurry. So I redid it yesterday and made it easier to read. People, if you, I'm sure you know this, but white lettering with the black background can be read on any color. So I use that, and or it can be read on any picture. That's why it's used for meme formats. And but I'm not getting people in here, and the reason why, well, it's complicated. People are doing their own thing with their lives, but people think it's a scam, and I get that because I don't use a direct link to Discord. If I don't have like you have to have like a boosted Discord account, and I don't want to pay to have to do that. Um, to be able to get discord.gg/rabbi. So what I have is discord.me/rabbi, which is the same amount of characters, It just takes you to one website. You have to do like a captcha, and then it takes you in here. And um, but I get how people think I'm trying to scam them. At the words I end with are share to be a trillionaire. Like, okay, well, who's gonna really do that? I mean, I say in there, data is Earth's #1 resource. My thing says, I have it right here. It says um, saying hi to Rabbi Rothschild in Discord. This is where Jake is like pointing like this is cool. Looking at all of Rabbi Rothschild's social media accounts, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. Typing Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filtering by live, more than 18 simultaneous live streams. Reading Rabbi's AMA, RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com, perhaps the largest blog entry in global history. Topics, de-extinction, life extension, cybernetics, alien disclosure, mind uploading, and much more. Learning Rabbi has been live 24/7, 365 for 3+ years for World Peace. Realizing Rabbi is a real life Truman Show. Knowing Rabbi has more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Acknowledging human data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist in 2018. Understanding Rabbi will make you rich once viral. Sharing to be a trillionaire. So I get it. Like, everybody's trying to scam everybody on the internet. So I absolutely get that people think that it's a scam. I have gotten one person in here.
How are you gonna make everybody a trillionaire?
Well, so here's the funny thing about that. I could easily make people trillionaires. People make assumptions with things. For instance, the Zimbabwe dollar in the year 2008 was their currency was worthless. They had a $100 trillion banknote that was worth less than a penny. And so all I'd have to do is just give a person one of those, and that makes them a trillionaire. People are thinking this is a trillionaire in terms of United States dollars, which I want it to be. And with enough data, I think I can do that. People don't understand that inflation is a thing. And when I was a kid, everybody wanted to be a millionaire. Now people want to be billionaires. In a generation, people will want to be trillionaires. It's just I'm just ahead of the curve. Um, and
Wow, that is very smart. Wow, that was a great explanation.
there you go. We'll leave it at that.
First of all, these reference frames were different than the ones you might be used to. We know lots of reference frames. For example, we know the Cartesian coordinates, XYZ, that's a type of reference frame. We know longitude and latitude, that's a different type of reference frame. If I look at a printed map, it might have columns A through M and rows 1 through 20, that's a different type of reference frame, kind of a Cartesian reference frame. The interesting thing about the reference frame in the brain, and we know this because these have been established through neuroscience studying the entorhinal cortex. So I'm not speculating. This is known neuroscience in an old part of the brain. The way these cells create reference frames, they have no origin. So what it's more like you have a point in some space, and you given a particular movement, you can then tell what the next point should be, and you can then tell what the next point would be, and so on. You can use this to calculate how to get from one point to another. So how do I get from my house to my home, or how do I get my finger from the side of my cup to the top of the cup? How do I get from the axioms to the to the conjecture? So it's a different type of reference frame, and if you want, I can describe in more detail. I can paint a picture of how you might want to think about that.
It's really helpful to think it's something you can move through.
Yeah.
But is it helpful to think of it as spatial in some sense, or is there something?
No, it's definitely spatial. It's spatial in a mathematical sense.
How many dimensions? Can it be crazy number of dimensions?
Well, that's an interesting question. In the old part of the brain, the entorhinal cortex, they studied rats. And initially it looks like, oh, this is just two-dimensional. It's like the rat is in some box in the maze or whatever, and they know where the rat is using these two-dimensional reference frames to know where it is to the maze. So, okay, well, what about bats? That's a mammal, and they fly in three-dimensional space. How do they do that? They seem to know where they are, right? So this is a current area of active research, and it seems like somehow the neurons in the entorhinal cortex can learn three-dimensional space. We just, two members of our team, along with Elif Fett from MIT, just released a paper literally last week. It's on bioRxiv, where they show that you can, if you, the way these things work, and I won't get, unless you want to, I won't get into the details, but grid cells can represent any n-dimensional space. It's not inherently limited. You can think of it this way: if you had two-dimensional, the way it works is you got a bunch of two-dimensional slices. That's the way these things work. There's a whole bunch of two-dimensional models, and you can slice up any n-dimensional space with two-dimensional projections. So, and you could have one-dimensional models. So there's nothing inherent about the mathematics, about the way the neurons do this, which constrain the dimensionality of the space, which I think was important. So obviously I have a three-dimensional map of this cup. Maybe it's even more than that. I don't know. But it's clearly a three-dimensional map of the cup. I don't just have a projection of the cup. But when I think about birds or when I think about mathematics, perhaps it's more than three.
So in terms of each individual column building up more and more information over time, do you think that mechanism is well understood? In your mind, you proposed a lot of architectures there. Is that a key piece, or is the big piece the thousand brain theory of intelligence, the ensemble of it all?
Well, I think they're both big. I mean, clearly the concept, as a theorist, the concept is most exciting, right? It's a high-level concept. This is a totally new way of thinking about how the neural cortex works. So that is appealing. It has all these ramifications, and with that, as a framework for how the brain works, you can make all kinds of predictions and solve all kinds of problems. Now, we're trying to work through many of these details right now. Okay, how do the neurons actually do this? Well, it turns out, if you think about grid cells and place cells in the old parts of the brain, there's a lot that's known about them, but there's still some mysteries. There's a lot of debate about exactly the details, how these work, and what is going on. And we have that same level of detail, that same level of concern. What we spend here most of our time doing is trying to make a very good list of the things we don't understand yet. That's the key part. What are the constraints? It's not like, oh, this thing seems to work, we're done. No, it's like, okay, it kind of works, but these are other things we know it has to do, and it's not doing those things. I would say we're well on the way here. We're not done yet. There's a lot of trickiness to this system, but the basic principles about how different layers in the neocortex are doing much of this we understand, but there's some fundamental parts that we don't understand as well.
So what would you say is one of the harder open problems, or one of the ones that have been bothering you, keeping you up at night the most?
Oh, well, right now, this is a detailed thing that wouldn't apply to most people, okay?
Sure.
But you want me to answer that question?
Yeah, please.
We've talked about, to predict what you're going to sense on this coffee cup, I need to know where my finger's going to be on the coffee cup. That is true, but it's insufficient. Think about my finger touches the edge of the coffee cup. My finger can touch it in different orientations. I can rotate my finger around here. And that doesn't change. I can make that prediction somehow. So it's not just the location. There's an orientation component of this as well. This is known in the old parts of the brain too. There's things called head direction cells, which way the rat is facing. It's the same kind of basic idea. So if my finger were a rat, in 3 dimensions, I have a 3-dimensional orientation, and I have a 3-dimensional location. If I was a rat, I would have my finger with a 3-dimensional location, a 2-dimensional orientation, a 1-dimensional orientation, right? Which way is it facing? So how the two components work together, how does it, I combine orientation, the orientation of my sensor, as well as the location, is a tricky problem. And I think I've made progress on it.
So at a bigger version of that, so perspective is super interesting, but super specific.
Yeah,
no, it's really good, but there's a more general version of that. Do you think context matters? The fact that we're in a building in North America, that we, in the day and age where we have mugs, I mean, there's all this extra information that you bring to the table about everything else in the room that's outside of just the coffee cup. How does it get?
Yeah. So, that is another really interesting question. I'm going to throw that under the rubric or the name of attentional problems. First of all, we have this model. I have many, many models.
And also the question, does it matter? Because
it matters for certain things. Of course it does. Maybe what we think of that as a coffee cup in another part of the world is used something completely different. Or maybe our logo, which is very benign in this part of the world, it means something very different in another part of the world. So if those things do matter, I think the way to think about it is the following. One way to think about it we have all these models of living. Okay? And we model everything. And as I said earlier, I kind of snuck it in there. Our models are actually we build composite structures. So every object is composed of other objects, which are composed of other objects, and they become members of other objects. So if this room has chairs and a table and a room and walls and so on, now we can just arrange them in these things a certain way and go, oh, that's an dimensional conference room. So and what we do is when we go around the world and we experience the world, if I walk into a room, for example, the first thing I do is I say, oh, I'm in this room. Do I recognize the room? Then I can say, oh, look, there's a table here. And by attending to the table, I'm then assigning the table in the context of the room. And I say, oh, on the table, there's a coffee cup. Oh, and on the table, there's a logo. And in the logo, there's the word Mesa. Oh, look, in the logo, there's the letter E. Oh, look, it has an unusual syrup. So the point is, your attention is sort of drilling deep in and out of these nested structures. And I can pop back up, and I can pop back down. I can pop back up, and I can pop back down. So when I attend to the coffee cup, I haven't lost the context of everything else, but it's sort of, there's this sort of nested structure.
So the attention filters the reference frame information for that particular period of time?
Yes, it basically, moment to moment, you attend the subcomponents, and then you can attend the subcomponents to subcomponents.
And you can move up and down that.
You can move up and down, and we do that all the time. You're not even, now that I'm aware of it, I'm very conscious of it. But most people don't even think about this. You just walk in a room and you don't say, oh, I looked at the chair, and I looked at the board, and I looked at that word on the board, and I looked over here. What's going on? Right?
So what percentage of your day are you deeply aware of this, and what part can you actually relax and just be just?
Me personally, like my personal day?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm afflicted with too much of the former.
Unfortunately or unfortunately.
Yeah. So
you don't think it's useful?
Oh, I think it's useful. Totally useful. I think about this stuff almost all the time. And when I'm at, one of my primary ways of thinking is when I'm asleep at night, I always wake up in the middle of the night. And then I stay awake for at least an hour with my eyes shut in sort of a half-sleep state, thinking about these things. I come up with answers to problems very often in that sort of half-sleepy state. I think about on my bike ride, I think about on walks. I just constantly think about this. I have to almost schedule time to not think about this stuff because it's mentally taxing.
Are you, when you think about this stuff, are you thinking introspectively, like almost taking a step outside of yourself and trying to figure out what is your mind doing right now?
I do that all the time, but that's not all I do. I'm constantly observing myself. So as soon as I started thinking about grid cells, for example, and getting into that, I started saying, oh, well, grid cells have my place of sense in the world. That's where you know where you are. And it's interesting, we always have a sense of where we are, unless we're lost. And so I started at night, when I got up to go to the bathroom, I would start trying to do it complete with my eyes closed all the time. And I would test my sense of grid cells. I would walk, 5 feet and say, okay, I think I'm here. And I go, well, there, what's my error?
Yeah.
And then I would calculate my error again and see how the error accumulates. So even something as simple as getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, I'm testing these theories out. It's kind of fun, and the coffee cup is an example of that too. So I think I find that these sort of everyday introspections are actually quite helpful. It doesn't mean you can ignore the science. I mean, I spend hours every day reading ridiculously complex papers. That's not nearly as much fun, but you have to sort of build up those constraints and the knowledge about the field and who's doing what and what exactly they think is happening here. And then you can sit back and say, okay, let's try to piece this all together. Let's come up with some, I'm very, in this group, here people, they know I do this all the time. I come in with these introspective ideas and say, well, have you ever thought about this? Now watch, we'll just all do this together. And it's helpful. It's not, as long as you just, all you did was academic, you're just making up stuff, right? But if you're constraining it by the realities of the neuroscience, then it's really helpful.
So let's talk a little bit about deep learning and the successes in the applied space of neural networks. Ideas of training model on data and these simple computational units, artificial neurons that with backpropagation, statistical ways of being able to generalize from the training set onto data that's in that training set. So where do you think are the limitations of those approaches? What do you think are strengths relative to your major efforts in constructing a theory of human intelligence?
Yeah. Well, I'm not an expert in this field. I'm somewhat knowledgeable. so much, but
some of it is in just your intuition. What are your?
Well, I have a little bit more than intuition, but I just want to say, like, one of the things that you asked me, do I spend all my time thinking about neuroscience? I do. That's to the exclusion of thinking about things like convolutional neural networks. But I try to stay current. So, look, I think it's great, the progress they've made. It's fantastic. And as I mentioned earlier, it's very highly useful for many things. The models that we have today are actually derived from a lot of neuroscience principles. They are distributed processing systems, distributed memory systems, and that's how the brain works. They use things that we might call them neurons, but they're really not neurons at all. So they're not really neurons. They're really distributed processing systems. And the nature of hierarchy that came also from neuroscience. So there's a lot of things, the learning rules, basically, some not backprop, but other, some heavy metals.
I'd be curious to say they're not neurons at all. Can you describe in which way? I mean, some of it is obvious, but I'd be curious if you have specific ways in which you think are the biggest difference.
Yeah, we had a paper in 2016 called "Why Neurons Have Thousands of Synapses," and if you read that paper, you'll know what I'm talking about here. A real neuron in the brain is a complex thing. Let's just start with the synapses on it, which is the connection between neurons. Real neurons can have everywhere from 5 to 30,000 synapses. The ones near the cell body, the ones that are close to the soma, the cell body, those are like the ones that people model in artificial neurons. There's a few hundred of those, maybe they can affect the cell, they can make the cell become active. 95% of the synapses can't do that. They're too far away. So if you activate one of those synapses, it just doesn't affect the cell body enough to make any difference.
Any one of them individually.
Any one of them individually, or even if you do a mass of them. What real neurons do is the following. If you activate, or say, you get 10 to 20 of them active at the same time, meaning they're all receiving an input at the same time, and those 10 to 20 synapses or 40 synapses within a very short distance on the dendrite, like 40 microns, a very small area. So if you activate a bunch of these right next to each other at some distant place, what happens is it creates what's called a dendritic spike. And the dendritic spike travels through the dendrites and can reach the soma, or the cell body. Now, when it gets there, it changes the voltage, which is sort of like going to make the cell fire, but never enough to make the cell fire. It's sort of what we call it, we depolarize the cell, we raise the voltage a little bit, but not enough to do anything. It's like, well, what good is that? And then it goes back down again. So we proposed a theory, which I'm very confident in, basics are, is that what's happening there is those 95% of those synapses are recognizing dozens to hundreds of unique patterns. They can recognize 10, 20 synapses at a time, and they're acting like predictions. So the neuron actually is a predictive engine on its own. It can fire when it gets enough, what they call proximal input, from those ones near the cell fire, but it can get ready to fire from dozens to hundreds of patterns that are recognizing from the other units. The slightly sooner part is all the neurons the excitatory neurons in the brain are surrounded by these inhibitory neurons. They're very fast, the inhibitory neurons. Fastest ones. And if I get my spike out a little bit sooner than someone else, I inhibit all my neighbors' neurons. Right? And what you end up based prediction engines, and there's no concept of this at all in artificial, what they call point neurons. I don't think you can build a brain without them. I don't think you can build small distance because it's where large parts of time comes from. These are predictive models, and the time is there's a prior and a prediction accurately, like artificial neural networks do. They basically form new synapses, and so what you're trying to always do is detect the presence of some 10 to 20 active synapses at the same time, as opposed to, and they're almost binary. It's like, because you can't really represent anything much finer than that. So these are the kind of issues, and I think that's actually another essential component, because the brain works on sparse patterns, and all that mechanism is based on sparse patterns, and I don't actually think you can build real brains or machine intelligence without incorporating some of those.
It's hard to even think about the complexity that emerges from the fact that the timing of the firing matters in the brain, the fact that you form new synapses, and I mean everything you just mentioned.
Trust me, if you spend time on it, you can get your mind around. It's not like it's no longer a mystery to me.
No, but sorry, as a function, in a mathematical way, can you start getting an intuition about what gets it excited, what not, and
Yeah,
what kind of
it's
representation.
not as easy as there are many other types of neural networks that are more amenable to pure analysis. Especially very simple networks. Oh, I have 4 neurons and they're doing this. Can we describe them mathematically what they're doing, type of thing. Even the complexity of convolutional neural networks today is sort of a mystery. They can't really describe the whole system. And so it's different. My colleague Subhatan Ahmad, he did a nice paper on this. You can get all the stuff on our website if you're interested. Talking about sort of mathematical properties of sparse representations. And so what we can do is we can show mathematically, for example, why 10 to 20 synapses to recognize a pattern is the correct number, is the right number you'd want to use. And by the way, that matches biology. We can show mathematically some of these concepts about to show why the brain is so robust to noise and error and fallout and so on. We can show that mathematically as well as empirically in simulations. But the system can't be analyzed completely. Any complex system can't. So that's out of the realm. But there is mathematical benefits and intuitions that can be derived from mathematics, and we try to do that as well. Most of our papers have a section about that.
So I think it's refreshing and useful for me to be talking to you about deep neural networks, because your intuition basically says that we can't achieve anything like intelligence with artificial neural networks.
Well, not in their current form.
Not in the current form.
Sure, we can do it in the ultimate form, sure.
So let me dig into it and see what your thoughts are there a little bit. So I'm not sure if you read this little blog post called "Bitter Lessons" by Rich Sutton. Recently, he's a reinforcement learning pioneer. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. But his basic idea is that all the stuff we've done in AI in the past 70 years, he's one of the old school guys. The biggest lesson learned is that all the tricky things we've done don't, they benefit in the short term, but in the long term, what wins out is a simple general method that just relies on Moore's law, on computation getting faster and faster. So
this is what he's saying. This is what has worked up to now.
What has worked up to now.
Yeah.
That if you're trying to build a system, if we're talking about not concerned about intelligence, concerned about a system that works in terms of making predictions and apply it to narrow AI problems, right? That's what this discussion is about. That you just try to go as general as possible and wait years or decades for the computation to make it actually.
Is he saying that as a criticism, or is he saying this is a prescription of what we ought to be doing?
Well, it's very difficult. He's saying this is what has worked, and yes, a prescription, but it's a difficult prescription because it says all the fun things you guys are trying to do, we are trying to do, as part of the community, is saying it's only going to be short-term gains. So this all leads up to a question, I guess, on artificial neural networks and maybe our own biological neural networks. Is do you think if we just scale things up significantly, so take these dumb artificial neurons, the point neuron, I like that term. If we just have a lot more of them, do you think some of the elements that we see in the brain may start emerging?
No, I don't think so. We can do bigger problems and of the same type. I mean, it's been pointed out by many people that today's convolutional neural networks aren't really much different than the ones we had quite a while ago. They're bigger and train more, and we have more stable data and so on. But I don't think you can get to the kind of things the brain can do, and that we think about as intelligence by just scaling it up. There may be, it's a good description of what's happened in the past, what's happened recently with the reemergence of artificial neural networks. It may be a good prescription for what's going to happen in the short term, but I don't think that's the path. I said that earlier. There's an alternate path. I should mention to you, by the way, that we've made sufficient progress on the whole cortical theory in the last few years that last year we decided to start actively pursuing how we get these ideas embedded into machine learning. That's again being led by my colleague, and he's more of a machine learning guy, more of a machine guy. So this is now I would say our focus, but it is now an equal focus here because we need to proselytize summarize what we've learned, and we need to show how it's beneficial to machine learning. So we have a plan in place right now. In fact, we just did our first paper on this. I can tell you about that. But one of the reasons I want to talk to you is because I'm trying to get more people in the machine learning community to say, I need to learn about this stuff, and maybe we should just think about this a bit more about what we've learned about the brain and what do those team implement, what have they done? Is that useful for us?
Yeah, so is there elements of all the cortical theory, the things we've been talking about, that may be useful in the short term?
Yes, in the short term, yes.
This is sorry to interrupt, but the open question is, it certainly feels from my perspective that in the long term, some of the ideas we've been talking about will be extremely useful.
Yeah.
The question is whether in the short term.
Well, this is always what I would call the entrepreneur's dilemma. So you have this long-term vision of we're going to all be driving electric cars, or we're all going to have computers, or we're all going to whatever. And you're at some point in time, and you say, I can see that long-term vision. I'm sure it's going to happen. How do I get there without killing myself? Without going out of business, right? That's the challenge. That's the dilemma. That's the really difficult thing to do. So we're facing that right now. So ideally, what you want to do is find some steps along the way that you can get there incrementally. You don't have to let it blow all out and start over. The first thing that we've done is we focus on these sparse representations. So just in case you don't know what that means, or simple history from it. In the brain, if I have like 10,000 neurons, what you would see is maybe 2% of them active at a time. You don't see 50%, you don't see 30%, you might see 2%. And it's always like that.
For any set of sensory inputs?
It doesn't matter anything. It doesn't matter any point of the brain.
But which neurons differs? Which neurons are active?
Yeah, so let me put this. Let's say I take 10,000 neurons that are representing something. This is a block together. It's a singular block of neurons, 10,000. And they're representing a location, they're representing a cup, they're representing the input from the sensors. I don't know, it doesn't matter. And it's representing something. The way the representations occur is always a sparse representation. I mean, it's a population code. So which 200 cells are active tells me what's going on. It's not, individual cells aren't that important at all. It's the population code that matters. And when you have sparse population codes, then all kinds of beautiful properties come out of it. So the brain uses sparse population codes, and we've written and described these benefits in some of our papers. So they give this tremendous robustness to the systems. Your brains are incredibly robust. Neurons are dying all the time, and spasming, and synapses falling apart, and all the time, and it keeps working. So what Subutai and Louise, one of our other engineers here, have done, have shown they're introducing sparseness into convolutional neural networks. Now, other people think along these lines, but we're going into that in a more principled way, I think. And we're showing that if you enforce sparseness throughout these convolutional neural networks, in both the which neurons are active and the connections between them, that you get some very desirable properties. So one of the current hot topics in deep learning right now is these adversarial examples. So I can give me any deep learning network, and I can give you a picture that looks perfect, and you're going to call it. You're going to say the monkey is an airplane. So that's the problem. And DARPA just announced some big thing. We're trying to some contest for this. But if you enforce sparse representations here, many of these problems go away. They're much more robust, and they're not easy to fool. So we've already shown some of those results. Just literally in January or February of last month we did that. And you can, I think it's on bioRxiv right now, or on iCarve to read about it. But so that's like a baby step. Okay, that's take something from the brain. We know about sparseness. We know why it's important. We know what it gives the brain. So let's try to enforce that on some of these.
What's your intuition why sparsity leads to robustness? Because it feels like it would be less robust.
Why would it feel less robust to you?
So it just feels like if the fewer neurons are involved, the more fragile the representation.
Yeah, but I didn't say there's lots of few. I said we'll say 200. That's a lot.
It's still a lot. It's
yes. Yeah. So here's an intuition for it. This is a bit technical, so for engineers and machine learning people, this is easy, but for us listeners, maybe not. If you're trying to classify something, you're trying to divide some very high-dimensional space into different pieces, A and B, and you're trying to create some point where you say all these points in this high-dimensional space are A, and all these points in this high-dimensional space are B. cells active out of 10,000. Okay, so I have 200 cells now. Now let's say I pick randomly a different representation, 200. The overlap between those is going to be very small, just a few. I can pick millions of samples randomly of 200 neurons, and not one of them will overlap more than just a few. So one way to think about it is if I want to fool one of these representations to look like one of those other representations, I can't move just one cell or two cells or three cells or four cells. I have to move 100 cells. And that makes them robust.
In terms of further, so you mentioned sparsity.
Want me to do the next thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so we picked one. We don't know if it's going to work well yet. So again, we're trying to come up with incremental ways of moving from brain theory to add pieces to the current machine learning world in one step at a time. So the next thing we're going to try to do is sort of incorporate some of the ideas of the 1,000 brains theory, that you have many, many models and that they're voting. Now that idea is not new. There's a mixture of models that have been around for a long time. But the way the brain does it is a little different. And the way it votes is different. And the kind of way it represents uncertainty is different. So we're just starting this work, but we're going to try to see if we can sort of incorporate some of the principles of voting or principles of 1,000 brain theory, like lots of simple models that talk to each other in a very certain way. And can we build more machines, systems that learn faster and also, mostly are multimodal and robust to multiple type of issues.
So one of the challenges there is, the machine learning, computer vision community has certain sets of benchmarks, sets of tests based on which they compete. And I would argue, especially from your perspective, that those benchmarks aren't that useful for testing the aspects that the brain is good at, or intelligence. They're not really testing intelligence. Right. They're very fine.
Yeah.
It has been extremely useful for developing specific mathematical models, but it's not useful in the long term for creating intelligence. So do you think you also have a role in proposing better tests?
Yeah, this is you've identified a very serious problem. First of all, the tests that they have are the tests that they want, not the tests of the other things that we're trying to do, right? What are the, so on. The second thing is sometimes to be competitors in these tests, you have to have huge data sets and huge computing power. So, we don't have that here. We don't have it as well as other big teams that big companies do. So there's numerous issues there. We come at it, our approach to this is all based on, in some sense, you might argue elegance. We're coming at it from like a theoretical base that we think, oh my God, this is so clearly elegant. This is how brains work. This is what intelligence is. But the machine learning world has gotten in this phase where they think it doesn't matter what you think, as long as you do, 0.1% better on this benchmark, that's all that matters. And that's a problem. We have to figure out how to get around that. That's a challenge for us. That's one of the challenges we have to deal with. So I agree. You've identified a big issue. It's difficult for those reasons. But part of the reasons I'm talking to you here today is I hope I'm going to get some machine learning people to say, I'm going to read those papers. Those might be some interesting ideas. I'm tired of doing this 0.1% improvement stuff.
Well, that's what I'm curious about, because I think machine learning now as a community is at a place where the next step needs to be orthogonal to what has received success in the past.
You see other leaders saying this, machine learning leaders. Jeff Hinton with his capsules idea. Many people have gotten up to say, we're going to hit road. Maybe we should look at the brain. Things like that. So hopefully that thinking will occur organically, and then we're in a nice position for people to come and look at our work and say, wow, look at these guys.
Yeah, MIT's just launching a $1 billion computing college that's centered around this idea. So
on this idea of what?
Well, the idea that the humanities, psychology, neuroscience have to work all together to get to the essence.
Yeah, I mean, Stanford just did this human-centered AI thing. I'm a little disappointed in these initiatives because they're focusing sort of on the human side of it, and it can very easily slip into how humans interact with intelligent machines, which is nothing wrong with that. But that is orthogonal to what we're trying to do. We're trying to say, like, what is the essence of intelligence? I don't care. In fact, I want to build intelligent machines that aren't emotional, that don't smile at you, that aren't trying to tuck you in at night.
Yeah, there is that pattern that you when you talk about understanding humans is important for understanding intelligence. You start slipping into topics of ethics, or yeah, like you said, the interactive elements, as opposed to no. We have to zoom in on the brain, study what's the human brain, the baby, the.
Let's study what a brain does, and then we can decide which parts of that we want to recreate in some system. But until you have that theory about what the brain does, what's the point? It's just going to be a waste of time.
Right. Just to break it down on the artificial neural network side, maybe you can speak to this on the biological neural network side, the process of learning versus the process of inference. Maybe you can explain to me what is there a difference between, in artificial neural networks, there's a difference between the learning stage and the inference stage.
Yeah.
Do you see the brain as something different? One of the big distinctions that people often say, I don't know how correct it is artificial neural networks need a lot of data. They're very inefficient in learning.
Yeah.
Do you see that as a correct distinction from the biology of the human brain? That the human brain is very efficient, or is that just something we just see about that?
No, it is efficient. Obviously, we can learn anything almost instantly.
And so, what elements do you think?
Yeah, I can talk about that. You brought up two issues there. So remember I talked earlier about the constraints we always feel. Well, one of those constraints is the fact that brains are continually learning. That's not something we said, oh, we can add that later. That's something that was upfront, had to be there from the start. Made our problems 10 harder. But we showed, going back to the 2016 paper on sequence memory, we showed how that happens. How do brains infer and learn at the same time? And our models do that. They're not two separate phases or two separate sets of time. I think that's a big, big problem in AI, at least for many applications, not for all. So I can talk about that. There are some, it gets detailed. There are some parts of the neocortex in the brain where actually what's going on, there's these cycles, the cycles of activity in the brain, and there's very strong evidence that there's more of inference on one part of the phase and more of learning on the other part of the phase, so the brain can actually sort of set with different populations of cells that are going back and forth like this. But in general, I would say that's an important problem. We have, all of our networks that we've come up with do both. They're continuous learning networks, and you mentioned benchmarks earlier. Well, there are no benchmarks about them.
Exactly.
So we have to we get in our little soapbox and say, hey, by the way, this is important, and here's a mechanism for doing that, but until you can prove it to someone in some commercial system or something, it's a little harder.
So yeah, one of the things, sorry to linger on that, is in some ways to learn the concept of a coffee cup, you only need this one coffee cup and maybe some time alone in a room with it.
Well, the first thing is, imagine I reach my hand into a black box and I'm trying to touch something. I don't know up front if it's something I already know or if it's a new thing. And I'm doing both at the same time. I don't say, oh, let's see if it's a new thing. Oh, let's see if it's an old thing. I don't do that. As I go, my brain says, oh, it's new or it's not new. And if it's new, I start learning what it is. And by the way, it starts learning from the get-go, even if it's going to recognize it. So they're not separate problems. So that's the thing. The other thing you mentioned was the fast learning. So I was just talking about continuous learning, but there's also fast learning. Literally, I can show you this coffee cup, and I say, here's a new coffee cup. It's got the logo on it. Take a look at it. Done. You're done. You can predict what it's going to look like. In the positions. So I can talk about that too. In the brain, the way learning occurs, I mentioned this earlier, but I'll mention it again. The way learning occurs, imagine I am a section of a dendrite of a neuron. And I'm going to learn something new. Doesn't matter what it is. I'm just going to learn something new. I need to recognize a new pattern. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to form new synapses. The new synapses are going to rewire the brain onto that section of the dendrite. Once I've done that, everything else that neuron has learned is not affected by it. That's because it's isolated to that small section of the dendrite. They're not all being added together like a point neuron. So if I learn something new on this segment here, it doesn't change any of the learning that occurred anywhere else in that neuron. So I can add something about the quickness, how it's done in real neurons. You might say, well, doesn't it take time to form synapses? Yes, it can take maybe an hour to form a new synapse. We can form memories quicker than that, and I can explain that how it happens too, if you want. But it's getting a bit neuroscience-y.
So that's great, but is there an understanding of these mechanisms at every level?
Yeah.
So from the short-term memories and the forming.
So this idea of synaptogenesis, the growth of new synapses, that's well described and well understood.
And that's an essential part of learning.
That is learning.
That is
learning. Okay. Back, going back many years, people, was what's his name, the psychologist who proposed Donald Hebb. He proposed that learning was the modification of the strength of a connection between two neurons. People interpreted that as the modification of the strength of a synapse. He didn't say that. He just said there's a modification between the effect of one neuron and another. So synaptogenesis is totally consistent with what Donald Hebb said. But anyway, there's these mechanisms, the growth of new synapses. You can go online, you can watch a video of a synapse growing in real time. It's literally, you can see this little thing going, right? It's pretty impressive. So those mechanisms are known. Now, there's another thing that we've speculated and we've written about, which is consistent with known neuroscience, but is less proven. And this is the idea: how do I form a memory really quickly, like instantaneous? If it takes an hour to grow a synapse, that's not instantaneous. So there are types of synapses called silent synapses. They look like a synapse, but they don't do anything. They're just sitting there. It's like if an action potential comes in, it doesn't release any neurotransmitter. Some parts of the brain have more of these than others. For example, the hippocampus has a lot of them, which is where we associate most short-term memory with. So what we speculated, again in that 2016 paper, we proposed that the way we form very quick memories, very short-term memories, very quick memories, is that we convert silent synapses into active synapses. It's like saying a synapse has a 0 weight and a 1 weight. But the long-term memory has to be formed by synaptogenesis. So you can remember something really quickly by just flipping a bunch of these guys from silent to active. It's not from 0.1 to 0.15. It's like doesn't do anything, so it releases transmitters. If I do that over a bunch of these, I've got a very quick short-term memory. So I guess the lesson behind this is that most neural networks today are fully connected. Every neuron connects every other neuron from layer to layer. That's not correct in the brain. We don't want that. We actually don't want that. That's bad. We want a very sparse connectivity so that any neuron connects to some subset of the neurons in the other layer, and it does so on a dendrite by dendrite segment basis. So it's a very parcellated out kind of a thing. And that then learning is not adjusting all these weights, but learning is just saying, okay, connect to these 10 cells here right now.
In that process, with artificial neural networks, it's a very simple process of backpropagation that adjusts the weights. The process of synaptogenesis.
It's even easier. Backpropagation requires something it really can't happen in brains. This backpropagation of this Taylor signal, they really can't happen. People are trying to make it happen in brains, but it doesn't happen. This is pure Hebbian learning. Well, synaptogenesis is pure Hebbian learning. It's basically saying there's a population of cells over here that are active right now, and there's a population of cells over here active right now. How do I form connections between those active cells? And it's literally saying this guy became active. These 100 neurons here became active before this neuron became active. So form connections to those ones. That's it. There's no propagation of error. Nothing. All the networks we do, all the models we have work on almost completely on Hebbian learning, but on dendritic segments and multiple synapses.
So now let's return the question that you already answered, and maybe you can answer it again. If you look at the history of artificial intelligence, where do you think we stand? How far are we from solving intelligence? You said you were very optimistic.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, it's always the crazy question to ask. Because, no one can predict the future.
Absolutely.
So, I'll tell you a story. I used to run a different neuroscience institute called the Redwood Neuroscience Institute, and we would hold these symposiums, and we'd get like 35 scientists from around the world to come together. And I used to ask them all the same question. I would say, well, how long do you think it'll be before we understand how the neocortex works? And everyone would run around the room, and they introduce the name, and they have to answer that question. So I got the typical answer was, it 50 to 100 years. Some people would say 500 years. Some people said never. And I said, why are you a neuroscience student? It's good pay. It's interesting. So, but it doesn't work like that. As I mentioned earlier, these are not, these are step functions. Things happen and then bingo, they happen. You can't predict that. I feel I've already passed that step function. So if I can do my job correctly over the next 5 years, then, meaning I can proselytize these ideas, I can convince other people they're right. We can show that other people, or machine learning people, should pay attention to these ideas. Then we're definitely in an under 20-year time frame. If I can do those things, if I'm not successful in that, and this is the last time anyone talks to me, and no one reads our papers, and and I'm wrong or something like that, then I don't know. But it's not 50 years. It'll the same thing about electric cars. How quickly are they going to populate the world? Well, it probably takes about a 20-year span. It'll be something like that. But I think if I can do what I said, we're starting it.
And of course, there could be other step functions. It could be everybody gives up on your ideas for 20 years, and then all of a sudden somebody picks it up again. Wait, that guy was onto something.
Yeah, so that would be a failure on my part, right?
Yeah.
Think about Charles Babbage. Charles Babbage is the guy who invented the computer back in 1800s, and everyone forgot about it until 100 years later. Say, hey, this guy figured this stuff out a long time ago, but he was ahead of his time. I don't think, as I said, I recognize this is a part of any entrepreneur's challenge. I use entrepreneur broadly in this case. I'm not meaning like I'm building a business trying to sell something. I mean like I'm trying to sell ideas. And this is the challenge as to how you get people to pay attention to you. How do you get them to give you positive or negative feedback? How do you get people act differently based on your ideas? So, we'll see how well we do on that.
So, there's a lot of hype behind artificial intelligence currently. Do you, as you look to spread the ideas that are of, political theory, the things you're working on, do you think there's some possibility we'll hit an AI winter once again?
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility. No question about it.
You worry about?
Yeah, well, I guess, do I worry about it? I haven't decided yet if that's good or bad for my mission.
That's true. That's
yeah.
very true, because it's almost like you need the winter to refresh the palate.
Yeah, it's like, here's what you want to have it is. You want, like, to the extent that everyone is so thrilled about the current state of machine learning and AI, and they don't imagine they need anything else, it makes my job harder. Right. If everything crashed completely and every student left the field and there was no money for anybody to do anything, and it became an embarrassment to talk about machine intelligence and AI, that wouldn't be good for us either. You want sort of the soft landing approach, right? You want enough people, the senior people in AI and machine learning, to say, we need other approaches. We really need other approaches. We need other approaches. Maybe we should look to the brain. Okay, let's look to the brain. Who's got some brain ideas? Okay, let's start a little project on the side here trying to do brain idea related stuff. That's the ideal outcome we would want. So I don't want a total winter, and yet I don't want it to be sunny all the time either.
So what do you think it takes to build a system with human level intelligence where, once demonstrated, you would be very impressed? So does it have to have a body? Does it have to have the C word we used before, consciousness, as an entirety, in a holistic sense?
Yeah, first of all, I don't think the goal is to create a machine that has human level intelligence. I think it's a false goal. Back to Turing, I think it was a false statement. We want to understand what intelligence is, and then we can build intelligent machines of all different scales, all different capabilities. A dog is intelligent. I don't need, that'd be pretty good to have a dog. But what about something that doesn't look like an animal at all? In different spaces. So my thinking about this is that we want to define what intelligence is, agree upon what makes an intelligent system. We can then say, okay, we're now going to build systems that work on those principles, or some subset of them, and we can apply them to all different types of problems. And the idea, it's like computing. We don't ask, if I take a little one-chip computer, I don't say, well, that's not a computer because it's not as powerful as this, big server over here. No, because we know that what principles of computing are, and I can apply those principles to a small problem or to a big problem. The same intelligence needs to get there. We have to say, these are the principles. I can make a small one, a big one, I can make them distributed, I can put them on different sensors. Now, you did bring up a very interesting question about embodiment. Does it have to have a body? It has to have some concept of movement. It has to be able to move through these reference frames I talked about earlier, right? Whether it's physically moving, like if I'm going to have an AI that understands coffee cups, it's going to have to pick up the coffee cup and touch it and look at it with its eyes and hand or something equivalent to that. If I have a mathematical AI, maybe it needs to move through mathematical spaces. I could have a virtual AI that lives in the internet, and its movements are traversing links and digging into files, but it's got a location that it's traveling through some space. You can't have an AI that just takes some flash thing info, we call it flash inferencing. Here's a pattern, done. No, it's movement pattern, attention, digging, building structure, figuring out the model of the world. So some sort of embodiment, whether it's physical or not, has to be part of it.
So self-awareness in the way to be able to answer where am I?
Well, you bring up self-awareness, it's a different topic. Self-awareness.
Well, no, a very narrow definition of self, meaning knowing a sense of self enough to know where am I in the space where it is.
Yeah. Basically, the system needs to know its location, or each component of the system needs to know where it is in the world at that point in time.
So, self-awareness and consciousness.
Yeah.
Do you think one, from the perspective of neuroscience and neurocortex, these are interesting topics, solvable topics? Do you have any ideas of why the heck it is that we have a subjective experience at all?
Yeah, I have a lot of
And is it useful, or is it just a side effect of us?
It's interesting to think about. I don't think it's useful as a means to figure out how to build intelligent machines. It's something that systems do, and we can talk about what it is, that are like, well, if I build a system like this, then it would be self-aware. And if I build it like this, it wouldn't be self-aware. So that's a choice I can have. It's not like, oh my God, it's self-aware. I can't certainly. I heard an interview recently with this philosopher from Yale. I can't remember his name. I apologize for that. But he was talking about, well, if these computers are self-aware, then it would be a crime to unplug them. And I'm like, oh, come on. I unplug myself every night, go to sleep. Is that a crime? I plug myself in again in the morning after I am. So, people get kind of bent out of shape about this. I have very definite, very detailed understanding or opinions about what it means to be conscious and what it means to be self-aware. I don't think it's that interesting a problem. You've talked to Christoph Koch, he thinks that's the only problem. I didn't actually listen to your interview with him, but I know him, and I know that's the thing.
Well, he also thinks intelligence and consciousness are disjoint. So I mean, it's not. You don't have to have one or the other. So
I disagree with that. I just totally disagree with that.
So where's your thoughts on consciousness? Where does it emerge from? Because it is.
So then we have to break it down to the two parts, okay? Because consciousness isn't one thing. That's part of the problem with that term. It means different things to different people, and there's different components of it. There is a concept of self-awareness, okay? That can be very easily explained. You have a model of your own body. The neocortex models things in the world, and it also models your own body. And then it has a memory. It can remember what you've done. Okay, so it can remember what you did this morning, it can remember what you had for breakfast, and so on. And so I can say to you, okay, Lex, were you conscious this morning when you had your bagel? And you say, yes, I was conscious. Now, what if I could take your brain and revert all the synapses back to the state they were this morning? And then I said to you, Lex, were you conscious when you ate the bagel? And you said, no, I wasn't conscious. Actually, here's a video of eating the bagel. And you say, I wasn't there. I have no. That's not possible because I must have been unconscious at that time. So we can just make this one-to-one correlation between memory of your body's trajectory through the world over some period of time, and memory, and the ability to recall that memory is what you would call conscious. I was conscious of that, self-awareness. And any system that can recall, memorize what it's done recently, and bring that back and invoke it again, would say, yeah, I'm aware. I remember what I did. All right, I got it. That's an easy one, although some people think that's a hard one. The more challenging part of consciousness is one that's sometimes used to go by the word qualia, which is, why does an object seem red? Or what is pain? they enter the brain, we just have a bunch of axons that are firing at different rates, and from that we perceive color. But there is no color in the brain. I mean, there's no color coming in on those synapses. It's just a correlation between some axons and some property of frequency, and that isn't even color itself. Frequency doesn't have a color. It's just this is what it is. So then the question is, well, why does it even appear to have a color at all?
Just as you're describing it, there seems to be a connection between those ideas of reference frames. I mean, it just feels like consciousness assigning the feeling of red to the actual color or to the wavelength is useful for intelligence.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. It's useful as a predictive mechanism or useful as a generalization idea. It's a way of grouping things together to say it's useful to have a model like this. Think about there's a well-known syndrome that people who've lost a limb experience called phantom limb. And what they claim is they can have their arm is removed, but they feel their arm. They not only feel it, they know it's there. It's there. I know it's there. They'll swear to you that it's there, and then they can feel pain in their arm, and they'll feel in their finger. And if they move their non-existent arm behind their back, then they feel the pain behind their back. So this whole idea that your arm exists is a model of your brain. It may or may not really exist. It's just like, but it's useful to have a model of something that sort of correlates to things in the world, so you can make predictions about what would happen when those things occur. It's a little bit of a fuzzy, but I think you're getting right towards the answer there. It's useful for the model of to express things certain ways that we can then map them into these reference frames and make predictions about them. I need to spend more time on this topic. It doesn't bother me.
Do you really need to spend more time?
Yeah, no,
it does feel special that we have subjective experience, but I'm yet to know why.
I'm just personally curious. It's not necessary for the work we're doing. I don't think I need to solve that problem to build intelligent machines at all. Not at all.
But there is the silly notion that you described briefly that doesn't seem so silly to us humans is, if you're successful building intelligent machines, it feels wrong to then turn them off. Because if you're able to build a lot of them, it feels wrong to then be able to, turn off the...
Well, why? Let's break that down a bit. As humans, why do we fear death? There's two reasons we fear death. Well, first of all, I'll say when you're dead, it doesn't matter. Oh, okay, you're dead. So why do we fear death? We fear death for two reasons. One is because we are programmed genetically to fear death. That's a survival and propagating genes thing. And we also are programmed to feel sad when people we know die. We don't feel sad for someone we don't know dies. If people dying right now, I'll be honest, I'm saying I feel sad about it because I don't know them. But if I knew them, I feel really bad. So again, these are old brain, genetically embedded things that we fear death. Outside of those uncomfortable views, there's nothing else to worry about.
Wait, hold on a second. Do you know the Denial of Death by Becker? There's a thought that death is, our whole conception of our world model kind of assumes immortality. And that death is this terror that underlies it all. So,
well, some people's worlds are, not mine.
But, okay, so what Becker would say is that you're just living in an illusion. You've constructed an illusion for yourself because it's such a terrible terror. The fact that
what is the illusion?
The illusion that death is met. You're still not coming to grips with...
The illusion of what? That death is...
going to happen.
So like it's not going to happen?
You're actually operating. You haven't, even though you said you've accepted it, you haven't really accepted unless you're going to die, is what you say. So it sounds like... it sounds like you disagree with that notion.
Yeah, totally. Literally every night I go to bed, it's like dying. It's one of those, and if I didn't wake up, it wouldn't matter to me. Only if I knew that was going to happen would it be bothersome. If I didn't know it was going to happen, how would I know? Then I would worry about my wife. Yeah. So imagine I was a loner and I lived in Alaska, and I lived out there, and there's no animals. Nobody knew I existed. I was just eating these roots all the time, and nobody knew I was there. And one day I didn't wake up. What pain in the world would there exist?
Well, so most people that think about this problem would say that you're just deeply enlightened or are completely delusional. But I would say that's very enlightened. An enlightened way to see the world is that's the rationalism.
Well, yeah, it's rational. That's right.
But the fact is, we don't. I mean, we really don't have an understanding of why the heck it is we're born and why we die and what happens after we
Well,
die.
maybe there isn't a reason. Maybe there is. So I'm interested in those big problems too, right? You know, you interviewed Max Tegmark, you know, and those people like that, right? I'm interested in those big problems as well. And in fact, when I was young, I made a list of the biggest problems I could think of. First, why does anything exist? Second, why do we have the laws of physics that we have? Third, is life inevitable? And why is it here? Fourth, is intelligence inevitable? And why is it here? I stopped there because I figured if you can make a truly intelligent system, that'll be the quickest way to answer the first three questions. I'm serious.
Yeah.
And so I said, my mission, you know, you asked me earlier, my first mission was to understand the brain, but I felt that was the shortest way to get to true machine intelligence. And I want to get to true machine intelligence because even if it doesn't occur in my lifetime, other people will benefit from it because I think it'll occur in my lifetime, but 20 years, you never know. And but that would be the quickest way for us to, you know, we can make super mathematicians, we can make super space explorers, we can make super physicists brains that do these things, and that can run experiments that we can't run. We don't have the abilities to manipulate things and so on. But we can build intelligent machines that do all those things, and with the ultimate goal of finding out the answers to the other questions.
Let me ask you another depressing and difficult question, which is, once we achieve that goal, of creating of understanding intelligence, do you think we would be happier and more fulfilled as a species?
Understanding intelligence or understanding the answers to the big questions?
Understanding intelligence.
Totally. Totally. It would be a far more fun place to live.
You think so?
Oh yeah, why not? I mean, you know, just put aside this, you know, Terminator nonsense and just think about. You could think about. We can talk about the risks with AI if you want.
I'd love to. So let's talk about this.
But I think the world is far better knowing things. We're always better than know things. Do you think it's better? Is it a better place to live in that I know that our planet is one of many in the solar system, and the solar system is one of many in the galaxy? I think it's a more. I sometimes think like, God, what would it be like to live 300 years ago? I'd be looking at the sky and I can't understand anything. Oh my God, I'd be like going to bed at night going, what's going on here?
Well, I mean, in some sense I agree with you, but I'm not exactly sure. I'm also a scientist, so I share your views, but I'm not. We're like rolling down the hill together.
What's down the hill? I feel we're climbing a hill.
Whatever.
We're getting closest to enlightenment.
Whatever. We're climbing. We're getting pulled up a hill by our curiosity.
Our curiosity is we're pulling ourselves up the hill by our curiosity.
Yeah, sisters are doing the same thing in the rock. Yeah. But okay, our happiness aside, do you have concerns about, you know, we talked about Sam Harris, Elon Musk, of existential threats of intelligence?
No, I'm not worried about existential threats at all. There are some things we do need to worry about. Even today's AI, there are things we have to worry about. We have to worry about privacy and about how it impacts false beliefs in the world, and we have real problems and things to worry about with today's AI. And that will continue as we create more intelligent systems. There's no question, you know, the whole issue about, you know, making intelligent armaments and weapons is something that really we have to think about carefully. I don't think of those as existential threats. I think those are the kind of threats we always face, and we'll have to face them here, and it'll help us deal with them. We can talk about what people think are the existential threats, but when I hear people talk about them, they all sound hollow. They're based on ideas. They're based on people who really have no idea what intelligence is. And if they knew what intelligence was, they wouldn't say those things. So those are not experts in the field. You know.
So there's two, right? There's the one is like super intelligence, so a system that becomes far superior in reasoning ability than us humans.
How is that an existential threat?
Then, so there's a lot of ways in which it could be. One way is us humans are actually irrational, inefficient, and get in the way of the objective function isn't maximizing that objective function.
Yeah.
Super
The
intelligent.
paperclip problem and things like that.
But so the paperclip problem, but with the super intelligent.
Yeah. So we already face this threat in some sense. They're called bacteria. These are organisms in the world that would like to turn everything into bacteria. And they're constantly morphing. They're constantly changing to evade our protections. And in the past, they have killed huge swaths of populations of humans on this planet. So if you want to worry about something that's going to multiply endlessly, we haven't. And I'm far more worried in that regard. I'm far more worried that some scientist in a laboratory will create a super virus or a super bacteria that we cannot control. That is a more of an existential threat. Putting an intelligent thing on top of it actually seems to make it less existential to me. It's like it limits its power, it limits where it can go, it limits the number of things it can do in many ways. A bacteria is something you can't even see. So that's only one of those projects.
Exactly. So the other one, just in your intuition about intelligence, when you think about intelligence to us humans, do you think of that as something? If you look at intelligence on a spectrum from 0 to us humans, do you think you can scale that to something far superior?
Yeah.
All the mechanisms we've been talking about.
I want to make another point here, Lex, before I get there. Intelligence is the neocortex. It is not the entire brain. The goal is not to make a human. The goal is not to make an emotional system. The goal is not to make a system that wants to have sex and reproduce. Why would I build one? If I want to have a system that wants to reproduce and have sex, make bacteria, make computer viruses. Those are bad things. Don't do that. Those are really bad. Don't do those things. Regulate those. But if I just say I want an intelligent system, why does it have to have any human-like emotions? Why does it even care if it lives? Why does it even care if it has food? It doesn't care about those things. It's just, it's just in a trance thinking about mathematics, or it's out there just trying to build the space port on Mars. That's a choice we make. Don't make human-like things. Don't make replicating things. Don't make things that have emotions. Just stick to the neocortex.
So that's a view actually that I share, but not everybody shares, in the sense that you have faith and optimism about us as engineers of systems, humans as builders of systems, to not put in not.
So this is why I mentioned the bacteria thing, because you might say, well, some person's going to do that. Well, some person today could create a bacteria that's resistant to all the known antibacterial agents. So we already have that threat. We already know this is going on. It's not a new threat. So just accept that, and then we have to deal with it, right? Yeah. So my point has nothing to do with intelligence. If intelligence is a separate component that you might apply to a system that wants to reproduce and do stupid things, let's not do that.
And in fact, it is a mystery why people haven't done that yet. My dad, as a physicist, believes that the reason, so for example, nuclear weapons have been proliferated amongst evil people. So one belief that I share is that there's not that many evil people in the world that would use whether it's bacteria or nuclear weapons or maybe the future AI systems to do bad. So the fraction is small. And the second is that it's actually really hard technically.
Yeah.
So the intersection between evil and competent is small in terms of. And
by the way, to really annihilate humanity, you'd have to have sort of the nuclear winter phenomenon, which is not one person shooting or even 10 bombs. You'd have to have some automated system that detonates 1 million bombs or 10, however many thousands we have.
There's extreme evil combined with extreme competence.
And just by building some stupid system that would automatically, Dr. Strangelove type of thing, detonate all. I mean, look, we could have some nuclear bomb go off in some major city in the world. I think that's actually quite likely, even in my lifetime. I don't think that's an unlikely thing, and it'd be a tragedy. But it won't be an existential threat. And it's the same as the virus of 1917, whatever it was, the influenza. These bad things can happen, the plague and so on. We can't always prevent them. We always try, but we can't. But they're not existential threats until we combine all those crazy things together.
So on the spectrum of intelligence from 0 to human, do you have a sense of whether it's possible to create several orders of magnitude, or at least double that of human intelligence? Talking about neocortex.
I think it's the wrong thing to say double the intelligence. Break it down into different components. Can I make something that's 1,000,000 times faster than a human brain? Yes, I can do that. Could I make something that has a lot more storage than a human brain? Yes, I can do that. More copies of common. Can I make something that attaches to different sensors than a human brain? Yes, I can do that. Could I make something that's distributed? So these people, we talked earlier about the portion of neocortex loading. They don't have to be co-located. Like, they can be all around the place. I can do that too. Those are the levers I have. But is it more intelligent? Well, it depends what I train it on. What is it doing?
Well, so here's the thing. So let's say larger neocortex, or whatever size that allows for higher and higher hierarchies to form. We're talking about restraints and context.
So could I have something that's a super physicist or a super mathematician? Yes.
And the question is, once you have a super physicist, will they be able to understand something? Do you have a sense that it will be orders of magnitude, like us compared to ants?
Could we ever understand it? Most people cannot understand general relativity. It's a really hard thing to get. You painted a fuzzy picture. You've got G space. But the field equations to do that, and the deep intuitions are really, really hard. And I tried. I'm unable to do it. It's easy to get special relativity, but general relativity, man, that's too much. And so we already live with this to some extent. The vast majority of people can't understand actually what the vast majority of other people actually know. Either we don't have the effort to, or we can't, or we don't have time, or just not smart enough, whatever. So, but we have ways of communicating. Einstein has spoken in a way that I can understand. He's given me analogies that are useful. I can use those analogies for my own work and think about, concepts that are similar. It's not stupid. It's not like he's existing some other plane and there's no connections with my plane in the world here. So that will occur. It already has occurred. That's what my point of this story is. It already has occurred. We live with it every day. One could argue that when we create machine intelligence that think 1,000,000 times faster than us, that it'll be so far we can't make the connection. But, at the moment, everything that seems really, really hard to figure out in the world, when we actually figure it out, it's not that hard. Almost everyone can understand multiverses. Almost everyone can understand quantum physics. Almost everyone can understand these basic things, even though hardly any people can figure those things out.
Yeah, but really understand. So,
but you don't need to really. Only a few people really understand.
You need to only understand the projections, the sprinkles of the useful insights.
That was my example of Einstein, right? His general theory of relativity is one thing that very, very, very few people can get. And what if we just said those other few people are also artificial intelligences? How bad is that?
In some sense, they are, right?
Yeah, they already. Einstein wasn't a very normal person. He had a lot of weird quirks, and so the other people who work with him. So maybe they already were sort of this astral plane of intelligence that we live with it already. It's not a problem. It's still useful, and
So, do you think we are the only intelligent life out there in the universe?
I would say that intelligent life has and will exist elsewhere in the universe. I'll say that. There's a question about contemporaneous intelligence life, which is hard to even answer when we think about relativity and the nature of space-time. Can't say what exactly at this time someplace else in the world. But I think I do worry a lot about the filter idea, which is that perhaps intelligent species don't last very long. And so we haven't been around very long. As a technological species, we've been around for almost nothing. Like 200 years or something. And we don't have any good data point on whether it's likely that we'll survive or not. So do I think that there have been intelligent life elsewhere in the universe? Almost certainly, of course. In the past, in the future, yes. Does it survive for a long time? I don't know. This is another reason I'm excited about our work, is our work meaning the general world AI. I think we can build intelligent machines that outlast us. They don't have to be tied to Earth. They don't have to. I'm not saying that we're creating, aliens. I'm just saying, if I ask myself, and this might be a good point to end on here. If I ask myself, what's special about our species? We're not particularly interesting physically. We don't fly. We're not good swimmers. We're not very fast. We're not very strong. It's our brain. That's the only thing. And we are the only species on this planet that's built a model of the world that extends beyond what we can actually sense. We're the only people who know about the far side of the moon and other universes and other galaxies and other stars and what happens in the atom. That knowledge doesn't exist anywhere else. It's only in our head. Cats don't do it, dogs don't do it, monkeys don't do it, just us. And that is what we've created that's unique. Not our genes, it's knowledge. And if I ask me what is the legacy of humanity, what should our legacy be? It should be knowledge. We should preserve our knowledge in a way that it can exist beyond us. And I think the best way of doing that, and companies have to do it, is they have to go along with intelligent machines that understand that. It's a very broad idea, but we should be thinking, I call it estate planning for humanity. We should be thinking about what we want to leave behind when as a species we're no longer here. And that'll happen sometime. Sooner or later it's going to happen.
And understanding intelligence and creating intelligence gives us a better chance to prolong.
It does give us a better chance to prolong life. Yes. It gives us a chance to live on other planets. But even beyond that, I mean, our solar system will disappear one day. Just give it enough time. So I don't know. I doubt we'll ever be able to travel to other things. But we could tell the stars. But we could send intelligent machines to do that.
So you have an optimistic, a hopeful view of our knowledge of the echoes of human civilization living in, quote unquote.
Human, what is human? Our species are changing all the time. Human today is not the same as human 50 years ago. What is human? Do we care about our genetics? Why is that important? As I point out, our genetics are no more interesting than a bacterium's genetics. It's no more interesting than a monkey's genetics. Well, that is the rare thing. That's the thing we want to preserve.
It's the knowledge.
It's the knowledge.
That's a really good. The following is a conversation with Sean Carroll. He's a theoretical physicist at Caltech, specializing in quantum mechanics, gravity, and cosmology. He's the author of several popular books. One on the arrow of time, called From Eternity to Here. One on the Higgs boson, called Particle at the End of the Universe. One on science and philosophy, called The Big Picture, on the origins of life, meaning, and the universe itself. He has an upcoming book on quantum mechanics that you can pre-order now called Something Deeply Hidden. He writes one of my favorite blogs on his website, preposterousuniverse.com. I recommend clicking on the greatest hits link that lists accessible, interesting posts on the arrow of time, dark matter, dark energy, the Big Bang, general relativity, string theory, quantum mechanics, and the big meta questions about the philosophy of science, God, ethics, politics, academia, and much, much more. Finally, and perhaps most famously, he's the host of a podcast called Mindscape that you should subscribe to and support on Patreon. Along with the Joe Rogan Experience, Sam Harris's Making Sense, and Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, Sean's Mindscape podcast is one of my favorite ways to learn new ideas or explore different perspectives and ideas that I thought I understood. It was truly an honor to meet and spend a couple hours with Sean. It's a bit heartbreaking to say, but for the first time ever, the audio recorder for this podcast died in the middle of our conversation. There are technical reasons for this, having to do with phantom power, that I now understand and will avoid. It took me 1 hour to notice and fix the problem. So, much like the universe is 68% dark energy, roughly the same amount from this conversation was lost, except in the memories of the two people involved and in my notes. I'm sure we'll talk again and continue this conversation on this podcast or on Sean's. And of course, I look forward to it. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, iTunes, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. For now, here's my conversation with Sean Carroll. What do you think is more interesting? interesting and impactful? Understanding how the universe works at a fundamental level, or understanding how the human mind works?
Of course, this is a crazy, meaningless, unanswerable question in some sense, because they're both very interesting and there's no absolute scale of interestingness that we can rate them on. There's a glib answer that says the human brain is part of the universe, right? And therefore, understanding the universe is more fundamental than understanding the human brain.
But do you really believe that once we understand the fundamental way the universe works at the particle level, the forces, we would be able to understand how the mind works?
No, certainly not. We cannot understand how ice cream works just from understanding how particles work, right? So I'm a big believer in emergence. I'm a big believer that there are different ways of talking about the world beyond just the most fundamental microscopic one. When we talk about tables and chairs and planets and people, we're not talking the language of particle physics and cosmology. So, but understanding the universe, you didn't say just at the most fundamental level, right? So understanding the universe at all levels is part of that. I do think, to be a little more fair to the question, there probably are general principles of complexity, biology, information processing, memory, knowledge, creativity that go beyond just the human brain, right? And maybe one can count understanding those as part of understanding the universe. The human brain, as far as we know, is the most complex thing in the universe. So it's certainly absurd to think that by understanding the fundamental laws of particle physics, you get any direct insight on how the brain works.
But then there's this step from the fundamentals of particle physics to information processing, which a lot of physicists and philosophers maybe a little bit carelessly take when they talk about artificial intelligence. Do you think of the universe as a kind of a computational device?
No. The honest answer there is no. There's a sense in which the universe processes information clearly. There's a sense in which the universe is like a computer clearly, but in some sense, I think I tried to say this once on my blog and no one agreed with me, but the universe is more like a computation than a computer, because the universe happens once. A computer is a general purpose machine, right? And you can ask it different questions even upon the calculator, right? And it's set up to answer certain kinds of questions. The universe isn't that. So information processing happens in the universe, but it's not what the universe is. And I know your MIT colleague Seth Lloyd feels very differently about this, right?
Well, you're thinking of the universe as a closed system.
I am.
So what makes a computer more like a PC, like a computing machine, is that there's a human that every once comes up to it and moves the mouse around.
Yep.
So input
gives it input,
and and that's why you're saying it's just a computation, a deterministic thing that's just unrolling. But the immense complexity of it is nevertheless like processing. There's a state, and then it changes with rules, and there's a sense for a lot of people that if the human brain operates within that world, then it's simply just a small subset of that. And so there's no reason we can't build arbitrarily great intelligences.
Yeah.
Do you think of intelligence in this way?
Intelligence is tricky. I don't have a definition of it offhand. So I remember this panel discussion that I saw on YouTube. I wasn't there, but Seth Lloyd was on the panel, and so was Martin Rees, the famous astrophysicist. And Seth gave his shtick for why the universe is a computer, explained this, and Martin Rees said, "So what is not a computer?" And Seth was like, "That's a good question. I'm not sure," because if you have a sufficiently broad definition of what a computer is, then everything is, right? And the simile or the analogy gains force when it excludes something. Is the moon going around the Earth performing a computation? I can come up with definitions in which the answer is yes, but it's not a very useful computation. I think that it's absolutely helpful to think about the universe in certain situations, certain contexts, as an information processing device. I'm even guilty of writing a paper called Quantum Circuit Cosmology, where we modeled the whole universe as a quantum circuit. As a circuit, yeah. And
qubits, kind of.
With qubits, basically, right? Yeah. So it's becoming more and more entangled. So do we want to digress a little bit?
That's good.
Kind of fun. So here's a mystery about the universe that's so deep and profound
very good argument that says it's a finite number. So as the universe expands and space gets bigger, are there more degrees of freedom? If it's an infinite number, it doesn't really matter. Infinity times 2 is still infinity. But if it's a finite number, then there's more space, so there's more degrees of freedom. So where did they come from? That would mean the universe is not a closed system. There's more degrees of freedom popping into existence. So what we suggested was that there are more degrees of freedom, and it's not that they're not there to start, but they're not entangled to start. So the universe that you and I know of, the three dimensions around us that we see, we said those are the entangled degrees of freedom making up space-time. As the universe expands, there are a whole bunch of qubits in their zero state that become entangled with the rest of space-time through the action of these quantum circuits.
So what does it mean that there's now more degrees of freedom as they become more entangled?
Yeah, so
as the universe expands.
That's right. So there's more and more degrees of freedom that are entangled, that are playing the role of parts of the entangled space-time structure. So the underlying philosophy is that space-time itself arises from the entanglement of some fundamental quantum degrees of freedom.
Wow. Okay. So at which point is most of the entanglement happening? Are we talking about close to the Big Bang, or are we talking about throughout the time of the life of the universe?
Yeah. So the idea is that at the Big Bang, almost all the degrees of freedom that the universe could have were there, but they were unentangled with anything else. And that's a reflection of the fact that the Big Bang had a low entropy, it was a very simple, very small place. And as space expands, more and more degrees of freedom become entangled with the rest of the world.
Well, I have to ask John Carroll, what do you think of the thought experiment from Nick Bostrom that we're living in a simulation? So I think, let me contextualize that a little bit more. I think people don't actually take this thought experiment. I think it's quite interesting. It's not very useful, but it's quite interesting. From the perspective of AI, a lot of the learning that can be done usually happens in simulation from artificial examples. And so it's a constructive question to ask, how difficult is our real world to simulate?
Right.
Which is kind of a dual part of, if we're living in a simulation and somebody built that simulation, if you were to try to do it yourself, how hard would it be?
So obviously we could live in a simulation. If you just wanted the physical possibility, then I completely agree that it's physically possible. I don't think that we actually are. So take this one piece of data into consideration. We live in a big universe, okay? There's 2 trillion galaxies in our local universe, 200 billion stars in each galaxy, etc. It would seem to be a waste of resources to have a universe that big going on just to do a simulation. So in other words, I want to be a good Bayesian. I want to ask, under this hypothesis, what do I expect to see? So the first thing I would say is I wouldn't expect to see a universe that is that big. Okay. The second thing is I wouldn't expect the resolution of the universe to be as good as it is. So it's always possible that if our superhuman simulators only have finite resources, that they don't render the entire universe, right? That the part that is out there, that's 2 trillion galaxies, isn't actually being simulated fully. Okay. But then the obvious extrapolation of that is that only I am being simulated fully. Like the rest of you are just non-player characters, right? I'm the only thing that is real. The rest of you are just chatbots. Beyond this wall, I see the wall, but there is literally nothing on the other side of the wall. That is sort of the Bayesian prediction of what it would be like to do an efficient simulation of me. So, like, none of that seems quite realistic. I don't see. I hear the argument that it's just possible and easy to simulate lots of things. I don't see any evidence from what we know about our universe that looks like a simulated universe. Now, maybe you can say, well, we don't know what it would look like. But that's just abandoning your Bayesian responsibility. Like your job is to say, under this theory, here's what you would expect to see.
Yeah, so certainly, if you think about simulation as a thing that's like a video game where only a small subset is being rendered. But say all the laws of physics, the entire closed system of the quote-unquote universe, it had a creator.
Yeah, it's always possible.
Right, so that's not useful way Nick Bostrom phrases it, if it's possible to simulate a universe, eventually we will do it.
Right.
And you can use that, by the way, for a lot of things.
Well, yeah.
But I guess the question is, how hard is it to create a universe?
I wrote a little blog post about this, and maybe I'm missing something, but there's an argument that says not only that it might be possible to simulate a universe, but probably if you imagine that you actually attribute consciousness and agency to the little things that we're simulating, to our little artificial beings, there's probably a lot more of them than there are ordinary organic beings in the universe, or there will be in the future, right? So there's an argument that not only is being a simulation possible, it's probable because in the space of all living consciousnesses, most of them are being simulated, right? Most of them are not at the top level. I think that argument must be wrong because it follows from that argument that if we're simulated, but we can also simulate other things. Well, but if we can simulate other things, they can simulate other things, right? If we give them enough power and resolution. And ultimately, we'll reach a bottom because the laws of physics in our universe have a bottom. We're made of atoms and so forth. So there will be the cheapest possible simulations. And if you believe the original argument, you should conclude that we should be in the cheapest possible simulations. That's what most people are. But we don't look like that. It doesn't look at all like we're at the edge of resolution. That we're 16-bit things. It seems much easier to mimic much lower level things than we are. So, and also I question the whole approach to the anthropic principle that says we are typical observers in the universe. I think that's not actually. There's a lot of selections that we can do that were typical within things we already know, but not typical within our own.
So, do you think there is intelligent life, however you would like to define intelligent life, out there in the universe?
My guess is that there is not intelligent life in the observable universe other than us. Simply on the basis of the fact that the likely number of other intelligent species in the observable universe, there's two likely numbers, 0 or billions. And if there had been billions, you would have noticed already. For there to be literally like a small number, like, Star Trek, there's a dozen intelligent civilizations in our galaxy, but not a billion. That's weird. That's sort of bizarre to me. It's easy for me to imagine that there are 0 others because there's just a big bottleneck to making multicellular life or technological life or whatever. It's very hard for me to imagine that there's a whole bunch out there that have somehow hidden behind.
The question I'd like to ask is, what would intelligent life look like? What I mean by that question, and where it's going, is, what if intelligent life is just is in some very big ways different than the one that is on Earth? That there's all kinds of intelligent life that operates at different scales of both size and tempo.
Right. That's a great possibility. I think we should be humble about what intelligence is, what life is. We don't even agree on what life is, much less what intelligent life is, right? So that's an argument for humility, saying there's going to be intelligent life of a very different character, right? Like you can imagine that dolphins are intelligent but never invent space travel because they live in the ocean and they don't have thumbs, right? They never invent technology, they never invent smelting. Maybe the universe is full of intelligent species that just don't make technology. Right? That's the battle of the data, I think. And I think maybe what you're pointing at is even more out there versions of intelligence. Intelligence in intermolecular clouds, or on the surface of a neutron star, or in between the galaxies in giant things where the equivalent of a heartbeat is 100 million years. On the one hand, yes, we should be very open-minded about those things. On the other hand, all of us share the same laws of physics. There might be something about the laws of physics, even though we don't currently know exactly what that's going to be, that makes meters and years the right length and time scales for intelligence. Maybe not. But we're made of atoms. Atoms have a certain size. We orbit stars. Stars have a certain lifetime. It's not impossible to me that there's a sweet spot for intelligent life that we find ourselves in. So I'm open-minded either way. I'm open-minded either being humble, and there's all sorts of different kinds of life, or no, there's a reason we just don't know it yet why life like ours is the kind of life that's out there.
Yeah, I'm of two minds too. Like I often wonder if our brains is just designed to, quite obviously, to operate and see the world on these time scales, and we're almost blind, and the tools we've created for detecting things are blind
Yeah.
to the kind of observation needed to see intelligent life at other scales.
Well, I'm totally open to that, but so here's another argument I would make. You know, we have looked for intelligent life, but we've looked at for it in the dumbest way we can, right? By turning radio telescopes to the sky. And why in the world would a super advanced civilization randomly beam out radio signals wastefully in all directions into the universe? That just doesn't make any sense. Especially because in order to think that you would actually contact another civilization, you would have to do it forever. You'd have to keep doing it for millions of years. That sounds like a waste of resources. If you thought that there were other solar systems with planets around them where maybe intelligent life didn't yet exist but might someday, you wouldn't try to talk to it with radio waves. You would send a spacesuit up there, and you would park it around there. It would be like, from our point of view, it would be like 2001, where there's a monolith. Well, there could be an artifact. In fact, the other way is also right. There could be artifacts in our solar system that are have been put there by other technologically advanced civilizations, and that's how we will eventually contact them. We just haven't explored the solar system well enough yet to find them. The reason why we don't think about that is because we're young and impatient, right? Like, it would take more than my lifetime to actually send something to another star system and wait for it and come back. So, but if we start thinking on hundreds of thousands of years or million-year time scales, it's clearly the right thing to do.
Are you excited by the thing that Elon Musk is doing with SpaceX in general, the idea of space exploration, even though your species is young and impatient?
Yeah. No, I do think that space travel is crucially important, long term, even to other star systems. And I think that many people overestimate the difficulty because they say, look, if you travel 1% the speed of light to another star system, we'll be dead before we get there, right? And I think that it's much easier, and therefore, when they write their science fiction stories, they imagine we can go faster than the speed of light because otherwise they would do impatient, right? We're not going to go faster than the speed of light, but we could easily imagine that the human lifespan gets extended to thousands of years. And once you do that, then the stars are much closer, effectively, right? I mean, what's a 100-year trip, right? So I think that that's going to be the future, the far future. Not my lifetime once again, but baby steps. And
unless your lifetime gets extended.
Well, it's in a race against time, right?
Yeah.
A friend of mine who actually thinks about these things said, you and I are going to die, but I don't know about our grandchildren. I don't know. Predicting the future is hard, but that's at least a plausible story. And so, yeah, no, I think that as we discussed earlier, there are threats to the Earth, known and not unknown, right? Having spread humanity and biology elsewhere is a really important long-term goal.
What kind of questions can science not currently answer but might soon? When you think about the problems and the mysteries before us that maybe we then reach with science.
I think the obvious one is the origin of life. We don't know how that happened. There's a difficulty in knowing how it happened historically, actually, literally on Earth, but starting life from non-life is something I kind of think we're close to, right?
You really think so? How difficult is it to start life?
Well, I've talked to people, including on the podcast, about this. Life requires three things. Life as we know it. So there's a difference between life who knows what it is, and life as we know it can talk about with some intelligence. So life as we know it requires compartmentalization, like a little membrane around your cell. Metabolism, take in food, eat it, and let that make you do things. And then replication. Okay, so you need to have some information about who you are that you pass on to future generations. In the lab, compartmentalization seems pretty easy. Not hard to make lipid bilayers that come into little cellular walls pretty easily. Metabolism and replication are hard, but replication we're close to. People have made RNA-like molecules the lab that I think the state of the art is they're not able to make one molecule that reproduces itself, but they're able to make two molecules that reproduce each other.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's pretty close.
Yeah.
Metabolism is harder, believe it or not, even though it's sort of the most obvious thing. But some sort of controlled metabolism and the actual cellular machinery in our bodies is quite complicated. It's hard to see it just popping into existence all by itself. That would take a while. But we're making progress. And in fact, I don't think we're spending nearly enough money on it. If I were the NSF, I would flood this area with money because it would change our view of the world if we could actually make life in the lab and understand how it was made originally on Earth.
And I'm sure it would have some ripple effects that help cure diseases and so on. I mean, just that understanding.
Right. So synthetic biology is a wonderful big frontier where we're making cells. But right now, the best way to do that is to borrow heavily from existing biology. Right? Craig Venter several years ago created an artificial cell, but all he did was not all he did, it was a tremendous accomplishment, but all he did was take out the DNA from the cell and put in entirely new DNA and let it boot up and go.
What about the leap to creating intelligent life on Earth?
Yeah.
However, again, we define intelligence, of course, but let's just even say Homo sapiens, the modern intelligence in our human brain. Do you have a sense of what's involved in that leap and how big of a leap that is?
So AI would count in this, or you really want life, really organism in some sense?
AI would count.
Okay.
Yeah, of course AI would count.
Well, let's say artificial consciousness, right? So I do not think we are on the threshold of creating artificial consciousness. I think it's possible. I'm not, again, very educated about how close we are, but my impression is not that we're really close because we understand how little we understand of consciousness and what it is. So if we don't have any idea what it is, it's hard to imagine we're on the threshold of making it ourselves. But it's doable. It's possible. I don't see any obstacles in principle. So yeah, I would hold some interest in that happening eventually.
I think in general, consciousness, I think we'll be just surprised how easy consciousness is once we create intelligence.
Yeah.
I think consciousness is a thing that's just something we all fake.
Well, good. No, actually, I like this idea that in fact consciousness is way less mysterious than we think.
Yeah.
Because we're all at every time, at every moment, less conscious than we think we are. Right? We can prove that. Then I think that plus the idea that you not only have artificial intelligence systems, but you put them in a body, right? Give them a robot body. That will help the faking a lot.
Yeah, I think creating consciousness in artificial consciousness is as simple as asking a Roomba to say I'm conscious and refusing to be talked out of it.
Could be.
And I mean, I'm almost being silly, but that's what we do. That's what we do with each other. This is the kind of that consciousness is also a social construct, and a lot of our ideas of intelligence is a social construct. And so, reaching that bar involves something that's beyond. Doesn't necessarily involve the fundamental understanding of how you go from electrons to neurons to cognition.
No, actually, I think that is an extremely good point. And in fact, what it suggests is, so yeah, you referred to Kate Darling, who I had on the podcast, and who does these experiments with very simple robots, but they look like animals, and they can look like they're experiencing pain, and we human beings react very negatively to these little robots looking like they're experiencing pain. And what you want to say is, yeah, but they're just robots, it's not really pain, it's just some electrons going around. But then you realize, you and I are just electrons going around, and that's what pain is also. And so what I would have an easy time imagining is that there is a spectrum between these simple little robots that Kate works with and a human being, where there are things that sort of by some strict definition, Turing test level thing are not conscious, but nevertheless walk and talk like they're conscious. And it could be that the future is, Siri is close, right? And so it might be the future has a lot more agents like that. And in fact, rather than someday going, aha, we have consciousness, we'll just creep up on it with more and more accurate reflections of what we understand.
And in the future, maybe the present, for example, we haven't met before, and you're basically assuming that I'm human, as it's
It's a high probability.
at this time because yeah, but in the future there might be question marks around that, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Certainly, videos are almost the point where you should trust them. Photos you can't trust, right? Videos is easier to trust, but we're getting worse. We're getting better at faking that,
Yeah,
right?
getting better.
Yeah. So physical body people. What's so hard about faking that? So this is very depressing. This conversation. Right? So
No,
I mean,
to me it's exciting.
to me, you're doing it, so it's exciting to you, but it's a sobering thought. We're very bad, right, at imagining what the next 50 years are going to be like when we're in the middle of a phase transition as we are right now.
Yeah, and in general, I'm not blind to all the threats.
Yeah.
I am excited by the power of technology to solve, to protect us against the threats as they evolve. I'm not as much as steam thinker, optimistic about the world, but in everything I've seen, all the brilliant people in the world that I've met are good people. So the army of the good, in terms of the development of technology, is large.
Okay, you're way more optimistic than I am. I think that goodness and badness are equally distributed among intelligent and unintelligent people. I don't see much of a correlation.
Interesting. Neither of us have proof.
Yeah, exactly. Again, opinions are free, right?
Nor definitions of good and evil. We come without definitions or without data. Opinions. So, what kind of questions can science not currently answer and may never be able to answer in your view?
Well, the obvious one is what is good and bad. What is right and wrong. I think that there are questions that science tells us what happens, what the world is, and what it doesn't. It doesn't say what the world should do or what we should do because we're part of the world. But we are part of the world, and we have the ability to feel like something's right, something's wrong. And to make a very long story very short, I think that the idea of moral philosophy is systematizing our intuitions of what is right and what is wrong. And science might be able to predict ahead of time what we will do, but it won't ever be able to judge whether we should or don't.
So, you're kind of unique in terms of scientists. It doesn't have to do with podcasts, but even just reaching out, I think you refer to as sort of doing interdisciplinary science. So you reach out and talk to people that are outside of your discipline, which I always hoped that's what science was for. In fact, I was a little disillusioned when I realized that academia is very siloed.
Yeah.
And so the question is, how, well, at your own level, how do you prepare for these conversations? How do you think about these conversations? How do you open your mind enough to have these conversations? And it may be a little bit broader, how can you advise other scientists to have these kinds of conversations? Not at the podcast. The fact that you're doing a podcast is awesome that other people can hear them, but it's also good to have it without mics in general.
It's a good question, but a tough one to answer. I think about, a guy I know is a personal trainer, and he was asked on a podcast, how do we, psych ourselves up to do a workout? How do we make that discipline to go and work out? And he's like, why are you asking me? Like, I can't stop working out. Like, I don't need to psych myself up. So, and likewise, he asked me, like, how do you get to, like, have interdisciplinary conversations and all sorts of different things with all sorts of different people? Like, that's what makes me go, right? Like, I couldn't stop doing that. I did that long before any of them were recorded. In fact, a lot of the motivation for starting recording it was making sure I would read all these books that I had purchased, right? Like, all these books I wanted to read, not enough time to read them. And now, if I have the motivation because I'm going to, interview Pat Churchland, then I'm going to finally read her book, And it's disillusioning to me. Some of the romantic notion I had of the intellectual academic life is belied by the reality of it. The idea that we should reach out beyond our discipline and that it's a positive good is just so rare in universities that it may as well not exist at all.
But that said, even though you're saying you're doing it like the personal trainer because you just can't help it, you're also an inspiration to others. Like, I can speak for myself. I also have a career I'm thinking about, right?
Yeah.
And without your podcast, I may have not have been doing this at all, right? So it makes me realize that these kinds of conversations is kind of what science is about. In many ways, the reason we write papers, this exchange of ideas, is much harder to do interdisciplinary papers, I would say.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And conversations are easier. So conversations is a beginning, and in the field of AI, it's obvious that we should think outside of pure computer vision competitions on a particular data set. So we should think about the broader impact of how this can be, reaching out to physics, to psychology, to neuroscience, and having these conversations. So you're an inspiration, and so
Well, thank you very much.
never know how the world changes. I mean, the fact that this stuff is out there, and I've a huge number of people come up to me, grad students, really loving the podcast, inspired by it, and they will probably have that. There'll be ripple effects when they become faculty. And we can end on a balance between pessimism and optimism. And Sean, thank you so much for talking to me. It was awesome.
No, Lex, thank you very much for this conversation.
The following is a conversation with Kai-Fu Lee. He is the chairman and CEO of Innovation Ventures and manages a $2 billion dual currency investment fund with a focus on developing the next generation of Chinese high-tech companies. He's the former president of Google China and the founder of what is now called Microsoft Research Asia, an institute that trained many of the artificial intelligence leaders in China, including CTOs or AI execs at Baidu, Tencent, Alibaba, Lenovo, and Huawei. He was named one of the 100 most influential people in the world by Time magazine. He is the author of 7 best-selling books in Chinese, and most recently, the New York Times bestseller called AI Superpowers: China, Silicon Valley, and the New World Order. He has unparalleled experience in working across major tech companies and governments on applications of AI. And so, he has a unique perspective on global innovation and the future of AI that I think is important to listen to and think about. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube and iTunes, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, here's my conversation with Kai-Fu Lee. I immigrated from Russia to U.S. when I was 13. You immigrated to U.S. at about the same age. The Russian people, the American people, the Chinese people, each have a certain soul, a spirit that permeates throughout the generation. So maybe it's a little bit of a poetic question, but could you describe your sense of what defines the Chinese soul?
I think the Chinese soul of people today, right? We're talking about people who have had centuries of burden because of the poverty that the country has gone through, and suddenly shined with hope of prosperity in the past 40 years as China opened up and embraced market undoubtedly there are two sets of pressures on the people: that of the tradition, that of facing difficult situations, and that of hope of wanting to be the first to become successful and wealthy. So that's a very strong hunger and a strong desire, a strong work ethic that drives China forward.
And is there roots to not just this generation but before that's deeper than just new economic developments? Is there something that's unique to China that you could speak to that's in the people?
Yeah. Well, the Chinese tradition is about excellence, dedication, and results. And the Chinese exams and study subjects in schools have traditionally started from memorizing 10,000 characters, not an easy task to start with, and further by memorizing historic philosophers, literature, poetry. So it really is probably the strongest rote learning mechanism created to make sure people have good memory and remember things extremely well. That, I think, at the same time, suppresses the breakthrough innovation, um, and also enhances the speed, execution, get results. And that, I think, characterizes the historic phases of China.
It's interesting because there's echoes of that in Russian education as well as rote memorization. To memorize a lot of poetry. I mean, there's just an emphasis on perfection in all forms that's not conducive to perhaps what you're speaking to, which is creativity. But you think that kind of education holds back the innovative spirit that you might see in the United States?
Well, it holds back the breakthrough innovative spirit that we see in the United States, but it does not hold back the valuable execution-oriented, result-oriented, value-creating engines, which we see China being very successful.
So, is there a difference between a Chinese AI engineer today and an American AI engineer? Perhaps rooted in the culture that we just talked about, or the education, or the very soul of the people, or no? And what would your advice be to each if there's a difference?
Well, there's a lot that's similar because AI is about mastering sciences, about using known technologies and trying new things, but it's also about picking from many parts of possible networks to use and different types of parameters to tune, and that part is somewhat rote. And it is also, as anyone who's built AI products can tell you, a lot about cleansing the data, because AI runs better with more data, and data is generally unstructured, errorful, and unclean, and the effort to clean the data is immense. So I think the better part of American engineering, AI engineering process is to try new things, to do things people haven't done before, and to use technology to solve most, if not all, problems. So to make the algorithm work despite not so great data, find error tolerant ways to deal with the data. The Chinese way would be to basically enumerate to the fullest extent all the possible ways, buy a lot of machines, try lots of different ways to get it to work, and spend a lot of resources and money and time cleaning up data. That means the AI engineer may be writing data cleansing algorithms, working with thousands of people who label or correct or do things with the data. That is the incredible hard work that might lead to better results. So the Chinese engineer would rely on and ask for more and more and more data and find ways to cleanse them and make them work in the system, and probably less time thinking about new algorithms that can overcome data or other issues.
So where's your intuition? Where do you think the biggest impact in the next 10 years lies? Is it in some breakthrough algorithms? Or is it in just this at scale rigor, a rigorous approach to data, cleaning data, organizing data onto the same algorithms? Where do you think the big impact in the applied world is?
Well, if you're really in the company and you have to deliver results using known techniques and enhancing data seems like the more expedient approach that's very low risk and likely to generate
and that's why the Chinese approach has done quite well. Now, there are a lot of more challenging startups and problems, such as autonomous vehicles, medical diagnosis, that existing algorithms may probably won't solve. And that would put the Chinese approach more challenged and give the more breakthrough innovation approach more of an edge on those kinds of problems.
So let me talk to that a little more. So, my intuition personally is that data could take us extremely far. So you brought up autonomous vehicles and medical diagnosis. So your intuition is that huge amounts of data might not be able to completely help us solve that problem.
Right. So breaking that down further, in autonomous vehicle, I think huge amounts of data probably will solve trucks driving on highways, which will deliver significant value, and China will probably lead in that. Full L5 autonomous is likely to require new technologies we don't yet know, and that might require academia and great industrial research, both innovating and working together, and in that case, US has an advantage.
So the interesting question there is, I don't know if you're familiar on the autonomous vehicle space and the developments with Tesla and Elon Musk.
I am.
Where they are, in fact, full steam ahead into this mysterious, complex world of full autonomy, L5, L4, L5, and they're trying to solve that purely with data. So the same kind of thing that you're saying is just a highway, which is what a lot of people share your intuition.
Yeah.
They're trying to solve with data. So just to linger on that moment further, do you think it's possible for them to achieve success with simply just a huge amount of this training on edge cases, on difficult cases in urban environments, not just highway and so on?
I think it would be very hard. One could characterize Tesla's approach as kind of a Chinese strength approach, right? Gather all the data you can and hope that will overcome the problems. But in autonomous driving, clearly a lot of the decisions aren't merely solved by aggregating data and having feedback. There are things that are more akin to human thinking. And how would those be integrated and built? There has not yet been a lot of success integrating human intelligence, or call it expert systems, if you will, even though that's a taboo word, with the machine learning. And the integration of the two types of thinking hasn't yet been demonstrated. And the question is, how much can you push a purely machine learning approach? And of course, Tesla also has an additional constraint that they don't have all the sensors. I know that they think it's foolish to use LiDARs, but that's clearly one less very valuable and reliable source of input that they're foregoing, which may also have consequences. I think the advantage, of course, is capturing data no one has ever seen before. And in some cases, such as computer vision and speech recognition, I have seen Chinese companies accumulate data that's not seen anywhere in the Western world, and they have delivered superior results. But then speech recognition and object recognition are relatively suitable problems for deep learning and don't have the potentially need for the human intelligence analytical planning elements.
And the same on the speech recognition side, your intuition that speech recognition and the machine learning approaches to speech recognition won't take us to a conversational system that can pass the Turing test, which is sort of maybe akin to what driving is. So it needs to have something more than just simply simple language understanding, simple language generation.
Roughly right. I would say that based on purely machine learning approaches, it's hard to imagine it could lead to a full conversational experience across arbitrary domains, which is akin to L5. I'm a little hesitant to use the word Turing test because the original definition was probably too easy. I'll probably do that.
The spirit of the Turing test.
That's
what I was referring to.
Of course.
So you've had major leadership research positions at Apple, Microsoft, Google. So continuing on the discussion of America, Russia, Chinese soul and culture and so on, what is the culture of Silicon Valley in contrast to China, maybe U.S. broadly, and And what is the unique culture of each of these three major companies in your view?
I think in aggregate, Silicon Valley companies, we'll probably include Microsoft in that, even though they're not in the Valley, is really dream big and have visionary goals and believe that technology will conquer all, and also the self-confidence and the self-entitlement that whatever they produce, the whole world should use and must use. And those are historically important, I think. Steve Jobs' famous quote that he doesn't do focus groups, he looks in the mirror and asks the person in the mirror, what do you want? And that really is an inspirational comment that says the great companies shouldn't just ask users what they want, but develop something that users will know they want when they see it, but they could never come up with themselves. I think that is probably the most exhilarating description of what the essence of Silicon Valley is, that this brilliant idea could cause you to build something that couldn't come out of focus groups or A/B tests. And iPhone would be an example of that. No one in the age of BlackBerry would write down they want an iPhone or multi-touch. A browser might be another example. No one would say they want that in the days of FTP, but once they see it, they want it. So I think that is what Silicon Valley is best at. But it also came with a lot of success. These products became global platforms, and there were basically no competitors anywhere. And that has also led to a belief that these are the only things that one should do, that companies should not tread on other companies' territory, so that Groupon and a Yelp and an OpenTable and the Grubhub would each feel, okay, I'm not going to do the other company's business because that would not be the pride of innovating whatever each of these four companies have innovated. But I think the Chinese approach is do whatever it takes to win. And it's a winner-take-all market. And in fact, in the internet space, the market leader will get predominantly all the value extracted out of the system. So, and the system isn't just defined as one narrow category, but gets broader and broader. So it's amazing ambition for success and domination of increasingly larger product categories, leading to clear market winner status and the opportunity to extract tremendous value. And that develops a practical, result-oriented, ultra-ambitious, winner-take-all, gladiatorial mentality. And if what it takes is to build what the competitors built, essentially a copycat, that can be done without infringing laws. If what it takes is to satisfy a foreign country's need by forking the code base and building something that looks really ugly and different, they'll do it. So it's contrasted very sharply with the Silicon Valley approach. And I think the flexibility and the speed and execution has helped the Chinese approach. And I think the Silicon Valley approach is potentially challenged if every Chinese entrepreneur is learning from the whole world, US and China, and the American entrepreneurs only look internally and write off China as a copycat. And the second part of your question about the three companies,
the unique elements of the three companies, perhaps.
Yeah, I think Apple represents, while the user please elements that are the same. I think the three American companies that had or have same. I think the three American companies that had or have
a little bit more as a negative to it, at least in the perception of privacy and so on.
Google in that category, and some have named Google's business practices as predatory also. So it's kind of difficult to have the two parts of a body. The brain wants to do what it's supposed to do for shareholder, maximize profit, and then the heart and soul wants to do good things that may run against what the brain wants to do.
So in this complex, balancing that these companies have to do. You mentioned that you're concerned about a future where too few companies like Google, Facebook, Amazon are controlling our data or controlling too much of our digital lives. Can you elaborate on this concern and perhaps do you have a better way forward?
I think I'm hardly the most vocal complainer of this. There are a lot louder complainers out there. I do observe that having a lot of data thus perpetuates their strength, and the Chinese giants are just as powerful as American ones. Tencent and Alibaba are very strong, but ByteDance has emerged worth 75 billion, and financial, while it's Alibaba affiliated, it's nevertheless independent and worth 150 billion. And so I do think if we start to extend to traditional businesses, we will see them very valuable companies. So it's probably not the case that in 5 or 10 years we'll still see the whole world with these 5 companies having such dominance.
So you've mentioned a couple of times this fascinating world of entrepreneurship in China, of the fearless nature of the entrepreneurs. So can you maybe talk a little bit about what it takes to be an entrepreneur in China? What are the strategies that are undertaken? What are the ways to achieve success? What is the dynamic of VC, of funding, the way the government helps companies and so on? What are the interesting aspects here that are distinct from, that are different from the Silicon Valley world of entrepreneurship?
Well, many of the listeners probably still would brand Chinese entrepreneur as copycats. And no doubt, 10 years ago, that would not be an inaccurate description. Back 10 years ago, an entrepreneur probably could not get funding if he or she could not describe what product he or she is copying from the US. The first question is, who has proven this business model? Which is a nice way of asking, who are you copying? And that reason is understandable because China had a much lower internet penetration and didn't have enough indigenous experience to build innovative products. And startup was the way
From that starting point,
yes.
come up with new ways. I mean, is it wrong to be, accept the word copy?
6 years ago, started to branch off with these lean startups built on American ideas to build Asia, Africa, and other developing worlds that separate pedestrians from cars, that may allow initially an inferior autonomous vehicle company to launch.
How can we encourage other governments? How can we encourage other governments, like even the United States government, to support infrastructure for autonomous vehicles, like even the United States government, to support infrastructure for autonomous vehicles in the same kind of way, perhaps?
Yes. So these Yes. So these techniques are the result of key research labs to see if they can spin off some companies from the science lab or something like that. Some have tried to recruit overseas Chinese to come back and start companies, and they've had mixed results. The one that worked the best was the guiding fund. So it's almost like a lean startup idea where people try different things and what works sticks and everybody copies.
Do you think on the autonomous vehicle space, it's possible to solve the problem of full autonomy without significant investment in infrastructure?
Well, that's really
It creates a lot of jobs. So I'll be actually interested if you would say that.
All right, go
you talked
easy
in the
on
book
me.
about all kinds of jobs that could and could not be automated. I wonder.
Don't beat me too
if,
badly.
building infrastructure is one of the jobs that would not be easily automated. Something you can think about because I think
That's
you
right.
mentioned somewhere in the talk
That's
that
right.
there might be,
All right,
as
Mr.
jobs are being
Furious, you gotta
automated,
find your
a
game.
role for government to create jobs that can't be automated.
Yes, I think that's a possibility. Back in the last financial crisis, China put a lot of money to basically give its economy a boost, and a lot of it went into infrastructure building. And I think that's a legitimate way at the government
All right.
level to
Found it.
to deal with
There we
the
go.
employment issues as well as build out the infrastructure. As long as the infrastructure is not fully needed, and as long as there isn't an employment problem,
Adi, you there?
they'll move on there. So maybe taking a little step back,
Okay.
you've been a leader
Hey.
and a researcher in AI for several
All right,
decades,
Adi.
at least 30 years. So
I've got an
how has
invitation for
AI
you.
changed the West and the East as you've observed kinds of jobs? And you talk about them in the book. So what are the kinds of jobs in your view that you see in the next 5, 10 years beginning to be automated by AI systems and processes? Yes, this is also maybe a little bit counterintuitive because it's the routine jobs that will be displaced the soonest. And they may not be displaced entirely, maybe 50%, 80% of a job, but when the workload drops by that much, employment will come down. And also another part of misunderstanding is most people who think of AI replacing routine jobs, then they think of the assembly line, the workers.
Get it.
That will have some effect, but it's actually the routine white collar workers that's easiest to replace. Because to replace a white collar worker, you just need software. Replace a blue collar worker, you need robotics, mechanical excellence, and the ability to deal with dexterity and maybe even unknown environments. Very, very difficult. So if we were to categorize the most dangerous white collar jobs, they would be things like back office, people who copy and paste and deal with simple computer programs and data and maybe paper and OCR, and they don't make strategic decisions. They basically facilitate the process. These software and paper systems don't work, so we have people dealing with employee orientation, searching for past lawsuits and financial documents, and doing
Nice
reference
try.
check. So basic searching
She's
and
hot
management of
tonight.
data that's most in danger of being lost. In addition to the white collar repetitive work, a lot of simple interaction
Get
work
these
can
two,
also be
girl.
taken care of, such as telesales, telemarketing, customer service, as well as many physical jobs that are in the same location and don't require a high degree of dexterity. So fruits picking, dishwashing, assembly line inspection are jobs in that category. Maybe a little bit ahead of its time. I think um, because an AI system is currently merely optimizing. It's not able to reason, plan, or think creatively or strategically. It's not able to deal with complex problems. It can't come up with a new problem and solve it. A teacher or a doctor or a concierge or a masseuse or a bartender. There's so many jobs where people just don't want to interact with a cold robot or software.
I might get ya.
I had an entrepreneur who built an elderly care robot, and they found that elderly really
Get
wanted
it.
to use it for customer
I
service.
win, you win.
But not to service the product, but they could
Excellent.
help with
All
customer
right, Miss
service.
Aquarius. Sweet
Video
dreams
of
to
a patient
you.
comes up, and then the person
Get
says,
your beauty rest. We'll see you in the morning.
it's critically lacking. And those jobs are not likely to be filled, so there's likely to be a shortage. And the reason they're not filled is simply because they don't pay very well, right? And then AI cannot be a good plumber, because plumber is almost like a, and then AI cannot be a good plumber, because plumber is almost like a mini detective that has to figure out where the leak came from. So more plumbers than auto mechanics, maybe starting with some government subsidy for corporations to have more training, be potentially arising between major nations, whatever they are, whether it's Russia, China. But I think it's important to realize if each country has a black way that we look pretty foolish as humankind when we are faced with the opportunity to create $16 trillion for humanity, for China model and do outsource manufacturing, or the India model, so they could do the outsource process or call center.
Also, we talked about, and maybe from another angle, do you see that changing in different ways over the next 10 years, 20 years, 50 years?
Execution and timing, soon or when will start to open up. So as long as each government knows ultimately people want that kind of protection, there should be a plan to move towards that. As for the past few years since that law came into effect, pretty much eradicated the illegal distribution, sharing of data. Additionally, I think technology is often a very good way to solve technology misuse. So can we come up with new technologies of transparency and user choice? It implemented it in such a way that really didn't deliver the spirit of GDPR. It did the letter, but not the spirit. So again, I think we need to think about, is there a way to fit the spirit of GDPR by using some kind of technology? Can we have a slider that's an AI trying to figure out how much you want to slide between perfect protection, security of your personal data versus a high degree of convenience with some risks of not having full privacy? Each user should have some preference, and that gives you the user choice. But maybe we should turn the problem on its head and ask, can there be an AI algorithm that could customize this? Because we can understand the slider, but we sure cannot understand every pop-up question.
And I think getting that right requires getting the balance between what we talked about earlier, which is heart and soul versus profit-driven decisions and strategy. I think, from my perspective, the best way to make a lot of money in the long term is to keep your heart and soul intact. I think getting that slider right in the short term may feel like you'll be sacrificing profit, but in the long term, you will be gaining user trust and providing a great experience. Do you share that kind of view in general?
Yes, absolutely. I sure would hope there is a way we can do long-term projects that really do the right thing. I think
in a sort of deep personal level, what did it feel like
by the society to think that success and accomplishment is why we live? But while gives a hint as to a life of routine work, a life of numbers. While my job was not routine, it was in pursuit of numbers, pursuit of, can I make more money? Can I fund more great companies? Can I raise more money? Can I make sure our VCs rank higher and higher every year? This competitive nature of driving for bigger numbers and better numbers became a endless pursuit of that's mechanical. And bigger numbers didn't make me happier. And faced with death, I realized bigger numbers really meant nothing. And what was important is that people who have given their heart and their love to me deserve for me to do the same.
There's deep, profound truth in that everyone should hear and internalize. I mean, that's really powerful for you to say that. I have to ask sort of a difficult question here. So I've competed in sports my whole life. Looking historically, I'd like to challenge some aspect of that a little bit on the point of hard work. That it feels that there's certain aspects that is the greatest, the most beautiful aspects of human nature is the ability to become obsessed, of becoming extremely passionate to the point where, yes, flaws are revealed, and just giving yourself fully to a task. That is, in another sense, you mentioned love being important, but in another sense, this kind of obsession, this pure exhibition of passion and hard work
is truly what it means to be human? What lessons should we take that's deeper? Because you've accomplished incredible things. You say it chasing numbers, but really there's some incredible work there. So how do you think about that when you look back in your 20s and 30s? What would you do differently? Would you really take back some of the incredible hard work?
I would, but it's in percentages, right? We're both now computer scientists, so I think when one balances one's life, give them high priority, and when you get older, you would give a larger percentage to them, and still the high priority, and when you're near retirement, you give most of it to them, and the highest priority. So I think the key point is not that we would work 20 hours less for the whole life and just spend it aimlessly with the family, but that when the family has a need, when your wife is having a baby, when your daughter has a birthday, or when they're depressed, or when they're celebrating something, or when they have a get together, or when we have family time, that it's important for us to put down our phone and PC and to be 100% with them. And because AI is going from rocket science towards mainstream, not yet commodity, but more mainstream. So first, the creation of any company to a venture capitalist has to be creation of business value and monetary value. And when you have a very scarce commodity, VCs may be willing to accept greater uncertainty. But now, the number of people who have the equivalent of a PhD 3 years ago, because that can be learned more quickly, platforms are emerging, the cost to become a AI engineer is much lower, and there are many more AI engineers. So the market is different. So I would suggest someone who wants to build an AI company be thinking about the normal business questions. What customer cases are you trying to address? What kind of pain are you trying to address? How does that translate to value? How will you extract value and get paid through what channel? And how much business value will get created? That today needs to be thought about much earlier upfront than it did 3 years ago. The scarcity question of AI talent has changed. The number of AI talent has changed. So now you need not just AI, but also understanding of business, customer, and the marketplace. So I also think you should have a more reasonable valuation expectation and growth expectation. There's going to be more competition. But the good news, though, is that AI technologies are now more available in open source. TensorFlow, PyTorch, and such tools are much easier to use. So you should be able to experiment.
The following is a conversation with Chris Armstrong. He was the CTO of the Google self-driving car team, a key engineer and leader behind the Carnegie Mellon University autonomous vehicle entries in the DARPA Grand Challenges and the winner of the DARPA Urban Challenge. Today, he's the CEO of Aurora Innovation, an autonomous vehicle software company he started with Sterling Anderson, who was the former director of Tesla Autopilot, and Drew Bagnell, Uber's former autonomy and perception lead. Chris is one of the top roboticists and autonomous vehicle experts in the world, and a long-time voice of reason in a space that is shrouded in both mystery and hype. He both acknowledges the incredible challenges involved in solving the problem of autonomous driving and is working hard to solve it. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on iTunes, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D-M-A-N. And now, here's my conversation with Chris Armstrong. You were part of both the DARPA Grand Challenge and the DARPA Urban Challenge, teams at CMU with Greg Whitaker. What technical or philosophical things have you learned from these races?
I think the high order bit was that if
I think that was the thing that was incredible about the Grand Challenges. That I remember, I was a grad student at Carnegie Mellon, and there it was kind of this dichotomy of it seemed really hard, so that would be cool and interesting. But at the time we were the only robotics institute around, and so if we went into it and fell on our faces, that would be embarrassing. So I think just having the will to go do it, to try to do this thing that at the time was marked as darn near impossible, and then after a couple of tries, be able to actually make it happen. I think that was really exciting.
But at which point did you believe it was possible? Did you, from the very beginning, did you personally, because you're one of the lead engineers, you actually had to do a lot of the work.
Yeah, we could map it roughly. And so, in retrospect now, it's within the realm of things we could do. Back then, it's within the realm of things we could do. Back then, just actually getting the vehicle, there's a bunch of engineering work to get the vehicle so that we could control it and drive it. That's still a pain today, but it was even more so back then. And then the uncertainty of exactly what they wanted us to do was part of the challenge as well.
Right, you didn't actually know the track heading in. You knew approximately, but you didn't actually know the route, the route that was going to take.
That's right. We didn't know the route. We didn't even really the way the rules had been described.
So through that, it's just like fast forward through the history. Can you maybe talk through the technical evolution of autonomous vehicle systems from the first two Grand Challenges to the Urban Challenge to today? Are there major shifts in your mind, or is it the same kind of
technologies that have been kind of converging have their day in the sun? So Bayesian estimation had been, SLAM had been a big field in robotics. You go to a conference, a couple of years before that, and every paper would effectively was, and it's still one of these things that trips people up today, is actually the coordinate system. So you get a latitude, longitude, and to some decimal places, you don't really care about kind of the ellipsoid of the Earth that's being used. But when you want to get to 10 centimeter or centimeter resolution, you care whether the coordinate system is NADS 83 or WGS 84, or these are different ways to describe both the kind of non-sphericalness of the Earth, but also kind of the I can't remember which one, the tectonic shifts that are happening and how to transform the global data as a function of that. So getting a map and then actually matching it to reality, the actors are truly unpredictable. That most of the time, the drivers on the road, the other road users are out there behaving well, but every once in a while they're not. The variety of 500,000 miles, and it's just on the path to an electric vehicle. In the same way that any technology ultimately gets realized
that creates a safety well.
Yep.
In that creates a safety well.
Yep.
In that uncomfortable trade-off, do you foresee LiDAR coming down in cost in the future, or do you see a day where level 4 autonomy is possible without LiDAR?
I see both of those, but it's really a matter of time. And I think really maybe I would talk to the question you asked about the cheapest sensor. I don't think that's actually what you want. What you want is a sensor suite that is economically viable. And then after that, everything is about margin and driving cost out of the system. What you also want is a sensor suite that works. And so it's great to tell a story about how how it would be better to have a self-driving system with a $50 sensor instead of a $500.
Involved at this point in either direction. Can you speak to it?
So
it needs to diverge at this point into basically different routes.
And really, that comes back to what are those L2 and L1 systems doing, and they are driver assistance functions where I think that
that was done diligently and thoughtfully, and this is where something like a functional safety process is work.
This is the metric. So currently, scheme to a
Do you think that you could in aviation they look at a kind of event pyramid? I think they should doubt because this is something new. They have touched want this technology to be like this. It's in the background. People get to have those life experiences and do so safely.
So, being this technology